Concepts of Cabralism. Amilcar Cabral and Africana Critical Theory. Reiland Rabaka. For Amilcar Lopez de Costa Cabral and the African Party for the Independence of Guinea and Cape Verde, Pag. 1956–1974. And for all those who have given their lives for the decolonization, re-Africanization, and liberation of Africa and its diaspora. Kosi Cyclel I Africa. Para Amilcar Lopez de Costa Cabral y do Partido Africano para a Independencia de Guinea y Cabo Verde, Pag. 1956–1974. Y para todos aqueles que dirão suas vidas para a descolonização, re-africanização, e libertação da África e sua diaspora. Deus abençoe a África. Qua Amilcar Lopez de Costa Cabral na Party África qua Uhuru wa Guinea na Cape Verde, Pag. 1956–1974. Na qua whale wote ambayo wame hadarisha maisha ya qua yakoloni, rizia ki Africa, na yukumbauza wa Africa nang ambo yak. Mungwibariki Africa. Part I, Return to the Source, The Philosophical Foundations of Cabral's Critical Theory 29-1 The Negritude Movement, Cesar, Senghor, and Critical Social Theory 31-2 Fanonism, Fanon's Dialectic of Radical Disalienation and Revolutionary Decolonization 87. Part 2, The Weapon of Theory, Cabral's Critical Theory and Revolutionary Praxis 149-3 Cabral's Critical Theory of Colonialism, Neocolonialism, and Imperialism 151-4 Cabral's Critical Theory of Marxism, Nationalism, and Humanism 183-5 Cabral's Critical Theory of History, Culture, and National Liberation 219. Part 3, The Africana Tradition of Critical Theory, Cabral and the Decolonization and Re-Africanization of Radical Politics, Critical Social Theory, and Revolutionary Praxis 253-6 Africana Critical Theory in the Aftermath of Amilcar Cabral and Cabralism's Contributions 255. Introduction, Contours of Cabralism. Cabral, Critical Biography and Critical Theory. The Cape Verdean and Bissau-Guinean revolutionary, Amilcar Lopez de Costa Cabral, connects with and contributes to the Africana tradition of critical theory in several poignant, provocative, and extremely profound ways. First, it should be mentioned that he did not start out or train as a philosopher. Cabral, according to the Nigerian philosopher Olufemi Taiwo, 1999, bequeathed to us a body of writings containing his reflections on such issues as the nature and course of social transformation, human nature, history, violence, oppression, and liberation. 6. Second, and as eloquently argued by the Eritrean philosopher Tserekwa Burhan, 1991, Cabral's ideas led to action, i.e., actual cultural, historical, social and political transformation, and ultimately revolutionary decolonization, revolutionary re-Africanization, and national liberation, and, therefore, represents the zenith of 20th century Africana revolutionary theory and praxis. 20. 1/3, and finally, Cabral's writings and reflections provide us with a series of unique contributions to radical politics and critical social theory, which Allah W.E.B. Du Bois, C.L.R. James, Claudia Jones, George Padmar, Ames Cesar, Leopold Senghor, Louise Thompson Patterson, Frantz Fanon, Malcolm X, Stokely Carmichael, Angela Davis, Walter Rodney, the Black Panther Party, and the Combahee River Collective, among others, seeks to simultaneously critique the incessantly overlapping, interlocking, and intersecting nature of racism, sexism, capitalism, and colonialism in contemporary society. Cabral's biography has been documented by Mario de Andrade, 1980, Patrick Chabal, 2003, Ronald Chilcote, 1991, Mustafa Dada, 1993, Oleg Ignatieff, 1975a, 1990, and Jacques Mikulik, 1983, and, consequently, need not be rehearsed in its entirety here. That being said, At this juncture what I am specifically interested in are those aspects of his life and legacy that impacted and influenced his contributions to the Africana tradition of critical theory. As Cabral observed in his pioneering Amilcar Cabral, Revolutionary Leadership and People's War, 2003, Cabral's revolutionary theory and praxis are virtually incomprehensibly without critically engaging his gradual and often extremely interesting growth from nonviolent student militant to internationally acclaimed revolutionary leader. 2. Born to Cape Verdean parents in Bafata, Guinea-Bissau on September 12, 1924, Cabral's parents exerted an enormous influence on him. His father, Juvenal Antonio da Costa Cabral, was born on Santiago Island, Cape Verde. The senior Cabral's family were primarily landowners and, therefore, considered well-to-do by local standards. As a result, he was afforded a proper education, as with the other members of his family, Cabral 2003, 29. Juvenal Cabral had early ambitions to become a priest and, as a consequence, was sent to seminary in Portugal following a glowing stint in secondary school. It is not clear whether Juvenal's studies in Portugal awakened his sense of anti-colonialism and Africanity, or whether it was the racial climate and rigid religious curriculum of seminary. However, what is certain is that he became a politically conscious man who did not hesitate to speak his mind. 30. For instance, on one occasion he sent a letter to the Minister of Colonies deploring what he understood to be the complete absence of government assistance in alleviating the catastrophic effects of drought, going so far as to suggest several remedies. On another occasion, he wrote an article expressing his disdain with the colonial government after a house collapsed in an overcrowded part of Praia, the capital of Cape Verde. He went further to criticize the inhuman conditions in which Cape Verdeans had to live because they were forced to flee the countryside and come to the already overcrowded city in search of food and work. Cabral persuasively argued that it was Amilcar Cabral's father who gave him his first lessons in political education, a point further corroborated by Data, 1993, 139-140. Juvenal Cabral also instilled in Amilcar a profound sense of the shared heritage and struggle of Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau. He wrote poetry, polemics, and expressed an uncommon and long-lasting interest in the agricultural problems of Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau. Juvenal, ultimately becoming a renowned and well-respected schoolteacher, possessed a deep sense of intellectual curiosity and rigor, a respect for academic pursuits and for the written word, which he consistently stressed to Amilcar and his siblings. Cabral 2003, 30. While it cannot be said that Juvenal Cabral was a revolutionary nationalist by any standards, it does seem clear that he may have planted, however nascent, the seeds of nationalism in the fertile soil of his young son's heart and mind. Introduction, Contours of Cabralism 3. As it was with his father, Cabral's mother, Eva Pinhal Evora, was born on Santiago Island, Cape Verde. However, unlike his father, she was born into a poor family, a family that strongly stressed hard work and piety. If Cabral's father bequeathed to him political education, a love of poetry, and an interest in agriculture, then it can be argued that his mother provided him with a very special sense of self-determination, discipline, purpose, personal ethics, and an unshakable iron will. For a time Mrs. Cabral made good and was an entrepreneur, the proprietor of a shop and a small penseo, boarding house. When Eva and Juvenal Cabral separated in 1929, things took a turn for the worst financially. She lost her business and worked as a seamstress and laborer in a fish canning factory to support her family. Even still, her earnings were barely sufficient to feed the family, and there were days when they went without food. Cabral, 2003, poignantly observed that although Amilcar's family did not starve like so many Cape Verdeans, they were very poor. 31. He went on to importantly emphasize, Cabral never forgot the difficulties of his early years and later spoke of poverty as one of the reasons which had led him to revolt against Portuguese colonialism. 31. The hardships he witnessed his mother endure and overcome caring for him and his siblings undoubtedly influenced Cabral's views on gender justice and, most especially, Women as cultural workers and revolutionary comrades in the national liberation struggle. 3. Cabral and the Cabo Verdeanidad Movimiento, from innocuous anti-colonial student activism to revolutionary democratic socialist African nationalism. In discussing Cabral's early life, and especially the influence of his parents on the evolution of his thought, it is also important to point out that he was homeschooled until the age of 12. Although he did not enter primary school until he was 12, Cabral is reported to have thrived on education, and from the very beginning he was clearly an excellent student. One of his former primary school classmates, Manuel Lehmann de Almeida, recalled that Cabral was by far the best student and that he passed his secondary school entrance exam with distinction, Cabral 2003, 31. His school records support de Almeida's claims and lucidly illustrate that Cabral completed his studies at the Liceu by the age of 20, which would mean that he finished 4 years of primary school and 7 years of secondary school in an astonishing 8 years. During the last couple of years of his studies at the Liceu, Cabral became aware of the Cape Verdean literary renaissance and cultural movement commonly known as the Cabo Verdeanidad Movimiento, Transla. For introduction, contours of Cabralism. The Cape Verdeanness movement, which was primarily an outgrowth of the journal, Claridade, translation, Clarity. In many senses the Cabo Verdeanidad Movimiento was the Cape Verdean and Lusophone version of the Harlem Renaissance, Negritude movement, and Negrismo movement, each of which strongly influenced the Cabo Verdeanidad writers. For Cabo Verdeanidad was unique in that its writers for the most part broke with Eurocentric models and themes and, in a move that must be understood to be extremely bold for the time, turned their attention to Cape Verdean subjects, particularly ordinary people's life worlds and life struggles, from drought to hunger, from migration to mild critiques of colonial miseducation, and from starvation to other forms of deprivation. Even so, more similar to the Negritude movement than the Harlem Renaissance, Cabo Verdeanidad was limited by its intentional aim at readers well versed in colonial history and culture and, to make matters worse, it was essentially escapist, expressing an intense cultural alienation that did not in any way promote anti-colonial consciousness or decolonization, nonviolent or otherwise. Much like the early issues of Negrismo's Achuevi or Negritude's Presence Africaine, then, Cabo Verdeanidad's Claridade explored ethnic, racial, and cultural politics in a vacuum, as opposed to connecting the intersections and political economy of ethnicity, race, racism, and colonialism with the machinations of modern capitalism and class struggle. 5. The first generation of Cabo Verdeanidad writers established their journal, Claridade, in the 1930s, but by the 1940s a new cohort of Cape Verdean writers founded the journal Certeza. The Certeza writers introduced two elements into Cape Verdean consciousness that foreshadowed the future emphasis on national liberation, national culture, and national identity. The first element involved their unapologetic calling into question of Portuguese colonialism in Cape Verde and an unswerving emphasis on the necessity for political action, although not necessarily decolonization as later conceived by Cabral and his revolutionary nationalist comrades. For the Certeza writers, Marxism rather than neorealism provided their theoretical framework and political orientation. The second element, connected in several ways to the first, revolved around this group's stress on returning Cape Verdeans to the source of their history, culture, and struggle, Africa. 6. As we have witnessed with the writers of the Cabo Verdeanidad Movimiento, at this time most Cape Verdeans understood themselves to be Europeans, Portuguese in particular, and the Cape Verdean archipelago Portugal's most prized overseas islands. The Certeza writers went beyond the Claridade collective by unequivocally emphasizing their African ancestry and long-standing connections with continental African history, culture, and struggle, and Guinea-Bissau's history, culture, and struggle in particular. Ironically, Cabral had completed his studies and had left Cape Verde by the time this new movement was underway. Nevertheless, he eagerly kept track. Introduction, Contours of Cabralism 5. Of it from abroad, and noted that it had the potential to lead to anti-colonial consciousness and an openness to nationalist ideas. In the autumn of 1945, at the age of 21, Cabral trekked to Portugal to pursue a 5-year course of study at Instituto de Agronomia da Universidade Técnica de Lisboa, the Agronomy Institute at the Technical University of Lisbon. He attended university on a scholarship provided by the Cape Verdean branch of Casa dos Estudiantes do Imperio, CEI, the House of Students from the Empire, a colonial government-financed social development center for students from Portugal's colonies. His scholarship remitted his tuition and supplied him with a very modest stipend of 500 escudos, which was later increased to 750 escudos. His meager stipend, of course, was not enough to live on, so Cabral tutored and took various odd jobs to supplement his income, all the while consistently maintaining the highest marks of his class. Even in light of all of this, Cabral found the time to participate in university affairs, metropolitan politics, and sundry extracurricular activities, most notably, the Radio Club de Cabo Verde, the Radio Club of Cape Verde, Comissão Nacional para a Defensa do Paz, CNDP, the National Commission for the Defense of Peace, Lisbon's Maritime Center and Africa House, the Center for African Studies, CA, Movimento Anticolonialista, MAC, the Anti-Colonial Movement, and, Comite de Liberação dos Territórios Africanos sob o Domínio Português, CLDASP, the Committee for the Liberation of Territories under Portuguese domination, among others. Indeed, Cabral was a multidimensional student activist, although an extremely cautious one. For instance, Mustafa Dada, 1993, contended that Cabral may have stayed clear of subversive politics, largely for cautionary reasons, perhaps for fear of losing his scholarship or being hounded by the Portuguese secret police, Polícia Internacional para a Defensa do Estado, PIDE, the International Police for the Defense of the State, the very same secret police who would, 2 decades after he earned his degree in agricultural engineering, mercilessly orchestrate Cabral's assassination, 141. Perhaps Cabral sensed his imminent future fate, but, even still, harassed and hounded by the Portuguese secret police, he managed to graduate at the top of his class on March 27, 1952. This was a real feat, especially considering the fact that he was the only student of African origin in his cohort. Out of the 220 students who began the rigorous 5-year course of study with Cabral, only 22 were awarded degrees as agronomists or, rather, agricultural engineers. One of the students with which Cabral developed a lasting rapport was Maria Helena Rodrigues, a silviculturist, i.e., a tree specialist, who was born in Chaves, northern Portugal. One of only 20 women admitted in Cabral's initial cohort of 220 students, Rodrigues and Cabral became study partners and, after earning their degrees, husband and wife. With his studies completed and a new wife by his side, Cabral applied for a position in the 6th Introduction, Contours of Cabralism, Portuguese civil service and was ranked as the best candidate, according to Cabral, 2003, but was denied the post because he was black, 39. This insult served as a yet another reminder that Portuguese colonialism was inextricable from Portuguese racism. Cabral then did what so many colonial subjects are forced to do when their dreams of escaping the hardships of their colonized homelands have been dashed. He returned to his native land convinced that he could make a special contribution to its development. In a word, he was doggedly determined to decolonize Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau. Cabral gained employment as a Grade II agronomist with the Provincial Department of Agricultural and Forestry Services of Guinea at the Estação Agraria Experimental de Pesub, a research complex not far from Bissau. He was second in command and, from all the reports, seems to have thrown himself into a Lisbon-based Ministry for Overseas Territories commissioned agricultural census of Guinea-Bissau. It was through this massive undertaking that Cabral became intimately familiar with the people and land in whose interest he would soon wage a protracted people's war for national liberation. He began the study in late 1953, traveling more than 60,000 kilometers, and collecting data from approximately 2,248 peasants. By December of 1954 he presented he and his team's findings to the colonial authorities. The report was subsequently published in 1956 as a 200-page document. It featured statistics and analysis pertaining to Guinea-Bissau's agricultural demography, which the colonial government promised the United Nations Food and Agricultural Organization it would use to better grapple with droughts and famine, among the other issues besetting Guinea-Bissau. Cabral was afforded considerable expertise carrying out the agricultural census. In fact, Cabral went so far to contend, FU 20th century revolutionary and guerrilla leaders were in the enviable position of having such a specialized and detailed knowledge of the country in which they proposed to launch a people's war. 53, see also Forrest 1992, Mendy 2006. Along with his work for the colonial government, Cabral made many political contacts with, tellingly, both Cape Verdeans and Bissau Guineans. Many initially outright rejected his ideas on decolonization, but after he accessibly yet discursively provided examples, often empirical and irrefutable evidence, example disenfranchisement, deprivation, starvation, lack of education, and violent government repression, and typically over a prolonged period of time, i.e., usually several weeks or months, they were persuaded to seriously contemplate radical political alternatives and serious-minded solutions to the problem of Portuguese colonialism. It is here that Cabral excelled, in time clandestinely making contacts with civil servants and entrepreneurs, as well as urban workers, peasants, and villagers. Introduction, Contours of Cabralism 7. Emphasis needs to be placed on the fact that initially Cabral was open to using every available legal means of bringing about an end to Portuguese colonialism. To this end, in 1954 he formed a sports, recreational, and cultural club for local youngsters with the ultimate aim of using it as a front to promote nationalism, political education, and anti-colonial consciousness raising, as had been successfully done in British and French Africa. 7. For instance, after a game of football, Cabral and his colleagues would retire to a more private place supposedly to discuss how each player could improve their skills. On the contrary, the discussions centered on neither athletics nor other leisure activities. What really took place were intense and eye-opening conversations about African history, culture, and struggle, and the nefarious nature of Portuguese colonialism and racism. The club and its secret meetings gained considerable notoriety in and around Bissau and, as a result, were insidiously infiltrated by the Portuguese secret police's informers and swiftly terminated on government orders. Consequently, Cabral was forced to leave Guinea-Bissau and permanently banned from residing in his homeland again. He petitioned for, and was granted, annual visits to briefly see his mother and other family members during holidays. At this point the die was cast, and Cabral let go of any lingering hope that Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau could be liberated using the constitutional or legal decolonization path, a la Ghana, Guinea, Nigeria, Mali, Senegal, Côte d'Ivoire, Tanzania, etc. It was, therefore, on one of his colonial government-sanctioned visits to Guinea-Bissau on September 19, 1956 that Cabral, Luiz Cabral, his brother, Aristides Pereira, Fernando Fortes, Julio de Almeida and Elisu Turpin founded the Partido Africano de Independencia y União dos Povos de Guiné Cabo Verde, PAIUPC, the African Party for the Independence and Unity of Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde. Later the name was slightly altered to the Partido Africano de Independencia de Guiné Cabo Verde, PAIGC, the African Party for the Independence of Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde. Over the next 17 years of his turbulent life, Amilcar Cabral would not only bring Portuguese colonialism to its knees and lead the people of Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde through decolonization to national liberation, but he would also reconstruct and redefine what it means to be a revolutionary nationalist and revolutionary humanist. Although there are many who argue that Cabral was not necessarily a theorist, and more a guerrilla leader and military strategist whose work is confined to the national liberation struggle of Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau, Concepts of Cabralism challenges these assertions and illustrates several of the ways in which Cabral's organic intellectual life and political legacy continues to contribute to radical politics, critical social theory, and revolutionary praxis in general, and the Africana tradition of critical theory in particular. 8 in Social Movements, 1768 to 2004, 2004. Noted political sociologist Charles Tilly essentially argued that social movements are most often made. 8 Introduction, Contours of Cabralism. Up of ordinary people, rather than members of the politically powerful and intellectually elite, and it is these ordinary people, these organic intellectuals a la Antonio Gramsci's provocative work in his prison notebooks who collectively think, act, and speak in the best interests of and in concert with everyday average people, the so-called masses. Gramsci, 1971, famously contended that all men are intellectuals, but not all men have in society the function of intellectuals. 9. It is extremely important to emphasize this point because neither the African masses nor the squalid shacks and shanty towns they have been callously quarantined to have been recognized for their intellectual activities and positive political, social, and cultural contributions. Although one can speak of intellectuals, Gramsci declared, one cannot speak of non-intellectuals, because non-intellectuals do not exist. In point of fact, here is no human activity from which every form of intellectual participation can be excluded. Homo faber cannot be separated from Homo sapiens. Which is to say, the primitive man, Homo faber, cannot be completely divorced from the evolution of the much vaunted wise man or civilized man, Homo sapiens. Intellectuals do not simply inhabit college campuses and highbrow cafes, then, they can also be found in each and every country in Africa, including the villages, slums, ghettos, and shanty towns. Right along with men of taste, Gramsci included philosophers in his conception of organic intellectuals, contending, each man, finally, outside his professional activity, carries on some form of intellectual activity, that is, he is a philosopher, an artist, a man of taste. He participates in a particular conception of the world, has a conscious line of moral conduct, and therefore contributes to sustain a conception of the world or to modify it, that is, to bring into being new modes of thought. 9. See also 3 to 43. 9 Africana critical theorists, and Cabral in particular, may not be understood to be philosophers in the Western sense of the term, but no mistake should be made about it. The Africana tradition of critical theory, a tradition predicated on the pronouncements and practices of continental and diasporan African organic intellectuals, is undeniably philosophical in that it articulates and actively helps to bring into being a new conception of the world and new modes of thought free from Eurocentrism, racism, sexism, heterosexism, colonialism, and capitalism, as well as other forms of modern and postmodern fascism and imperialism. Conceptions of Cabralism, the 5 stages of Cabral studies. Concepts of Cabralism evolved out of the 6th chapter of my book Africana Critical Theory, which is entitled Amilcar Cabral, using the weapon of Introduction, Contours of Cabralism. 9. Theory to return to the source, of revolutionary decolonization and revolutionary re-Africanization, where I critically engaged what I understood then to be Cabral's seminal contributions to the discourse and ongoing development of the Africana tradition of critical theory. As I was researching and writing that chapter, I developed an intense, perhaps I should say, even more intense, affinity with Cabral's insurgent intellectual and radical political legacy, one that I have now come to conceive of as a major turning point in my insurgent intellectual and radical political development. Cabral, it seemed to me then and it remains so now, offers the Africana tradition of critical theory not only radical political paradigms and critical theoretical points of departure, a la C.L.R. James, Aimé Césaire, and Leopold Senghor, but above and beyond the aforementioned and more along the lofty lines of W.E.B. Du Bois and Frantz Fanon. Amilcar Cabral, in his shamefully short although incredibly remarkable life, contributed a virtual treasure trove of innovative insights, critical theories, and revolutionary praxes that extend far beyond the borders and boundaries of the critique of racism, colonialism, and capitalism, and consciously developed dialectical discourses on democratic socialism, revolutionary nationalism, and revolutionary humanism in the anti-imperialist interests of the wretched of the earth as well. 10. When Cabral's critiques of racism, colonialism, capitalism, Eurocentric Marxism, African socialism, and African nationalism are brought into the ever-widening orbit of Africana critical theory, which is to say that when Cabral's discourse on cultural imperialism, cultural racism, religious racism, racial violence, racial colonization, extreme economic exploitation, and what it means to really and truly be and become human although thoroughly racialized and colonized are analyzed for their contribution to the deepening and ongoing development of the Africana tradition of critical theory. Something unprecedented in the annals of Africana intellectual history happens. 5 distinct stages of Cabral studies arise, or, rather, 5 distinct conceptions of Cabralism emerge. The first conception of Cabralism was represented by the various appraisals and applications of, as well as reactions to Cabral's critical theory by radicals, liberals, and conservatives during the last decade of his life, roughly between 1962 and 1972. Some of the more memorable work at the initial stage of Cabral studies was contributed by Adriano Araujo, 1962, Gerard Reiland, 1964, 1967, 1969, William Zartman, 1964, 1967, Romano Letta, 1967, Ronald Chilcote, 1968, Basil Davidson, 1964, 1969, Justin Vieira, 1965, 1966, David Endelman, 1970, Bruno Crimi and Juliano Lucas, 1970, Bernard Magibane, 1971, Bruno Crimi, 1972, and Cruz Pinto, 1972, among others. The second conception of Cabralism was grounded in and grew out of several posthumously published biographical works on Cabral by Anatoly Nikanoroff, 1973, Oleg Ignatieff, 1975a, 1975b, Aquino de Braganca, 1976, Armenio Vieira, 1976, and Mario de Andrade, 1980, among others. 10. Introduction, Contours of Cabralism. Although of varying quality and ideological orientations, each of these works provided the first wave of Cabralists with insight into Cabral's life, intellectual evolution, and unique revolutionary praxis based on the historicity and cultural specificity of Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau. In many ways the critical biographical works on Cabral published in the immediate aftermath of his assassination in January of 1973 set the tone for the subsequent stages of Cabral studies by often interweaving his biography with makeshift multidisciplinary discussions of his unique relationships with many of the major theories and political praxis of his epoch, from African nationalism and African socialism to Marxism and Leninism. The third conception of Cabralism centers on the significance of Cabral's work for social theory and political praxis, with major contributions being offered by Ijaz Ahmed, 1973, Mary Inez Hubbard, 1973, Eduardo de Sousa Ferreira, 1973, 1974, Gerard Reiland, 1973, Yusuf Dadou, 1973, Steve Goldfield, 1973, Suleiman Niang, 1975, 1976, Henry Bunin, 1977, J. O'Brien, 1977, Carlos Comitini, 1980, Patrick Cabral, 1980, 1983, Daniel Fogel, 1982, Dessalines Ramato, 1982, Charles McAllister, 1973, Jacques McCulloch, 1983, Basil Davidson, 1981, 1984, Georges Nzongola Ntalaja, 1984, Rostislav Ulyanovsky, 1984, Carlos Lopez, 1987, 2010, Oleg Ignatieff, 1984, 1990, Ronald Chilcote, 1991, Tom Meisenhelder, 1993, Mustafa Dada, 1993, Hakeem Adi and Marika Sherwood, 2003, John Fabanjong, 2006, Guy Martin, 2012, and Firoz Manji and Bill Fletcher, 2013, among others. These works collectively demonstrate the distinctiveness of Cabral's radical political theory and praxis while simultaneously intimating the ways in which his work has import for history, geography, sociology, anthropology, economics, political science, agricultural science, and military science, among other disciplines. The fourth conception of Cabralism revolves around the rise of studies treating Cabral's contributions to African literature and what has come to be called the African Renaissance, with work by Eugene Perkins, 1976, Gerald Moser, 1978, Russell Hamilton, 1979, Maurice Vambe and Abed Zijai, 2006, 2008, Maurice Vambe, 2010, and Monica Rector and Richard Vernon, 2012, being among the most noteworthy. From his early interest in the Cabo Verdeanidad Movimento, avid reading of Claridade and Certeza, and affinity with the aesthetics and poetics of both the Negritude movement and Negrismo movement, it can be said that similar to W.E.B. Du Bois, C.L.R. James, Aimé Césaire, Leopold Senghor, and Frantz Fanon, Cabral had a lifelong love affair with what Eugene Perkins, 1976, termed the literature of combat. In his pioneering work, Perkins observed that although often overlooked, many of the leaders of African liberation movements are, themselves, poets whose works have served as empirical testimonies to the nature of African liberation struggles. 228. For example, he importantly continued. Introduction, Contours of Cabralism 11. C. Cauturi, Amilcar Cabral, Eduardo Mondlane, Marcelino dos Santos, Agustin Jonito, and even Patrice Lumumba are but a few examples of African liberation leaders who have also gained recognition as poets. Whether or not this correlation of poetic skills and political advocacy is by circumstance or because of some other unexplained relationship, I cannot say. But it is interesting to note that so many African liberation leaders are poets whose dedication to their struggles is reflected by both their words and deeds. 228. Indeed, Cabral can be situated within the African liberation leader-poet-politico paradigm, although most Cabral studies scholars have given little or no attention to Cabral's poetry and poetics. As Gerald Moser asserted in his groundbreaking The Poet Amilcar Cabral, 1978, Amilcar Cabral is universally known as the most successful of all the leaders in the African struggles for independence from Portuguese colonial rule during the 1960s and 1970s, 176. However, only a few persons, who had been his classmates or his close associates in African student groups, knew until recently that this man of action was also a poet. In 1978, 5 years after his assassination, Moser published 10 of Cabral's poems written between 1945 and 1946. They are, to say the least, breathtakingly beautiful, and provide Cabralists with a rare glimpse into the emotional and intellectual landscape of a young Cabral who was already questioning and becoming increasingly critical of Portuguese colonialism and racism. Consequently, as with almost every other major figure in the Africana tradition of critical theory, Cabral's critical theory and radical politics are, however loosely, linked to his poetics and broader concern with African aesthetics and culture. The fifth, and final, stage of Cabral studies consists of engagements with Cabral's thought in the interest of developing Africana studies in general, and Africana philosophy in particular. The purpose of the fifth conception of Cabralism is neither to deify nor demonize Cabral, but instead to dispassionately explore the ways in which his life and legacy contributes to the discursive formations and discursive practices of Africana studies. Major works which fall within the fifth stage include Robert Blackie, 1974, Adel Janadu, 1978, Amity Dieng, 1978, Yolanda van Eeuwen, 1979, Ted Kofi, 1981, Bert Thomas, 1982, Maulana Karenga, 1982, 1985, Enoch Njok, 1983, Americo Morera, 1989, Shubi Ishemo, 1993, 2004, Xnaserekwa Burhan, 1994, 2000, 2004, 2006, David Birmingham, 1995, Olufemi Taiwo, 1999, Pablo Idahosa, 2004, Amilcar Lopez, 2006, Ibrahim Abdullah, 2006, Deirdre Maintel, 2006, Richard Laban, 2006. John Fabanjong and Thomas Renuga, 2006, Bio Dunjayafo, 2007, Charles Peterson, 2007, Nicholas Creary, 2012, Guy Martin, 2012, and Firoz Manji and Bill Fletcher, 2013, among others. A core characteristic of the works within the fifth stage of Cabral studies is that even in books or articles where Cabral's name is prominent in the title, the overarching intellectual agenda is essentially aimed at contributing to 12. Introduction, Contours of Cabralism. Africana studies, in the most general albeit critical sense of the term. It is, therefore, with this in mind that I openly acknowledge that my work, Africana Critical Theory, is deeply rooted in and decidedly grows out of the fifth stage of Cabral studies. However, it is doubly distinguished from other engagements of Cabral's thought and texts, that is, the collective work of all five conceptions of Cabralism, in that it is the first study to consciously examine his contributions to Africana studies and critical theory, or, rather, the Africana tradition of critical theory. To state it outright, Concepts of Cabralism identifies and analyzes Cabral's contributions to the deconstruction and reconstruction of Africana studies, radical politics, and critical social theory in the interests of the wretched of the earth of the 21st century. In highlighting Cabral's unique solutions to the problems of racism, colonialism, capitalism, Marxism, Leninism, nationalism, and humanism, I reiterate, 5 distinct concepts of Cabralism materialize, which enable us to intensely reinterpret the ways in which much of his work remains quite relevant in efforts aimed at relieving the wretchedness of the wretched of the earth of the 21st century and deconstructing and reconstructing Africana studies, radical politics, and critical social theory in their anti-imperialist interests. Throughout the subsequent studies of concepts of Cabralism, then, I understand myself to be in critical dialogue with Cabral, asking his corpus critical questions and seeking from it crucial answers, which also means that I have made up my mind to work with and through Cabral in my ongoing quest, to search for viable solutions to the ever-increasing problems of racism, colonialism, capitalism, Marxism, Leninism, nationalism, and humanism. This book, in short, keeps with Cabral's own predilection for connecting critical theory to revolutionary praxis by utilizing his thought and texts as paradigms and points of departure to deepen and further develop the Africana tradition of critical theory. What has long bothered me about the 5 stages of Cabral studies, and one of the main reasons I duly decided to research and write this book, is because of the long-standing tendency to downplay and diminish Cabral's contributions to Africana studies, or the dim-witted disposition that seems to always and everywhere sever Cabral from Africana studies, or, worst of all, the inclination to render Africana studies utterly invisible or altogether non-existent. Immediately after admitting all of this, however, I want to make it perfectly clear that I do not in any way wish to fall into, or continue the prickly practice of what the Caribbean-American philosopher Lewis Gordon, 2006b, has correctly called disciplinary decadence. In his own words, disciplinary decadence is the ontologizing or reification of a discipline. In such an attitude, we treat our discipline as though it was never born and has always existed and will never change, or, in some cases, die. More than immortal, it is eternal. Yet as something that came into being, it lives, in such an introduction, Contours of Cabralism 13. Attitude, as a monstrosity, as an instance of a human creation that can never die. Such a perspective brings with it a special fallacy. Its assertion as absolute eventually leads to no room for other disciplinary perspectives, the result of which is the rejection of them for not being one's own. Thus, if one's discipline has foreclosed the question of its scope, all that is left for it is a form of applied work. Such work militates against thinking. 4-5, Emphasis in original. What is in question here are the borders and boundaries of disciplinary knowledge and the ways in which many, if not most, academicians have repeatedly and unrepentantly rejected discipline transcending or, rather, transdisciplinary knowledge, that is, knowledge which transgresses, transcends, and transverses disciplines or specific fields of scholarly inquiry. This is also, I should add, symptomatic of what we could call epistemic closure, where one is only open to, or seriously engages knowledge emanating from their respective discipline or field and, in the most closed-minded and claustrophobic manner imaginable, xenophobically considers knowledge from outside of their discipline or field pure folly, foreign foolishness, as it were. Continuing his discourse on disciplinary decadence, Gordon importantly concludes. Disciplinary decadence, as we have seen, is the process of critical decay within a field or discipline. In such instances, the proponent ontologizes his or her discipline far beyond its scope. Thus, a decadent scientist criticizes the humanities for not being scientific, a decadent literary scholar criticizes scientists and social scientists for not being literary or textual, a decadent social scientist sins in two directions by criticizing either the humanities for not being social scientific or social science for not being scientific in accord with, say, physics or biology. And, of course, the decadent historian criticizes all for not being historical, the decadent philosopher criticizes all for not being philosophical. The public dimension of evidence is here subordinated by the discipline or field's functioning, literally, as the world. Thus, although another discipline or field may offer evidence to the contrary, it could, literally, be ignored simply on the basis of not being the point of view of one's discipline or field. 33. When I register my complaint concerning the fact that many, if not most, of the works of the 5 stages of Cabral studies have consistently either, at best, overlooked Cabral's contributions to Africana studies or, at worst, rendered his contributions to, and Africana studies in and of itself invisible or entirely non-existent, I am not putting into practice that awful ideology or foul perspective that brings with it a special fallacy that Gordon touched on above. Quite the contrary, I am pointing to something altogether different, something a little more elusive or subtle that has seemed to slip through the cracks and crevices of the scholarship on Cabral. This, therefore, is not a simple case of disciplinary decadence where I incorrigibly argue that my 14 Introduction, Contours of Cabralism. Discipline is better than yours, you ignoramus, and where I sanctimoniously believe that my discipline is the end-all and be-all or, rather, the definitive last word in terms of human studies. What I wish to do here is circumvent the very tired tendency to read or, rather, misread Cabral in reductive disciplinary terms where his thought is validated and legitimate only insofar as it can be roguishly reframed and or forced to fit into the arbitrary and artificial academic confines of this or that decadent discipline. Employing Africana critical theory as its conceptual and methodological framework, Concepts of Cabralism seeks to consciously avoid a decadent disciplinary approach or, rather, reproach to Cabral in favor of a more philosophically flexible and epistemically open human scientific, interpretation of his thought and texts in light of the key crises and conundrums confronting the wretched of the earth, radical politics, and critical social theory in the early years of the 21st century. From the Africana critical theoretical frame of reference, it is foolhardy and completely fallacious to criticize or condemn a theorist because his or her ideas, and or actions, do not fit nicely and neatly into the, again, arbitrary and artificial academic categories and confines of one's respective, or, rather, irrespective, decadent discipline. Cabral, as will be witnessed throughout this work, was not simply a military strategist or philosopher or revolutionary but, even more, he was an extremely innovative and complex organic intellectual activist whose intellectual history-making dialectical discourse appropriated the wide range of epistemic resources whether from the social sciences or the humanities, or the life worlds and life struggles of the wretched of the earth at his disposal, and these, however unorthodox, epistemic resources became integral parts of his ever-evolving weapon of theory and intellectual arsenal without any regard whatsoever for the arbitrary and artificial academic and disciplinary borders and boundaries of Europe's insidious ivory towers and the apartheid-like absurdities of the American Academy. It is in this sense, then, that I argue that Cabral can be considered a transdisciplinary critical social theorist. Furthermore, it is also in bearing the foregoing in mind that I remind my readers that when viewed from the epistemically open Africana critical theoretical framework, Cabral's thoughts and actions, however critical and radical, are not found to be faultless, and that he, therefore, is not presented throughout the subsequent studies that constitute this book as the pristine and preeminent critical theorist of the 20th, or, let it be solemnly said, the 21st century. I honestly believe that what we, that is, Africana and other critical theorists need is to critically return to Cabral, as opposed to Eurocentric, vulgar Marxist, bourgeois feminist, postmodernist and postcolonialist interpretations or, rather, mind-blowing misinterpretations of Cabral's thought and texts. If racial colonialism continues to be perfectly pathological, sorely sadistic, and viciously violent as I understand it to be and as I have argued that it Introduction, Contours of Cabralism 15. Is in all of my work, then we need the insurgent intellectual and radical political resources of what remains one of the most profound and provocative critiques and confrontations of not simply racial colonialism, but also of the ways in which racism and colonialism incessantly overlap, interlock and intersect with capitalism, Marxism, nationalism and, even more ironically, humanism, that which, as will be witnessed, acutely occurs throughout the passionate pages of Cabral's Our People Are Our Mountains, Revolution in Guinea, Return to the Source, and Unity and Struggle. It is for these seemingly forgotten reasons that concepts of Cabralism not only advocates that authentic Cabralists critically return to Cabral, but that I sincerely seek to accent the fact that many of Cabral's most famous, if not infamous, theories are more relevant now than they were during his lifetime. For instance, Cabral's theory of the socio-pathological impact of the simultaneous racialization and colonization of the wretched of the earth, his theory of the interconnections and inextricability of colonialism and capitalism, his dialectical theory of cultural racism and cultural imperialism, his theory of the dialectic of revolutionary decolonization and revolutionary re-Africanization, and his theory of the dialectic of revolutionary nationalism and revolutionary humanism are undoubtedly needed now more than ever before, and especially with regard to the dialectical deconstruction and reconstruction of Africana studies, radical politics, and critical social theory in the anti-imperialist interests of the wretched of the earth. 11. Racial colonial capitalist pathology is not simply, as Jürgen Habermas and the Habermasian critical theorists would have it, colonization of our life worlds by the capitalist system, although capitalism is most certainly an important aspect of such a pathology. But it also includes the overlapping, interlocking, and intersecting systems of violence, exploitation and oppression in the guileful guises of racism and colonialism as well. 12. It is here then, too, that the Africana critical theoretical, interpretation of Cabral critically returns to Cabral's thought and texts and intensely emphasizes that Africana studies distinct transdisciplinary human scientific research methods and modes of analysis may have or, rather, indeed, does have much to offer the, as of late, frequently stunted field of Cabral studies. More will be said about my conception of Africana studies in the subsequent section. However, here it will be important to elaborate on how my articulation of Africana studies circumvents disciplinary decadence. On a deeper, perhaps, even more discursively dangerous level, I am saying, first and foremost, that Africana studies is not a discipline but, rather, a transdisciplinary human science that rejects the rules of the epistemic apartheid of the European and European-American ivory towers of academia. Secondly, Africana studies, on principle, deems those academics and/or academic disciplines that do not critically dialogue with or leave no room for other disciplinary perspectives or human sciences, the upholders, or, rather. 16. Introduction, Contours of Cabralism. Downpracers, to use Peter Tosh's terse term, of epistemic apartheid and extremely intellectually insular academic enterprises which discipline and punish, to use Michel Foucault's famous phrase, intellectual insurgency and intellectual innovations in the anti-imperialist interests of the wretched of the earth. 13. And, finally, utilizing its own distinct critical theoretical framework, that is, Africana critical theory. Africana studies sidesteps and solemnly challenges the lazy line of illogic which ideologically and/or a priori repudiates the intellectual insurgency and intellectual innovations from other disciplines because they are not one's own, with its unique emphasis on epistemic openness, as opposed to epistemic closure. Which is precisely the issue that Gordon's conception of disciplinary decadence identifies, exposes and, if truth be told, ingeniously elegizes above. Cabral has been half-heartedly hailed as a philosopher, sociologist, political scientist, African nationalist, Marxist, and military strategist, but never as a transdisciplinary critical social theorist with concrete radical political commitments to not simply eradicating the wretchedness of the wretched of the earth, revolutionary decolonization and revolutionary democratic socialism, but to the multicultural masses, trans-ethnic working classes, and revolutionary humanism. He has been regularly praised and criticized by legions of scholars who have interpreted and rigorously reinterpreted his work, often overlooking its deep critical theoretical dimensions. In this book, consequently, Cabral's multifarious and ever-evolving critical social theory is situated at the center and examined for the first time for its significance for contemporary Africana studies, radical political thought, and revolutionary social movements. Expatiating Africana studies, toward a Cabralist critical theory of the human sciences. In order to understand Cabral's contributions to critical theory, and his contributions to the discourse and ongoing development of the Africana tradition of critical theory in specific, one must, however briefly, engage the discursive formations of Africana studies and Africana intellectual history. Why, we are quick to ask. Well, it could be said in response, because his thought and texts prefigured and continue to contribute to virtually every major area of critical inquiry in Africana studies, from Pan-Africanism to African nationalism, from Black Marxism to African socialism, and, from Black radical politics to Africana philosophy, etc. Therefore, to get a grasp of Cabral's thought, let alone seriously grapple with the issues it addresses, we have to critically engage the classical thought traditions that fueled and formed it, as well as the contemporary thought traditions that it gave rise to and laid a foundation for. Consequently, Concepts of Cabralism begins by returning to Introduction, Contours of Cabralism 17. The sources, or, rather, to two key sources, of Cabral's critical theory, the Negritude movement and Fanon's philosophy, because of the impact both of these discursive points of departure had on the development of Cabral's radical politics and revolutionary praxis and the evolution of the Africana tradition of critical theory. More than any other intellectual arena, Africana studies has consistently, even if often contradictorily, given Cabral's thought and texts its highest commendations and its most meticulous and constructive criticisms. It is also the transdisciplinary arena, that is, the conglomerate section or subsections of the human sciences perhaps, most modeled on his extensive and diverse insurgent intellectual activity and revolutionary praxis, because it is, to reiterate, a transdisciplinary human science, i.e., a branch of knowledge that is preoccupied with enhancing the quality of human life and/or improving the human condition, which transgresses, transcends and transverses traditional single phenomenon-focused disciplines, which seek solutions to continental and diasporan Africans, and the other wretched of the earth's, problems by employing the theoretic breakthroughs of both the social sciences and the humanities. It should be explicitly stated here, then, that I am intentionally deconstructing and reconstructing commonly held conceptions of human science in the anti-imperialist interests of the wretched of the earth. Which is to say, here human science is taken to mean the systematic, critical study and interpretation of the thought, behavior, constructs, and products created by, and/or associated with human beings. 14. The human sciences encompass, but certainly are not limited to, the disciplines usually included within the social sciences and the humanities, which, for example, take into account sociology, psychology, anthropology, political science, economics, communications, philosophy, history, religion, and literature, etc. However, my conception of the human sciences here also includes non-traditional disciplines or areas of human studies, such as, of course, Africana studies, but also racial studies, ethnic studies, cultural studies, women's studies, gender studies, sexuality studies, and post-colonial studies. At their heart, human sciences deeply endeavor to extend and expand human beings' knowledge and consciousness of their existence, their interrelationship with non-human species and systems, and their distinct ability to develop artifacts to immortalize human thought and culture. In other words, human sciences are areas of inquiry where human phenomena are systematically and critically studied, which also means that they are simultaneously historical and current, classical and contemporary in their concerns and in the questions and answers they raise and offer. To speak in methodological terms, human sciences identify and analyze, as well as compare and contrast, aspects of past and present human life worlds and life struggles in order to critically comprehend human phenomena. 18. Introduction, Contours of Cabralism. N.A. and, most importantly, to improve the prospects of the human condition. 15. In this sense, then, human sciences seek to provide an informed comprehension and critique of historic human existence, s, and lived experience, s, and how they relate to present and future human reality. As is well known, the ultimate question of science is, what is reality? Consequently, the quintessential questions of the human sciences are, what is the reality of being human? What does it currently mean to be human? What has it meant to be human in the past? What will it mean to be human in the future and, even more, how can the study of human beings and the human phenomena of the past and the present ensure improved human conditions or, literally, human liberation for future generations? Has what it means to be human changed over time? And further, from the wretched of the Earth's and Africana critical theories frame of reference, how has racism altered what it means to be, or who counts as human? How has sexism, and patriarchy in particular, changed what it means to be, or who counts as human? How has colonialism or, rather, racial colonialism altered what it means to be, or who counts as human? And finally, how has capitalism altered what it means to be, or who counts as human? It is in my earnest efforts to answer these crucial questions, especially the last series of queries, that I have turned to the life work and legacy of Amilcar Cabral for insights and answers. Scholars from a wide range of human sciences have put critical questions to Cabral's corpus, but curiously his work, as opposed to interpretations or, rather, misinterpretations of his work, has failed to find a foothold among Africana studies scholars. In all intellectual honesty, therefore, it must be admitted at the outset that Africana studies has long had a reprehensibly ragged relationship with Cabral and his dialectical discourse. There have been times throughout the history of modern Africana thought when it was intellectually en vogue to vituperatively criticize various insurgent intellectual and radical political positions he held, especially his views on revolutionary decolonization. At other times it has been intellectually fashionable to uncritically praise Cabral for being prophetic and foresighted on certain issues. There was even a period when his biography was privileged over his radical political theory, and another when his European influences, mostly Marxist, were indomitably argued to be more influential on his ideas than his Africana influences. In the present volume I am concerned with this discourse only insofar as it will enable me to illuminate the ways in which Cabral's thought and texts can be utilized to deepen and continue to develop a critical theory of contemporary society more thoroughly and compassionately concerned with the life worlds and life struggles of the wretched of the earth of the 21st century. Concepts of Cabralism, then, is principally concerned with paradigmatic shifts and theoretic revolutions in Cabral's oeuvre and the ways in which these thought transformations provide new and novel paradigms and distinct. Introduction, Contours of Cabralism 19. Points of departure for the deconstruction and reconstruction of contemporary Africana studies, radical politics, and critical social theory in the anti-imperialist interests of the wretched of the earth. Having said all of this, it should be strongly stressed that Cabral was not simply preoccupied with identifying the most pressing problems confronting and confounding the wretched of the earth, but he was doggedly determined in his search for solutions to their problems, and it is what he astonishingly offered as solutions to the wretched of the earth's most pressing problems that irrefutably distinguishes Cabral's oeuvre from Dubois' brilliant body of work and the groundbreaking philosophical forays of Fanon. The wide range and wide reach, the sheer scope and high level of commitment of Cabral's radical politics and critical social theory is often simultaneously awe-inspiring and overwhelming. His work, as with all authentic Africana studies, is transdisciplinary, meaning it cuts across a wide range of disciplines, such history, philosophy, sociology, political science, economics, post-colonial studies, cultural studies, ethnic studies, racial studies, and gender studies. He developed critical theories of race, racism, and white supremacy, colonialism, racial colonialism, and revolutionary decolonization, capitalism, racial colonial capitalism, and Marxism, violence for domination and violence for liberation, and racist humanism and revolutionary humanism. Each of the critical theories he developed were, in turn, informed by an intense and overarching concern for, and commitment to freeing human beings from their chains, whether physical or psychological or both, and creating or recreating in them a revolutionary humanist critical consciousness of their connections to other human beings, especially those who are culturally, ethnically, racially, sexually, economically, and religiously different from one another. 16. As with most really radical politics and truly critical social theory, the breathtaking breadth and confounding complexity of Cabral's thought defiantly defies quick, conventional categorization and, consequently, his radical politics and critical social theory have repeatedly not received the kinds of critical reception which they so deeply deserve, and especially within the worlds of radical politics and critical social theory. For instance, some sociologists have outright rejected Cabral's work on account of his tendency to use agronomic language and soil science discursive devices to develop his arguments, where several philosophers have complained about his lack of conceptual rigor, pitfalls into fallacy, and inattention to analytical argument. Moreover, many historians contend that Cabral is too theoretical, where several political scientists advance that his analysis is too sociological. 17. All of this goes far to lucidly illustrate why I characterize Cabral as a transdisciplinary figure whose thought and texts which, for whatever reason, are usually found problematic from the traditional, single-subject disciplinary perspectives of the European and European-American academies fits nicely. 20. Introduction, Contours of Cabralism. And neatly into what is currently being called Africana studies and the Africana tradition of critical theory, or, rather, Africana critical theory. 18. As will be discussed in discursive detail in the final chapter, Africana critical theory is a 21st century outgrowth of efforts aimed at accenting the dialectics of deconstruction and reconstruction, and the dialectics of domination and liberation in classical and contemporary, continental, and diasporan African life worlds and life struggles. Its major preoccupation has been and remains synthesizing classical and contemporary black radical theory with black revolutionary praxis. Consequently, Africana Studies provides Africana critical theory with its philosophical foundation, and primary point, of departure, as it, Africana Studies, decidedly moves beyond single subject, one-dimensional, monodisciplinary approaches to, quite frequently, multidimensional and multifactorial Africana phenomena. On the one hand, it could be said that more than any other intellectual arena undoubtedly Africana studies has consistently offered the black radical tradition, especially in its Cabralist incarnation, its highest commendations and its most meticulous and constructive criticisms. However, on the other hand, my conscience compels me to earnestly admit, Africana studies has repeatedly, and often unrepentantly, overlooked or erased key aspects of Cabral's oeuvre, especially his discourse on revolutionary decolonization and revolutionary re-Africanization in favor of his contributions to political theory, sociology, Marxism, Pan-Africanism, and African nationalism. What is all too often omitted from the scholarship on Cabral, both within and without Africana studies, are any serious discussions of the ways in which his radical politics and critical social theory is, literally, used by the wretched of the earth in their quests to recapture their long denied and long denigrated humanity. Even further, it should also be observed that there are even fewer serious discussions of the ways in which Cabral's radical politics and critical social theory have been abused or, rather, cunningly co-opted by the unscrupulous academicians, imperialist intelligentsia, and bourgeois bureaucrats that he, without hyperbole and high-sounding words, warned and warred against. It is, therefore, with bearing all of this in mind that I expatiate the distinct conception of Africana studies that will be employed throughout this book, because, truth be told, it is a Cabralist dialectical, definition of Africana studies that, in most instances, goes against the grain of past and present definitions or, rather, misnomers and mischaracterizations of Africana studies. Recall, previously I asserted that Africana studies is the body of knowledge based on critically and systematically studying a specific human group, continental and diasporan Africans, and their particular and peculiar life worlds and life struggles, which is most modeled on or, at the very least, seems to perfectly parallel Cabral's extensive and diverse insurgent intellectual activity and revolutionary praxis because it is, to reiterate, a transdiscus. Introduction, Contours of Cabralism 21. Plenary Human Science. Here, I would like to take this line of logic one step further and more concretely synthesize Cabral's critical theory of human science with Africana studies, which, of course, would translate into a form of human studies incorrigibly obsessed with eradicating the wretchedness of the wretched of the earth and indefatigably geared toward the ultimate goal of deepening and developing the Africana tradition of critical theory. That being said, then, Africana studies is unequivocally the area of investigation, as opposed to the academic discipline, that has most inspired Africana critical theory's unique research methods and modes of analysis, unique especially when compared to other forms of critical theory that emerge from traditional, single subject-focused disciplines, because Africana studies is a transdisciplinary human science, that is, an area of critical inquiry that transgresses, transverses, and ultimately transcends the arbitrary and artificial academic and disciplinary borders and boundaries, the conflicted color lines and yawning racial chasms, and the jingoism and gender injustice of traditional single phenomenon-focused, monodisciplinary disciplines, owing to the fact that at its best it poses problems and incessantly seeks solutions on behalf of the wretched of the earth, employing the theoretic innovations of both the social sciences and the humanities, as well as the political breakthroughs of grassroots radical and revolutionary social movements. 19. By critically examining Cabral's critical theories and revolutionary praxis, this book further expatiates, chronicles, and analyzes several of the significant features of Africana critical theory. Here I am primarily, and almost exclusively, concerned with his theoretical and political legacies, that is, with the ways in which he constructed, deconstructed, and reconstructed theory, and the aims, objectives, and concrete outcomes of his theoretical applications and discursive practices. Therefore, in the studies that constitute concepts of Cabralism, I confront conventional interpretations, or, rather, misinterpretations of Cabral that either seek to turn him and his work into Marxist theory, post-colonial theory, or a derivative of some other form of Eurocentric philosophy or theory by reinterpreting his ideas and actions from the vantage point of the black radical tradition and the wretched of the earth of the 21st century. Employing Africana critical theory as my basic methodological and interpretive framework, I carefully and critically sift through Cabral's work, all the while focusing on its often overlooked radical and revolutionary socio-political theoretical dimensions. From this angle, Cabral is viewed as a human scientist and critical social theorist of extraordinary depth and enormous insight, especially with regard to issues involving Europe's supposed white superiority and Africa's alleged black inferiority, racism, colonialism and neocolonialism, revolutionary self-determination and revolutionary decolonization, the nature of revolutionary nationalism and its ironic interconnections with revolutionary humanism, colonial violence and anti-colonial vio. 22 Introduction, Contours of Cabralism. Lens, National Consciousness, National Culture, and National Liberation, and the Prospects and Problematics of a Truly Post-Colonial African State and Human World. Because the following studies on the origins and evolution of Cabralism intentionally challenge conventional critiques and interpretations, or, rather, misinterpretations, of Cabral's radical politics and revolutionary praxis, the succeeding chapter summaries will be important in terms of setting the tone and timbre for the Cabral studies to come. Contours of the Cabral studies to come, Negritude, Fananism, and Cabralism. This book is essentially divided into 3 parts. The first part, entitled Return to the Source, the philosophical foundations of Cabral's critical theory, explores 2 of the key antecedents of Cabral's radical politics and revolutionary praxis, the Negritude movement and the philosophy of Frantz Fanon. The Negritude movement, Césaire, Senghor, and critical social theory, illustrates that although Negritude may not have directly influenced Cabral, it certainly indirectly influenced him through its popularization of Africana aesthetics, poetics, and radical politics, circa 1930 to 1960. The Negritude movement simultaneously radicalized continental and diasporan African aesthetics and politics, ultimately influencing the Cabo Verdeanidad Movimento, which was undeniably one of the major pillars of Cabral's philosophical foundation. Despite the fact that its discursive significance has been diminished within contemporary Africana philosophical discourse, Negritude indeed did exert an enormous influence on Black Marxism, African socialism, African nationalism, and the Pan-African movement more generally. If for no other reason, then, the Negritude movement should be critically engaged here because it helps to highlight the formative development of the very kinds of intercultural, albeit transnational, critiques Cabral believed were so important for people involved in struggles to rescue and reclaim their right to self-determination and their distinct humanity, especially under conditions of racial colonialism and European imperialism. Although he was extremely critical of Negritude, the influence of the Negritude movement on Fanon should not be downplayed. Consequently, Chapter 2, Fananism, Fanon's dialectic of radical disalienation and revolutionary decolonization, engages the ways in which Fanon systematically worked his way through Negritude, and specifically the poetics and politics of his mentor Aimé Césaire, and ultimately produced a full-blown philosophy of radical disalienation and revolutionary decolonization. Frequently Cabral studies scholars acknowledge Fanon's influence on Cabral without adequately addressing the specifics of that influence or the ways in which Fanon's philosophy grew out of the breakthroughs and setbacks of the Negritude. Introduction, Contours of Cabralism 23. Movement and its members more or less piecemeal poetics and politics. Cabral's contributions to the Africana tradition of critical theory are in many ways incomprehensible without engaging Fanon's major contributions to Africana critical theory. Indeed, as I argue in this book's conclusion, Cabral's greatest contribution to the Africana tradition of critical theory might ultimately lie in his ability to synthesize so many disparate discourses into a creolistic critical theory in the interest of the wretched of the earth. On the one hand, the Negritude movement symbolizes the evolution and aestheticization of the Pan-African movement of the first half of the 20th century, with its luminaries such as Leopold Senghor and Aimé Césaire not only carrying on and expanding the African liberation leader-poet-politico paradigm, but also demonstrating a new spirit of collaboration between continental and diasporan Africans. Negritude explored the connections between continental and diasporan African identity, culture, and literature in new and novel ways, and both Fanon and Cabral, while rejecting certain crude and unsavory aspects of it, were indelibly influenced by the politics, aesthetics, and overarching ethos of negritude. By influencing both the Cabo Verdeanidad Movimento and Fanon, the negritude movement, however obliquely, exerted more influence on the origins and evolution of Cabral's thought than previously recognized. On the other hand, by moving from an African diaspora-focused discourse on radical disalienation, in black skin, white masks, to a continental Africa-focused discourse on revolutionary decolonization, in The Wretched of the Earth, Fanon's revolutionary internationalism and revolutionary humanism provided Cabral with a point of departure to develop radical politics and revolutionary praxis that simultaneously contributed to the people of Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau's national liberation struggle and the broader international struggle against imperialism. Part of the key to understanding the originality of Cabral's critical theory is predicated on grasping the ways in which the negritude movement and Fanonism evolved and contributed to the Africana tradition of critical theory. Cabral's work represents the culmination and synthesis of the ideas and actions of many who came before him but, perhaps, none more than the negritude movement and Fanon, especially considering their corollary collective critiques of racism, colonialism, capitalism, Marxism, nationalism, and humanism. The second part of this volume, The Weapon of Theory, Cabral's Critical Theory and Revolutionary Praxis, consists of 3 chapters, each of which treats several aspects of Cabral's critical theory and contributions to the Africana tradition of critical theory. As a consequence, the third chapter, Cabral's Critical Theory of Colonialism, Neocolonialism, and Imperialism, as the title suggests, will examine Cabral's critique of colonialism, neocolonialism, and imperialism. More specifically, the chapter explores Cabral's concrete philosophy, emphasis on cultural specificity in efforts aimed at 24 Introduction, Contours of Cabralism. Combating colonialism, and strong stress on the ways in which colonialism and neocolonialism are inextricable from imperialism. Cabral's critical theory of Marxism, nationalism, and humanism, will accentuate Cabral's instrumental relationship with Marxism, as well as the ways in which he innovatively deconstructed and reconstructed Marxism and synthesized it with a number of theoretical traditions to make several seminal contributions, not merely to Marxism but, equally, if not more importantly, to Africana critical theory. This chapter also engages Cabral's critique of vulgar nationalism and emphasis on revolutionary nationalism, as well as his critique of Eurocentric conceptions of humanism and embrace of revolutionary humanism. The fifth chapter, Cabral's critical theory of history, culture, and national liberation, highlights Cabral's intense emphasis on historicity and cultural specificity in quests for decolonization and national liberation. The chapter will essentially interpret and explicate Cabral's critical theory of national liberation and its connections to his conceptions of national history and national culture. Cabral's conceptions of history and culture factored into his critical theory and revolutionary praxis in ways unlike any other Africana critical theorist, Fanon notwithstanding, and this chapter ultimately seeks to accent how deep historical and cultural grounding enabled Cabral to develop a distinct critical theory and make qualitatively different contributions to the Africana tradition of critical theory. The third and final part of this book, The Africana Tradition of Critical Theory, Cabral and the Decolonization and Re-Africanization of Radical Politics, Critical Social Theory, and Revolutionary Praxis, contains a single, extended chapter. Africana Critical Theory in the Aftermath of Amilcar Cabral and Cabralism's Contributions, assesses Cabral and Cabralists' contributions to the evolution of the Africana tradition of critical theory in the 21st century by identifying those aspects of his critical theory that are, for whatever reason, obsolete and those that remain relevant. The chapter concludes, which is to say, the book concludes by providing the reader with an overview of Africana critical theory of contemporary society in the aftermath of Amilcar Cabral's radical politics and revolutionary praxis and the sudden rise and continuing discursive development of Cabralism. We begin, then, by exploring two of the either often overlooked or underanalyzed antecedents to Cabral's critical theory, the Negritude movement and Fanonism. Chapter 1. The Negritude movement, Cesar, Senghor, and Critical Social Theory. Introduction, Architecture of an Africana Idea. In many respects Frantz Fanon and Amilcar Cabral represent the pillars and pinnacle of the Africana tradition of critical theory in the second half of the 20th century. Their intellectual and political legacies directly and indirectly influenced countless critical social theorists and radical political activists, of African origin or descent and otherwise. However, few contemporary Fanonists and Cabralists have been willing to acknowledge the enormous influence the Negritude movement had, whether directly or indirectly, on the origins and evolution of Fanon and Cabral's respective critical theories and revolutionary praxis. Aimé Césaire and Leopold Senghor's poems, plays, and radical politics synthesized Pan-Africanism, Marxism, and Surrealism, among other theories. Césaire and Senghor, among the other Negritude theorists, being both continental and diasporan Africans, exerted an immense influence on the future of Pan-Africanism, African nationalism and African socialism, and their writings and radical politics represent an often overlooked and greatly misunderstood contribution to the Africana tradition of critical theory, and critical theory more generally. By influencing Fanon, and Fanon in turn influencing Cabral, perhaps more than any other offshoot or parallel expression of Pan-Africanism, the Negritude movement has subtly, albeit undeniably, impacted the evolution of the Africana tradition of critical theory in ways that few other movements can lay claim to, or historically have. But, in order to understand the Negritude movement one must first comprehend how seminal the Harlem Renaissance was with regard to the Negritude movement, and 31. 32. Why it came to be considered the model for subsequent black political, cultural, and artistic movements. With the Great Depression of the 1930s in the United States came the decline and eventual end of the Harlem Renaissance. However, as Edward Obanako, 1982, Adarimi Bamakunal, 1982, and Michel Fabre, 1993, among others, have eruditiously observed, it was not the end of the Africana Renaissance in arts and letters but, perhaps, a new beginning. As the economic and cultural scene changed because of the fluctuations of the U.S. capitalist economy, continental and diasporan Africans began to congregate in Paris and develop a critical concept that, as the Nigerian literary theorist Abiola Irel, 1986, asserted, remains one of the most comprehensive and coherent efforts of reflection upon the African situation, 393. Irel is, of course, referring to Negritude. 1. The Negritude movement holds a prominent place in Africana intellectual history because it was able to synthesize a wide range of black and white radical perspectives, as well as leave a controversial legacy for future anti-racist, anti-colonialist, and anti-capitalist radicalism. The theorists of Negritude were guerrilla intellectuals in the sense that they used everything and anything they could get their hands on in their struggle, against racism, colonialism, and capitalism, from W.E.B. Du Bois and C.L.R. James's Pan-African Marxism to the radicalism of the Harlem Renaissance, from Jean-Paul Sartre's existentialism to André Breton's surrealism. The Negritude movement is unique in that it was one of the first modern black aesthetic movements whose central credo was the spiritual and cultural redemption of continental and diasporan Africans. In the aftermath of the African Holocaust, enslavement, colonization, and segregation, the Negritude movement redefined and radically politicized the black aesthetic, making it more modern by bringing black art into dialogue with Pan-Africanism, black nationalism, and African socialism, as well as, and equally important, Marxism, existentialism and surrealism. As a theory and movement of continental and diasporan African cultural continuum, negritude was expressed most eloquently in Aimé Césaire and Léopold Senghor's prose, poetry, and radical politics. 2. However, as noted by James Clifford, 1988, the negritude of Léopold Senghor and that of Césaire are clearly distinguished. 177. Clifford observed that from those first faithful days of the theory's conception, circa 1931, there was a Césairian negritude and a Senghorian negritude. In many ways mirroring the divergent definitions of the Harlem Renaissance, which obviously influenced it, the negritude movement meant many things to many different people, and not all of them of African origin or descent, as we will witness in the next chapter with Jean-Paul Sartre's, shall we say, Sartrine negritude. This chapter, therefore, will begin with an exploration of the negritude movement's connections to the radicalism of the Harlem Renaissance. Simi. The negritude movement, Césaire, Senghor, and critical social theory. 33. L'art to the negritude movement. The Harlem Renaissance provided both continental and diasporan Africans with fora where the most pressing social and political problems confronting their respective countries and communities could be critically and collectively engaged. In this way, much of negritude, as both theory and movement, is incomprehensible without exploring its critical connections to the radicalism of the Harlem Renaissance, among other black radical movements. After its discursive origins in the Harlem Renaissance are established, the chapter then engages the multiple meanings of negritude, exploring the supposed divergent and clearly distinguished versions of the theory as put forward by Césaire and Senghor. Lastly, the chapter concludes with an analysis of the negritude movement's contributions to the discourse and development of the Africana tradition of critical theory and its influence, however indirectly, on Cabral's critical theory. The Harlem Renaissance, Prelude to Negritude. With regard to the Harlem Renaissance, Nathan Huggins, 1995, has reported that the new Negro predecessors of the Renaissance called for Afro-American identity with Africa and for some form of Pan-African unity. Whether in the studied language of W.E.B. Du Bois or in the more flamboyant rhetoric of Marcus Garvey, they were announcing a striking new independence for Black Americans. 9. See also Carroll 2005, Favor 1999, Wintz 1996a. Huggins correctly observed a sense of new independence amongst the new Negroes, but he surreptitiously attempts to characterize the new Negro movement and the striking new independence as an exclusively African American affair. It was not merely Black Americans that made up the cadre of radical new Negroes, but also Caribbean cultural icons, such as Marcus Garvey, Amy Jacques Garvey, Claude McKay, Hubert Harrison, Claudia Jones, Cyril Briggs, Richard B. Moore, W. A. Domingo, and Eric Walrond, who filled their ranks as well. 3. In calling for some form of Pan-African unity, the radical new Negroes knew full well the interlocking and interconnecting ways in which the image of the black in the parlance of Fanon in Black Skin, White Masks, 1967, was inextricable from the working white supremacist notion that all persons of African origin and descent were subhumans, subpersons, or just downright savages. 117, 119 to 120, see also C. W. Mills 1997, Pieters 1992. This is an important point to accent, because without acknowledging the Caribbean impact and influence on the new Negro movement and the Harlem Renaissance, we will not be able to grapple with or fully grasp the significance of these movements for the negritude movement and subsequent black radical thought traditions. In fact, it was Huggins, 1995, himself who unwittingly relayed that blacks were coming to the city, i.e., New York. 34. City not only from the South but also from the French and British West Indies and Africa. 6. This means, then, that the Harlem Renaissance cannot and should not be characterized as an exclusively African American affair, but more properly as an early 20th century Africana affair. The radical new Negroes of the Harlem Renaissance took the primitivism and exoticism associated with the old Negro and Africa and began to forge a new self-concept that understood African ancestry to be a positive as opposed to a negative, Africans and Afro-Americans found positive value in the very stereotypes that had formerly marked them as limited, 7-8. Further, in African Philosophy in Search of Identity, 1994, the Kenyan philosopher Dismas Masalo related that many members of the Renaissance, he listed Claude McKay, Langston Hughes, Jean Toomer, Count E. Cullen, and Sterling Brown, saw Africa, with its rawness and anchorage to bare natural forces, as an essential antithesis to the domineering industrial civilization of the white world. 13. It was this axiological inversion along the color line, to borrow one of Du Bois' favorite phrases, that made the writings of the radicals of the Harlem Renaissance so enduring and intriguing to the architects of the Negritude movement. Masalo contended that the primary aim of the Harlem Renaissance was to rehabilitate the image of the black man wherever he was. It was the expression of the black personality. 10. He went on to explain that the Renaissance, as a cultural and artistic movement, was a seminal and central predecessor of the more widely known cognate, negritude. In fact, according to Masalo, in order to characterize negritude as a legitimate origin of philosophical discussion in Africa, we must trace its origins and roots to writings on race by African Americans in the United States, especially in the 1920s, 10-11. More to the point, the Harlem Renaissance, mused Masalo, gave negritude both its form and its content. 10. Masalo, in explicating that the Renaissance was concerned to rehabilitate the image of the black man wherever he was, speaks not only to the fact that the radicalism of the Harlem Renaissance was informed by Pan-Africanism, in both its Du Boisist and Garveyist forms, but also to the fact that it was in Harlem, as Huggins, 1995, related, where there was a cross-fertilization of black intelligence and culture as in no other place in the world. 6. The Harlem Renaissance, therefore, served as a signal paradigm for subsequent Africana philosophical and radical political activity, and negritude in particular symbolizes the hard-won harvest of Africana conceptual generations and discursive formations in the period immediately following the Harlem Renaissance. 4. In highlighting the roots of negritude's radicalism, Lillian Kestelud, in Black Writers in French, A Literary History of Negritude, 1991, asserted that it was the militants of the Harlem movement who were the first to broach the subject of the existence of a racial problem, and that prior to the Negritude movement, Césaire, Senghor, and Critical Social Theory 35. The only right of the black man that was recognized was the right to amuse whites, 57, 60. One of, if not the major contribution of the radicals of the Renaissance was their insistent engagement and appreciation of Africa. Although their engagement and appreciation of Africa, it should be earnestly observed, was often caught within the confines of the prison house of Eurocentric projections of African primitivisms, a la Senghorian negritude and, to a certain extent, Senghorian Africanity, see below. According to Kestelud, the acknowledgement of Africa was one of the pervasive characteristics of the Harlem Renaissance. 71. The acknowledgement and appreciation of Africa led the radicals of the Renaissance to critique and collapse many of the cultural values of Europe and engage and extract African values that they felt had gone unjustly unrecognized for far too long, not simply by whites and Europe, but also by persons of African descent, continental and diasporan. Kestelud contended. However, mixed in with the folklore, the black writers of the Harlem Renaissance sowed ideas in their books which some 10 years later became the leaven of the negritude movement. They resolutely turned their backs on the preceding generation, which had been characterized by intellectual acceptance of white American values and, in literature, by sentimental lyricism over the misfortunes of an oppressed and exiled race, in order to commit themselves to a vigorous though not boastful affirmation of their original values. 60-61. Kestelud carefully concluded. The African American literature already contains seeds of the main themes of negritude. Hence, one can assert that the real fathers of the Negro cultural renaissance in France were neither the writers of the West Indian tradition, nor the Surrealist poets, nor the French novelists of the era between the two wars, but black writers of the United States. They made a very deep impression on French Negro writers by claiming to represent an entire race, launching a cry with which all blacks identified the first cry of rebellion. 57. Corroborating Kestlut's claims, in Neo-African Literature, A History of Black Writing, 1968, Jan Heinz John stressed that because they the theorists of negritude claim to feel and represent their own dynamic being in the world, these writers looked on all Afro-American writers before them as their forerunners and discovered negritude in the earlier writers' works, 253. However, John is quick to offer a caveat: whatever the negritude writers may owe to their predecessors, they brought it into the great complex of their own conception. Even when borrowing or taking over, they often excelled those earlier writers in inspiration and poetic power. Their self-confidence was firmly based on real achievement, 260 to 261. Both Kestlut and John contend that the theorists of negritude were drawn to the writers of the Harlem Renaissance because the Harlem writers professed to 36. Represent an entire race, and because it was these writers' words and wisdom concerning the question of color in a white supremacist world that contained the kernel from which negritude, as theory and praxis, originated. Kestlut 1991, 57. John acknowledged that the theorists of negritude borrow it from the writers of the Renaissance, which speaks to the notion of continuity in black radical thought traditions. However, he, as with Huggins, was too quick to label all of the radicals of the Harlem Renaissance as Afro-Americans. John's insipid read of the Renaissance as an exclusively Afro-American affair notwithstanding, he touched on an issue that importantly cuts to the very core of our discussion. John observed that no matter what the theorists of negritude may have borrowed or taken over from the writers of the Harlem Renaissance, they brought it into the great complex of their own conception. By this I take John to mean that the theorists of negritude did as they admonished others to do: they appropriated and applied liberating visions, views, and values from the pre-colonial African past to their then colonial and neo-colonial present. This is, of course, why John felt compelled to highlight the fact that the theorists of negritude's self-confidence was based firmly on real achievement. The real achievement that John alluded to is, of course, the real meaning concrete as opposed to abstract political achievements of negritude as it moved from the theoretical level to the practical, application, level. More to the point, the real achievement of the negritude movement translated itself into Césaire and Senghor's political breakthroughs with regard to their respective native lands. For example, Césaire was elected mayor of Fort-de-France, and went on to represent Martinique in the French National Assembly, and Senghor was elected and served as president of Senegal for 2 decades, 1960 to 1980. That the radical political poets of the negritude movement understood their school of thought to be an extension and expansion of the cultural revolution initiated by the radicals of the Harlem Renaissance can hardly be questioned. Janet Valiant, in Black, French, and African, A Life of Leopold Sédar Senghor, 1990, related that Senghor was first exposed to the writings of the Harlem Renaissance by Louis Akil, a former professor at Howard University, who entertained several of the leading African-American intellectuals of the era in his Parisian apartment, and Paulette Nardal, whose apartment served as the gathering house for African, African-American, and Caribbean students in Paris. Harney 2004, Nardal 2009. Sharpley Whiting 2002, Wilkes 2008. Valiant, 1990, revealingly wrote, "It is here that Senghor first began to learn about the writers of the Harlem Renaissance and the new Negro movement in the United States. In time, he began to meet the black Americans, who were always welcome in the negritude movement." Césaire, Senghor, and Critical Social Theory 37. Achilles' bilingual household. He discovered with surprise that there was a whole world, even if a small one, that was as preoccupied as he was by the question of color. 91 to 92. Corroborating Valiant's claims, Kestlut, 1991, related Senghor, Césaire, and Damas, the founders of what came to be known as the negritude movement, acknowledged that, between 1930 and 1940, African and West Indian students living in Paris were in close contact with American Negro writers Claude McKay, Jean Toomer, Langston Hughes, and Count T. Cullen, and they read these writers' work and were personally acquainted with them. 56. As the theorists of negritude read the writings of the radicals of the Harlem Renaissance, they began to appropriate the aesthetic insights and axiological inversions of the Harlem School, and it is here that the strongest line, of continuity between these two movements may be ascertained. Huggins, 1995, observed that for the radicals of the Harlem Renaissance identity was central and that blackness, clearly, was not only a color, it was a state of mind. 9. In like fashion, following the Harlem radicals' lead, Césaire, 1984, fastidiously stated, "I have always thought that the black man was searching for his identity. And it has seemed to me that if what we want is to establish this identity, then we must have a concrete consciousness of what we are, that is, of the first fact of our lives, that we are black, that we were black and have a history that contains certain cultural elements of great value, and that Negroes were not, as René Depestre put it, born yesterday, because there have been beautiful and important black civilizations." At the time we began to write, people could write a history of world civilization without devoting a single chapter to Africa, as if Africa had made no contributions to the world. Therefore, we affirmed that we were Negroes and that we were proud of it, and that we thought that Africa was not some sort of blank page in the history of humanity. In sum, we asserted that our Negro heritage was worthy of respect, and that this heritage was not relegated to the past, that its values were values that could still make an important contribution to the world. 54. This search for identity, exacerbated by European imperialism, led the theorists of negritude as it had the members of the Harlem Renaissance to confront and contest the supposed universal applicability of Western European, or, rather Eurocentric values insofar as the colored and colonized world was concerned. Césaire was extremely explicit: our Negro heritage was worthy of respect. The heritage of which Césaire spoke symbolizes the cultural inheritance of persons of African descent, and must not be relegated to the past, but engaged and examined for its relevance to the contemporary African reality. Serequaberhan 2000. Césaire further stated that the values of the African past are values that could still make an important contribution to the world. Here Césaire's critical faith in African ancestral 38. Traditions places him squarely on terrain, covered by the African-American philosopher Alain Locke, 1968, in his essay, The Legacy of the Ancestral Arts, where he thundered, "The Negro is not a cultural foundling without his own inheritance." 256. 5. Locke asserted that contemporary persons of African descent would do well to extend and expand the traditions of their forebears, and he went on to retort, "No great art will impose alien canons upon its subject matter." 264. On the extension and expansion of the legacy left by the ancestors, Locke remarked, "What the Negro artist of today has most to gain from the arts of the forefathers is perhaps not cultural inspiration or technical innovations, but the lesson of a classical background, the lesson of discipline, of style, of technical control pushed to the limits of technical mastery. A more highly stylized art does not exist than the African. If after absorbing the new content of American life and experience, and after assimilating new patterns of art, the original artistic endowment can be sufficiently augmented to express itself with equal power in more complex patterns and substance, then the Negro may well become what some have predicted, the artist of American life." 257 to 258, 6. For Locke, as with Césaire and Senghor, it was never a question of returning to an antiquated African past merely for the sake of highlighting and accenting the great achievements of Africa, but, on the contrary, he counseled his contemporaries to discover the lessons of a classical background, discipline, style, and technique. It was only after continental and diasporan African aesthetes had thoroughly engaged and examined the artistic legacy of their forebears that Locke suggested they should augment the original artistic endowment. The theorists of negritude, who studied with Locke personally, heeded the African-American philosophers' words and became the preeminent heirs of the radicalism bequeathed by the Harlem Renaissance to the discourses of Africana philosophy, black radical politics, and critical social theory. Masalo 1994, 25. 7 Senghor, 1998, declared, "We unsheathed our native knives and stormed the values of Europe," 439. However, he also asserted our negritude no longer expresses itself as opposition to European values, but as a complement to them. Senghor 1996, 50, emphasis in original. Africans, as well as Europeans, according to Senghor, are to remain open to the views and values of others, and appropriate and apply the things which they understand to be applicable to their life worlds. We Negro Africans and you Europeans thus have a common interest in fostering our specifically native values, whilst remaining open to the values of the others. Senghor 1998, 440. Western European views and values are not negative in and of themselves, and this is the point that both the Harlem Renaissance and the negritude movement accented, but when and where Eurocentric axiology and the negritude movement, Césaire, Senghor, and critical social theory 39. Aesthetics are foisted or superimposed onto the colored and colonized world is precisely the place where a cultural mishap has taken place. In fact, Senghor perceptively pointed out that the colored and colonized world has not historically chosen European views and values because they felt that these were the best, or healthiest, or most humane views and values. Rather, it was because they have had no choice, for if European civilization were to be imposed as it historically has been, unmodified, on all peoples and continents, it could only be by force. Senghor 1998, 441. Emphasis added. European views and values have been and continue to be forced onto non-Europeans, their cultures and continents, and it must be remembered here, as both Fanon, 1968, 1969, 2004, and Foucault, 1997, 1998, 2000, have asserted, force always entails some form of violence, whether physical or psychological. Senghor, 1996, suggested cultural borrowing as a solution to the colonial problem. Cultural borrowing would enable us to adapt ourselves to the new situation or, at the least, make a better adaptation to the situation. 51. However, Senghor surreptitiously sidesteps the fact that the new situation remains a situation where past and present European imperialism ubiquitously bequeaths an unprecedented amount of power, privilege, and prestige to Europeans/whites. His concept of cultural borrowing fails to take the historicity of the non-white and colonized world into critical consideration. Serekwaberhan 1991, 2000. 4. If the power relations, to use Foucault's phrase, of the new situation are identical to those of the old situation, then what, pray tell, makes it a new situation? This is not to say that Senghor's concept of cultural borrowing does not and should not resonate deeply within the world of Africana philosophy and Africana critical theory, but that his concept is ahistorical and does not adequately grapple with and/or engage the world, European and non-European, as it actually exists. Cultural borrowing lacks historical depth and for that reason needs to be rooted in the realities of the non-European world, before and beyond European imperialism. At the heart of the theory of negritude, Senghor, 1996, observed, is the awareness, defense, and development of African cultural values. 49. In advocating a return to and/or the rediscovering of African cultural values in an effort to ascertain their applicability to the modern moment, the theorists of negritude helped to spawn the contemporary discourse on traditional African and ethnophilosophy. 8. Whether we understand ethnophilosophy, as Paulin Houtangi, 1996, does, to be the imaginary search for an immutable, collective philosophy, common to all Africans. 38. Or, if we interpret ethnophilosophy as Kwasi-Wiredu, 1991, does, as the philosophy implicit in the life, thought, and talk of the traditional African, This aspect of African thought traditions must consistently be critically and did 40. Dialectically engaged because, as Césaire said, the African past contains values that could still make an important contribution to the world. 88. In suggesting that Africans excavate their past for appropriate and applicable views and values with regard to their present, the theorists of negritude laid the foundation for the discourse of, and on ethno- or traditional African philosophy. However, unfortunately Placide Tempels, via his work Bantu Philosophy, is often considered by the workers in African philosophy as the founder or father of this discourse. Imbo 1998, 8-11, Maysalo 1994, 46-67. Tempels, indeed, did mine the worldview of the Bantus, but he did so with the insidious intention of opening up the ethno-mind, laying the primitive thought of these primitive people to bear, before a European colonial readership. Van Niekerk 1998, 74. Further, it should be importantly pointed out that Tempel's volume was not published until 1945, a whole decade after the theorists of negritude had initiated their poetic, political, and philosophical movement that rested on a recurring theoretical theme of return. 9. This motif of return, the engagement of the views and values of the past in order to appropriate and apply the insights to the present, has trickled down to our modern moment and has contributed to the discourse of Africana philosophy, a fertile conceptual ground that promises to yield an abundant harvest. Although many Western European trained philosophers of African descent have criticized the workers in ethno- or traditional African philosophy, Wired reminds us that when we speak of the philosophy of a people we are talking of a tradition, and the study of both traditional African philosophy and various systems of modern philosophy is likely to be existentially beneficial, because, as Kwame Gaikai put it, we cannot create, or recreate, African philosophy out of the European heritage. If we could, it would not be African philosophy. Wired 1991, 94, Gaikai 1995, 9, emphasis added. If, indeed, when we speak of the philosophy of a people we are talking of a tradition, Africana philosophy, then, as with other cultural groups, philosophical traditions must out of necessity be based, almost inherently, on the historicity, the lived experiences, the life worlds and life struggles of both continental and diasporan Africans. Philosophy invariably emerges out of and should engage a cultural context and a particular, historical coordinate or problematic, and even the most universal of philosophical thought is and may be located within the locus of a particular people's life worlds and language worlds. Take, for example, Western European philosophical thought. Gaikai, 1995, asserted, Western philosophy was itself brewed in a cultural soup whose ingredients were the mentalities, experiences, and the folk thought and folk ways of Western peoples. 34. This means, then, that in attempting to establish an African or Africana philosophical tradition one should rather start one's investigation from the beliefs, thought, and linguistic categories of African peoples. 35. The Negritude Movement, Césaire, Senghor, and Critical Social Theory. 41. The theorists of negritude, taking their cue from the radicals of the Harlem Renaissance, advocated that persons of African descent return to, or rather rediscover, the teachings and texts, logic, and lessons of their ancestors in order to provide interpretations, clarifications, and solutions to the conceptual puzzles and socio-political problems that confront Africans, as well as others, in the present. Both Wiredu and Gaikai assign a similar role to the contemporary workers of African philosophy. On Defining African Philosophy, Wiredu, 1991, charged. His is the time when there is the maximum need to study African traditional philosophy. Because of the historical accident of colonialism, the main part of the philosophical training of contemporary African scholars has come to derive from foreign sources. Why should the African uncritically assimilate the conceptual schemes embedded in foreign languages and cultures? Philosophical truth can indeed be disentangled from cultural contingencies. but for this purpose nothing is more useful than the ability to compare different languages and cultures in relation to their philosophical prepossessions. Insofar as a study of traditional philosophy may enable one to do just this, it can be philosophically beneficial to the African as well as the non-African. The philosophical thought of a traditional, i.e., pre-literate and non-industrialized, society may hold some lessons of moral significance for a more industrialized society. 98. And, in a similar vein, Gaikai, 1995, conscientiously contended. Modern African philosophers must base themselves in the cultural life and experiences of the community. While reflecting modern circumstances, such philosophical activity may commit itself to refining aspects of traditional thought in the light of modern knowledge and experience. The cultural or social basis, or relevance, of the philosophical enterprise seems to indicate that if a philosophy produced by a modern African has no basis in the culture and experience of African peoples, then it cannot appropriately claim to be an African philosophy, even though it was created by an African philosopher. I suggest therefore that the starting points, the organizing concepts and categories of modern African philosophy be extracted from the cultural, linguistic, and historical background of African peoples, if that philosophy is to have relevance and meaning for the people, if it is to enrich their lives. 33, 42, all emphasis in original. Taking the above comments into critical consideration, this means, then, workers in Africana philosophy need more than a mere perfunctory knowledge of the historicity of African peoples, pre-colonial, colonial, neo-colonial and/or post-colonial, their thought traditions, belief systems, and socio-political struggles. More to the point, Africana philosophy draws from and takes as its point of departure traditional African philosophy, and seeks to graft the insights gleaned from the critical engagement of the said discourse onto the contemporary African situation, Gaikai 1995, 11, 40. 42. This situation is, because of the historical accident of colonialism, one which currently extends well beyond the geographical circumference of the African continent. Continental Africans do not and should not be allowed to have a monopoly on African identity, or rather Africanity, as the theorists of negritude put it. In this regard, Nigerian Nobel laureate Wole Soyinka, 1990, in his essay The African World and the Ethno-Cultural Debate, sardonically queried, how can we as intelligent human beings submit to the self-imprisonment of a saline consciousness which insists that, contrary to all historic evidence, Africa stops wherever salt water licks its shores? Or that, conversely, all that is bound by salt water on the African continent is necessarily African. 19. We would do well to cautiously consider Soyinka's queries. He knows, as should the workers of Africana philosophy, that Africa, whether invention or idea, as Mutembe, 1988, 1994, would have it, is more than a mere material or physical spatial reality, but a conglomeration of multicultural, trans-ethnic, and transgenerational thought traditions, belief systems, life worlds, and language worlds that are drawn from, and contributed to by persons of African descent, and, if truth be told, Africanists, i.e., non-African scholars and cultural workers, wherever they exist. In stating that Africa and the contemporary African situation does not pertain exclusively to the physical land mass, or the persons who reside on what is currently called the African continent, but extends to persons of African descent the world over, I wish to allude to the fact that both Wiredu and Soyinka acknowledge the historical reality of the diabolical dispersion and colonial conquest of African peoples in the contemporary context. Because of the historical accident of colonialism, Africa and what it means to be African have been altered indefinitely, albeit, not irreparably, since culture is an ever-evolving shared human product and shared human project. This means, then, cultural workers of African descent, and Africanists, must, from within the vortex of this seemingly insoluble situation, return to or rediscover and wring meaning from not merely an aspect of the contemporary African situation, that is, the continental African situation, but the whole of the contemporary African situation, which includes the African diaspora just as much as it does the African continent. In short, any discussion of the contemporary African situation, as opposed to, say, the Nigerian, or Ethiopian, or Kenyan, or Zimbabwean situation, must by default include the Africans of the diaspora, or else what one is really referring to is the continental African situation. Of course, we desperately need studies that focus on particular continental and diasporan African cultural groups, but these studies should be appropriately titled so as not to mislead the students and scholars of Africana studies, and Africana philosophy and Africana critical theory in specific, considering the present discussion. Bearing all of this in mind, it seems safe to say that the Negritude movement, Césaire, Senghor, and Critical Social Theory 43. Negritude movement, boldly building on the contributions of the Harlem Renaissance, helped to set into motion a deeper, philosophically fascinating discourse on African humanity and identity, and ultimately provided a foundation for Fanon and Cabral's critical theories. However, there are, at the least, two distinct conceptions of negritude to be contended with, Caesarean negritude and Senghorian negritude. We turn now, then, to an exploration of Caesarean negritude and afterwards to an examination of Senghorian negritude. Caesarean negritude, Césaire, Fanon, and the evolution of the discourse on decolonization. Preceding Fanon, one of the early decolonialists and, perhaps, his greatest, single, Africana influence, particularly with regard to the concept of decolonization, was the Martiniquan poet, radical politician, and critical social theorist of negritude, Aimé Césaire. Césaire's influence on Fanon is, quite simply, immeasurable and, seemingly, ubiquitous throughout his corpus. Fanon's earliest post-war political activities can be linked to Césaire and, as the highly regarded Ghanaian political scientist Emmanuel Hansen noted in his groundbreaking study, Frantz Fanon, Social and Political Thought, 1977, although here is no evidence that Fanon was at this time circa 1946 sympathetic to the communist cause. He was more interested in the cultural nationalism of Césaire. His participation in the campaign activities of Aimé Césaire was very instructive. 27. Further exploring Fanon's intellectual and political relationship with Césaire, the British intellectual historian David Cott, 1970, contended, Fanon took his lead from Césaire. 15. Cott continued, Fanon's first debt was to Aimé Césaire, and particularly to his masterpieces Cahiers d'un retour au pays natal, Return to My Native Land, and Discours sur le colonialisme, Discourse on Colonialism. In Fanon's view, Césaire had virtually single-handed fostered the spirit of black pride in the people of the Antilles, 17-18. Fanon, as anyone who has ever perused the pages of Black Skin, White Masks shall surely tell you, was extremely enamored with Césaire. So much so, that he bemoaned the fact that more intellectuals of African descent did not turn to him, i.e., Césaire, for their inspiration. Fanon 1967, 187. Césaire, in many senses, provided Fanon with an anomalous anti-colonial political education that would, by the time of the writing of The Wretched of the Earth, translate itself into a full-blown praxis promoting critical theory of decolonization. Besides and, to a certain extent, beyond literally providing Fanon with political education no matter how flawed, upon critical reflection 11 Césaire contributed the concept of black consciousness, or, black 44. Pride, as Cott would have it, to Fanon's critical theory of the racial colonial world. This spirit of black pride that Césaire is reported to have fostered in Antillians has been commented upon by several of Fanon's biographers as having an intellectual life-altering effect on him and his thinking. 12 Fanon's crucial years between his discharge from the French army and his higher education in France were both intellectually and politically pivotal, and Césaire's centrality during this period of his development cannot be overstated. Fanon did not merely engage the thoughts and texts of Césaire. Much more, Fanon, ever the radical, willing unerringly to act on his ideas and couple his passion with politics, participated at the behest of his elder brother, Joby, in Césare's 1946 campaign, under the auspices of the French Communist Party, for the prime ministership of Martinique, C.J. Fanon 2004. In Fanon, the Revolutionary as Prophet, 1971, Peter Geismar, one of Fanon's first critical biographers, revealingly wrote, France and Joby Fanon based their hopes for a better society on Aimé Césaire, then running as the Communist Party's parliamentary candidate from Martinique in the first election of the Fourth Republic. Césaire had been at the head of a group of intellectual refugees from the Antilles who put out their own review in Paris, Légitime Défense, with articles dissecting all aspects of Caribbean colonial society. Earlier than Fanon, he despaired of these islands where the blacks treated each other as dirty niggers. Martinique, he said, was the bastard of Europe and Africa, dripping with self-hatred. Yet he returned to seek a political solution to the cultural desolation. The communists, Césaire felt, could begin to renovate Martinique's economic infrastructure, a more healthy society might develop. That Frantz Fanon worked for Césaire's election in 1946 indicates not that the former was a confirmed Marxist at this early time. Fanon was but 21 years old, or a revolutionary, but only that Fanon felt that things were not quite as perfect as they might be within the French Republic, or in Martinique. Still, this first political endeavor was instructive. He began to think about the mechanics of social change. The 1946 excursion, which had originally been planned so that they could listen to the fine oratory of Césaire, and aid him when possible, led to quite different patterns of thought. 40-41, 13. Geismar related that Césaire, and this should be emphasized, sought a political solution to the Antillean problems of dirty niggerhood and cultural desolation. 14. Césaire was not merely a theorist, or some sort of armchair revolutionary promoting negritude and a new black consciousness. Much more, he was one of its greatest practitioners. Negritude, as too few academics and activists have acknowledged, was not simply a theory of return, or cultural recuperation, or nativism, as some have consistently charged. 15. Quite the contrary, negritude, in the heads, hearts, and hands of Aimé Césaire, Léopold Senghor, and Léon Damas, was a theory that encompassed the negritude movement, Césaire, Senghor, and critical social theory. 45. And engaged trans-African aesthetics, politics, economics, history, psychology, culture, philosophy, and society. 16. Negritude was a theory that promoted praxis toward the end of transforming the aforementioned aspects of African life worlds in the best interests of persons of African descent in their specific colonial, neocolonial, and/or post-colonial circumstances, IRL 1970, 1977, 2000, and 11. Negritude, and it perhaps would be hard to overstate it, was the very foundation upon which Frantz Fanon developed his discourse on decolonization, see Cot 1970, 17-28, Genzier 1973, 36-44, Macy 2000, 127-132, 177-186, Zahar 1974, 60-73. However, even at this early age, which is to say, at 21, Fanon was not an uncritical disciple of Caesarean negritude. It was Joby, Fanon's elder brother, who awakened him to the weaknesses of Césaire's campaign by emphasizing the problems and serious pitfalls of social and political mobilization on a racial colonial island such as Martinique. According to Joby, the major flaw of Césaire's campaign was that he never succeeded in reaching the peasants and the countryside. E. Hansen 1977, 27. Césaire's cultural nationalism smacked of the very vanguardism and top-down tactics of continental African colonial aristocrats and bourgeois bureaucrats that Fanon would take to task several years later in The Wretched of the Earth. What is important here to observe is that it was Joby, not Frantz, who insisted on the peasantry's involvement in Martiniquan politics. He accented the irony of a militant black Marxist such as Césaire overlooking, perhaps, the most downtrodden on the island, the racially colonized peasantry and rural folk, all the while espousing communism, workers' rights, and radical economic reform. As will be discussed in greater detail below, by the time Fanon wrote The Wretched of the Earth, his concept of decolonization not only included the racially colonized proletariat, but also the racially colonized lumpenproletariat, the landless peasants, and the mass of the country people. Here, we can see that even from his first exposure to Caesarean negritude, Fanon developed a dialectical rapport and critical relationship with it, and that he also, very early in his political life, began the practice of appropriating aspects of others' arguments, synthesizing them with contrasting concepts, and then pushing them to their extreme, at times dialectically redeveloping them in ways their inventors may have never fully fathomed. As with his brother's critique of Césare's 1946 campaign, it can be said that Fanon appropriated much from Césaire, and especially his seminal text, Discourse on Colonialism. When Fanon wrote, in The Wretched of the Earth, decolonization is always a violent phenomenon, he knew, as he had illustrated as far back as his essays in El Mujahid and A Dying Colonialism, that in Discourse on Colonialism, 1972, Césaire had passionately and polemically argued that no one colonizes innocently, that no one colonizes with impunity either, that a 46 nation which colonizes, that a civilization which justifies colonization and therefore force is already a sick civilization, a civilization that is morally diseased, that irresistibly, progressing from one consequence to another, one repudiation to another, calls for its Hitler, I mean its punishment, 17-18. The force which Césaire wrote of above is none other than outright, naked violence. The colonizers literally force, through violent and other means, the natives to relinquish their lives, lands, and labor. This is a tale told many times over all throughout Africa, the Americas, Asia, and Australia. However, as often as the tale has been told, few theorists involved in the discourse on decolonization have explored the legitimacy and validity of retribution, that is, punishment for evil done or reward for good done, to the depth and with the piercing precision of Aimé Césaire, Irel 1968, Tomic 1979, Taua 1969a, 1969b. In stating that a civilization which justifies colonization, is already a sick civilization, a civilization that is morally diseased, and, then, invoking retributive justice through punishment, Césaire cuts to the chase, if you will. He wishes to make it known, to the colonized and oppressed otherwise, that the colonial world, an immoral world, an unethical world, an irreligious world, yearns for, and demands, violence. The violence of the weak. The violence of revolutionary action, Césaire 1972, 28, 34. The revolutionary action that Césaire claims the colonial situation calls for, is an integral aspect of what he, Fanon, and, as we shall soon observe, Amilcar Cabral term, decolonization. For those who would argue that Césaire is a naive nativist, one who simply espoused a radical rhetoric of return or cultural recuperation, it would be prudent to consider his concept of cultural exchange. Prefiguring one of the pillars of Cabral's critical theory, Césaire, 1995, believed that cultural contacts between divergent civilizations was a good thing, but despised and detested, and rightly so, humanity having been, or currently being, reduced to a monologue. 200. He sternly stated, I admit that it is a good thing to place different civilizations in contact with each other, that it is an excellent thing to blend different worlds, that whatever its own particular genius may be, a civilization that withdraws into itself atrophies, that for civilizations, exchange is oxygen, that the great good fortune of Europe is to have been a crossroads, and that because it was the locus of all ideas, the receptacle of all philosophies, the meeting place of all sentiments, it was the best center for the redistribution of energy. But, then I ask the following question, has colonization really placed civilizations in contact? Or, if you prefer, of all the ways of establishing contact, was it the best? I answer no. Between colonization and civilization there is an infinite distance, that out of all the colonial expeditions that have been undertaken, out of all the colonial statutes that have been drawn up, out of all the memoranda that have the Negritude movement, Césaire, Senghor, and Critical Social Theory 47 been dispatched by all the ministries, there could not come a single human value. 200 to 201, all emphasis in original. Césaire supported cultural exchange and the placing of civilizations in contact with one another. What he did not agree with, however, was the colonization and economic exploitation of one social, political, and/or cultural group by another. Hence, here his comments point to a distinct anti-colonial conception of self-determination. Domination, whether colonialist or capitalist, or both, demands revolutionary action, and this action, as stated above, has been designated, defined, and described as the process, (ES), and program, (S), of decolonization. Fanon's conception of decolonization, what Hansen, 1977, 27, has termed revolutionary decolonization, is inscrutable without linking it to Césaire's discourse on colonialism. Césaire's emphasis on not simply decolonization, but self-determination and African consciousness were appropriated by Fanon and, as was Fanon's custom, synthesized with contrasting anti-colonial concepts, including Sartre's critiques of capitalism and colonialism, and then belabored to their extreme. See Sartre 1948, 1963, 1974, 1976, 1995, 2006. Just as he had done with Joby's critique of Césaire's 1946 campaign, which would also impact his thinking in The Wretched of the Earth, Fanon took Césaire's discourse on colonialism and Africanized it and, even more, he dialectically deepened and further developed its revolutionary dimension, (S). But, Césaire's discourse on colonialism was actually an extension of his distinct discourse on negritude, a discourse to which we now turn. Aimé Césaire is reported to have coined the term negritude in 1939, using it first in his long prose poem Notebook of a Return to the Native Land, Cahier d'un Retour au Pays Natal. 17 Jean-Paul Sartre, André Breton, and a host of others have argued that Césaire's notebook is the quintessential revolutionary negritude poem, and that his call to Caribbean people to rediscover their African roots was simultaneously seminal, radical, evocative, and abstruse. Fanon famously asserted in West Indians and Africans, in Toward the African Revolution, 1969. Until 1939 the West Indian lived, thought, dreamed, we have shown this in black skin, white masks, composed poems, wrote novels exactly as a white man would have done. We understand now why it was not possible for him, as for the African poets, to sing the Black Knight, the black woman with pink heels. Before Césaire, West Indian literature was a literature of Europeans. The West Indian identified himself with the white man, adopted a white man's attitude, was a white man. 26. Césaire's poem created a scandal, Fanon gleefully recalled, because Césaire was an educated black, and educated blacks simply did not want to be 48. Black, they wanted to be white, and absurdly thought of themselves and their work as white and/or contributions to European culture and civilization. I am, of course, using the word civilization here in an extremely sardonic sense, especially considering the conundrum of a supposed civilization that racially colonizes and decimates non-European or, rather, non-white cultures and civilizations. In fact, as Fanon observed in several of his studies, black intellectuals have long lived in a make-believe bourgeois world of their own, rejected by the white world, and relentlessly rejecting the black world, a la W.E.B. Du Bois' concept of double consciousness in the souls of black folk and E. Franklin Frazier's analysis in the black bourgeoisie. Césaire sought to return to, and reconnect not only with Caribbean history, culture, and struggle, but with what he understood to be the roots of Caribbean history, culture, and struggle, pre-colonial and anti-colonial indigenous, continental, and diasporan African history, culture, and struggle. In what follows, Fanon gives us a sense of how unusual and unique Césaire's critical rediscovery project was in Martinique in particular, and the Caribbean in general, all the while displaying his, Fanon's, own intense awe and the irony of Césaire's breakthrough and brilliance. For the first time a lycée teacher, a man, therefore, who was apparently worthy of respect, was seen to announce quite simply to West Indian society that it is fine and good to be a Negro. To be sure, this created a scandal. It was said at the time that he was a little mad, and his colleagues went out of their way to give details as to his supposed ailments. What indeed could be more grotesque than an educated man, a man with a diploma, having in consequence understood a good many things, among others that it was unfortunate to be a Negro, proclaiming that his skin was beautiful and that the big black hole was a source of truth? Neither the mulattoes nor the Negroes understood this delirium. The mulattoes because they had escaped from the night, the Negroes because they aspired to get away from it. 2 centuries of white truth proved this man wrong. He must be mad, for it was unthinkable that he could be right. 21-22. Fanon is careful and critical to note Césaire's deconstruction of white truth, which leads us to Jean-Paul Sartre's, 2001, assertion in Black Orpheus that, the revolutionary black is a negation because he wishes to be in complete nudity. In order to build his truth, he must first destroy the truth of others. 124. Through negritude, Césaire seeks to deracinate continental and diasporan Africans' internalization of anti-black racism and Eurocentrism. He knows all too well that blacks have been told time and time again that they are, and have always been, uncivilized, unintelligent, primitive, and promiscuous, and with his work he strives to counter colonialism and racism by rediscovering and, if need be, creating new anti-imperialist African values. Césaire's deconstruction of white truth and Sartre's contention that the negritude movement, Césaire, Senghor, and critical social theory. 49. The revolutionary black is a negation because he wishes to be in complete nudity, also illustrates Césairian negritude's intense emphasis on decolonization and re-Africanization. When Sartre wrote of nudity, he was acknowledging that part of the negritude project involves deracination, or stripping or suspending, perhaps in an existential phenomenological sense, blacks of their current conception, of themselves and their life worlds, which has more often than not been diabolically bequeathed to them by the world of white supremacist colonial capitalism. With Notebook of a Return to the Native Land, Césaire introduced several concepts, and 2 in particular, which would later turn out to be central to the discourse on black identity and Africana philosophy, as well as determinant of a new direction in the Francophone and Pan-African production and representation of knowledge about Africa and its diaspora. The 2 core concepts were, first, of course, negritude, and secondly, Césaire's special use, of the word return. Considering our, however brief, preceding discussion of Césaire's theory of return, next I will further outline the distinctive characteristics of his conception of negritude before exploring Senghor's articulation of negritude. Negritude, according to Césaire, is at once a violent affirmation of Negrohood or Africanity, as Senghor would later phrase it, as well as a struggle against alienation, an awareness of the need for solidarity among blacks, a resistance to the politics of assimilation, a decolonization of consciousness, a reaction of enraged youth, a concrete rather than abstract coming to consciousness, and a search for identity. Césaire 1972, 72-76, see also Senghor 1995a, 123, 1996, 49. Negritude, therefore, from Césaire's point of view, is wide-ranging and grounded in black radical politics and a distinct Pan-African perspective, a purposeful perspective aimed not only at returning to, and reclaiming Africa but, perhaps more importantly, consciously creating an authentic African or black self in the present. In order to convey both the usable parts of Africa's past and blacks' present intense search for identity, Césaire, 1972, created a new language to more adequately express the new Africana logic, an Antillean French, a Black French, as he contended, 67. In his efforts to create a new language, he demonstrates Negritude's connections to Surrealism, and also Negritude's commitments to revolution, decolonization, and re-Africanization. As Lilian Kestlud, 1991, observed, for Césaire Surrealism was synonymous with revolution. If he preferred the former, it was not only because of political censorship, but because he wanted to show that it referred not merely to social reform but to a more radical change aimed at the very depths of individual awareness. 263. 18. With Negritude, Césaire deconstructed the French language and attempted to decolonize French Africa and French Africans. He was adamant about creating a new language to communicate. 50. His new logic, Negritude, stating, I want to emphasize very strongly that while using as a point of departure the elements that French literature gave me, at the same time I have always strived to create a new language, one capable of communicating the African heritage, Césaire cited in Lim 1993, 159. 19. Césairian Negritude, as is made clear by the aforementioned, is rooted in the African heritage, that is, in the historicity and cultural specificity of African people. And similar to Senghorian Negritude, Cabral's critical theory, and Du Boisian discourse, understands that people of African descent, like all other human groups, have, as Du Bois, 1986, said, a great message for humanity. 820. Césaire, 1984, stated, here were things to tell the world. We the theorists of Negritude were not dazzled by European civilization. We bore the imprint of European civilization, but we thought that Africa could make a contribution to Europe. 54. In Discourse on Colonialism, 1972, Césaire related that European civilization has two major problems to which its existence has given rise, the problem of the proletariat and the colonial problem. 9. Negritude, then, as postulated by Césaire, had the onus of engaging capitalism and colonialism, as well as racism. It was there, located in the locus of the diabolical dialectic of European overdevelopment and African underdevelopment, which is to say, European civilization and African colonization, that Césairian Negritude confronted and contested the howling savagery and barbarity, as Césaire put it, of the negation of civilization. 15, 18. Césaire, 1974, understands European civilization to rest on the colonization of non-Europeans again, their lives, labor, and lands. His Negritude was a revolutionary humanist enterprise that was sympathetic to the sufferings of, in his own words, non-European peoples, especially Indians, Hindus, South Sea Islanders, and Africans. 47, 50. Moreover, Césairian Negritude viewed European civilization as a decadent and dying civilization that had undermined non-European civilizations, destroyed countries, ruined nationalities, and extirpated the root of diversity. 51. To combat and counter the global destructiveness of European civilization, Césaire suggested that persons of African descent, working in concert with other racially colonized, exploited, and alienated human beings, rebel against the savagery, barbarity, and brutality of European conquerors, colonizers, and capitalists. He thundered. A pitiless society, at its present stage, is incapable of establishing a concept of the rights of all men, just as it has proved incapable of establishing a system of individual ethics. Which comes down to saying that the salvation of Europe is not a matter of revolution in methods. It is a matter of the revolution, the one which, until such time as there is a classless society, will substitute for the narrow tyranny of a dehumanized bourgeoisie the preponderance of the only class that still has a universal mission, because it suffers in its flesh. The Negritude movement, Césaire, Senghor, and Critical Social Theory. 51. From all the wrongs of history, from all the universal wrongs, the proletariat. 52. Césaire's Negritude is revolutionary, not because it critically engages and appropriates certain aspects of Marxism, surrealism, and existentialism, but by virtue of the fact that it understands that, Marx is all right, but we the enslaved, racially colonized, exploited, and alienated need to complete Marx, Césaire 1972, 70. 20. Just what does Césaire mean? We need to complete Marx. Part of what he is suggesting is that it is important for the economically exploited and racially oppressed to come to the discomforting realization, especially for many non-white Marxists, and black Marxists in particular, that the revolution that Karl Marx envisioned was a war to be waged not on behalf of a universal proletariat, but on behalf of the proletariat of his, Marx's, time and mind, white, working-class men. 21. Moreover, Marx, unlike Friedrich Engels in The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State, rarely wrote a flattering word concerning women. So, women as gender-oppressed and exploited workers were not an integral part of his anti-capitalist theorizations either. 22. Furthermore, it is a known fact that both Marx and Engels believed that the enslavement of people of African descent and the colonization of the colored/non-white world was a necessary evil. 23. For example, in his article The British Rule in India, Marx related to his readers, England, it is true, in causing a social revolution in Hindustan India, was actuated only by the vilest interests, and was stupid in her manner of enforcing them. But that is not the question. The question is, can white, working-class male mankind fulfill its destiny without a fundamental revolution in the social state of Asia? If not, whatever may have been the crimes of England, she was the unconscious tool of history in bringing about that revolution. Then, whatever bitterness the spectacle of the crumbling of an ancient world may have for our personal feelings, we have the right, in point of history, to exclaim with Goethe, should this torture then torment us? Since it brings us greater pleasure? Were not through the rule of Timur souls devoured without measure? Marx and Engels 1972, 41. Engels, echoing Marx's pro-colonialism, in an essay entitled, Defense of Progressive Imperialism in Algeria, stated with a stark confidence that would have surely made Fanon's blood boil. Upon the whole it is, in our opinion, very fortunate that the Arabian chief Abd el-Kader has been taken. The struggle of the Bedouins was a hopeless one, and though the manner in which brutal soldiers, like Bujoud, have 52. carried on the war is highly blamable, the conquest of Algeria is an important and fortunate fact for the progress of European civilization. The conquest of Algeria has already forced the beys of Tunis and Tripoli, and even the Emperor of Morocco, to enter upon the road of European civilization. All these nations of free barbarians look very proud, noble, and glorious at a distance, but only come near them and you will find that they, as well as the more civilized nations, are ruled by the lust of gain, and only employ ruder and more cruel means. And after all, the modern European bourgeois, with civilization, industry, order, and at least relative enlightenment following him, is preferable to the feudal lord or to the marauding robber, with the barbarian state of society to which they belong. Marx and Engels 1989, 450-451. What should be taken note of and emphasized here, and this extends well beyond colonial India and Algeria to the rest of the racially colonized, i.e., non-European/non-white, world, is the disconcerting fact that neither Marx nor Engels compassionately considered the howling savagery and hypocrisy, the barbarity and brutality that European racial colonial rule wreaked upon the wretched of the earth. Moreover, the writings of both Marx and Engels attest to the fact that European imperial expansion, that is to say, the violent racial colonial conquest of the non-European/non-white world, has been, and continues to be carried out precisely as Fanon, 1968, said it must be if the oppressive and exploitative divide between the colonized and the colonizer, the racially ruled and the racial rulers, is to remain by dint of a great array of bayonets and cannons. 36. Caesarean negritude, similar to Fanonism and Cabralism, as we shall see in the succeeding chapters, understands that the globalization of European civilization presupposes and is grounded on the systematic destruction of non-European civilizations, Serekwaberhan 1994, 61. When and where Marx exonerates British or European rule in India, or any other non-European continent or country, and when and where Engels advocates progressive imperialism in Algeria as if imperialism in any form could be genuinely progressive, is precisely when and where Fanon and Cabral, among many other black radicals, move away from Marx's and Marxist Eurocentrism and white supremacism, see Bogues 1983, 2003, Marable 1983, C.J. Robinson 2000, 2001, Rodney 1972, Serekwaberhan 1990. In contradistinction to the revolutionary rhetoric of the white Marxists, communists and socialists alike, who have historically produced empty page after page of promises to racialized and colonized people, Caesarian negritude, a negritude of and in action, knows that the emancipation of the Negro consists of more than just political freedom. Caesarian negritude, it should be reiterated, is among other things an intense search for identity, an ever-evolving exploration of Africanity and freedom, more than just political freedom, which is fundamental to the formation of any human identity, Caesar 1972, 75, 70, 76. 24. In other words, continental and the negritude movement, Caesar, Senghor, and Critical Social Theory 53. Diasporan Africans will never know who they have been, who they are, or who they are capable of becoming unless they have the freedoms, plural, to explore and examine their inherited historicity and the very human right to determine their own destiny. Colonialism petrifies the subjugated culture, wrote Eritrean philosopher Tsna Serekwaberhan, 1994, 101. Under colonialism neither the colonized nor the colonizer knows his or herself. The colonized live lives of double consciousness, as Dubois put it, or third-person consciousness, as Fanon would have it, and the sad reality of their situation forces the urge for freedom on them, Dubois 1997, 38-39, Fanon 1967, 110, John 1968, 241. Grappling with the urge for freedom places the racially colonized squarely in existential and ontological opposition to the colonizer, leaving both sides with dialectical and extremely perplexing onuses. On the one hand, the struggle to maintain racial and colonial domination and discrimination, and, on the other hand, the fight for freedoms, that is, emancipation in every sphere of human existence, Bernasconi 2002, G. Wilder 2003a, 2004, 2005. Caesar, 1974, said, is the colonized man who wants to move forward, and the colonizer who holds things back, 52. The colonizer who holds things back, moreover, asphyxiates and or retards the colonized person's being in the world, their very perception and experience of the world which they have inherited and inhabit. It is precisely at this moment that the racially colonized human being is reduced to a mere object or thing in the colonizer's morbid mind, and in the racial colonial world in general. Note Caesar's colonial equation, colonization equals thingification, Caesar 1972, 21. He observed, however, that both the colonized and the colonizer suffer the consequences of colonialism. Colonization, I repeat, dehumanizes even the most civilized man, that colonial activity, colonial enterprise, colonial conquest, which is based on contempt for the native and justified by that contempt, inevitably tends to change him who undertakes it, that the colonizer, who in order to ease his conscience gets into the habit of seeing the other man as an animal, accustoms himself to treating him like an animal, and tends objectively to transform himself into an animal. It is this result, this boomerang effect of colonization, that I wanted to point out. Caesar cited in Walker 1999, 123-124, all emphasis in original. Césaire turned to the horrifying history of Hitler's Nazi Germany to ground his boomerang effect of colonization thesis. He intentionally chose an example that he knew was fresh in the European imagination, and one that was controversial, as well as one that would shock and awe his white readers. Similar to Notebook of a Return to the Native Land, Discourse on Colonialism was written and structured in a way to express a dialectical and intense sense of struggle, both internal and external struggle, and, perhaps more importantly, the development of negritude, the development, in other words. 54. Of a new black consciousness, a necessarily negative or critical consciousness in an anti-black racist and white supremacist world. Discourse on Colonialism, then, paints a picture in prose, as opposed to the surrealistic poetry of Notebook of a Return to the Native Land, which reveals the double consciousness and life-threatening dialectic of blacks' intense and incessant struggle to transgress and transcend the conflicted color lines and morally corrupting chasms of racism and colonialism. Much more than surrealism in blackface, Caesarean negritude represents fighting words, literally, used as weapons, weapons that bring revolution and cultural renewal. Césaire's work, his words and ideas, were aggressively argued in French with the express intent of countering French racism and French colonialism. In Black Orpheus, Sartre, 2001, observed that because the oppressor is present in the very language that they, the theorists of negritude, speak, they will speak this language in order to destroy it. He also pointed out that the surrealists did not have the same agenda, stating, "The contemporary European poet tries to dehumanize words in order to give them back to nature, the Black Herald is going to defrenchifize them, he will crush them, break their usual associations, he will violently couple them." 122 to 123, emphasis in original. Césaire's violent, self-defensive, and anti-colonial counter-violent coupling of words as weapons was also symbolic of the ubiquitous violence of black lived experiences and lived endurances in an anti-black racist and white supremacist world. Notebook of a Return to the Native Land opens with a poetic portrait of Martinique's capital, Fort-de-France. The Caribbean capital city is contrasted with France's metropolises, and specifically Paris. Fort-de-France is described as flat, lacking life, and filled with colonial zombies, but, in spite of its inertia, it is constantly on the brink of violence. However, not the violence of liberation but the violence of survival, the violence of lives lived under a brutal, spirit-breaking, assimilation advocating racial colonialism, the black-on-black violence of the internal colony within the colony, the ghetto, and its vicious, breathtakingly brutal, and deeply dehumanizing violence. For Césaire, his work/words must not simply speak to this violence, but more, it must combat it, and in this sense his poetry, as he pointed out, is accursed poetry. Because it was knowledge and no longer entertainment, Césaire cited in Questlut 1991, 261. His work was also cursed, he believed, because it lifted the ban on all things black, 261. Once more, surrealism made no efforts to do any of this, and this is precisely where Césarean negritude, and negritude more generally, distinguishes itself from surrealism, and, I am wont to aver, phenomenology, existentialism, pragmatism, Marxism, communism, socialism, etc. Césarean negritude surpasses surrealism in its efforts to simultaneously combat capitalism, colonialism, and racism. It also puts the premium on revolutionary humanism by extending its discourse well beyond continental. The Negritude Movement, Césaire, Senghor, and Critical Social Theory 55. And Diasporan African Life Worlds and Life Struggles. In the following passage, Césaire connects the holocausts of countless racialized and colonized peoples with the Jewish Holocaust and critically questions Europe's supposed moral conscience, and emphasizes racism's irrationality. Therefore, when Césaire wrote above of the boomerang effect of colonization, he was saying, very similar to Malcolm X, that the chickens always come home to roost, and that it is not only non-whites/non-Europeans who suffer the violence of white supremacy and European imperialism, imperialism does not offer allegiance to anyone. Caesarean negritude, again going back to Sartre, 2001, reframes the Jewish Holocaust by creating what Italy calls the Holocaust of words, 122, see also Sartre 1965. In clear, sardonic prose Caesar, 1995, explained. Before they were its victims, they were its accomplices, that they tolerated that Nazism before it was inflicted on them, that they absolved it, shut their eyes to it, legitimized it, because, until then, it had been applied only to non-European peoples, that they have cultivated that Nazism, that they are responsible for it, and that before engulfing the whole of Western, Christian civilization in its reddened waters, it oozes, seeps, and trickles from every crack. Yes, it would be worthwhile to study clinically, in detail, the steps taken by Hitler and Hitlerism and to reveal to the very distinguished, very humanistic, very Christian bourgeois of the 20th century that without his being aware of it, he has a Hitler inside him, that Hitler inhabits him, that Hitler is his demon, that if he rails against him, he is being inconsistent and that, at bottom, what he cannot forgive Hitler for is not crime in itself, the crime against man, it is not the humiliation of man as such, it is the crime against the white man, the humiliation of the white man, and the fact that he applied to Europe colonialist procedures which until then had been reserved exclusively for the Arabs of Algeria, the coolies of India, and the blacks of Africa. 201 to 202, all emphasis in original. The violence of colonial conquest, according to Caesar, dehumanizes both the colonized and the colonizer. As the colonizer ruthlessly dominates the colonized's life world and language world, the colonized experiences not merely dehumanization, but deracination, which means ally, to pluck or tear up by the roots, to eradicate or exterminate, Ashcroft, Griffiths, and Tiffin 1998, 68. For Caesar, 1972, the deracination of Africans must be countered with or combated through a violent affirmation of their Africanity, which includes not only their distinct identity but also their unique historicity, hence, their negritude, their distinctly African attitude toward the world, 74. What is more, negritude, being nothing other than a concrete rather than abstract coming into African consciousness, knows that it is equally necessary to decolonize our minds, our inner life, at the same time that we decolonize society, 76, 78. Decolonization, as Fanon eloquently observed in Toward the African Revolution and the Wretched of the Earth. 56. Demands a critical return to the pre-colonial history and culture of the colonized nation, a radical rediscovery of the pre-colonial history and culture of the colonized people. In his own words, the settler makes history and is conscious of making it. And because he constantly refers to the history of his mother country, he clearly indicates that he himself is the extension of that mother country. Thus the history which he writes is not the history of the country which he plunders but the history of his own nation in regard to all that she schemes off, all that she violates and starves. The immobility to which the native is condemned can only be called into question if the native decides to put an end to the history of colonization, the history of pillage, and bring into existence the history of the nation, the history of decolonization. Fanon 2013, 502. In order for the colonized to put an end to the history of colonization and bring into existence the history of the nation, they must make a critical distinction between their history and culture and that of the colonizer. Moreover, they must move beyond their current colonized culture and critically return to, and deeply ground themselves in their own pre-colonial history, culture, and struggle, s. But and this is where we dance with the dialectic. As they return to their pre-colonial past, they must not romanticize and find utopia on every page of their hidden history. Their engagement of their pre-colonial past must be critical, expressly seeking to salvage only those things from the past that provide paradigms for decolonization and liberation in the present and future. Long before Fanon, Caesar argued for a critical return to Africa's pre-colonial past, a past he understood to offer many contributions to the ongoing Africana, and worldwide, decolonization and liberation struggle, s. In Black Skin, White Masks, 1967, Fanon asserted, "Without a Negro past, without a Negro future it is impossible for me to live my Negrohood." 138. The future, for Fanon, is predicated on how one understands her or his past, and that is why he contended that if the Negro is robbed of critical knowledge of her or his past, then, a Negro future becomes questionable, and with it the very idea of the Negro and her or his Negrohood or negritude. The Ghanaian political theorist, Adosi Kioto, 1996, contended that in Fanonian philosophy the ideal of the post-colonial future was in its essential details called forth by a particular memory of the colonial past. 205. For Fanon, then, the very process of decolonization is called forth by the revolutionary reclamation and remembrance of the violence of the colonial past. However, Césaire, 1972, observed, there was a past long before colonialism, a pre-colonial past of beautiful and important black civilizations, and it is this part of the past that is worthy of respect and which should be radically reclaimed and rehabilitated because it contains certain elements of the negritude movement, Césaire, Senghor, and Critical Social Theory 57. Great Value, 76. C. Kioto, 1996, suggested that for Fanon political education meant nothing other than the practice of teaching the people a remembrance of their sovereignty. 211, emphasis in original. When precisely were the people sovereign? Yes. You've guessed it, in pre-colonial Africa, before the European interruption of, and intervention into African life worlds and lived experiences. But, is this really so? Were the people really sovereign then? One thing is for certain, the people will never know unless they critically encounter and dialectically engage their inherited historicity, which has been bequeathed to them by their ancestors. The past is inextricable from the present and the future in Caesarean negritude. It is, or would be, impossible to decolonize our minds, our inner life, at the same time that we decolonize society if we did not, or legally could not, possess critical knowledge of our Negro past, which is to say, our African past. In order to procure appropriate and applicable knowledge of our historicity and Africanity, that is, the lived experiences of our ancestors and their, if truth be told, multicultural and trans-ethnic identities, it is necessary, Césaire maintained, for us to return to, or, as I would prefer, rediscover, the lives and cultures of our ancestors to learn the lessons of Africa's tragedies and triumphs. In African Philosophy in Search of Identity, 1994, Dismas Maysalo importantly mused. Closely related to the concept of negritude, the idea of return gives the dignity, the personhood, or humanity, of black people its historicity, it turns it into consciousness or awareness, into a state, of mind, which is subject to manipulations of history, of power relations. It is this idea of return which opens the way to the definition of negritude as a historical commitment, as a movement. In the poem Notebook of a Return to the Native Land, then, the word return has two meanings, one real, depicting Césaire's historical repatriation to a geographical or perceptual space, Martinique, the other metaphorical, depicting a return to or a regaining of a conceptual space in which culture is both field and process, first of alienation and domination, but now, most importantly, of rebellion and self-refinding. Today, this return is a deconstructivist term which symbolizes many aspects of the struggle of the peoples of African origin to control their own identity. For many black people, slavery and the slave trade had provided the context for the need for a social and racial solidarity among themselves. Solidarity was their strength and a weapon with which to counter Westernism's arrogant and aggressive Eurocentric culture. Césaire's return to the native land was therefore a symbolic call to all black peoples to rally together around the idea of common origin and in a struggle to defend that unifying commonality. To Césaire, negritude meant exactly this, a uniting idea of common origin for all black peoples. It became their rallying point, their identity tag, and part of the language of resistance to the stereotype of the African savage. 1-2. 58. In grappling with Césaire's negritudian notion of return, it is important to understand that he in no way advocated a return to a glorious, antiquated African past. To read Césaire in this way would be to severely misread him. What Césaire advocated was an earnest engagement and acknowledgement of black humanity and historicity, and the authentic Africanity that accompanies them. African identity, that is, our Africanity, does not exist outside of the discourse and horizon of history, and African history in particular, Serekwa Burhan 1991, 1998, 2003. That is to say, we must constantly consider the fact that European imperialism, whether it expresses itself as racial, gender or cultural oppression, or economic exploitation, has been, and remains a perpetual part of Africans, and other non-European/non-whites, lived experiences since the 15th century, Blout 1993, Ease 1997b, 1997c, J. E. Harris 1993, Pieters 1992, Rodney 1972. The return, for Césaire, was not so much to an African past as it was to a set of African values, an African axiology, if you will. Arnold 1981, Hale 1974, John 1958, Maldonado Torres 2006, Sharfman 1987. Moreover, what Césaire, 1974, very similar to Dubois, appreciated most about the African past was its communal societies, its societies that were anti-capitalist, its democratic societies, its cooperative societies, and fraternal societies. 51, emphasis in original. In comparing the African societies of the pre-colonial past with the neo-colonial as opposed to post-colonial African societies of his present, circa 1955, Césaire stated that despite their faults the societies of Africa's pre-colonial past contained and could convey values that could still make an important contribution to the world. Here Césaire, similar to Herbert Marcuse in Counter-Revolution and Revolt, promotes a return, not to some imagined perfect past, but to the real, concrete historical experiences and desires of actual ancestors. Marcuse, 1972a, asserted that the anamnesis, the recollecting or remembrance of past events, is not remembrance of a golden past, which never existed, of childhood innocence, primitive man, etc. 70. On the contrary, what must be remembered by man, which is to say, by human beings, contended Marcuse in Eros and Civilization, 1966, are those promises and potentialities which had once been fulfilled in his dim past. The past remains present, it is the very life of the spirit, what has been decides on what is. Freedom implies reconciliation, redemption of the past. A critical demystifying engagement of the past must not only concern itself with what had once been fulfilled or accomplished or achieved in the past, but should also bear sober witness to the sufferings of the past. Marcuse mused, even the ultimate advent of freedom cannot redeem those who died in pain. It is the remembrance of them, and the accumulated guilt of mankind against its victims, that darken the prospect of a civilization without repression. 18, 106, 216. The Negritude Movement, Césaire, Senghor, and Critical Social Theory. 59. In an essay on liberation, 1970, Marcuse continued this theme and maintained that the return to the past is not an attempt at regression to a previous stage of civilization, but return to an imaginary temps perdu in the real life of mankind. 90. The real life of mankind, as most of Marcuse's work attested to, is a life lived in many instances in pain and suffering due to domination, human over human domination, and human over nature domination. See also Marcuse 1964, 1965c, 1968, 1973, 1997, 2001, 2004, 2007, 2011, 2014. This domination, Marcuse maintained in the aesthetic dimension, 1978a, must be remembered because losing track of, or forgetting past suffering and past joy produces a historical amnesia that prevents the critical engagement and conquest of suffering, and the possibilities of and for the permanence of joy. 73. Césaire's notion of return is rooted in the real life, i.e., lived experiences and lived endurances, of people of African origin and descent, and it, like Marcuse's theory of remembrance, understands that revolutionary motivation may well stem more from moral outrage over the indignities suffered by ancestors than hope for the comfort of our children and our children's children. This may, indeed, explain why African diasporan historical figures and events, such as Toussaint L'Ouverture, Henri Christophe, and the Haitian Revolution, became recurring themes in Césaire's work, Ohoid 2010, Walsh 2013. One need look no further than his book-length essay Toussaint L'Ouverture, La Révolution Française et le problème colonial, and his play La Tragédie du Roi Christophe. Haiti, Césaire, 1972, contended, is the country where Negro people stood up for the first time, affirming their determination to shape a new world, a free world. 75. It was this spirit of affirmation and determination that made the Negritude movement, and Césarian Negritude in particular, according to Eshelman and Smith, 1983, set as its initial goal a renewed awareness of being black, the acceptance of one's destiny, history, and culture, as well as a sense of responsibility toward the past. 6. Emphasis added. What does it mean to have a sense of responsibility toward the past? It meant for Césaire, perhaps, precisely what it meant for Marx, 1964, which is to say, the tradition of all the dead generations weighs like a nightmare on the brain of the living. Or, perhaps, having a sense of responsibility toward the past may have meant for Césaire something similar to what it did for Walter Benjamin, 1969, who revealingly wrote, "There is a secret agreement between past generations and the present one. Our coming was expected on earth. Like every generation that preceded us, we have been endowed with weak messianic power, a power to which the past has a claim. Nothing that has ever happened should be regarded as lost for history." 254, emphasis in original, see also Benjamin 1986, 1996, 1999, 2002, 2003. 60. Césaire desires to return to the past no more than Marx, Marcuse, and Benjamin exhibit a predilection to digress from their epochs to a golden past, which, as Marcuse reminded us above, never existed. It is not a return to a golden past which Césaire seeks, but a return to, or remembrance or rediscovering of Africa's historicity. Hence, Césaire suggested that the cultural workers in black radical politics and black revolutionary social movements recollect the truths, of their ancestors and elders' thought, that have been scattered throughout the globe as a result of the European interruption of an intervention into African life worlds and lived experiences. Certainly, then, Césaire knows, as European-American pragmatist Richard Rorty, 1979, does, that we cannot get along without our heroes. We need to tell ourselves detailed stories of the mighty dead in order to make our hopes of surpassing them concrete. 12. See also Rorty 1982, 1998, 1999, 2007. Thus, Césaire's return to Africa is more spiritual and cultural than physical, and it requires a critical, dare I say, dialectical, exploration of the past, which for many continental and, especially, diasporan Africans means salvaging what we can in the aftermath of the horrors of the African Holocaust, enslavement, colonization, segregation, and Eurocentric assimilation. Césarian negritude engages the absurdity of the African Holocaust and enslavement, and at one point in his notebook he solemnly memorializes African ancestors lost, like Toussaint L'Ouverture, to white death. Césaire 1983, 47. The thought of so many blacks dying meaningless and misery-filled deaths at the hands of merciless white enslavers, colonists, and capitalists compels Césaire to claim madness, the madness that remembers, howls, sees, indeed, the madness that is totally unleashed, and you know the rest. 49. If whites claim reason, then blacks claim madness. Because we hate you and your reason, we claim kinship with dementia precox with the flaming madness of persistent cannibalism. 49. Here, as Eshelman and Smith, 1983, observed, cannibalism carries to its fullest degree the idea of participation. It symbolically eradicates the distinction between the I and the other, between human and non-human, between what is, anthropologically, edible and what is not, and, finally, between the subject and the object. It goes insolently against the grain of Western insistence on discrete entities and categories. Ultimately, in a political frame of reference, cannibalism may summarize the devouring of the colonized country by the colonizing power, or, vice versa, the latent desire of the oppressed to do away with the oppressor, the wishful dreaming of the weak projecting themselves as warriors and predators. 13. Within the world of Caesarean negritude, cannibalism can be both an embrace and rejection of the stereotypical, representation of human-eating Africans, uncivilizable subhumans and savages at play in a carnival of carnage. What may be more important in terms of Caesar's negritude is the negritude movement, Caesar, Senghor, and Critical Social Theory 61. Which humans his imaginary cannibals are eating, and why? Caesar's embrace of the stereotype of human-eating Africans, black cannibals, if you will, may seem absurd, but only if his claim of madness is overlooked. Black madness is deeply connected to blood memory. In his notebook he announced, "So much blood in my memory. My memory is encircled with blood. My memory has a belt of corpses." As with madness, memory and remembering are very perplexing and painful for blacks, but it is only by overcoming the madness of white supremacy and the irrationality of anti-black racism, and by returning to, remembering, and reconstructing Africa, that blacks, or, more appropriately, Africans, can truly be free. Brundage 2005, Ndongo 2007, Pitcatley 2003. Remembering Africa means challenging both whites' demonization and blacks' romanticization of Africa, and it also means bearing in mind that not all whites demonize Africa, just as surely as not all blacks romanticize Africa. However, I would be one of the first to point out that in a white supremacist society it is quite common for almost everyone living within that society to see Africa, or, what is worse, black Africa, just as Joseph Conrad, 2006, did, as the heart of darkness, or Henry Stanley, 1899, did, as the dark continent. See also Conrad 1984, 2007, Hibbert 1984, M. McCarthy 1983. Caesarean negritude, therefore, opens up critical questions concerning which Africa, or whose representation of Africa contemporary continental and diasporan Africans should return to in order to discover a usable past and ensure a present and a promising, truly post-colonial, future. Similar to Caesarean negritude, Senghorian negritude advocated a critical return to the pre-colonial African past, but, unlike Caesar, Senghor's work consistently exhibited an intense preoccupation with and openness to contemporary European colonial, particularly French, philosophy and culture. Where Caesarean negritude can best be characterized by its emphasis on Africana self-determination, Africana history, Africana culture, and the struggle, of the black proletariat, Senghorian negritude is best captured with the words assimilation, synthesis, symbiosis, African socialism, and primitivism. However, it is important to point out that, similar to Caesar, Senghor's thought is highly complex and often draws from and contributes to both African and European radical political and philosophical thought traditions. Senghor sought to utilize and synthesize what he took to be the best of African and European culture and create, following the French philosophical anthropologist, Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, a civilization of the universal. The subsequent section, therefore, explores Senghorian negritude with an eye toward its contributions to contemporary radical politics and the reconstruction of critical social theory. 62. Senghorian negritude, Senghor, Africanity, and assimilationist negritude. Senghorian negritude is at once a rebellious, albeit, not by any means revolutionary, affirmation of Africanity in the face of the politics of assimilation and, similar to Caesarian negritude, a search for and an attempt to overcome the loss of identity suffered by Africans due to a history of slavery, colonialism, and racism, Schutt 1998, 429. For Senghor, negritude is the awareness, defense, and development of African cultural values, but it also welcomes the complementary values of Europe and the white man, Senghor 1996, 49, 1998, 441. It has been argued that Senghor's extreme openness to the complementary values of Europe and the white man represents one of the major distinguishing features between his and Caesar's negritude. Nigel Gibson, 2003, even went so far to say that although Senghor emphasized African sources of his philosophy, it would be possible to identify European sources for every one of his ideas, ironically, including Catholicism, which he merged into negritude. 69. As with Caesarian negritude, Senghorian negritude pivots on an axiological foundation that does not seek to return to the negritude of the past, the negritude of the sources, but to affirm contemporary, neo-colonial Africanity, Senghor 1971, 51. The sources of Senghor's negritude, however subtly on first sight, are different from Caesar's negritude and, even more, different enough to constitute two distinct versions of negritude, which may very well share a common language, a common interest in the reclamation and recreation of African culture, and a common social vision, but which nevertheless developed and employed divergent strategies and tactics in pursuit of differing goals. In his classic, African Philosophy, Myth and Reality, 1996, the Beninese philosopher Paulin Houtangi characterized Senghor's negritude as a kind of culturalism, which overemphasizes the cultural aspect of foreign domination while downplaying and diminishing the significance of politics and economics, that is to say, the political economy of colonialism, capitalism, and racism, and how each oppressive system incessantly overlaps, intersects, and interlocks in African life worlds and life struggles. 160. Speaking directly about the distinct differences between Caesarian and Senghorian negritude, Houtangi asserted, whereas for Caesar the exaltation of black cultures functions merely as a supporting argument in favor of political liberation, in Senghor it works as an alibi for evading the political problem of national liberation. Hypertrophy of cultural nationalism generally serves to compensate for the hypertrophy of political nationalism. This is probably why Caesar spoke so soberly about culture and never mentioned it without explicitly subordinating it to the more fundamental problems of political liberation. This also explains why, in works like Liberté, Senghor, as a good Catholic and disciple of Teilhard de Chardin, the negritude movement, Caesar, Senghor, and Critical Social Theory 63, emphasizes rather artificial cultural problems, elaborating lengthy definitions of the unique black mode of being and of being in the world, and systematically evades the problem of the struggle against imperialism. 159 to 160, see also Senghor 1964b. In sidestepping the political by collapsing it into the cultural, Senghorian negritude connects with and in some senses becomes an imperial agent for colonial policy, colonial anthropology, and colonial ethnology. It, perhaps, unwittingly distorts the primacy of political and economic problems in the colonial world and serves as a colonial decoy, redirecting Africans' attention away from the political economy of their neocolonial conditions, to endless comparisons with European, and particularly French culture. What is worse is that these comparisons and cultural problems are themselves grossly simplified à la Placide Temples' Bantu philosophy, Alexis Kagame's Philosophie banturuandaise de l'être, Marcel Griel's Conversations with Agademali, and John Biddy's African Religions and Philosophy so as to reduce African culture to folklore, mysticism and, almost exclusively, black popular culture, or Afropop, if you will, the most manifest exterior and gaudy aspects of contemporary continental and diasporan African cultures. The interiority of culture, its inner life and internal contradictions, the dialectics and dynamism of culture and, more importantly, critical questions concerning the ways in which colonialism and racism impact culture are all abandoned, along with cultural history, cultural developments and, of course, cultural revolutions, a la Césaire, Fanon, and Cabral. Senghorian negritude, thus, solidifies African culture, painting a sad and synchronic picture, a dull and purposely primitive picture of African culture that is then contrasted with European culture, which, if truth be told, is also rendered one-dimensionally and schematized for the purposes of pseudo-scientific, philosophically phony, and politically pointless comparisons. It would be very difficult to deny the seminal importance of Senghorian negritude and its conceptual contributions, especially with regard to contemporary Africana philosophy. But, it would be equally difficult, if not impossible, to overlook that fact that Senghor's theory of negritude, with its extreme openness to the complementary values of Europe and the white man, has consistently glossed over the specificities of African cultures in an effort to present a unified conception of the black race and a pan-African folk philosophy, not necessarily to blacks, but more often than not, a la Sartrine negritude, to whites. This is an unrealistic and utterly absurd portrait Senghor is attempting to paint, especially considering the horrific and deeply divergent nature of the African Holocaust, enslavement, colonization, segregation, apartheid, and assimilation, but it is a fictitious and surrealistic portrait that nonetheless won him many French, and some pseudo-Pan-African, patrons. In this sense, then, Senghorian negritude has often been interpreted. 64. As running interference for European imperialists by downplaying the differences and specificities of African cultures and embracing white supremacist and Eurocentric misconceptions about continental and diasporan Africans. Houtangi, 1996, captured this sentiment best when he contended. It is not often realized in the English-speaking world that Senghor's theory of negritude has stirred up a controversy in Francophone Africa which is, if anything, even more intense than the generally hostile reception it has met with from English-speaking African intellectuals. While Senghor's Francophone critics accept the historical necessity for the rehabilitation of the black man and the revaluation of African culture, they have advanced strong theoretical objections to his formulation of negritude as a unified conception of the black race. Negritude is presented in these objections as not only too static to account for the diversified forms of concrete life in African societies but also, because of its biologism, as a form of acquiescence in the ideological presuppositions of European racism. Senghor's theory has been felt to be too thoroughly implicated in the system of imperialist ideas to be considered an effective challenge to its practical applications. The question of African identity required, from this point of view, a different approach which could not play into the hands of imperialism, which offered no form of compromise with its theory or practice. 21. Clearly Senghor's work is complicated and full of contradictions, but there are several contemporary Senghorian philosophers who defend his positions, often while simultaneously acknowledging the contradictory character of his negritude and contrasting it with that of Césaire and sometimes Sartre. His work has also influenced the interpretation of African literature, culture, and politics, usually providing philosophical fodder for revolutionary and anti-assimilationist Pan-Africanists, black nationalists, and black Marxists. Janis Spleth, 1985, has importantly identified three periods that can be used to chronicle and critique Senghor's evolving theory of negritude, 21-27, see also Spleth 1993. The first period covers the 1930s and 1940s when Senghor and other black intellectuals in Paris acknowledged a tension between African and European epistemologies, especially with regard to racism, colonialism, and humanism. Negritude quickly became a radical Pan-African intellectual path that enabled continental and diasporan Africans to search for and create a modern, anti-colonial, and anti-capitalist identity that challenged and destabilized the myriad racist myths and stereotypes that French, and other European imperialists held with regard to Africa and Africans. Senghor's emphasis on a reclaimed, if not reconstructed, anti-colonialist and anti-capitalist African humanity, personality, and identity is what he came to call, as will be discussed in detail below, Africanity. 25 During the second period, which began with his service in the French Army of World War II and ended with Senegal's independence in 1960, Senghor advocated for African autonomy, particularly in Senegal, and a kind. The Negritude movement, Césaire, Senghor, and Critical Social Theory 65. Of quasi-cultural nationalism that synthesized Pan-Africanism, Black nationalism, Surrealism, and existentialism. At that time he characterized his quasi-cultural nationalist negritude, following Sartre in Black Orpheus, as an anti-racial racialism aimed at European colonialism and racism. In the third and final period Splet identified, the period commencing after Senegal's independence, Senghor came to employ negritude as a tool for what he understood to be progressive national and cultural development. It was during this period, the post-independence period, that Senghor began to emphasize, much to the dismay of many revolutionary Pan-Africanists and Black nationalists, that negritude was not simply the awareness, defense, and development of African cultural values, but it also welcomes the complementary values of Europe and the white man. In particular, Senghor endeavored to illustrate the value of intuitive, emotional reasoning, which he saw as African epistemology, and its connections to discursive, predictive reasoning, which he understood to be European epistemology. Moreover, he attempted to demonstrate the value of discursive, European, reasoning as he thought it should be developed in relation to intuitive, African, reasoning, which brings us to a critical discussion of his concept of Africanity. Similar to his definition of negritude, Senghor, 1971, defined Africanity as the values common to all Africans and permanent at the same time. 7. These values, he quickly contended, are essentially cultural, which gives credence to Houtangi's above characterization of Senghorian negritude as a kind of culturalism that is preoccupied with and privileges the cultural aspects of foreign domination and emphasizes rather artificial cultural problems, elaborating lengthy definitions of the unique black mode of being or being in the world, while glaringly glossing over the political and economic aspects of racial colonialism. 8. Emphasis in original. Senghor's concept of Africanity, then, serves as a complement to his version of negritude, and each is as esoteric as the other and often intended, or so it seems, for a non-African audience. Negritude explains black being in the world to whites, and Africanity, initially, explains black being in the world to Arabs. On this last point, the connection between Africanity and its intended Arabian audience, in the Foundations of Africanite or Negritude and Arabite, 1971, Senghor arcanely asserted, I have often defined Africanite as the complementary symbiosis of the values of Arabism and the values of negritude. Today I prefer to call the former Arabite. 8. All emphasis in original. In introducing his concept of Africanity, Senghor quickly discovered that whites did not like the term negritude and, in his incessant efforts to appeal to whites, in the early 1960s he began using negritude and Africanity, in most instances, synonymously depending on his intended audience. Africanity was no longer simply the complementary symbiosis of the values of Arabism and the values of negritude, but now the complete contributions from us, the peoples of sub-Saharan Africa, to the building of the civilization. 66. Shin of the Universal, Senghor 1996, 49. Senghor's concept of Africanity contains at its core an axiological proposition that in many senses boils down to the question of how best to integrate Negro-African values into Africa's fight for freedom. Here, then, Senghor's concept of Africanity exhibits its quasi anti-colonialism and, quasi-Pan-Africanism, but we will soon see why they can be uncontroversially characterized as quasi. There is no question, Senghor, 1959, said, of reviving the past, of living in a Negro African museum. The question is to inspire this world, here and now, with the values of our past. 291. But, really now, what are these values? As he observed in The Spirit of Civilization or the Laws of African Culture, a seminal text presented at the First Congress of Negro African Writers and Artists in Paris in 1956, these values, the values of our past, are the very values that characterize and capture the humanity of the human in African life worlds and lived experiences. The African has an intense ontological affinity with nature that is apparently absent from European humanity. According to Senghor, the Negro is the man of nature. He further explained, by tradition the African lives off the soil and with the soil, in and by the cosmos. He is sensual, a being with open senses, with no intermediary between subject and object, himself at once subject and object. Because, for the African, this special kinship with and immediacy to nature is first of all, sounds, sense, rhythms, forms and colors. I would say that he is touch, before being eye like the white European. He feels more than he sees, he feels himself. Senghor 1956, 52. For Senghor, this is the black's being in the world in acquiescing, ultra-accommodating immediacy, in tune and in rhythm with nature and the cosmos. It is this servility, this docility to nature that is super-significant for Senghor, and he privileges it above all else in his characterization and articulation of the essence of the African, the authentic ontology of the African or, as Sartre has said, black being in the world. Senghor suggests that these formerly negative images and assertions about the primitivity of black nature are now somehow, as if with the waving of a magic wand, inverted, positive pejoratives pointing to idealized Africans' pristine primitivisms. This, in a nutshell, then, is Senghor's much touted and often mangled concept of Africanity. From the Senghorian point of view, whether looking through the lens of negritude or Africanity, there is fundamentally a qualitative ontological difference between European and African rationality and epistemology. The Negro, declared Senghor in his defense, is not devoid of reason, as I am supposed to have said. But his reason is not discursive, it is synthetic. It is not antagonistic, it is sympathetic. It is another form of knowledge. Furthermore, Negro reason does not impoverish things, it does not mold them into rigid patterns by eliminating the roots and the sap, it flows in the arteries of the negritude movement. Césaire, Senghor, and Critical Social Theory 67. Things, it weds all their contours to dwell in the living heart of the real. As if sensing the abstraction and absurdity of the preceding remarks, Senghor sought to clarify, stating, white reason is analytic through utilization, Negro reason is intuitive through participation. 52. Continuing to contrast African and European rationality, Senghor put forward full-fledged definitions and descriptions of black and white reason, asserting that European reason is undoubtedly discursive and utilitarian, and ultimately seeks to capture, control, and convert. The European is empiric, where the African is mystic. 59. The European, he went on to explain, takes pleasure in recognizing the world through the reproduction of the object, the African from knowing it vitally through image and rhythm. With the European the chords of the senses lead to the heart and the head, with the African Negro to the heart and the belly. 58. Ironically, asserted Senghor, the African does not realize that he thinks. He further elaborated. He feels that he feels his existence, he feels himself, and because he feels the other, he is drawn towards the other, into the rhythm of the other, to be reborn in knowledge of the world. Thus, the act of knowledge is an agreement of conciliation with the world, the simultaneous consciousness and creation of the world in its indivisible unity. 64. Here it is important to emphasize that, for Senghor, the above, rather racist or, at the least, primitivist, definitions and descriptions of the African are not simply historical and, ipso facto, contingent characteristics pertaining to a particular history and culture at a particular point in time. Quite the contrary, similar to the white supremacists and Eurocentrists who put forward their imperial interpretation of history as though it were the definitive and divine, indeed, the universal and undisputed truth of history, Senghor in a similar although highly reactionary fashion, which illustrates his intense internalization of Eurocentric and colonial conceptions of Africa and Africans, put forward the above definitions and descriptions concerning the distinct differences between African and European rationality and epistemology. It is imperative here to emphasize that Senghor does not understand himself to be casually articulating an interpretation, or a culture or region-specific aspect of the African approach to knowledge. Instead, he conceives of himself as a conduit through which the definitive truth about Africa and Africans, as a whole, is finally being revealed. What excites Senghor even more is that some higher power has honored and ordained him, brought him to a higher consciousness, and bestowed the burden of the revelation on him, which he jubilantly and eloquently, I might add, articulates. 68. Sounding more like a prophet than a poet, Senghor said, "Nature has arranged things well in willing that each people, each race, each continent, should cultivate with special affection certain of the virtues of man. That is precisely where originality lies." 64. But, this assertion begs the question, from what metaphysical or supernatural vantage point does Senghor cite and derive the truth that he articulates? In other words, what are the sources of his Africanity? The former is a question that has remained unanswered for more than half a century, and one that I will audaciously venture to say cannot be answered because Senghor's concept of Africanity, similar to his notion of negritude, is conceptually incarcerated within the prison house of the otherness of the other as projected and presented by Europe's Eurocentric metaphysical and supernatural, indeed, divine and delusional, conception. It is from within the confines of his cell inside the prison house of this century's spanning Eurocentric racial colonial presentation and projection that Senghor conceived Africanity. Senghorian Africanity, then, as Sartre sadly said of negritude, was born only to die, because it cannot and does not exist outside of the Manichaean world and the imperial machinations of Europe. From Senghor's epistemically suspect point of view, Africa is to enrich human culture and civilization through its intuitive reason, and Europe through the development of its discursive reason, and, ultimately, humanity will achieve Teilhard de Chardin's civilization of the universal. Here, then, lies the originality that Senghor mentioned above, and also here, in plain view, is his conception of the true or authentic ontologically speaking complementarity of African and European rationality and epistemology. Africanity's axiology, therefore, was purposely produced, from within the prison house of a white supremacist and European imperial world, as a politically impotent, insult-embracing, racism-accepting, and colonialism-condoning search for African, humanity, identity, and personality. So, is it any wonder that Africanity's values often mirror the very values that European colonizers and white enslavers projected onto Africa and Africans: intuitive reason, emotional, sensational, sensuousness, instinctual, feeling, rhythm, creative, imaginative, natural, agricultural, primitive, athletic, animalistic, hypersexual, spiritual, exotic, and erotic, etc. Without critically engaging the negative portraits and mischaracterizations of Africans put forward by the plethora of Eurocentric missionaries, philosophers, anthropologists, and ethnologists to which his work constantly refers, Senghor falls prey to the culturalism that Hautangji charged him with above. The Eurocentric mischaracterizations of Africa and Africans that Senghor develops his ideas out of constantly destabilizes the discursive foundation of his work and gives it its characteristic, if not infamous, contradictory character. His Africanity and negritude naturalizes negative views of, and the negritude movement, Césaire, Senghor, and Critical Social Theory 69. abominable projections of primitivity onto Africans and turns these views into timeless truths. Drawing from the pseudo-scientific and amorphous philosophical anthropology of Teilhard de Chardin, the racist and morally reprehensible ethnography of Joseph Arthur Comte de Gobineau, the flimsy and flippant existential phenomenological remarks on race and racism of Jean-Paul Sartre, and the inchoate colonial ontological conjectures of Father Placide Tempels, among others, Senghor is overjoyed to invent an authentic African essence. Critical readers are quick to query, how does he invent an authentic African essence? Quite simply, he inverts Eurocentric diabolical descriptions and explanations of Africa and Africans, reinscribes them, and then represents them as positive, authentic African evidence of an ontological difference in and for blacks being in the world. Senghor cannot comprehend that these descriptions are invariably situated within the contours of the Eurocentric prison house, which constantly conceptually incarcerates and colonizes non-European cultures and civilizations, because European culture and civilization is always and ever put forward as the model and measure of true human culture and civilization. By unwittingly utilizing Europe as the model of and measure for humanity, Senghor inferiorizes Africa and Africans, making them Europe's ideal others, and leaving Europe exactly where the Eurocentric missionaries, philosophers, anthropologists, and ethnologists he continually quotes would like for it to be left, at the center of all human history, culture, and civilization. Senghor asserted, "I felt divided before my rebirth, torn as I was between my Christian conscience and my Syra blood. Now, I am no longer ashamed of my diversity, I find joy and reassurance in embracing in one Catholic gesture all these complementary worlds," Senghor cited in BA 1973, 49. It would seem that Senghor offers us an answer to Dubois' classic question of double consciousness, but, as observed above, Senghorian negritude often concedes and, what is worse, embraces many of the anti-black racist myths and stereotypes about Africans without adequately challenging, or radically refuting them. Even more, Senghorian negritude has a tendency to acquiesce to colonial assimilation, even as it purports to defend African cultural values. Therefore, Senghorian double consciousness, if you will, often exhibits a hyper-consciousness of French and other Eurocentric views and values, and especially in terms of interpreting and articulating African history and culture, and it rarely reverses this practice and employs African views and values as a rubric for interpreting French and other European history and culture. This is not a double consciousness, at least not in the Duboisian sense, as much as it is a single consciousness, or a colonized consciousness, a false consciousness that is predicated on and privileges Eurocentric views and values and does not challenge or destabilize Europe's long-held anti-black racist and colonial conceptions of Africa and Africans. 70. Senghor's early writings on negritude were greatly influenced by Sartre's Black Orpheus, and as a result bear the stamp of what Fanon, 1967, would later term Sartre's Hegelian negative. Destruction of Black Zeal, 133-35. 26. For Sartre, as we will soon see, negritude is a negative moment that is not sufficient in itself. Sartre saw the blacks being in the world, that is to say, blacks' struggle to be African in a European imperial world, as merely another moment in a Hegelian Marxist dialectical progression toward a society without races. 27. However, what he failed to realize was that he, like Marx and Engels before him, reduced persons of African origin, and other colored and colonized people, to anonymous racial entities, or human things, as Fanon put it in The Wretched of the Earth. Sartre spoke as if Africans and other non-Europeans did not exist outside of this insufficient negative moment, or solely for the sake of the goal of all vulgar dialectics, synthesis, see Kyoto 1996, 201. Moreover, Sartre again, as with his philosophical forefathers, Marx and Engels, is quick to forget that it was Europeans, and white philosophers and white racist pseudoscientists in particular, who contributed to the development of, and, in many senses, perpetuated the concept of race throughout the globe. Essed and Goldberg 2001, Ease 1997 C, Ward and Law 2002, Zach 1996. When Senghor digests, for lack of a better term, Sartre's dependency theory of negritude and places it within the wider discourse of African philosophy, he, in a sense, does precisely what he claims the Negro or the African does when she or he encounters an object or the other, he dies to himself to be reborn in the other. He does not assimilate it, but himself. He does not take the other's life, but strengthens his own with its life. Senghor 1995a, 120. Senghor does not say what will happen to the African if the other is negative, or unjust, unethical, immoral, or irreligious. What he and Sartre fail to question is the reason why Africans, or any other colored and colonized group, would want to synthesize their respective cultures and civilizations with those of Europeans, whose thought and behavior have historically been horribly xenophobic and jingoistic and, even more, downright brutal and genocidal, toward non-European cultures and civilizations. Bloud 1993, Rodney 1967, 1972, 1981, 1990, Swartz and Ray 2000. Perhaps Senghor and Sartre allude to the fact that non-Europeans, their lives, labor, lands, languages, and cultures, have been and remain dominated and decimated by European imperialism, and that, at this juncture in human history, they have but two choices: on the one hand, adhering to white supremacist racialization and dehumanization, or, on the other hand, certain and soon deracination. Surely Senghorian and Sartrean negritude reek of biological determinism and racial essentialism. Human beings of whatever hue are not unalterably predestined to do or not do anything, and non-Europeans, and African people in particular, must be bold enough to challenge their past and change their present colonial and neocolonial conditions. The Negritude Movement, Césaire, Senghor, and Critical Social Theory 71. Early Senghorian negritude, being grounded on and in Sartre's negative conception of negritude, is an alienated negritude, a negritude that finds itself often at odds with Caesarean negritude, which claimed that our struggle was a struggle against alienation, Césaire 1972, 73. Where Césaire understands negritude to be a concrete rather than abstract coming into African consciousness, Senghor, 1996, sees negritude, via Sartre, as a transient, temporal state on the way to synthesis. 50. Senghor's negritude may be characterized as cultural mulattoism because, similar to the literature on and/or about mulattoes, there appears to be a constant, tragic threat of being forced to decide whether one is a participant of and contributor to African, Senegalese, or European, French, culture and civilization. 28. Senghor, similar to Dubois, 1986, 820, in The Conservation of Races, seems to be asking himself the quintessential black existential question: what, after all, am I? Am I an American Frenchman or am I a Negro African? Can I be both? Or is it my duty to cease to be a Negro African as soon as possible and be an American Frenchman? Senghor, 1996, suggests assimilation as the solution to the problem, but notes at the outset that many may misunderstand or misinterpret what he means by assimilation. There is a danger that the word assimilation may lead to confusion and ambiguity. To assimilate is not to identify, to make identical. We must go beyond the false alternative of association or assimilation and say association and assimilation. 51, emphasis in original. He does not stop there, taking his assimilation theory one step further, and as if adding insult to injury, Senghor first applauds the colonial policies of Great Britain and France, and then explains how he intends, in so many words, to continue the French colonization of Senegal. Observe Senghor's, 1998, hat-in-hand and utterly unbelievable celebration of the European colonization of Africa. The colonial policies of Great Britain and France have proved successful complements to each other, and Black Africa has benefited. The policies of the former tended to reinforce the traditional native civilization. As for France's policy, although we have often reviled it in the past, it too ended with a credit balance, through forcing us actively to assimilate European civilization. This fertilized our sense of negritude. Today, our negritude no longer expresses itself as opposition to European values, but as a complement to them. Henceforth, its militants will be concerned, as I have often said, not to be assimilated, but to assimilate. They will use European values to arouse the slumbering values of negritude, which they will bring as their contribution to the civilization of the universal. 441. First, observe Senghor's openness to colonial assimilation and, second, his own admission that Africans have been, and are being, robbed of their basic human rights when and where he writes of the French forcing us actively to 72. Assimilate European civilization. With all of his discourse on negritude as a humanism, it is a wonder that Senghor did not take a principled stand against French colonialism, pointing to its denial of the basic humanity and right to self-determination of African people, its racial oppression, and its economic exploitation. Instead, Senghor celebrated French colonialism and European imperialism, absurdly asserting, although we have often reviled it in the past, it too ended with a credit balance. What is worse is when Senghor explained his first four-year plan, which he initiated as the president of Senegal soon after its independence in 1960. We had to eliminate the flaws of colonial rule while preserving its positive contributions, such as the economic and the technical infrastructure and the teaching of the French language. In spite of everything, the balance sheet of colonization is positive rather than negative. These positive contributions had to be rooted in negritude by a series of comparisons between existing systems. 445, emphasis added. Senghorian negritude amazingly understands the colonization of Africa to be positive rather than negative, and even encourages the continued teaching of the French language, not Wolof, one of the most widespread Senegalese languages, but French even after Senegal's so-called independence. The comparisons between existing systems which he alludes to, then, are clearly comparisons between Eurocentric imperial systems. Even after independence, France and French language, history, and culture remained Senghor's point of departure. He unwittingly overlooked literally hundreds of indigenous African social systems, institutions, and arrangements. He boldly paraded his preoccupation with France, and, throughout his presidency, 1960 to 1980, he openly sought to assimilate and recolonize, as opposed to decolonize, Senegal. Moreover, Senghor astoundingly admitted that the backwardness of Black Africa has been caused less by colonization than by the slave trade, which in 3 centuries carried off some 200 million victims, blacks hosts. 442, emphasis in original. But, he then concluded in the customary contradictory nature of his negritude, capitalism, then, thanks to the accumulation of financial resources and its development of the means of production, was a factor of progress for Europe and also for Africa. 442. After giving a brief discussion of the cultural borrowings between civilizations, Senghor asserts that, the civilization of the future must be the outcome of a symbiosis. 51. Symbiosis, the intimate living together of two kinds of organisms, especially if such an association is of mutual advantage, is not exactly what one is wont to term the history of power relations between Africa and Europe. In order for there to be true assimilation, synthesis, and/or symbiosis, Africa and Europe would both have to bring to the treasure houses of human culture and civilization. The Negritude movement, Césaire, Senghor, and Critical Social Theory 73. Their great message is, as Dubois, 1986, said, for humanity, 820. Africa, along with the rest of the non-European/non-white world, has had its mouth gagged, hands tied, and feet bound since the 15th century. Europe, and Europe alone speaks, and the remainder of humanity, all colored and colonized 85 to 90%, is literally forced by the threat of nuclear annihilation to hear and heed. As Fanon, 1967, poignantly and painfully put it, the white man wants the world, he wants it for himself alone. He finds himself predestined master of this world. He enslaves it. 128. The foregoing provides a theoretical portrait, a conceptual snapshot, if you will, of Senghor's early Sartrine existential phenomenology influenced articulation of negritude. But, as the Pan-African independence boom gained momentum, he revised his negritude and began to stress the importance of African views and values, African identity and, perhaps most importantly, an African mode of socialism. 29. A decade after Sartre had pronounced negritude a mere reaction to, and an antithetical negation of white supremacy, Born Only to Die, Senghor, 1996, stated, "The struggle for negritude must not be negation but affirmation." 49, emphasis in original. Affirming both the humanity and distinct identity that is, the authentic Africanity of Africans, Senghor posits that Africa, too, has its part to play in the great drama of human history. 30. He asks the question, is there any people, any nation, which does not consider itself superior, and the holder of a unique message? Senghor 1998, 439. As with Dubois' contention that each human group has a great message for humanity, Senghor's revised negritude maintained that Africa has a unique message for the world, but that the world must be bold enough to hear and heed the special message. The message that Africa can and must contribute to the world is, according to Senghor, contained in traditional African thought, that is to say, in the historical, cultural, and philosophical views and values of African people. 31. In this sense, then, Senghor, 1998, asserted, the negritude theorists were justified in fostering the values of negritude, and arousing the energy slumbering within us. In fact, he continued, it must be in order to pour them into the mainstream of cultural miscegenation, biological process taking place spontaneously. They must flow towards the meeting point of all humanity, they must be our contribution to the civilization of the universal. 440. Where Senghor had previously asserted that the African does not assimilate, he is assimilated, employing his reconstructed concept of negritude, he now claimed that the African is concerned not to be assimilated, but to assimilate. Senghor 1996, 47, 1998, 441. Breaking away from Sartrine negative negritude, Senghor swings in the direction of Césaire and suggests a re-engagement and reconstruction of traditional African views and values. However, Senghor, similar to Césaire, advocates a return to use Césaire's term not to the pre-colonial African past, but to radical tradition. 74. African views and values, because he feels there is much that could be appropriated and applied to the neo-colonial African present. Senghor, 1996, said, the problem which we, Africans in 1959, are set with is how to integrate African values into the world of 1959. It is not a case of reviving the past so as to live on in an African museum. It is a case of animating this world, here and now, with the values that come from our past. This after all is what the American Negroes have begun to do. 51. One of the definitive values from the African past that Senghor, Césaire, Sékou Touré, Kwame Nkrumah, Julius Nyerere, and Amilcar Cabral, among others, strongly felt should be integrated into an animate Africa's present was African socialism. The African mode of socialism, asserted Senghor, 1998, is not that of Europe. It is neither atheistic communism nor, quite, the democratic socialism of the Second International of the Labour Party. 442. On the contrary, he continued, the specific objective of African socialism, after the Second World War, was to fight against foreign capitalism and its slave economy, to do away, not with the inequality resulting from the domination of one class by another, but with the inequality resulting from the domination of the European conquest, from the domination of one people by another, of one race by another. 444. For Senghor, and many of the other African socialists, Western Marxism and / or Eurocentric socialism was simply too narrow to fully engage the existential and ontological issues of neocolonial Africa. He declared, for Marx's worldview, although that of a genius, remained too narrow, it was neither sufficiently retrospective, nor sufficiently prospective to speak to the special needs of Africa and Africans. 445, emphasis in original. Where Césaire said, Marx is all right, but we need to complete Marx, and Fanon fumed, Marxist analysis should always be slightly stretched every time we have to do with the colonial problem. Everything up to and including the very nature of pre-capitalist society, so well explained by Marx, must here be thought out again. Senghor, 1963, sternly stated. Marx nowhere deals with this form of inequality, i.e., racial colonialism, this domination, and the struggle for freedom which they were to provoke. That was one of his omissions, which we had to repair by starting from our own situation, extrapolating, nevertheless, from his analyses and his theory, pressing them home to the very last of their logical implications and of their practical implications. For the celebrated solidarity of the world proletariat has remained purely theoretical, even among Marx's disciples. In hard fact, as we must have the clear sight and the courage to admit, the rise in the standard of living of the European worker has been effected, through a colonial slave. The Negritude movement, Césaire, Senghor, and Critical Social Theory 75. Economy, to the detriment of the masses of Asia and Africa. Hence the difficulties of decolonization. We can form a new world vision which takes in the whole of matter and life, a Weltanschauung deeper and more complete than Marx's, and therefore more human. 14-15. Senghor's newly revised Negritude of the 1960s understood that it was not colonialism alone that the colonized must wage war against, but capitalism as well. Once independent, many of the formerly colonized countries continued to depend on European powers for their national well-being, Senghor's Senegal notwithstanding. To break the monopoly European powers had on Africa and Africans, Senghor suggested an African mode of socialism that went well beyond Marx and old scientific socialism. By plugging the holes in it, and by opening up its blind alleys. 18. However, and here is where Senghorian Negritude's characteristic contradictory nature surfaces once again, even as he advocated for an African socialism, Senghor continued to encourage Pan-Africanists to borrow from the socialist experiments of Europe and white Marxists. 12. This, in and of itself, is not problematic, but it does in the long run prove problematic when and where Senghor does not clearly articulate that African interests, and the interests of other colored and colonized peoples should be critically held in mind in the event that trans-ethnic anti-imperialists and multicultural Marxists borrow from the socialist experiments of Europe and white Marxists. As will be seen in the subsequent chapters, both Fanon and Cabral were quite critical of colored and colonized radicals uncritically borrowing from the socialist experiments of Europe and white Marxists. Ironically, unlike Césaire, Senghor suggested returning to and/or cultural borrowing, not from the burgeoning tradition of Pan-African socialism and black Marxism, which was initiated by W.E.B. Du Bois, C.L.R. James, and several of the radicals of the Harlem Renaissance, but from European socialists and white Marxists during one of the most intense periods of revolutionary Pan-African political and intellectual activity in modern history. 32. One need look no further, for example, than Du Bois' Black Reconstruction, Color and Democracy, and the World and Africa, James's The Black Jacobins and a History of Pan-African Revolt, Kwame Nkrumah's Towards Colonial Freedom, Africa Must Unite, Consciencism, Philosophy and Ideology for Decolonization, and Neocolonialism, The Last Stage of Imperialism, see Couturière's Africa in Motion, Africa and the Revolution, Africa and Imperialism, and Towards Full Re-Africanization, Julius Nyerere. Ujamaa, Essays on Socialism, Freedom and Unity, Freedom and Socialism, and Freedom and Development, and, finally, Amilcar Cabral's Revolution in Guinea, Return to the Source and Unity and Struggle. Overlooking all of this, Senghor urges black Marxists and Pan-African socialists, in essence, to continue their colonial relationship with Europe, stating, it is a 76. Question, once again, of modernizing our values by borrowing from European socialism its science and technical skills, above all, its spirit of progress. 11. In On African Socialism, Senghor, 1964a, critically engages white/Western Marxism and endeavors, not to illustrate its inadequacies in terms of confronting racial oppression and racial colonial domination, but the ways in which it informs an African mode of socialism predicated on the projected African primitivisms of Eurocentrism and white supremacism. Senghorian socialism, similar to his versions of negritude and Africanity, is conceptually incarcerated in the horror-filled holding cell that Europe's invented Africa has long been held in. Again, similar to his versions of negritude and Africanity, Senghorian socialism does display a penchant for quasi-Pan-African radical politics, not to mention black radical rhetoric, but its would-be radical politics are constantly diluted and destabilized by his incessant advocacy of a synthesis and symbiosis of European and African rationality, which, because both descriptions and interpretations of black and white reason are one-dimensional and figments of his fantastic imagination, he unwittingly ultimately advocates for the subordination of his highly imaginary and super-surrealistic Africa to his unbelievably overinflated and over-exaggerated Europe on the same pseudo-scientific, philosophically phony and politically pointless Eurocentric metaphysical grounds that rendered his versions of negritude and Africanity fatally flawed. So, given the foregoing, it might make sense to ask a serious question, such as, is Senghorian socialism, when all is said and done, a socialism of subordination, a socialism of servility, a Eurocentric African mode of socialism, which is not an African mode of socialism at all, but a gentler and more generous form of neocolonialism in blackface? Is it surreptitiously? It seriously saddens me to ask an anti-African and anti-socialist socialism. Sadly, even after independence, even after advocating an African mode of socialism, Senghor was unable to break free from the French colonial cathedral where he had so solemnly and faithfully worshipped for so long. France, and Europe in general, from Senghor's surrealist, artificial Pan-African point of view, simultaneously represented Africa's death, crucifixion, and neocolonial new life or afterlife, resurrection, and African socialism again. From Senghor's Eurocentric surrealist, faux Pan-African point of view was simply another symbol of Africa's inferiority or, as he put it above, the backwardness of black Africa. In other words, even in their fight for freedom, Senghor counseled the colonized to turn to the twisted teachings of their colonizers, thus intellectually re-enslaving, theoretically recolonizing and, eventually, psychologically and physically re-delivering the racially ruled to the egregious and epoch-encompassing violence of their racial rulers. Senghorian negritude, although it clearly quantitatively surpasses Caesarian negritude in its critical engagement of European socialism. The negritude movement, Caesar, Senghor, and Critical Social Theory 77. And white Marxism, not to mention Sartrean existential phenomenology and Teilhard de Chardin's philosophical anthropology, it is nonetheless qualitatively inferior to Caesarian negritude on account of its ultimate acquiescence to Eurocentric conceptions of Africa, Africans, blackness, and socialism. Yet and still, taken together both Senghorian and Caesarian negritude contribute to Cabralism and the broader Africana tradition of critical theory, and it is to their contributions that we will now turn. The negritude movement's contributions to Cabralism and the Africana tradition of critical theory. Negritude as an aesthetic attitude, a poetic praxis, and a political and cultural movement connects with and contributes to Cabralism and the discourse of Africana critical theory in several seminal ways. First, and as discussed above, negritude possesses a cultural kinship with the Harlem Renaissance, the first modern black aesthetic movement and axiological explosion, AKO 1982, Bamakunal 1982, Fabre 1993, Irel 2004, Shuttlesworth Davidson 1980. The breakthroughs of the Renaissance fanned and fueled the wildfires that would eventually spread around the colored and colonial world. The radicals of the Renaissance contributed an existential engagement of the African self-image and identity, which in the hands of Senghor and Césaire would translate and transform itself into the Negritudian notion of Africanity, Carroll 2005, S.K. Lewis 2006, Wiley 1985. With regard to the Harlem Renaissance, it must be remembered, as Nathan Huggins, 1995, asserted, identity was central, 9. Meaning, identity was an integral part of, and an organizing principle for, African American aesthetic attitudes. Huggins continued, Afro-American identity was then, as it is now, a major preoccupation with black artists and writers. 11. Although there has been more focus on Fanon's explorations of black identity in Black Skin, White Masks, Cabral made equally important contributions to the Africana tradition of critical theory with his classic essay Identity and Dignity in the National Liberation Struggle, which will be discussed in Chapter 5. Hence, Fanon and Cabral's preoccupation with identity has precedent in the Negritude movement and, even earlier, in the Harlem Renaissance. Negritude's second major contribution to Cabralism and Africana critical theory revolves around its nexus to the African anti-colonial struggle, and the theory and praxis of Pan-Africanism in particular, Berrien and Long 1967, Finn 1988, Irel 1965a, 1965b, 2011, E. A. Jones 1971, Wanja 1974. Senghor wrote of the Negro African personality and our collective soul, where Césaire said, I have always recognized that what was happening to 78. My brothers in Algeria and the United States had its repercussions in me, Senghor 1998, 439, 1996, 50, Césaire cited in Popia 2003, 105. As will be seen, Cabral's critical theory, like that of Fanon, was in many ways predicated on Pan-Africanism, if not, more specifically, a distinct form of Pan-African radical politics. Africana critical theory combines the long traditions of Pan-Africanism and black radicalism in the interest of the wretched of the earth of the 21st century, and both Fanonism and Cabralism are important theories and praxis that serve as paradigms and points of departure. In fact, many of the discursive devices and theoretic practices that we have come to conceive of as truly distinguishing Fanonism and Cabralism are in many instances, whether directly or indirectly, indebted to the Negritude movement and its groundbreaking grasp of an emphasis on pre-colonial African history, culture, and philosophy. The third major contribution the Negritude movement made to Cabralism and the Africana tradition of critical theory centers on its unique Africa-inspired poetics. As touched on in the introduction of this volume, from his early interest in the Cabo Verdeanidad Movimento, avid reading of the journals Claridad and Certeza, and affinity with the aesthetics and poetics of both the Negritude movement and Negrismo movement, it can be said that, similar to W.E.B. Du Bois, C.L.R. James, Aimé Césaire, Leopold Senghor, and Frantz Fanon, Cabral had a lifelong love affair with what Eugene Perkins, 1976, termed the literature of combat. Considering the Negritude movement a major innovation within the Africana poetic tradition, Perkins asserted, traditional African poetry is usually distinguished by its romantic affinity with nature and the African's relationship to his folklore, his mythology, and his native culture. It is a poetry that is best exemplified through oral expression, which incorporates the rituals, songs, and lifestyles indigenous to the African's way of life. And despite the cultural influence, over thousands of years of European invaders, the essence of traditional African poetry has retained most of its originality. The one notable exception to this tradition has been the Negritude school of poetry, which was founded by Aimé Césaire and Léon Damas. But even Negritude poetry did not break entirely from tradition, although it articulated greater racial consciousness and was more outspoken in its denouncement of European values and customs. 226. Interestingly, echoing Perkins, African literature scholar Uli Beer, 1967, commented, César's Africanism is a genuine rediscovery of the spiritual values of the Black continent, and a reappropriation, through his poetry, of a personal ancestral heritage. 67. Where the poetry of the African diaspora has seemed to consistently focus on the reappropriation of a personal ancestral heritage, the poetry of continental Africa, particularly the poetry of the African liberation movements, often painted a portrait of those The Negritude movement, César, Senghor, and Critical Social Theory 79. Ments and the cultures and countries from which they materialized. The poetry that emerged from the theories and praxis of the African liberation movements of the 1960s and 1970s was, like a lot of Negritude poetry, often rather romantic, but at the same time a form of political and cultural protest discursively demonstrating what is and what could be. Much of this poetry was imprinted with strong sentiments of national political and cultural consciousness, and much of it grew out of the life worlds and life struggles of the African masses. As a consequence, the poetry of the African liberation movements, much like Negritude poetry in Francophone Africa a generation earlier, often provided the poorest of the poor, those folk Fanon called the wretched of the earth, with insight and inspiration, consciousness and the courage to continue the struggle against imperialism. One might go so far to say that this poetry frequently portrayed the struggles of the various African liberation movements and helped to spread the ideological underpinnings on which they were predicated, while simultaneously illustrating the kinds of commitments and sacrifices the African masses must be willing to make to achieve real decolonization and national liberation. In his pioneering work, Perkins, 1976, observed that although often overlooked, many of the leaders of African liberation movements are, themselves, poets whose works have served as empirical testimonies to the nature of African liberation struggles. 228. For example, he importantly continued. Sékou Touré, Amilcar Cabral, Eduardo Mondlane, Marcelino dos Santos, Agustin Honito, and even Patrice Lumumba are but a few examples of African liberation leaders who have also gained recognition as poets. Whether or not this correlation of poetic skills and political advocacy is by circumstance or because of some other unexplained relationship, I cannot say. But it is interesting to note that so many African liberation leaders are poets whose dedication to their struggles is reflected by both their words and deeds. 228. Indeed, Cabral can be situated within the African liberation leader-poet politico paradigm, although most Cabral studies scholars have given little or no attention to Cabral's poetic praxis. As Gerald Moser asserted in his groundbreaking The Poet Amilcar Cabral, 1978, Amilcar Cabral is universally known as the most successful of all the leaders in the African struggles for independence from Portuguese colonial rule during the 1960s and 1970s, 176. However, only a few persons, who had been his classmates or his close associates in African student groups, knew until recently that this man of action was also a poet. Continuing his insightful commentary, Moser argued, Heather written by foreigners who knew him well, such as Basil Davidson, or by his countrymen, who published an official biographical sketch in 1976, the literature dealing with Cabral concentrates on the politician and thus neglects other aspects of his life, especially aspects of 80. His life, in light of the current discussion, which might help us better understand Cabral's critical theory and expand Cabralism in the 21st century. 176. As a matter of fact, Moser maintained. Reading Cabral's reports as Secretary General of the PAIC from 1961 on, or the addresses he delivered in Italy, 1964, or Cuba, 1966, among others, no one would guess that he possessed a lyrical vein. So factual and analytical are those writings that Basil Davidson remarked on Cabral's stubborn emphasis on conceptualizing the actual and detailed process of socio-economic change, attributing it to his training as an engineer. And yet even a superficial reading of Cabral's foreword to the same book in which Davidson made that assertion clearly shows the hidden lyrical side of the planner of concrete action. For he talks there of the wall of silence built around the Portuguese colonies, to keep out the wind of change that brings the good news of the African awakening. He evokes the days when he and his British friend drank from the same calabash, were bitten by the same mosquitoes which mingled our blood, and were soiling their clothes with the same earth, red as the blood of our fighters and of the soldiers of Portugal. In another passage, he regrets that his friend, in his eagerness to see everything, missed seeing the flowers of quitafine, blue-yellow lilac flowers, rainbow flowers, flowers red as the setting sun, and white, too, but not like the settlers, white and pure as Picasso's dove, in the same way as he missed talking to Lebet, the young African woman, as fine as a gazelle, and did not see the color of her eyes, the purity of her smile, the grace of her gestures, a woman so lovely that even the most justified struggle ought not to monopolize her. 177, all emphasis in original. See also Davidson 1969, 9-12, 78. Here is Cabral, the revolutionary poet and political theoretician, writing in a lyrical style and rattling off phrases that harbor strong hints of, most obviously, Fanon's black skin, white masks and the wretched of the earth, but also Césare's notebook of a return to the native land and discourse on colonialism. When Cabral's poetic praxis is left in lurch, his indebtedness to the negritude movement, among other early to mid-20th century Africana cultural aesthetic movements, is obscured, if not ultimately erased. In 1978, 5 years after his assassination, Moser published 10 of Cabral's poems written between 1945 and 1946. They are, to say the least, breathtakingly beautiful, and provide Cabralists with a rare glimpse into the emotional and intellectual landscape of a young Cabral who was already questioning and becoming increasingly critical of Portuguese colonialism and racism. Consequently, as with almost every other major figure in the Africana tradition of critical theory, Cabral's critical theory and radical politics are, however loosely, linked to his poetics and broader concern with African aesthetics and culture. Cabralism, then, is as concerned with African aesthetics and culture as it is African socialism, African nationalism, and Pan-Africanism. The Negritude movement, César, Senghor, and Critical Social Theory 81. The fourth major contribution Negritude makes to Cabralism and the Africana tradition of critical theory revolves around César and Senghor's emphasis on the need to return to, or better yet the rediscovering, appropriating and applying, extending and expanding of indigenous African thought and practices. This contribution obviously has connections to Negritude's emphasis on the deconstruction and reconstruction of African identity, i.e., Africanity. The emphasis on return links with and sheds light on the fact that Negritude, as quiet as it is kept, helped to lay the foundation for what has been dubbed, by some positively and others pejoratively, ethnophilosophy. 33. As will be discussed in the subsequent chapters, Cabral's concept of return to the source can be viewed as a direct discursive descendant of Negritude's theory of return. 5th, from within the vortex of Africana philosophy Negritude registers, however unsystematically, one of the earliest critiques and rejections of the grafting of Western European philosophical concepts and categories onto persons of African descent and Africana cultures, Maysalo 1994, 29. For example, César's excellent engagement of Placide Tempel's Bantu philosophy, and Senghor's seminal critique of Marx and white Marxist socialism, see César 1972, 33-39, Senghor 1998, 438-448. As we shall soon see, both Fanon and Cabral developed critiques of the incessant superimposition of Eurocentric philosophy onto Africa and its diaspora, and contributed groundbreaking critiques of Marxism to the Africana tradition of critical theory. Finally, Negritude reminds the workers of Africana critical theory once again that no matter what other human groups understand philosophy to be, in the African world, a world currently experiencing the ongoing effects and after-effects of violent racial colonial conquest, we need functional philosophy, or, as the Italian philosopher Antonio Gramsci, 1971, would have it, a philosophy of praxis, philosophy that is at once intellectual and political, academic and activist. As Jan Heinz John, 1968, observed, the semantic, rhythmical, and thematic achievements of negritude have a fruitful connection with each other as characteristics of a specific philosophy and attitude to the world, the conception of an African style and the unity of an African culture, 249. Negritude, being at once a specific philosophy and attitude to or towards the world, binds disparate aspects of trans-ethnic African cultures together by the very fact that it asserts that there is such a thing as an African reality, or African metaphysics. 34 John stated, the aim of the subject matter of negritude is to capture the African reality, and this reality, in both its continental and diasporan forms, is a reality that has been shaped and molded by the violence unleashed by European imperialism, 249, see also Blout 1993, Chinweizu 1975, Rodney 1972, Serekwaberhan 1994. In considering the nexus of negritude to Pan-Africanism, and both to the evolution of Cabral's critical theory and ultimately Cabralism, one must 82. Concede that negritude, when all is said and done, being primarily concerned with evolving Africanity, sought to forge an African identity and capture the African reality out of the raw materials of both continental and diasporan life worlds and life struggles, N.R. Shapiro 1970, Wanja 1974, Wiley 1985. We would do well to emphasize this point. Pan-Africanism, a precursor of negritude and the negritudian notion of Africanity, is, as Du Bois, 1958, 1960, 1963, 1965, asserted at several intervals throughout his dialectical development of the theory of Pan-Africanism, concerned not merely with improving the lived experiences of the Africans on the continent, but with the whole of the colored and colonized world. For instance, in Pan-Africa and the New Radical Philosophy, originally published in The Crisis in 1933, Du Bois, 1971, declared, "We have considered all these matters, European imperialism and the colonial problem, in relation to the American Negro, but our underlying thought has been continually that they can and must be seen not against any narrow, provincial, or even national background, but in relation to the great problem of the colored races of the world, and particularly those of African descent. If this young, black American is going to survive and live a life, he must calmly face the fact that however much he is an American, there are interests which draw him nearer to the darker people outside of America than to his white fellow citizens. And those interests are the same matters of color, caste, of discrimination, of exploitation for the sake of profit, of public insult and oppression, against which the colored peoples of Mexico, South America, the West Indies and all Africa, and every country in Asia, complain and have long been complaining. It is, therefore, simply a matter of ordinary common sense that these people draw together in spiritual sympathy and intellectual cooperation, to see what can be done for the freedom of the human spirit which happens to be encased in dark skin." 206 to 207. Negritude, as reported by Césaire in Discourse on Colonialism, is among many other things a coming to consciousness among Negroes, and an affirmation of our solidarity. As with Pan-Africanism, negritude serves as a counter to the refeeing nature of the Europeanization of the non-European world through colonial conquest. Césaire's colonial equation should be recalled here: colonization equals thingification. Further, negritude surely speaks to the spiritual sympathy and intellectual cooperation that Du Bois above claims must exist if anything is to be done in the direction of the freedom of the human spirit which happens to be encased in dark skin. Freedom, a signal theme in black radical thought traditions, is the trope that binds negritude and Pan-Africanism, and ultimately both to Cabral's critical theory and the evolution of Cabralism. 35 As Du Bois observed, it is precisely continental and diasporan African collective interests in matters of color, caste, of discrimination, of exploitation for the sake of profit, of public insult and oppression that places persons The Negritude Movement, Césaire, Senghor, and Critical Social Theory 83. Of African origin and descent nearer to the darker people than persons who immorally inherit unprecedented power, privilege, and prestige as a result of European imperialism and white world supremacy. Likewise, it was Cabral's, and it remains Cabralism's, interests in matters of color caste, of discrimination, of exploitation for the sake of profit, of public insult and oppression that places his critical theory and its intellectual offshoots squarely within the Africana tradition of critical theory. We will soon witness many of the ingenious and extremely innovative ways that Cabral's critical theory coupled Pan-Africanism, negritude, African nationalism, and African socialism with his own homespun, albeit highly inventive, interpretations of Third World internationalism, Marxist-Leninism, revolutionary nationalism, and revolutionary humanism within the context of the crumbling racial colonial world of the mid to late 20th century. However, before we can adequately explore Cabral's critical theory, there is another important conceptual coordinate, inarguably the negritude movement's greatest intellectual error, which must be taken into serious consideration, and that is, of course, Frantz Fanon's critical theory and the evolution of Fanonism. In the chapter to follow we leave the negritude movement and look at the ways in which Fanon builds on and goes far beyond Césaire's conception of decolonization and makes several critical distinctions concerning decolonization that have frequently failed to find a foothold amongst contemporary Fanonists. One of the major innovations of Fanon's work involves his reconceptualization of colonialism by intensely emphasizing its racial or, rather, racist aspects when imposed by whites onto non-whites. Fanon also accented the political economy of racial colonialism and the ways in which colonialism and capitalism are inextricable in the modern/postmodern and neocolonial/postcolonial world. What, then, is Fanonism? What is Fanon's conception and critique of the racial colonial capitalist world? What has Fanonism historically and currently contributed to Cabralism and the discursive development of the Africana tradition of critical theory? Chapter 2. Fanonism, Fanon's dialectic of radical disalienation and revolutionary decolonization. Introduction, Blackskins and White Masks. Wretchedness and Revolution. Frantz Fanon's 4 books Black Skin, White Masks, A Dying Colonialism, The Wretched of the Earth, and Toward the African Revolution reveal a deep, dialectical thinker and critical theorist of extraordinary insight, especially with regard to issues involving Europe's supposed white superiority and Africa's alleged black inferiority, racism, sexism, colonialism and neocolonialism, radical disalienation and revolutionary decolonization, the nature of revolutionary nationalism and its interconnections with revolutionary humanism, colonial violence and anti-colonial violence, national consciousness, national culture, and national liberation, the psychology of both the colonizer and the colonized, and the prospects and problematics of bringing into being a truly post-colonial African nation-state. The man who came to be called the apostle of violence, the prophet of a violent Third World Revolution, the prisoner of hate, and the preacher of the gospel of the wretched of the earth, was born firmly in the folds of French colonialism on July 20, 1925 on the Caribbean island of Martinique and died of leukemia in Washington, D.C. on December 6, 1961, at the unforgivably young age of 36, E. Hansen 1977, 52, Macy 2000, 2. David Macy, 2000, perhaps, captured the ever-evolving posthumous life of Frantz Fanon and Fanonism best when he wrote at the dawn of the 21st century, over 40 years after his death, Fanon remains a surprisingly enigmatic and elusive figure. Whether he should be regarded as Martiniquan, Algerian, French, or 87, 88. Simply black is not a question that can be decided easily. It is also a long-standing question. 7. 1. Undoubtedly, Fanon and Fanonism have profoundly influenced 20th and, already, 21st century thinking about racism and colonialism, and whether his readers understand him to have been Caribbean, African, or French or some synthesis of each of the foresaid. It is extremely important to emphasize that he desired, above all else, to be regarded quite simply as human, as a brother in the house of hard-working, humble humanity. However, as the Ethiopian philosopher, Tewodros Kiros, 2004, readily reminds us, we are the children of geography and history, born to a given race, a given region, at a particular time, in a particular place. 217. Fanon, no matter how radically humanist, was not during his lifetime, and certainly is not now, immune to these inescapable facts, the facts, as he himself said, of his blackness. An accomplished writer, Kiros contends, Frantz Fanon is regarded by many as one of the greatest revolutionary thinkers of the 20th century. 217. He holds a special place in the hearts and minds of black radicals, revolutionary nationalists, and Pan-Africanists because, Kiros continues, he was a Pan-Africanist who did not divide Africa into North and South, and he made it his mission always to remind the Algerians of their Africanity, and other Africans of the Africanity of the north of the continent. His activities and writings were always guided by a Pan-African lodestar. 216. Fanon, then, was not simply against the colonization of African people and the African continent, but he was also against the colonization of African thought, what he termed in The Wretched of the Earth, 1968, the racialization of thought. 212. Much like Cabral, Fanon's contributions were not merely theoretical or epistemological, but profoundly praxeological. Consequently, this chapter seeks to provide an overview of Fanon's major contributions to the Africana tradition of critical theory in general, and Cabral's critical theory and the evolution of Cabralism in particular. Many scholars and critics have contended that Amilcar Cabral was indelibly influenced by Frantz Fanon and what, posthumously, came to be called Fanonism. However, very few have taken the time to connect the discursive dots and offer an intellectual history and intellectual archaeology focused on what Fanon contributed to Cabral, and how Cabral innovatively evolved those contributions by making them speak to the special needs of the revolutionary decolonization and national liberation struggle in Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau, circa 1956 to 1973. That being said, this chapter is essentially divided into two parts. The first part of the chapter examines Fanon's critical theory of radical disalienation. More specifically, it offers an analysis of Fanon's black skin, white masks that engages selected passages from the text that lend themselves to the deepening and development of a critical theory of the lived 89. Experience of the black. Emphasis, of course, will be placed on Fanon's psycho-socio-political existential phenomenology of race, his unique critique, of racism, and his contributions to critical race theory. In particular, concerted attention will be given to Fanon's critiques of the Manichaeanism of blackness and whiteness within an anti-black racist and white supremacist world, with the intent of emphasizing the relevance of his transdisciplinary human scientific methods and modes of interpretation for Cabral and his comrades, as well as contemporary, anti-racist radical politics and revolutionary social movements. The first part of the chapter will conclude with a discussion of Fanon's critique of Jean-Paul Sartre's articulation of negritude and earnestly examine the problematics involved when whites, however well-meaning and well-intentioned, attempt to theorize the lived experience of the black without incessantly and unflinchingly self-reflexively and sincerely critiquing and combating their internalization of anti-black racism and often unwitting complicity in, and private practice, of white supremacy. The main objective of the first part of the chapter is to demonstrate that it was only by developing a critical theory of radical disalienation that Fanon was able to come to his groundbreaking conclusions concerning revolutionary decolonization in The Wretched of the Earth, which is the subject of the second part of the chapter. Critically challenging the traditional interpretations of Fanon's theories of colonialism, violence, and decolonization, the second part of the chapter revolves around an intense expiation of his conceptions of racial colonialism, views on revolutionary violence, and discourse on revolutionary decolonization. The first section of the second part of the chapter offers an expatiation of the ways in which Fanon, à la Césaire, accented how the combination of racialization and colonization created a new form of colonialism, i.e., racial colonialism, perhaps unprecedented in the annals of human history. From there the chapter focuses on what Fanon offered as the solution to the colonial problem and the distinction he made between true and false decolonization before concluding with an informed analysis of how racial colonial violence, in some senses, summons the anti-colonial violence of revolutionary decolonization. By the chapter's end the reader will have a clearer sense of the ways in which Fanon laid much of the foundation on which Cabral built his radical politics and revolutionary praxis, or, to put it differently, how Cabralism is virtually incomprehensible without first grasping Fanonism. Cabral may very well be the greatest Fanonist of all time, and I honestly believe that he is, but we will not know unless we first carefully and critically examine Fanonism, and specifically Fanon's critical theory of radical disalienation and critical theory of revolutionary decolonization, respectively. 90. Black Skin, White Masks, Fanon's critical theory of the lived experience of the black and discourse on radical disalienation. Black Skin, White Masks is a genre-bending book about disalienation and decolonization. It is an intense exploration of the lived experience of the black and the various attitudes that the Negro adopts in contact with white civilization. Fanon 1967, 12. Fanon embraced Jean-Paul Sartre's concept of committed literature and wrote Black Skin, White Masks with a clear purpose, stating, "I believe that the fact of the juxtaposition of the white and black races has created a massive psycho-existential complex. I hope by analyzing it to destroy it." 2. Further, he stated, "With this book I seriously hope to persuade my brother, whether black or white, to tear off with all his strength the shameful livery put together by centuries of incomprehension." 12. Black Skin, White Masks, then, is ultimately a book about the problems of love and understanding. 8. It opens and closes by strongly stressing the revolutionary humanism that Fanon's insurgent intellectual and radical political legacy would ultimately hinge on. 3. Even though Fanon wrote Black Skin, White Masks with a clear purpose, his prose is often extremely difficult to read, especially for contemporary readers. The book constantly moves back and forth between medical terminology and poetry, between analysis of historical texts and novels, in other words, between fact and fiction. Then, there is Fanon's habit of creating new words to express himself, neologisms, as well as his use of Martiniquan creolisms. Reading Black Skin, White Masks is further complicated, according to Fanon biographer David Macy, 2000, because it is so difficult to categorize in terms of genre. It is difficult to think of any precedent for it, and it did not establish any new genre or tradition. It had no sequel. 161. Perhaps it is difficult to think of any precedent for Black Skin, White Masks in Francophone literature, but in Anglophone literature W.E.B. Du Bois' 1920 classic Darkwater, Voices from Within the Veil immediately comes to mind. Although Fanon does not cite Darkwater in Black Skin, White Masks, it is interesting to note some of the similarities between the texts. In Darkwater, 1999, Du Bois employs a mixture of literary mediums, creating a textual collage that would have, or, indeed, maybe, made the African-American visual artist and collagist, Romare Bearden, grin from ear to ear. In a much more pronounced manner than in the Souls of Black Folk, Du Bois' writing in Darkwater was poignant and polyvocal, shifting back and forth between pungent politico-economic analysis and socio-cultural criticism to pure poetry and lyrical literary experimentation, the latter, à la Jean Toomer's 1923 classic Cain, although Du Bois' creative writing had a firmer foundation in the former, social science, and was, therefore, often cerebral and overly sentimental. Where the Souls of Black Folk was a 91. Literary look backward at the impact and effects of the African Holocaust, enslavement, and Jim Crow segregation on the human pride and humble passions of African Americans, Darkwater was a literary look forward, A Vision of the Liberated Future that Larry Neal, 1989, and his Black Arts Associates were soon to sing of. It was an extremely innovative and thoroughly cosmopolitan text, perhaps one of the first and most widely read to combine literary experimentation and sociological analysis with continental and diasporan African calls for racial justice. It was, amazingly for its time, simultaneously anti-racist, anti-sexist, anti-colonialist, and anti-capitalist, devoting at least one chapter to each of the aforementioned imperialist issues and or ideologies. It was, in the end, early Africana guerrilla warfare, to coin a phrase, that is to say, radical writing as a form of freedom fighting, in the sense that Du Bois employed every major modern style of writing to critique and combat the various types of domination and discrimination of his time and, sad to say, of ours as well. Rabaka 2007, 2008, 2010a. Although Black Skin, White Masks does not directly draw from Darkwater, it is interesting to observe that both texts blur the lines between literary genres. What does this say about the respective authors' unique conceptions of committed literature? What are they revealing to us, their readers, about the lived experience of the Black? Perhaps they are saying that one literary genre simply cannot capture the lived experience of the Black, or what they wanted to express about the lived experience of the Black in their respective times and texts. Darkwater and Black Skin, White Masks prefigure the intense interdisciplinary research methods and modes of analysis of Africana studies, which have consistently leveled critiques of monodisciplinary interpretations of the Black experience and argued for multidisciplinary and, ultimately, interdisciplinary analyses of the Black experience. For in discussing Black Skin, White Masks, Macy, 2000, characterized the text as an extended exercise in bricolage, which seems to capture its critical theoretic contours and also provide us with a unique way of critically engaging it. The best way to approach Peau Noir, Masks Blancs, is to regard it as an extended exercise in bricolage, the term Levi Strauss used to describe how myths are assembled from materials that are at hand. The word literally means do it yourself. Bricolage is a good way of describing just what Fanon was doing as he plundered the libraries and bookshops of Lyon and then strode up and down, dictating his text to Josie, his wife. The main materials to hand were the phenomenology of Sartre and Merleau-Ponty, the cultural discourse or tradition of negritude, the psychiatry in which Fanon had just trained, and the fragments of psychoanalytic theory he had absorbed from books. His relationship with his raw materials was never easy. The relationships with negritude and psychoanalysis were particularly fraught, and their synthesis was far from being a smooth one. To describe Peau Noir as the product of bricolage is not to disparage either Fanon or his book. The term quite simply describes 92. What he was doing, using elements of a then modernist philosophy and psychoanalysis to explore and analyze his own situation and experience, even though he had no real academic training as a philosopher and no extensive knowledge of psychoanalysis. 162 to 163, all emphasis in original. If we were to complement Levi Strauss's more myth-focused conception of bricolage and expand it to include history, then Macy's characterization of Black Skin, White Masks would carry more weight within the world of critical theory. Without emphasizing the dialectic of myth and history, Macy's interpretation of Black Skin, White Masks may be misinterpreted as reducing it to myth-making, one of the main reasons Fanon mercilessly criticized Senghor's version of negritude. Of all the schools of thought Fanon relied on in researching and writing Black Skin, White Masks, he turned to negritude, existential phenomenology, and psychoanalysis the most. However, as Macy admits, neither negritude nor phenomenology provide an adequate description of Fanon's or Leibniz's lived experience. Nor does psychoanalysis, 187. In fact, Fanon, 1970, openly challenged white or, rather, Eurocentric psychoanalysis, stating, "There has been much talk of psychoanalysis in connection with the Negro. Disturbing the ways in which it might be applied, I have preferred to call this chapter The Negro and Psychopathology, well aware that Freud and Adler and even the cosmic Jung did not think of the Negro in all their investigations. And they were quite right not to have. 64. 5. Freud, Adler, and Jung were quite right not to have considered blacks in their studies because, according to Fanon, when whites enter into ethnology, that is, essentially studying non-whites, they are so imbued with the complexes of their own civilization that they are compelled to try to find them duplicated in the peoples they study. 64. The core of his critique here revolved around the simple, but often overlooked, fact that in the world of white psychology there is a dialectical substitution when one goes from the psychology of the white man to that of the black. He continued, like it or not, the Oedipus complex is far from coming into being among Negroes. It would be relatively easy for me to show that in the French Antilles 97% of the families cannot produce one Oedipal neurosis. This incapacity is one on which we heartily congratulate ourselves. 64. This demonstrates that although Fanon did draw from psychoanalysis, he was well aware of its limitations for the critical exploration of the lived experience of the black in an anti-black racist and white supremacist world. However, he did not stop here. Fanon went further to call into question the Eurocentric nature of research methods in white psychology, asserting, it is good form to introduce a work in psychology with a statement of its methodological point of view. I shall be derelict. I leave methods to the botanists and the mathematicians. There is a point at which methods devour themselves. 93. Fanon cited in Desai 2014, 65. 6. In Black Skin, White Masks, Fanon developed a dialectical relationship with psychoanalysis, existential phenomenology, and negritude, among other theories, and in terms of the ways in which this work contributes to critical theory, and Africana critical theory in specific, what generates the most intellectual excitement are the moments of breathtaking brilliance where he synthesizes aspects of the theories in the interest of analyzing the lived experience of the black in an anti-black, racist and white supremacist world. What does it mean to live blackness in an anti-black racist world? What does it mean to experience blackness in an anti-black racist world? What are the consequences of blacks internalizing anti-black racism? Why do whites believe that when it comes to race they are miraculously raceless, or that whiteness is somehow natural, normal, and or racially neutral? What are the consequences of whites denying that white supremacy still exists or, worse, that it ever existed? In Black Skin, White Masks, Fanon offers acute answers to these, among many other, crucial questions. He importantly emphasizes that blackness is dialectically inextricable from whiteness, and also controversially claims that blackness as most blacks live and experience it is actually a creation of, and a reaction to, whiteness, white history and culture, and white civilization and racial colonial imagination. Fanon fumed, what is often called the black soul is a white man's artifact. Elsewhere in Black Skin, White Masks he declared, willy-nilly, the Negro has to wear the livery that the white man has sewed for him. In exposing blacks to the fact that most of their lived experiences have been and remain constructed, and deliberately destructed, by whites, Fanon sought to foster an anti-racist and, ultimately, a revolutionary humanist critical consciousness among blacks, as well as whites and other non-whites. However, first and foremost, he believed blacks had to come to terms with the white supremacist anti-black racist social construction of their blackness. He critically queried, what does a man want? What does the black man want? Running the risk of angering my black brothers, I shall say that a black is not a man. Blacks are men who are black, in other words, owing to a series of affective disorders they have settled into a universe from which we have to extricate them. As painful as it is for us to have to say this, there is but one destiny for the black man. And it is white. Fanon 2008, 12, 14. The universe that blacks have found themselves flung into is an anti-black racist and white supremacist universe, which is to say it is not a world of their own creation and social construction. They must be extricated from this inhospitable universe because they are not and cannot truly live, in any sense of the word, free, proud, and productive human lives in an anti-black racist and white supremacist world. All of their relations, even with them. 94. Selves and other blacks, are well, we could ironically say blackened, they are hyper-racially colonized and clouded by anti-black racism and white supremacy. There is a tendency to overlook anti-black racism when whites are not physically present, but in a white supremacist world whites are ideologically omnipresent, even when they are physically absent. Sartre said, blacks can meet only on that trap-covered ground that the white has prepared for them. The colonist has arranged to be the eternal mediator between the colonized. He is there, always there, even when he is absent, even in the most secret meetings. Sartre cited in Chamatsky and Kaplan 1969, 424. The entire white supremacist world stinks of racism because its myths of progress are premised on the myth of the Negro and, as Fanon observed above, the black soul is a white man's artifact, by which he meant, the Negro or the black that whites sometimes schizophrenically love and hate, or, even worse, love to hate, is actually whites' own unowned and unacknowledged anti-black racist creation or recreation, a fantastic figment of their own white supremacist imaginations. We will soon see that even the great Jean-Paul Sartre, according to Fanon, internalized and practiced a weak form of white supremacy in his redefinition and retheorization of negritude and the lived experience of the black. There is no modern concept of the Negro, the black, or, even, the African that has not been, in some white supremacist way, socially constructed and provided by, or produced in reaction to, European and European American conceptions of the alleged inferiority of blackness and the supposed sanctity of whiteness. Fanon, 1986, prods us to critically consider the matter. Is not whiteness in symbols always ascribed in French and in English? We could add to justice, truth, virginity. The black man is the symbol of evil and ugliness. In Europe, the black man is the symbol of evil. 180, 188, emphasis in original. Notice Fanon's shift of tone and timbre here. He goes from questioning to caustically contending white supremacist constructions of blackness. He is well aware that critically engaging the ways that whites have constructed blackness will be difficult and disconcerting for both his black and white readers. He offers this compassionate caveat: one must move softly, and there is a whole drama in having to lay bare little by little the workings of processes that are seen in their totality. One must move softly, I know, but it is not easy. 188 to 189. Even though it is not easy, Fanon continued his agonizing exploration of anti-black racist constructions of blackness. The torturer is the black man, Satan is black, one talks of shadows. When one is dirty, one is black, whether one is thinking of physical dirtiness or of moral dirtiness. It would be astonishing, if the trouble were taken to bring them all together, to see the vast number of expressions that make the black man the equivalent of sin. In Europe, whether concretely or symbolically, the black 95 man stands for the bad side of the character. As long as one cannot understand this fact, one is doomed to talk in circles about the black problem. Blackness, darkness, shadow, shades, night, the labyrinths of the earth, abysmal depths, blacken someone's reputation. In Europe, that is to say, in every civilized and civilizing country, the Negro is the symbol of sin. The archetype of the lowest values is represented by the Negro. 189. Here we have come to the heart of the matter, the various reasons Fanon critically engaged blackness in the white imagination in such anguished depth and intimate detail in Black Skin, White Masks. First, he believed that if blacks were made aware of white supremacist constructions of blackness, they could begin to consciously decolonize and deconstruct these false, anti-black racist constructions of blackness and reconstruct a new revolutionary blackness, that is to say, a blackness that transgresses and transcends anti-black racism and white supremacy, and, also, a blackness that promotes revolutionary humanism and solidarity with other racially colonized and struggling people, as well as authentic white anti-racist allies. Transgressing and transcending anti-black racism and white supremacy revolve around revolutionary humanism, because at the heart of real humanism is an emphasis on love and, although I know I need not say it, authentic love goes above and beyond race, gender, class, sexual orientation, and religious affiliation. Indeed, it must be honestly admitted, when blacks become aware of, or are existentially confronted with white supremacy in the form of anti-black racism, initially they are often angry and morally outraged, which is completely understandable from a black existential phenomenological perspective. 7 In Black Skin, White Masks. Fanon recounts a story about the trauma he experienced when a white child shouted, "Look, a Negro," to his mother upon seeing him, Fanon, riding on a train. Initially, Fanon admits, he found it funny, writing "Look, a Negro." It was true. I was amused. Then, the white child's, however inchoate, internalization of anti-black racism reared its head, and he said, "Mama, see the Negro. I'm frightened." 112. Fanon's amusement was immediately annulled. The precious progeny of the white supremacist world, the white child's fantastic fear put Fanon in his infernal place. The white child's fear of the black demonstrates that there are few, if any, interactions and relationships, interracial or otherwise, in an anti-black racist and white supremacist world free from racial colonial contamination. The white child's practice of the anti-black racial gaze, which translated into his fear of Fanon, speaks volumes about the violence that anti-black racism and white supremacy does to children's conscience and, truth be told, their unconscious, a la Freudian and Jungian psychology. The white child went from what was, interpreted as a naive observation about pigmentation, to a violent, at least for Fanon, the Negro, the black, the nigger, lose of racial innocence, that is to say, if such a thing, racial innocence. 96. Really and truly exists in an anti-black racist and white supremacist world. The white child's fear of the black colonized, or, rather, recolonized Fanon, robbing him of his individuality, distinct personal history, human worth, human dignity, and right to an open-ended and self-determined destiny. From the depths of his desperate double consciousness, which was sparked by the anti-black racial gaze of a white child in a white supremacist world, Fanon, 2008, wrote, "My body was returned to me spread-eagled, disjointed, redone, draped in mourning on this white winter's day. The Negro is an animal, the Negro is bad, the Negro is wicked, the Negro is ugly, look, a Negro, the Negro is trembling, the Negro is trembling because he's cold, the small boy is trembling because he's afraid of the Negro, the cold that chills the bones, the lovely little boy is trembling because he thinks the Negro is trembling with rage, the little white boy runs to his mother's arms, 'Ma man, the Negro's going to eat me. The white man is all around me, up above the sky is tearing at its navel, the earth crunches under my feet and sings white, white. All this whiteness burns me to a cinder. I sit down next to the fire and discover my livery for the first time. It is in fact ugly. I won't go on because who can tell me what beauty is?' 93-94, emphasis in original, see also Gooding-Williams 2005, Tate 2005, Yancey 2008, 2012. Anger, indeed. But, anger directed at the absurdity, to use existential phenomenological language, of white supremacy, which the child has presented himself, however unconsciously, as a proxy for. In fact, it is black anger at white supremacy. Black anger because it is the black's unique response to his or her particular and peculiar lived experience of anti-black racism and white supremacy. Embarrassed or, perhaps, feeling the white guilt that Fanon discussed and dissected so articulately and intimately throughout Black Skin, White Masks, The White Mother, instead of using this absurd situation as an anti-racist and critical multicultural teachable moment, and as if trying to put a band-aid on a bullet wound like a good little white liberal racist, she responded by saying to her son, "Look how handsome that Negro is." Her flattery only added insult to Fanon's agonizing injury. If she would not teach her son, then, Fanon would give both of them a little lesson in the lived experience of the black. Then and there, breaking with everything he had learned about interracial etiquette in a white supremacist world, Fanon's anger reached its apex with half a dozen faithful words that most blacks mumble under their breaths or, at the least, out of earshot of whites, especially anti-black racist white children. "Kiss the handsome Negro's ass, madam." Fanon 1967, 114, or, in a more recent translation, "The handsome Negro says, fuck you, madam." Fanon 2008, 94. He refused to be the black and all that's subhuman or 97. Non-human category represents to white supremacists. Fanon was determined to continue his process of radical disalienation and revolutionary decolonization. Nothing would deter him, not even the supposedly racially neutral naivete of a white child. Ultimately, Fanon's black anger at anti-black racism and white supremacy served as a counter to the white mother and the white child's white supremacist anti-black racist constructions of blackness. If the white mother would not utilize the situation as a teachable moment, then, Fanon, the black, would. He taught the white mother and child that they cannot say and do anything to blacks, that blacks are not their imagined brutes and beasts of burden, but distinct human beings with emotions and intellects, with hearts and minds that whites will have to learn to be sensitive to, and that should they overlook blacks' emotions and intellects, as well as blacks' right to be humanly different from whites, they do so at their own peril. This, in essence, is what I have come to call anti-racist Fanonism. Now we shift the discourse from Fanon's critique of the white mother and child to his critique of arguably the preeminent French philosopher of his epoch, the incomparable Jean-Paul Sartre. Fanon's critique of Sartre, and specifically Sartrine negritude, goes far to demonstrate the paternalistic pitfalls of white anti-racism that is not grounded in pre-colonial and anti-colonial, as opposed to colonial and post-colonial, continental and diasporan African history, culture, and struggles. What, then, is Sartrine negritude, and what was Fanon's critique of it? Synthesizing elements of Caesarian and Senghorian negritude, an extremely important, although often overlooked, third stream of negritude was controversially conceptualized by the critically acclaimed French philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre. It was Sartre who, undoubtedly, introduced and helped to popularize the theory amongst white Marxists, white leftists, and white academics. Sartrine negritude, if you will, has had a life both dependent on and independent of Caesarian and Senghorian negritude. This is so, partly, because of Sartre's popularity within white Marxist and white leftist circles, especially from the mid-1950s until his death in 1980, and also, as Robert Bernasconi, 2005, has observed, because Sartre's articulation of negritude was geared toward explaining negritude to whites and emphasized its supposed temporality and transient nature. Thus, Sartre was and remains negritude's preeminent proponent and interlocutor of European descent. To his credit, Sartre and his philosophy are distinguished from a host of well-meaning and would-be anti-racist, intellectual activists of European descent in the sense that he entered into critical dialogue with Césaire and Senghor, and later Fanon, on not only the class question, but also the colonial question and the race question. Although often overlooked in Sartre studies, post-colonial studies, and racial and ethnic studies, Sartre made several significant contributions to the study of racism and colonialism, Iron. 98. Lee initiating his forays into these areas in 1945 with two essays on anti-black racism in America, Retour d'États Unis, Ce qui j'ai appris du problème noir, Return from the United States, What I Learned About the Black Problem, and Le Problème Noir Auxiliary États Unis, The Black Problem in the United States. He continued his critique of anti-black racism in America with his 1946 play The Respectful Prostitute and an incomplete essay entitled, Revolutionary Violence, which explored the evolution of white supremacist consciousness and anti-black racist oppression during the period of African American enslavement, Sartre 1989-1992. Sartre then shifted his focus from developing an existential phenomenology of anti-black racism to developing an existential phenomenology of anti-Semitism in his classic Anti-Semite and Jew, Sartre 1965, see also Judaican 2006. After Anti-Semite and Jew, which was originally published in 1946, he offered several significant occasional essays on and interventions into racial colonialism and European and American imperialism in the international context, see Bernasconi 2005, Judaican 2008, Gordon 2002, J. S. Murphy 2002, Voigt 2012. Along with Marx, Robert Young, 2006, argued, Sartre constituted one of the major philosophical influences on Francophone anti-colonial thinkers and activists, and through them post-colonial studies. Sartre stands out as the Western Marxist who was most conspicuously involved in the politics of the anti-colonial movements, both in terms of a developing preoccupation with resistance to colonialism in his work and in his own personal political activism, 9x. Hence, anti-racist and anti-colonialist theorists and activists have often had an affinity with Sartre that is second, perhaps, only to Marx among Western European philosophers. However, similar to Marx, Sartre seemed to consistently privilege class over race in his writings on race, ultimately arguing that racism is a consequence of capitalism and, further, that as a byproduct of capitalism, racism will be eradicated with a real socialist revolution. This point will be discussed in greater detail below, but what is important to acknowledge here is that Sartre's writings on racism and colonialism contributed to the discourse on decolonization. Young further elaborated. Sartre was extensively concerned with colonial and Third World issues from 1948 onwards, from his first engagements with racism and negritude, to the triumph of revolutionary China in 1949, the colonial wars in Indochina, Morocco, and Algeria, the Cuban Revolution, American imperialism in the war in Vietnam, the Arab-Israeli conflict, as well as French immigration policies. The implications of his involvement can only be fully addressed in the wider context of his other writings in these areas, the famous preface, Black Orpheus, to Senghor's collection, Anthologie de la Nouvelle Poésie Nègre et Malgache de langue française, 1948, the chapter on colonial violence in the Critique of Dialectical Reason, 1960, the appendix on the position of African Americans in the Notebooks for an Ethics, 1983, and the many occasional 99 writings and interviews on the Vietnam War which, once Algeria had succeeded in winning independence, became his major political preoccupation. Sartre, an active political campaigner, increasingly began to integrate these issues into the preoccupations of his own work. 8. Sartre's engagement with negritude is distinct in that it represents the first time that he entered into critical dialogue with the racially oppressed and racially colonized. Unlike his essays on anti-black racism in America and anti-Semitism, in Black Orpheus Sartre sought to not simply align himself with and explain negritude but, even more, to defend, define and, from Fanon's critical perspective, redefine negritude to make it more palatable for liberal and left-leaning white audiences. Fanon regretfully wrote, "At the very moment when I was trying to grasp my own being, Sartre, who remained the other, gave me a name and thus shattered my last illusion." In his efforts to explain negritude to whites, Sartre took many liberties with the theory, producing his own unique existential phenomenological negritude that greatly differed from Caesarian and Senghorian negritude. 9. Consequently, Sartre's work provides a missing link and an extremely important point of departure in any effort geared toward understanding and thoroughly assessing the significance of negritude, Fanon's Africana philosophical foundation, and Fanon's contributions to critical race theory in the interest of developing an anti-racist, anti-capitalist, and anti-colonialist critical theory of contemporary society, i.e., an Africana critical theory. By, first, critically engaging Sartrean negritude and, secondly, by exploring Fanon's critique of Eurocentrism and, ultimately, white left liberal anti-black racism and paternalism in Sartre's conception and articulation of negritude. This section seeks to concretize several of the critical theoretic discoveries concerning the inadequacies of both whiteness and reactionary blackness, and the necessity of revolutionary blackness and revolutionary humanism, as discussed above. Ironically, according to Dismas Maysalo, 1994, Jean-Paul Sartre contributed the first systematic definition of negritude in his 1948 essay Orpheus Noir, or Black Orpheus, 29. As distinct from both Caesarian and Senghorian negritude, Sartrean negritude understands the black's affective attitude towards the world, that is, his or her negritude to be a necessary negativity, an anti-racist racism that is the only way by which to abolish racial differences. Sartre cited in Chamatsky and Kaplan 1969, 420. Neither Césaire nor Senghor advocated, as Sartre did, a raceless society as the end result of negritude, but because, both Africana and European, scholars in the Francophone and Anglophone academic worlds have given greater attention and critical acclaim to Sartre's writings on negritude, he has, in a sense, become the go-to guy for knowledge on negritude and, by default, the philosopher of negritude. 447. However, Irene Genzier, 1973, has 100. Stated that Sartre was, indeed, sympathetic of negritude, but may have been uncertain as to precisely what the movement was about. 37-38. Sartre's supposed uncertainty, the resultant conceptual ambiguity, and his refusal to revise and or revisit his articulation of negritude, as Césaire and Senghor did, has to many contemporary workers in black radical thought and Africana philosophy rendered his negritude at best lethargic. 10. Sartre makes a distinction between Césaire's subjective negritude and Senghor's objective negritude. Senghorian negritude seeks to rescue and reclaim ancient African civilizations, customs, myths, values, and so on, where Caesarian negritude endeavors to return to the source, a la Amilcar Cabral, only insofar as the past pertains to, or can be shown to have a meaningful impact on, eradicating racial oppression and colonial exploitation in the present, and the longed-for liberated future. Despite making this distinction, Sartre, much to the dismay of negritudists of both persuasions, argued that Caesarian and Senghorian negritude ultimately yield the same result, which contradicts his assertion that Césaire's subjective negritude is revolutionary because it asserts its solidarity with the oppressed of every color and pursues the liberation of all. Sartre cited in Chamatsky and Kaplan 1969, 446. Sartre did not challenge Senghor's black soul negritude as much as he assimilated it, and translated it into what he termed the being in the world of the black. Ironically, even after embracing certain aspects of Senghor's backward-looking or, rather, nostalgic negritude, Sartre goes on to claim that the only road that can lead to the abolition of differences of race is a subjective one remarkably similar to the road traveled by the synoptic Césaire and, soon afterwards, Fanon and Cabral, among others. The journey down the subjective road is very brief, it is only a moment of separation or negativity, as Sartre is quick to essentialize blacks and whites, putting forward an almost ontological division between Africans and Europeans a la Senghor, 420. From Sartre's point of view, what is objective for the black is not necessarily the lived experience of racism and colonialism, but and here he is foolishly following Senghor black soul, black nature, and the essence of blackness. In Black Orpheus, then, Sartre exhibits a tendency to associate blacks with peasants, agriculture, sex, erotic mysticism, phallic erection, and the earth. In a sense, he puts forward a negritude of black naturalness that unwittingly places his existential phenomenological Eurocentrism, Marxist/white leftist racism, and liberal white supremacist humanism into bold relief. Sartre proudly proclaimed, "Techniques have contaminated the white peasant, but the black peasant remains the great male of the earth, the sperm of the world. His existence is the great vegetal patience, his work is the repetition from year to year of the sacred." 101. Coitus. Creating and nourished because he creates. To till, to plant, to eat, is to make love with nature. It is in this that they join the dances and the phallic rites of the black Africans. 433 to 434. It would be difficult to deny Sartre's digestion of, and preoccupation with Senghor's negritude of black naturalness, replete with racist and sexist references. Sartrean negritude refashions colonial anthropology and unwittingly contributes to ethnophilosophy with its emphasis on the dances and the phallic rites of the black Africans, African primitiveness, and ancient African rituals and customs, as well as its preoccupation with the sexual potency of primordial or primitive African men, the great male S of the earth, the sperm of the world, as he put it. For Sartre, negritude celebrates black creation, black sexuality, black spirituality, black bodies, black firm phalluses, black workers, and black consciousness. It is based upon a black soul, he asserted, drawing from Senghor, and on a certain quality common to the thoughts and to the behavior of blacks. Observe the abstractness and ambiguity in Sartre's discourse on negritude. Part of the problem has to do with the pronouncements of the objective negritudists and, most especially, their nostalgic claims of a single black essence, despite countless historical and cultural records and artifacts that point to black folks' very varied lived experiences and lived endurances of Holocaust, enslavement, racial colonization, segregation, and assimilation, not only in the diaspora but, as quiet as it has been kept, on the African continent as well. Fanon's, 1967, riposte to Sartre's philosophical flirtation with Senghor's objective negritude was clear and concise. Negro experience is not a whole, for there is not merely one Negro, there are Negroes, 136, all emphasis in original. In contrast to Senghor's objective negritude, Sartre identifies Césare's subjective negritude, a negritude that moves beyond a mere chronicling of the great African past, a negritude with one foot on the continental past and the other on the diasporan present, and, finally, a negritude that pulls no punches and exhibits an extreme passion for liberty, said Sartre. Césare's negritude, we are told, is revolutionary negritude because it is focused on black being and black becoming in the present and future, not ancient rituals, the mysterious bubbling of black blood, or African polyrhythms. Sartre 2001, 138. It is not a negritude of universality, but one of specificity and, as Sartre observed, it is based on a sense of revolt and love of liberty. He continued, what Césare destroys is not all culture but rather white culture, what he brings to light is not desire for everything but rather the revolutionary aspirations of the oppressed black, what he touches in his very depths is not the spirit but a certain specific, concrete form of humanity. 127, all emphasis in original. César snatches surrealism, that European poetic movement, away from the Europeans who created it and, to use. 102. Sartre's terse term, defrenchifies it, and Africanizes it to speak to the special needs of the, continental and diasporan, African world. 128, 123. Césare's poetry, then, signals the construction of surrealism and the reconstruction of negritude, or Africanity, as Senghor would later suggest. Even after his intense analysis of Senghorian and Césarean negritude, which is to say, although he devoted the bulk of his essay to a critical treatment of objective and subjective negritude, or the divergent degrees of negritude, Sartre took an odd turn and ended the piece emphasizing the temporality of black existence, unequivocally announcing that negritude is for destroying itself, it is the root of its own destruction. 133, 136 to 173, see also Fanon 1967, 133. This is the more serious matter that the prophets of negritude bring to the fore, a matter of intellectual, political, and racial life or death. The following passage from Sartre's Black Orpheus, which was made famous by Fanon in Black Skin, White Masks, perhaps captures the conundrum best and, consequently, should be quoted at length. But there is something more important. The black, as we have said, creates an anti-racist racism for himself. In no sense does he wish to rule the world, he seeks the abolition of all ethnic privileges, wherever they come from. He asserts his solidarity with the oppressed of all colors. At once the subjective, existential, ethnic idea of negritude passes, as Hegel puts it, into the objective, positive, exact idea of the proletariat. For Cesar, Senghor says, the white man is the symbol of capital as the Negro is the labor. Beyond the black-skinned men of his race it is the battle of the world proletariat that is his song. That is easy to say, but less easy to think out. And undoubtedly it is no coincidence that the most ardent poets of negritude are at the same time militant Marxists. But that does not prevent the idea of race from mingling with that of class. The first is concrete and particular, the second is universal and abstract, the one stems from what Jasper calls understanding and the other from intellection. The first is the result of a psychobiological syncretism and the second is a methodical construction based on experience. In fact, negritude appears as the minor term of a dialectical progression. The theoretical and practical assertion of the supremacy of the white man is the thesis, the position of negritude as an antithetical value is the moment of negativity. But this negative moment is insufficient by itself, and the blacks who employ it know this very well. They know that it is intended to prepare the synthesis or realization of the human in a society without races. Thus negritude is the root of its own destruction, it is a transition and not a conclusion, a means and not an ultimate end. Sartre 2008, 319-320 emphasis in original, see also Fanon 1967, 132-133. For Sartre, negritude was merely a negative moment, which was ultimately insufficient by itself. What negritude lacked, from the Sartrean point of view, was precisely what blacks lacked, an openness to assimilation, which actually meant an openness to Europeanization parading under the guise of modernization, and a more in-depth understanding of Hegel and, especially, 103. Marx, who, perhaps not unbeknownst to Sartre, were both sometimes subtle and sometimes not so subtle white supremacists or, at the least, extreme Eurocentrists. For Fanon, Sartre's white left liberal anti-black racist paternalism, like that of Hegel and Marx, was both undeniable and unbearable. 11. Sartre was not simply explaining negritude to whites but, even more, he sanctimoniously took it upon himself to redefine and retheorize negritude, in his mind, making it more logical and or rational for both blacks and whites. Fanon questioned Sartre's retheorization of negritude, wondering aloud whether it was his place, or if he was in a position to state, definitively, what it was, why it was, and where it was logically heading from a Hegelian point of view. In employing the Hegelian dialectic to engage negritude, Sartre surreptitiously embraced and put into practice a form of anti-black racist reductionism, where conventional white supremacist categories, such as whites belonging to the world of reason and blacks belonging to the world of unreason, were projected onto negritude, and blacks in general, and all of this was permitted even though, as Sartre himself observed above, Caesarian subjective negritude critiqued and contested such characterizations. To Fanon, this seemed all wrong, dead wrong, especially Sartre's utilization of the Hegelian dialectic to explain, of all black things, negritude. Sartre had been asked, as a friend of the colored peoples, to introduce whites to negritude, and he took the opportunity to redefine and retheorize, or, rather, Hegelianize, negritude and, basically, eloquently write its intellectual epitaph. Blacks represented rhythm, emotion, and irrationality, or unreason, where whites represented reason, science, and civilization, a la Hegel's and Hegelian philosophy of history. In the end, whites' reason would trump blacks' unreason or racial irrationality. Hence, Sartre said in so many words, whites need not worry themselves about negritude. It was a puerile passing phase and would not last long. Fanon would have none of it, and said so in the firmest words he could find, sternly stating, "Lay aside your history, your investigations of the past, and try to feel yourself into our rhythms. In a society such as ours, industrialized to the highest degree, dominated by scientism, there is no longer room for your sensitivity. One must be tough if one is to be allowed to live. What matters now is no longer playing the game of the world but subjugating it with integers and atoms. Oh, certainly, I will be told, now and then we are worn out by our lives in big buildings, we will turn to you as we do to our children, to the innocent, the ingenuous, the spontaneous. We will turn to you as to the childhood of the world. You are so real in your life, so funny, that is. Let us run away for a little while from our ritualized, polite civilization and let us relax, bend to those heads, those adorably expressive faces. In a way, you reconcile us with ourselves." Thus my unreason was countered with reason, my reason with real reason. Every hand was a losing hand for me. I analyzed my heredity. I made a 104 complete audit of my ailment. I wanted to be typically Negro, it was no longer possible. I wanted to be white, that was a joke. And, when I tried, on the level of ideas and intellectual activity, to reclaim my negritude, it was snatched away from me. Proof was presented that my effort was only a term in the dialectic. Fanon cited in Miller and Dolan 1971, 23-24. Fanon found Sartre's Hegelization of negritude not only paternalistic, but also indicative of his infantilization of blacks, the childhood of the world. Fanon knew all too well that negritude had its limitations, but he also knew that existential phenomenology and Marxism had their limitations, something most existentialists, phenomenologists, and Marxists seemed extremely reluctant to admit. Sartre had basically been asked by the negritude theorists to help to build a bridge from the black world to the white world and vice versa, in the spirit of creating, as Fanon said, "you understanding among men and a new humanism." Instead, Sartre betrayed the negritude theorists, and blacks in general, by Eurocentrically reducing blackness, negritude in this instance, to a term in the Hegelian dialectic. This was extremely wounding and very deeply felt by Fanon, because even though he did not agree with every aspect of negritude, he saw it as part of the larger black struggle to come to critical consciousness and continue the disalienation/decolonization process. In other words, negritude was a necessary part of the process in order to put blacks on the rocky road to revolutionary blackness and, ultimately, revolutionary humanism. As was argued above concerning blacks' ability to positively use anger, as redemptive anger, in their quest for revolutionary blackness, revolutionary humanism, social transformation, and human liberation, Fanon contended that negritude was an important conceptual coordinate in the complex series of struggles that blacks must go through in order to develop their critical consciousness and begin, or continue, the disalienation/decolonization process. He was adamant about the injury Sartre inflicted. "I said to my friends, the generation of younger black poets has just suffered a blow that can never be forgiven. Help had been sought from a friend of the colored peoples, and that friend had found no better response than to point out the relativity of what they were doing. For once, that born Hegelian had forgotten that consciousness has to lose itself in the night of the absolute, the only condition to attain to consciousness of self. In opposition to rationalism, he summoned up the negative side, but he forgot that this negativity draws its worth from an almost substantive absoluteness. A consciousness committed to experience is ignorant, has to be ignorant, of the essences and the determinations of its being. Orphan noir is a date in the intellectualization of the experience of being black. And Sartre's mistake was not only to seek the source of the source but in a certain sense to block that source. Fanon cited in Van den Hoven and Leek 2005, 291, emphasis in original. 105. Had Sartre really and truly returned to the source of blackness, of the experience of being black in an anti-black racist and white supremacist world, then he would have discovered, as so many black revolutionaries had long before him, that blacks did not exist before anti-black racism, and I unrepentantly reiterate, faithfully following in Fanon's footsteps, that what is often called the black soul is a white man's artifact. 12. Think about it for a moment. How many Africans, Australians, or Indians thought of themselves as black prior to Europeans imperially defining and redefining them as such? Indeed, and in out-and-out intellectual honesty, Africans were/are not the only human beings to be subjected to the bleak blackness of racial colonization. There is a very modern, perhaps even postmodern, political economy to blackness and whiteness, and what well-meaning white liberals have an intellectual historical tendency of overlooking is that blacks did not, and were hard-pressed when they finally decided to, define themselves as blacks, and that, as quite as it is kept, this power of racial, defining was premised on European myths, histories, and cultures which non-whites very often knew little or nothing about. That is to say, the power of racial defining and redefining called for particular historical and cultural conditions that were well beyond the life worlds and lived experiences of non-Europeans, of non-whites. Blackness, in an anti-black racist and white supremacist world, represents the opposite of whiteness, which is one of the reasons Fanon refers to it as a Manichaean world where whites are free, and blacks are enslaved, whites are the colonizers, and blacks the colonized, whites are human, and blacks subhuman, again, if they are considered human at all. 13. In his search for the source of blackness, or negritude, Sartre fell into his own form of bad faith by refusing to come to terms with the hard fact that the source of blackness, at least the form of reactionary blackness that he was engaging and articulating, laid within whites' anti-black racist constructions of blackness. For Sartre, blacks can meet only on that trap-covered ground that the white has prepared for them. The colonist has arranged to be the eternal mediator between the colonized. He is there, always there, even when he is absent, even in the most secret meetings. Fanon, on principle, resented Sartre's reduction of negritude to whites' ready-made anti-black racist deconstructions and misrepresentations of blackness, especially considering the fact that César's negritude sought to break with reactionary blackness and promote blacks' embrace and practice of the process of decolonization and, ultimately, revolutionary blackness. Instead of introducing negritude, the negritude of the poets and theorists of the negritude movement, to a wider audience, Sartre concocted a reformist negritude that was tragically caught within the reactionary black/white world of white supremacy, which is to say, a world already defined by and for whites, N.A. 106. World predicated on defining, dehumanizing, and racially colonizing non-whites, especially blacks. At the exact anguished moment that blacks had taken it upon themselves to redefine their own reality, Sartre reminded them that white supremacy had already beat them to the punch and, in so doing, Sartre, however unwittingly, dealt negritude an intellectual death blow. Fanon felt that Sartre missed the main point of negritude, which was to remind Negroes that they were Africans before they were racially colonized and coerced into accepting their Negrohood. They did not have to be Negroes and, also, they did not have to be white. They could consciously define and redefine themselves and need not be predetermined figments of someone else's imperialist imagination. Fanon fumed, "And so it is not I who make a meaning for myself, but it is the meaning that was already there, pre-existing, waiting for me. It is not out of my bad nigger's misery, my bad nigger's teeth, my bad nigger's hunger that I will shape a torch with which to burn down the world, but it is the torch that was already there, waiting for that turn of history." Fanon cited in Acampora and Cotton 2007, 65. In other words, negritude, as a specific form and expression of blackness, does not, and will never, fit nicely and neatly into the Hegelian dialectic, or any other Eurocentric schema, including the Marxian dialectic, because it is much more than a mere reaction to whiteness, and because whites have consistently failed to engage it, i.e., blackness, on its own terms, and employing revolutionary black and revolutionary anti-racist perspectives, research methods, and modes of analysis. Sartre may, in fact, have been partially right when he wrote that negritude is a passage and not an outcome, a means and not an ultimate end, but he neglected to thoroughly engage and critically understand why it was a necessary passage and an almost mandatory means for blacks in an anti-black racist and white supremacist world. From Fanon's perspective, Sartre was talking out of turn. He said much more than he should have, because in saying what he did he revealed that, although he was a friend of the colored peoples, he too had internalized anti-black racism and did not understand that negritude, however nascent, represented an important early stage in the development of revolutionary blackness and the process of disalienation/decolonization. For one of the first times in the modern moment, especially post-Harlem Renaissance, to be black was not bad, but good. It was not a negative, but a positive. This was something deeply needed by Negroes at the time, which Sartre simply did not understand, perhaps, because he had never endured the lived experience of the black in an anti-black racist and white supremacist world. Blackness may have began as a reaction to anti-black racism and white supremacy, but from W.E.B. Du Bois' pioneering Pan-Africanism, to the radicalism of the Harlem Renaissance, through to the negritude movement, it matured more than many whites seem to be able to imagine, let alone critically comprehend. Blackness 107 became more than a mere reaction to whiteness. It was now, according to Fanon, 2002, immanent in its own eyes. He further declared, in terms of consciousness, the black consciousness is held out as an absolute density, as filled with itself, a stage preceding any invasion, any abolition of the ego by desire. Jean-Paul Sartre, in the work Black Orpheus, has destroyed black zeal. In opposition to historical becoming, there had always been the unforeseeable. I needed to lose myself completely in negritude. One day, perhaps, in the depths of that unhappy romanticism. In any case, I needed not to know. This struggle, this new decline had to take on an aspect of completeness. Nothing is more unwelcome than the commonplace. You'll change, my boy, I was like that too when I was young. You'll see, it will all pass. The dialectic that brings necessity into the foundation of my freedom drives me out of myself. It shatters my unreflected position. Still, in terms of consciousness, black consciousness is immanent in its own eyes. I am not a potentiality of something, I am wholly what I am. I do not have to look for the universal. No probability has any place inside me. My Negro consciousness does not hold itself out as a lack. It is its own follower. 144, all emphasis in original. Part of what Sartre brilliantly demonstrated by advancing his concept of bad faith is that it is possible for someone to fervently claim to love humanity in a universal sense while committing egregious acts against particular people's humanity and violating their human rights. What should also be observed here too, then, is that it is possible for someone to advance that they are a friend of the colored peoples while, however subtly, unconsciously or paternalistically, putting forward positions that may seem on the surface to support colored peoples and be in their best interests, but in all actuality are deeply detrimental to their unique humanity, history, and culture. Sartre was right, negritude was a means and not an ultimate end. However, Sartre was wrong in either completely overlooking or downplaying the importance of negritude, of blacks' need to explore their blackness on their own terms and for as long as they deemed necessary in their quest to repair, reform and, yes, revolutionize their relationships with themselves, first and foremost, other non-whites, and, ultimately, whites as well. It will be extremely difficult, if not impossible, for blacks to really and truly commit to revolutionary humanism without first going through the process, of relearning to love themselves, which is part of what the process, of decolonization is, or should be about. It seems so unfair to ask blacks to love whites and other non-whites when so little serious attention and social exercises have been devoted to, first, blacks relearning to love themselves and, second, whites and other non-whites learning to love and appreciate blacks and their blackness on blacks' own, anti-racist and pro-African, terms. 108. In his Hegelization of negritude, Sartre also demonstrates his retreat from developing a full-fledged existential phenomenology of race and racism by collapsing race into class. For Sartre, it is the class struggle and class warfare that capitalism and colonialism creates that are the most significant forms of human oppression and exploitation. Sartre 1963, 1967, 1974, 1976, 2006. Where he employed Hegel's philosophy of history to explain the transient nature of negritude to whites in general, he utilized Marx's theories and critiques of capitalism, class struggle, and socialist revolution to make negritude more appealing to white Marxists and white leftists. As with so many white Marxists and white leftists before him, Sartre, 2001, understood racism and colonialism to be important factors impacting the modern world. But and here's the real rub: racism and colonialism were particular to blacks being in the world and the life worlds and life struggles of other colored and racially colonized people, whereas capitalism and class struggle represented the ultimate universal revolution, a struggle that would not only liberate colored and racially colonized folk, but also the proletariat, by which Sartre means white workers. 128. It must be honestly admitted that Sartre did not exaggerate when he wrote, "Undoubtedly it is no coincidence that the most ardent poets of negritude are at the same time militant Marxists." However, what Sartre's analysis circumvents is the crucial fact that radicals of color or multicultural Marxists are usually initially attracted to Marxism because of its wide-ranging historical and political perspective, its critical theoretical preoccupation with exploitation, alienation, oppression, and domination, and its emphasis on social transformation and the promise of liberation. But, as soon as radicals of color realize that when white Marxists speak of exploitation or oppression rarely is racism considered, and colonialism almost always takes a secondary position to the evils of capitalism, they immediately find Marxism to be a false universal doctrine, its historical vision horribly Eurocentric and surreptitiously white supremacist, and its supposedly all-encompassing conceptual categories to be so narrowly focused on class and obsessed with capitalist corruption, that Marxism, for all radical political purposes in the interest of anti-racism, anti-colonialism, and anti-capitalism, often inhibits much more than it inspires revolutionary anti-imperialist movements. 14. Sartre quickly collapses negritude, and, in some senses, Pan-Africanism and black nationalism, into Marxism before he has a good understanding of what negritude is, why it was created, and what it was created to do. As soon as black radicalism conceptually outdistances white radicalism, which, of course, has long been thought to be best embodied in Marxism, Sartre counsels blacks to take a hard turn toward a weak-willed, class-focused, and economy-obsessed humanism and transcend their newly discovered radical blackness or racial particularity. By Sartre's own admission, the revolutionary negritudists had surely put the white surrealists to shame, making a 109 mockery of the emptiness, the verbal impotence, and the silent densities of their, the white surrealists, poetry. Sartre 2001, 122. But, even in winning, blacks still lose. If they embrace their race, which is to say their blackness, in an anti-black racist and white supremacist world, then, they are accused of narrow-minded nationalism or, worse, reverse racism. However, if on the other hand, they reject race, then it is automatically assumed that they want to be white, since to be white is to be raceless or, at the very least, racially neutral. Extremely frustrated by Sartre's redefinition and retheorization of negritude, Fanon declared, "Every hand was a losing hand for me." Sartre was dead serious when he wrote of the moment of separation or negativity that negritude represented. A moment is a very brief period of time, and that is precisely how long Sartre envisioned blacks' dire need to speak their special truths to each other, whites, and the wider world about their collective lived experiences and lived endurances in an anti-black racist and white supremacist world. In so many words, Sartre was saying that blacks were justified in their deep desire to separate from and/or critique white supremacy and European global imperialism, but just as soon as he admits this he sets a time limit on how long blacks should journey down the road of racial justice, retribution, and redemption. Fanon questions Sartre's attempt to place a time limit on blacks' need to explore their blackness on their own terms and their need to demand racial justice from the purveyors and progeny of white supremacy. From his point of view, Jean-Paul Sartre had destroyed black zeal by not realizing that blacks needed to lose themselves completely in negritude. If negritude turned out to be, in point of fact, a passage and not an outcome, a means and not an ultimate end, it was not Sartre's place to say so, Fanon chided. Could Sartre not see how condescending and paternalistic what he was arguing was to blacks? And, if he could not see it, then, for Fanon, that very racial myopia was proof positive that, no matter how well-meaning, Sartre had done a great disservice to blacks in their quest to rescue, reclaim and, if need be, recreate their humble humanity. Fanon fumed, I needed not to know. This struggle, this decline had to take on an aspect of completeness. Hence, even if negritude was purely a passage, Sartre failed to fully acknowledge, critically understand, and be solemnly sensitive to the necessity of that passage and its crucial importance in terms of blacks' efforts to reclaim their humanity and embrace and practice revolutionary blackness and revolutionary humanism. Negritude is, indeed, an anti-racist racism from the Sartrean perspective, but this anti-racist racism is the only road that will lead to the abolition of racial differences. 118. Even as they embrace race in a revolutionary anti-racist manner, in the interest of a revolutionary anti-racist movement, the racially ruled are simultaneously told by the progeny of the inventors of race. 110. The modern racial rulers, to transcend race, to erase race, to deal it the final death blow. From Sartre's point of view, then, negritude is temporary and, like a child throwing a temper tantrum, it should be tolerated for the time being, but rest assured racial colonial rulers it cannot and will not last long. In his own existential phenomenological paternalistic words, negritude is not a state, it is a simple surpassing of itself, it is love. It is when negritude renounces itself that it finds itself, it is when it accepts losing that it has won, the colored man and he alone can be asked to renounce the pride of his color. He is the one who is walking on this ridge between past particularism which he has just climbed and future universalism, which will be the twilight of his negritude. He is the one who looks to the end of particularism in order to find the dawn of the universal. Undoubtedly, the white worker also becomes conscious of his class in order to deny it, since he wants the advent of a classless society, but once again, the definition of class is objective. It sums up only the conditions of the white worker's alienation, whereas it is in the bottom of his heart that the black finds race, and he must tear out his heart. Sartre cited in Inwazor 2001, 429. In negritude, continental and diasporan Africans are simultaneously issued a long overdue special invitation to rescue, reclaim and, perhaps, modernize African culture and, almost immediately, admonished to transcend their newfound, or newly created, culture for the greater good, not of humanity, as Sartre would slyly have us believe, but for white workers. Note that blacks find race, not in the anti-black racist and white supremacist world they are mercilessly and maliciously flung into, but in the bottom of their hearts, and they, therefore, must tear out their hearts. Why? Because the most pressing social and political problems are capitalism and class struggle, the very problems that white Marxists have long been perplexingly preoccupied with. Sartre tells us that white workers want a classless society, however he does not extend his analysis to black and other colored and racially colonized workers who want not only a classless society, but an anti-racist, dare I say, post-white supremacist society as well. If, indeed, race is in blacks' hearts, as Sartre suggests, then, pray tell, how did it get there? What is the relationship between racism and capitalism? Racism and colonialism? And, furthermore, colonialism and capitalism? Is it a coincidence that the rise of race and racism parallels the historical development of capitalism and racial colonialism? Who invented racial categories? When, where, and why were racial categories invented and disparaging racial distinctions made? Caesarian and Sengherian negritude offer answers to similar answers, but answers nonetheless to these questions, i.e., the race question. Sartrine negritude sidesteps answering these crucial questions altogether and makes a mad dash to desultorily dissolve negritude into Marxism. 111. Sartre, however, is correct to suggest that negritude contains the seeds of revolutionary humanism. One need only turn to Fanon's 4 volumes to see the fruits of negritude's nascent revolutionary humanism pushed to their pinnacle. But, Sartre is wrong, retrogressively wrong, to euphemize the importance of Pan-Africanism and black nationalism for black radical politics and black revolutionary social movements. He is on point when and where he states that the black revolutionary asserts his solidarity with the oppressed of every color, and because he has suffered from capitalistic exploitation more than all others, he the black revolutionary has acquired a sense of revolt and a love of liberty more than all others. And because he is the most oppressed, he necessarily pursues the liberation of all, when he works for his own deliverance. Sartre cited in E's 2001, 159, emphasis in original. However, Sartre fails to see how and why the black liberation struggle, of which negritude is an important although often overlooked part, fuels the fires of both revolutionary blackness and revolutionary humanism, and not simply in blacks but in other non-whites and authentic white anti-racist allies as well. If black revolutionaries are pursuing the liberation of all, even as they embrace their blackness, then the problem is not with blackness, but more, perhaps, with the ways in which blackness is maliciously misrepresented and deliberately devalued in an anti-black racist and white supremacist world. Sartre, perhaps, should be admonishing whites, especially white Marxists and white liberals, to renounce their race, or, rather, sense of racelessness, or racial neutrality, or racial universality, since historically when whites embrace their race it has usually translated into racism, white supremacy in particular, and the physical and cultural decimation and or racial colonization of non-whites. Sartre is in very bad faith, to borrow one of his favorite existential phenomenological phrases, when he suggests that black revolutionaries transcend race in their efforts to abolish racism without so much as mentioning that whites, especially white workers, white Marxists, and other white leftists, would do well, finally they would do right moral and ethically, in doing the same. We seem to have stumbled upon a Sartrine double standard here, a racial riddle, or a racial colonial conundrum, if you will. The abolition of racial differences is not, or, rather, should not be quarantined to blacks, black revolutionaries, and or black revolutionary movements, but should be incorporated into all anti-imperialist movements, especially white Marxist and white leftist movements. It is quite cowardly, if not subtly racist, of Sartre and other white Marxists to nobly volunteer to fight in the war against capitalism and entreat and enlist black revolutionaries in class struggle, often as the shook troops, as Du Bois declared in The Negro and Communism, and then abandon blacks and other non-whites in their parlous struggle, against anti-black racism and white supremacy, Du Bois 1995b, 591. Insult is added to the injury when many white Marxists, 112, and white leftists refuse to acknowledge the ways that they themselves are complicit in and contribute to anti-black racism and white supremacy by downplaying and neglecting the ways in which racism, colonialism, and capitalism are incessantly overlapping, interlocking and intersecting systems of violence, oppression, and exploitation that thrice threaten non-whites' life worlds and life struggles. It seems utterly absurd that an extremely perceptive philosopher and radical social theorist such as Jean-Paul Sartre would double-deal the negritude theorists, and blacks in general, at the very moment that they turn to him for camaraderie. However, in Sartre's 2001 defense it could be pointed out that he did earnestly admit in the middle of Black Orpheus, it must first be stated that a white man could hardly speak about it, i.e., negritude suitably, since he had no inner experience of it and since European languages lack words to describe it. 129. If, indeed, a white man could hardly speak about it suitably, then, why did Sartre suggest over and over again throughout Black Orpheus that negritude was fleeting, momentary, and/or temporary? On what grounds did he make these audacious assertions, and why? What is more, why was Sartre so eager to suggest that the negritude theorists, and black revolutionaries in general, transcend their blackness, their past particularism for a future universalism without at the same time issuing a similar caveat to white Marxists and other white leftists, if not to whites in general? Sartre knows good and well that the black revolutionary wishes in no way to dominate the world. He desires the abolition of ethnic privileges, wherever they come from. 137. So, it seems curious that he would prematurely eulogize negritude and eloquently write its epitaph. Perhaps there is a deep double meaning, dare I say a deep Sartrine double consciousness, when he writes near the end of Black Orpheus, one more step and negritude will disappear completely. 138. Negritude did not disappear as much as it evolved into more radical forms of blackness which have been and remain almost utterly overlooked by liberal and well-intentioned white intellectuals and would-be white anti-racist allies, many of whom continue to be confused when and where black radicals and black revolutionaries attach urgent importance to a principled embrace of blackness, what I have dubbed here, revolutionary blackness. Sartre misunderstood blacks' need to explore their blackness, as opposed to whites' whether conscious or unconscious anti-black racist constructions of blackness. Part of Sartre's misunderstanding of blackness, Fanon suggested, had to do with his unwillingness, at the time that he wrote Black Orpheus in 1948, to critically engage whiteness and white supremacy, especially amongst would-be white anti-racist allies, white liberals, white workers, white Marxists, and other white leftists. Sartre understood that there was a connection between whiteness and blackness, but he did not critically comprehend that it would be almost 113. Impossible for blacks to transcend their blackness without whites, 2. Transcending their whiteness and working with non-whites to eradicate white supremacy. This line of logic has even more weight and gravity when it is recalled that whites invented the concept of race and perfected the practices of racism and racial colonialism. 15. The foregoing provides a portrait of Fanon's main problem with Sartre's redefinition and retheorization of negritude. From Fanon's point of view, negritude was not born only to die as much as it was born only to be reborn or, rather, reincarnated in other, more revolutionary theories and praxes. Obviously, what has come to be called Fanonism and Cabralism represent two of the more popular discursive descendants of negritude. Therefore, negritude was created to be recreated into new, more radical and, ultimately, more revolutionary forms of blackness, Africanity, politics, and praxis, and both Fanonism and Cabralism bear traces of negritude's seminal influence. There will be a need for revolutionary blackness, so long as there is anti-black racism and white supremacy, and there will be a need to seriously study and explore the lived experiences and lived endurances of blacks, so long as there remains racial colonialism, liberal racism, and white supremacy. 16. As Fanon, 1967, said, the Negro problem does not resolve itself into the problem of Negroes living among white men but rather of Negroes exploited, enslaved, despised by a colonialist, capitalist society that is only accidentally white. 202. Whether we agree or disagree with Fanon that the racial colonial capitalist society that we find ourselves in is only accidentally white is beside the point. The point is that whether only accidentally white or deliberately white, the only world that we know and experience is an anti-black racist and white supremacist world, which unequivocally is a racial colonial world where whites are the racial colonizers and non-whites are the racially colonized. Let us, therefore, turn to Fanon's critical theory of racial colonialism and witness white supremacy hard at work in the racial colonial world. The Wretched of the Earth, Fanon's critical theory of racial colonialism and discourse on revolutionary decolonization. In Fanon's conception and critique, of the colonial context, he moved beyond a purely economic or Marxist analysis and placed a greater emphasis on the psycho-socio-political pitfalls and ideological implications of the distinct dimensions of the colonialism, or, rather, the racial colonialism that non-whites endured at the hands of whites. Race and racism, therefore, were at the heart of Fanon's conception of colonialism, and the lion's share of his legacy revolves around the ways in which he was able to innovatively 114. Demonstrate that racism and colonialism are inextricable in colonialist, as well as capitalist, situations where whites have colonized non-whites. In the racial colonial context, historical happenings, that is to say, all important events, in one way or another, are centered around the struggle, between the white colonizers and the non-white colonized. Which is to say, the sense of heightened humanity, the prosperity and privileges enjoyed by the colonizers are a direct and incontrovertible result of the rote racialization, intentional immiseration, and planned pauperization of the colonized. 17. Fanon pointed out that part of what distinguishes whites' colonization of non-whites is the often overlooked fact that racial colonization is twofold, that is, there is simultaneously the continuous and crude colonization, as well as the incessant, intense, and irrational racialization of non-whites. The racial colonizers' existence and identity, their very lives and legacies rest on their abominable ability to constantly produce and reproduce racial colonial violence, exploitation, and oppression. They constantly make conscious decisions and condone immoral behavior that grants them the maximum profit from the racial colonial system and roguishly robs the non-white colonized of their basic human rights. In The Wretched of the Earth, 1968, Fanon spoke directly to this issue, for it is the settler who has brought the native into existence and who perpetuates his existence. The settler owes the fact of his very existence, that is to say, his property, to the colonial system. You do not turn any society, however primitive it may be, upside down with such a program if you have not decided from the very beginning, that is to say from the actual formulation of the program, to overcome all the obstacles that you will come across in so doing. 36, 37. The white colonizers were unequivocally committed to overcoming all the obstacles, whether linguistic, cultural, social, political, religious, etc., in their quest to not only colonize but, based on Fanon's critical contentions, to racialize the non-white world. It was, and remains, the dual colonization and racialization of the non-white world that distinguishes discussions of racial colonialism from those of colonialism in a general sense. It should be reiterated that non-whites have historically colonized other non-whites, and these instances and acts of aggression should be, indeed, must be, strongly condemned. However, what adds a deeper, perhaps, even more diabolical dimension to whites' colonization of non-whites is the insurmountable issue of the rote racialization and irrational ethnicization of non-whites in the world of white supremacist colonialism. 18. From Fanon's perspective, the most distinctive feature of racial colonialism, again, as opposed to colonialism in a general sense, is the fact that this kind of colonialism intertwines, interlocks, and intersects with racism, which ideologically undergirds and provides a wrong-headed, racist rationale for the division of the world into white human beings and non-white native subhuman things that are brutishly bound together by white suprema. 115. Cyst production and reproduction processes of racial colonialism, as well as racial capitalism. 19. On the one hand, in the world of white supremacist colonialism, white's sense of heightened humanity and God-given right to every privilege is collapsed and combined into one. And a person is blessed simply because he or she is white, and for no other reason. In fact, it is only by exercising their God-given right to rule over non-whites that whites really and truly demonstrate that they are human beings, that they are divinely different from the non-white native subhuman things. On the other hand, non-whites in the world of white supremacist colonialism anguishingly experience the exact opposite of what whites experience. For example, where whites have an overabundance of rights, non-whites experience a complete absence of rights, which ultimately leaves them at the mercy of the very irrational whites who robbed them of their rights and created the world of white supremacist colonialism in the first place. In his classic, literary, and philosophical essays, 1955, Jean-Paul Sartre perceptively engaged this issue. Any member of the ruling class is a man of divine right. Born into a class of leaders, he is convinced from childhood that he is born to command and, in a certain sense, this is true, since his parents, who do command, have brought him into the world to carry on after them a certain social function, into which he will slip as soon as he is of age. The metaphysical reality, as it were, of his person, awaits him. Thus, in his own eyes, he is a person, an a priori synthesis of legal right and of fact. Awaited by his peers, destined to relieve them at the appointed time, he exists because he has the right to exist. This sacred character which the bourgeois has for his fellow and which manifests itself in ceremonies of recognition, the greeting, the formal announcement, the ritual visit, etc., is what is called human dignity. The ideology of the ruling class is completely permeated with this idea of dignity. And when men are said to be the lords of creation, this expression is to be taken in its strongest sense. They are its monarchs by divine right, the world is made for them, their existence is the absolute and perfectly satisfying value to the mind which gives its meaning to the universe. That is the original meaning of all philosophical systems which affirm the primacy of the subject over the object and the composition of nature through the activity of thought. It is self-evident that man, under these conditions, is a supernatural being. What we call nature is the sum total of that which exists without having the right to do so. 214, all emphasis in original. Clearly, in the world of white supremacist colonialism and capitalism, whites are the lords of creation and supernatural beings, where non-whites are synthesized with, and perceived as part of nature, as Sartre aptly put it, which exists without having the right to do so. In the world of white supremacist colonialism and capitalism, non-whites do not have the right to exist on their own terms. If, indeed, they do exist in the white supremacist colonial capitalist world, they must do so on white supremacist colonial capi. 116. To list terms, which place them well beyond, or, rather, well beneath, the borders and boundaries of human rights, terms, which exclude them from the ceremonies of recognition, and, terms, which always and everywhere deny them access to the process, of individuation and, ultimately, an authentic sense of self, as opposed to a prefabricated racial colonial self designed to serve the white lords of creation, the white supremacist supernatural beings. There are no two ways about it. Either non-whites are racistly reduced to nature, to the subregions of subhumanity, or they are erased and or rendered invisible because they refuse to be boxed into one of the many human dignity-denying categories of the white supremacist colonial capitalist world. It is, consequently, racism that connects colonialism to capitalism and provides the racial colonial capitalist system with a kind of contradictory cohesion. In both the racial colonialist and the racial capitalist worlds, non-white natives are reduced to subhuman things or objects, and it is the obscene objectification of non-whites which perniciously permits whites to ideologically embrace the ideals of Western European democracy while simultaneously violating, exploiting, and oppressing non-white natives in the most brutal, undemocratic, immoral, and inhuman manners. Non-white natives are inextricable from, and often callously collapsed into the nature of their indigenous environments. They are, literally, fused with, and into their natural habitats, as is customary when dealing with animals, plants, or other non-human exotic organisms. All of this is to say, whites make little or no distinction between non-white persons and the other exotic objects of the non-whites, indigenous regions, countries, or continents. Again, Sartre adds insight, for the sacrosanct, the oppressed classes are part of nature. They are not to command. In other societies, perhaps, the fact of a slave's being born within the domus a wealthy household also conferred a sacred character upon him, that of being born to serve, that of being the man of divine duty in relation to the man of divine right, Sartre cited in Magubane 1996, 36, all emphasis in original. We will return to Sartre's discourse on the man of divine duty and the man of divine right below, but first it is extremely important for us to observe the ways in which he conceptually connected racism and colonialism with capitalism when and where he turned his readers' attention to the malicious, albeit often nonchalant, manner in which the native's land and the fruits of his labor is stolen from him. Further critically commenting on the native's supposed nature in contrast to their actual anguishing alienation in the racial colonial capitalist world, Sartre said, "Everyone has felt the contempt implicit in the term native, used to designate the inhabitants of a colonized country. The banker, the manufacturer, even the 117 professor in the home country, are not natives of any country, they are not natives at all. The oppressed person, on the other hand, feels himself to be a native, each single event in his life repeats to him that he has not the right to exist. His parents have not brought him into the world for any particular purpose, but rather by chance, for no reason, at best, because they liked children or because they were open to a certain kind of propaganda, or because they wanted to enjoy the advantages accorded to large families. No special function awaits him and, if he has been apprenticed, it was not done so as to prepare him to continue the unjustifiable existence he has been leading since birth. He will work in order to live, and to say that the ownership of the fruits of his labor is stolen from him is an understatement. Even the meaning of his work is stolen from him, since he does not have a feeling of solidarity with the society for which he produces." Sartre cited in Barrett and Aiken 1962, 410, all emphasis in original. At first issue, we see here that Sartre makes an extremely important distinction between the man of divine duty and the man of divine right. Where whites have a divine right to rule the world, non-whites have a divine duty to serve whites in their iniquitous quest, to conquer and recreate the world to suit their white supremacist imperialist whims and wishes. Never mind the fact that the non-white cultures and civilizations that whites colonized and racialized, in most instances, had their own unique pre-colonial social and political systems and distinct discourses on democracy, that is to say, their own versions of amicable egalitarian coexistence. This is all beside the point, and that is that from the white supremacist colonial capitalist point of view, non-whites were born into the world without any particular purpose. They were born, rather by chance, for no reason. Whites, and whites alone are born with a purpose, and that purpose is, of course, to command. Being born into a class of leaders, whites take it upon themselves to carry on after their ancestors, to extend and expand the truculent traditions of their forebears, and accept the lofty tasks of leading and commanding the minority multitudes who were born without any particular purpose, that is to say, the seemingly naturally racialized and colonized non-white natives, those subhuman things aforementioned. It is from within the framework of this wicked worldview that non-whites are legally and for their own good forced, frequently employing viciously violent means, to work in the white supremacist colonial capitalist world. As Sartre said, to say that the ownership of the fruits of the non-white's labor is stolen from him is an understatement. Consequently, an intense and excruciating racial colonial alienation harries and haunts non-whites because even the meaning of his work is stolen from him, since he does not have a feeling of solidarity with the society for which he produces. 118. The harder the racially colonized rails against racial colonialism, the tighter and tighter the neocolonial noose gets around their necks. As discussed in greater detail below, what is needed is much more than polite political protest. In most instances, in fact, the well-meaning marches, protests, and demonstrations of the racially colonized does nothing more than allow them to let off some steam, while absolutely nothing about white supremacist colonialism is altered. The aftereffects of the racially colonized's piteous political protest is often an intensification of their feelings of inferiority and powerlessness. Increasingly, many among the racially colonized come to terms with their racial colonizers and, in covert complicity with the white colonizers, act against their own best interests. The diabolical dialectic of white superiority and black inferiority deliberately denies non-whites any notions of their own unique humanity, on their own terms and outside of the orbit of racial colonialism, because white supremacist colonialism strips non-whites of anything even remotely resembling the psychological, intellectual, and material means which would allow them to consciously and proactively participate in the process, of self-transformation and individuation. In the circular, logic of white supremacy, the racially colonized, being miserable and made to endure all manner of affronts against their humanity in the white supremacist world, are constantly caricatured as the kind of creatures or beasts of burden who deserve their lot in life. It is often said in white supremacist bourgeois social circles that real human beings would not under any circumstances endure such insults to their humanity and, therefore, clearly since the racially colonized accept, or, at the least, endure, such mistreatment they are subhuman, that is, if they are to be considered human, which is to say, of course, when compared with the superior humanity of the white lords of creation and the white supernatural beings at all. However, it is important to bear in mind here that violence, exploitation, and oppression have borders and boundaries that must be respected even within the world of white supremacist colonialism. For instance, violence, exploitation, and oppression cannot be carried so far that it results in the complete negation of the racially colonized, which is to say, that it cannot lead to their total physical destruction, because the negation of the racially colonized necessitates the negation of the racial colonizer. Bearing this in mind, let us now look to Albert Memmi's The Colonizer and the Colonized, 1967, where he perceptively pointed out that the colonizer must deny the colonized with all his strength, and at the same time the existence of his victim is indispensable to the continuance of his own being. Were the colonized to disappear, the whole of colonization, including the colonizer, would disappear with him. 92, 181. What Memmi's work does, especially when compared and contrasted with that of Fanon and Sartre, is intensely emphasize the crude, supposedly objective character of racial colonial con 119. Conditions of production and reproduction, which, as we witnessed above, incessantly assigns the colonizer and the colonized their own distinct and rigid racial colonial and social political role within the racial colonial system, a role that they disregard and deviate from at their own peril and, even more, under penalty of certain destruction, that is, initially the disruption and then, ultimately, the destruction of the white supremacist colonial world. Hence, we see here that distinctions such as good or bad colonizers simply have no place within the world of racial colonialism, because each and every one of the colonizers' lived experiences is always already dictated by the diabolic demands of the white supremacist colonial capitalist process, of production and reproduction. Take, for instance, the new arrivals from the European mother country. It is not long before they discover that their comparable luxury is inextricable from the cultural disorientation, economic exploitation, political disenfranchisement, and social sufferings of the racially colonized. The recently arrived racial colonizer increasingly gains awareness of the fact that he or she sits on one scale of the balance, while the racially colonized unrestfully rests on the other. The higher the white colonizer's quality of life and standard of living, not only in the colonies but also in the omnipresent mother countries as well, translates into the lower, i.e., unquestionably the lowest, quality of life and standard of living for the non-white colonized. In essence, the deeper the white colonizer breathes, often smelling the exotic flowers of their ornately designed antebellum atriums, the more malignly the non-white colonized suffocates and experiences historical, cultural, social, and political death and decay. This, of course, is not to negate the fact that many Europeans in the colonies are not large landowners or elite colonial administrators. Truth be told, the majority of them are themselves formerly poor persons and or proletariats who are caught within the quagmires of white supremacist colonialist and capitalist process, of production and reproduction. Thus, we see why they are more often than not the most vocal and, sometimes, violent defenders of, and foot soldiers for racial colonial privileges. Because of their work, more often than not, they do not really and truly work, they merely oversee others' property and/or investments à la the petite bourgeoisie of the European mother country. In the racial colony, they are given express entry into a higher quality of life and standard of living than they had access to back in the European mother country. This higher quality of life and standard of living they fervently defend against all the clamoring claims of the racially colonized anti-colonial radicals, who call into question the white colonizers, increasing opulence in comparison with non-white natives' social death, cultural decay, and planned poverty. The formerly poor persons, and now the recently arrived racial colonizers' gruesome greed grows and, ironically, in order to keep hold of their relatively 120 minuscule advantages, that is to say, when compared with those of the white supremacist colonial capitalists who really and truly command the racial colonial capitalist system, they are coerced into complicity with the very same soul-sundering system which not simply violates, exploits, and oppresses non-white natives but also formerly poor and working-class whites such as themselves. It is their unconscious consciousness, to put it poorly, of their weak and always wobbling position within the world of white supremacist colonial capitalism that makes them the most vocal and, sometimes, violent defenders of, and foot soldiers for racial colonial privileges and, even more, the ongoing extension and expansion of white supremacist colonialism. 20. In The Colonizer and the Colonized, Memmi makes a critical distinction between the colonist of good intentions and the hardcore colonist. When colonialism is considered with Memmi's critical distinction in mind, as well as from the Fanonian perspective, which is to say, from a critical perspective where it is seen as white supremacist colonial capitalism, then the good intentions of the colonist of good intentions are proven to be nothing more than feel-good, awfully empty rhetoric which serves as a subterfuge for, perhaps, one of the most widespread and havoc-wreaking forms of imperialism in human history. In order for the colonist of good intentions to really and truly be good insofar as the racially colonized are concerned, their intentions would have to go above and beyond the limits of intentions and well-meaning well-wishes, and transgressively translate into critical theory and radical political praxis geared toward the absolute abolition of white supremacist colonial capitalism. Anything short of this anti-racist, anti-colonialist, and anti-capitalist revolution, is simply well-meaning moral outrage and polite political protest that, to reiterate, does absolutely nothing to alter white supremacist colonial capitalism. What the well-intentioned racial colonist fails to understand is that if, indeed, non-white natives were granted freedom, equality, and justice under the auspices of the racial colonial system, then, the very faulty foundation, of the said system would be negated. There would be no racial colonial hierarchy, and the world as they themselves have come to know it would cease to exist. It is in this sense that I have argued that the colonist of good intentions is an idiotic oxymoron which points to racial colonists whose guilefully guilty consciences will not allow them to enjoy the spoils of the racial colonial war in which they themselves have surreptitiously played a pivotal racial colonial role. Now we turn to the hardcore colonists who, by openly and unrepentantly maximizing every avenue and opportunity of exploitation that the racial colonial system affords them and by proudly protesting for even more racial colonial privileges, actually prove to be much more honest than the colonists of good intentions and demonstrate a greater consistency in their white. 121. Supremacist colonial capitalist, misconduct. Where the colonists of good intentions often mask white mask, Fanon might say their willingness to uphold the racial colonial status quo, the hardcore colonists unapologetically announce their white supremacists' colonial capitalist interests and make it known that they intend to avail themselves of any and all means through which they can increasingly extract more and more wickedly won wealth and depraved privileges from racial colonial capitalism. From time to time, however, even the hardcore colonists have to grapple with the problem, of legitimizing their racial colonial capitalist privileges. This, as might be expected, is easily achieved by the deliberate dehumanization of the racially colonized, and purposely projecting images, even more, misrepresentations and mischaracterizations of them as the non-white native subhuman things discussed above. It is in this way that the hardcore colonists villainously validate, legitimize, and justify their roughish role, in the racial colonies, not as the racial colonial crooks that they really are, but as benevolent, Christian, progressive pioneers, multicultural promoters, and native protectors. Undeniably, religion has been, and remains, one of the racial colonizers' weapons of choice. Throughout the non-white colonial world, Christian missions have played a pivotal role in both the racialization and colonization of non-whites. When and where the Christian Church quickly, carelessly, and Eurocentrically condemned the pre-colonial and traditional spiritual practices and religions of the non-white, racially colonized natives as paganism, heathenism, and infidelism, is precisely when and where white religion ideologically intertwined with, and became an integral instrument in the establishment, extension, and expansion of white supremacist colonial capitalism. It was within the realm of religion, above and beyond all others, that white supremacist colonialists were able to, I reiterate, villainously validate, legitimize, and justify their roughish role, in the racial colonies, not as the racial colonial crooks that they really are, but as benevolent, Christian, progressive pioneers, multicultural promoters, and native protectors. White religion had a special way of weakening non-whites to the wickedness of white supremacist colonial capitalism. For example, those non-whites who converted, or, rather, who were diverted, to white Christianity ultimately came to view their own pre-colonial and traditional history and culture as primitive, barbaric, savage and uncivilized, and increasingly opened themselves to racial colonial capitalist propaganda. 21 Fanon, 1975, Revealing wrote, "All values, in fact, are irrevocably poisoned and diseased as soon as they are allowed contact with the colonized race. The customs of the colonized, their traditions, their myths above all, their myths are the very sign of that poverty of spirit and of their constitutional depravity. That is why we must put the 122 DDT which destroys parasites, the bearers of disease, on the same level as the Christian religion which wages war on embryonic heresies and instincts, and on evil as yet unborn. The recession of yellow fever and the advance of evangelization form part of the same balance sheet. But the triumphant communiques from the missions are in fact a source of information concerning the implantation of foreign influences in the core of the colonized people. I speak of the Christian religion, and no one need be astonished. The church in the colonies is the white people's church, the foreigner's church. She does not call the native to God's ways but to the ways of the white man, of the master, of the oppressor. And as we know, in this matter many are called but few chosen." 238. The white colonists attack the traditions and myths above all, their myths of the racially colonized while clandestinely creating and perpetuating myths of their own concerning the racially colonized. The myths and stereotypes that the colonizer creates are ultimately internalized by the colonized, which leads them to many of the issues Fanon critically engages throughout his corpus. Hence, what began as little more than abstract figments of the white supremacist colonial imagination eventually became a concrete and excruciatingly crueler part of the already inhuman racial colonial reality. This process of white supremacist colonial capitalist production and reproduction of racist myths and stereotypes was aided and accelerated by, of course, white Christianity. Fanon's words above bear witness to as much, but also by real racial colonial sanctions and apartheid administrations which ironically derive their justification from the very same racial falsehoods and ethnic fictions that began as the abstract figments of the white supremacist colonial imagination discussed above. Some of the justifications for white supremacist colonialism are as follows: the colonized are lazy, therefore they must be made to work; they are not efficient, hence they deserve low, or, no, wages; they are innately unintelligent, hence they need direction and protection, that is to say, protection from themselves and others who might violate or exploit them; and, lastly, they are uncivilized savages who are slaves to their own instincts, hence the more enlightened white administered Slavery, stern justice, police brutality, and political disenfranchisement are actually good for them and helps to keep them in line and out of trouble. The often overlooked fact that most of these myths and stereotypes could be easily applied to the white colonizers and the white working classes and masses of the European mother country is of no consequence in the evilly irrational world of white supremacist colonialism, because these myths and stereotypes fulfill psychological and social, emotional, and economic, as well as political and penal functions for the real rulers of the white supremacist colonial capitalist world, the European, and European American, bourgeoisies. 22. 123. In the final analysis, considering that the racially colonized are cut off from their history and culture, denied access to all social and political institutions, deprived of their traditional religions and languages, as well as any and all possibilities of unmolested self-definition and self-determination, there remains but two alternatives: the anti-racist, anti-colonialist, and anti-capitalist revolution I mentioned above, or a romantic return to their pre-colonial values and institutions, such as their traditional spiritual practices and forms of social organization. However, truth be told, their pre-colonial values and institutions have been irreparably altered by the onslaught of white supremacist colonialism, and no amount of radical rhetoric or nostalgic negritude can transform this fact into fiction. It has become something of a rite of passage that continental and diasporan Africans are rudely awakened from their dreams of the paradisiacal African past only to find themselves gagged and bound, or, rather, enslaved, if you will, at the height of the most horror-filled moment of the neocolonial nightmare of the African present. It would seem that there is but one real recourse, and that is the anti-racist, anti-colonialist, and anti-capitalist revolution aforementioned, what Fanon described as true decolonization. Where Marx's main focus was on communist revolution, Fanon's was on decolonization. Decolonization, fundamentally, is a form of revolution waged by, and in the best interests of, racially colonized peoples, the wretched of the earth, if you will. It is a process of simultaneous revolutionary transformation of self and society that seeks to eschew the direct, as well as indirect, imposition of imperial Eurocentric or otherwise cultural, religious, racist, colonialist, and capitalist values and models. Decolonization is a process insofar as it understands that independence is not gained at the moment the racially colonized country is given its liberty and allowed to raise its national flag and sing its national anthem. On the contrary, according to Fanon, political independence is merely the beginning, and it, political independence, in no way indicates and/or ensures that the colonized have been freed from colonial values, for these values, which include aesthetic, spiritual, social, political, cultural, intellectual, and psychological mores and models, have historically persisted and plagued the purportedly post-colonial people and society long after political independence. Grappling with this important historical and cultural fact, Fanon, 1975, wrote, "During the colonial period the people are called upon to fight against oppression. However, after national liberation, they are called upon to fight against poverty, illiteracy, and underdevelopment. The struggle, they say, goes on. Ultimately, people realize that life is an unending contest." 252. Indeed, life is an unending contest, especially life lived in the racial colonial capitalist world. Consequently, Fanon's concept of decolonization seeks to call into question not simply racial colonialism, but also racial, or 124. Rather, racist, capitalism. His concept is open-ended, radically dialectical, and self-reflexively critical, and the new nation and the new men, nay, the new humanity who are to bring this new nation into being, can be achieved through a wide range of revolutionary strategies and tactics, provided, and here I faithfully return to Fanon's caveat, the post-colonial nation and post-colonial humanity do not imitate Europe, so long as they are not obsessed by the desire to catch up with Europe. If the nation-state that arises from the ashes of racial colonialism becomes dominated by the racially colonized middle class, Fanon's greedy and ever-groveling national bourgeoisie, then, not only will the cancer that is neocolonialism have been brought into existence, but racial capitalism, racist capitalist social relations, racist capitalist political economy, racist capitalist culture, etc., will tighten the already too tight, increasingly asphyxiating neocolonial noose it has long had around the wretched of the earth's necks. This we may call, following the noted literary and cultural theorist, Neil Lazarus, 1999, the neocolonial option, 163. This option, which when critically engaged from the point of view of the wretched of the earth is revealed not to be an option at all, as it enables the racially colonized to be more completely racistly capitalized. It enables the super-exploited to be further exploited in new and unimaginable ways, to be perpetually dehumanized and disenfranchised, and, lastly, to be eternally confined to the prison house that Imperial Europe and European America has constructed with the express purpose of quarantining the racialized colonized, the wretched of the earth. The neocolonial option encourages the racially colonized to choose between the lesser of two evils, either racial colonialism, or racist capitalism. However, capitalism, white supremacist or otherwise, is utterly inextricable from racial colonialism. Lazarus sheds light on this issue when he writes that the neocolonial option is essentially a capitalist world system made up after colonialism of nominally independent nation-states, bound together by the logic of combined and uneven development, the historical dialectic of core and periphery, development and underdevelopment, 163, see also Lazarus 1990, 2000, 2004, 2011. If the racially colonized middle class, Fanon's native national bourgeoisie comes to power in the post-colonial nation-state, then, only cosmetic changes to racial colonialism will have been made or, as Fanon put it, there's nothing but a fancy dress parade and the blare of the trumpets. There's nothing save a minimum of readaptation, a few reforms at the top, a flag waving, and down there at the bottom an undivided mass, still living in the Middle Ages, endlessly marking time, Fanon cited in Hugin 2013, 292. The truth of the matter is that in its narcissism, the national middle class is easily convinced that it can advantageously replace the middle class of the mother country, Fanon 1968, 149. National independence, in this 125. 6 cents, offers the racially colonized middle class alternative opportunities to create new relationships with both the colonizers and the colonized. In terms of the colonized, we have already seen that the racially colonized middle class wishes to exploit them more efficiently in the imperial interests of the European and European American bourgeoisies. With regard to the middle class of the mother country, the racially colonized bourgeoisie discovers its historic mission, that of intermediary, 152. To the racially colonized bourgeoisie, nationalization quite simply means the transfer into native hands of those unfair advantages which are a legacy of the colonial period, 152. Below I quote at length a stunning passage in which Fanon drives the point home that the racially colonized middle class, because it will not consider as its bounden duty to betray the calling fate has marked out for it, becomes, for all intents and purposes, neocolonialism's midwife and European American imperialism's smokescreen, 150. Seen through its eyes, its mission has nothing to do with transforming the nation, it consists, prosaically, of being the transmission line between the nation and a capitalism, rampant though camouflaged, which today puts on the mask of neocolonialism. The national bourgeoisie will be quite content with the role of the Western bourgeoisie's business agent, and it will play its part without any complexes in a most dignified manner. But this same lucrative role, this cheapjack's function, this meanness of outlook and this absence of all ambition symbolize the incapability of the national middle class to fulfill its historic role of bourgeoisie. Here, the dynamic, pioneer aspect, the characteristics of the inventor and of the discoverer of new worlds which are found in all national bourgeoisies are lamentably absent. In the colonial countries, the spirit of indulgence is dominant at the core of the bourgeoisie, and this is because the national bourgeoisie identifies itself with the Western bourgeoisie, from whom it has learned its lessons. It follows the Western bourgeoisie along its path of negation and decadence without ever having emulated it in its first stages of exploration and invention, stages which are an acquisition of that Western bourgeoisie whatever the circumstances. In its beginnings, the national bourgeoisie of the colonial countries identifies itself with the decadence of the bourgeoisie of the West. Fanon cited in Gontarski 2001, 254. From the foregoing, the need for the dialectical dimension of decolonization appears crystal clear. Decolonization is inherently critical of bourgeois thought, culture, and values, whether European or African, Eurocentric or Afrocentric. It self-reflexively brings dialectical thought to bear on the liberation strategies and tactics, that is, on the liberation theories and praxis undertaken in the revolution against imperialism to achieve an authentically post-colonial world, and, equally important, it applies the same self-reflexive critique to the proponents and opponents, agents and adversaries of revolutionary social, political, and cultural transformation. 23. 126. Fanon critically comprehended that European capitalists and colonized African elites were willing to wickedly work together, even after colonialism, to continue colonialism, to initiate a new covert form of colonialism, a purportedly kinder, gentler form of colonialism, neocolonialism. This is why, similar to Cabral as we will soon see, Fanon ceaselessly searched for a version of democratic socialism suitable to the particular and peculiar historical and cultural needs of Africa and its diaspora, because it could never be enough to simply decolonize Africa and its diaspora, or any other former racial colony. Colonialism must be deracinated, literally, ripped out at the roots. Lazarus, 1999, again, offers insights. For Fanon, the national project also has the capacity to become the vehicle, the means of articulation of a socialist demand which extends beyond decolonization in the merely technical sense, and which calls for a fundamental transformation rather than a mere restructuring of the prevailing social order. 163, all emphasis in original. This means, then, that in the same process in which the wretched of the earth's intellectual activists deracinate racial colonialism from their lives and homelands, they must also offer history and culture-specific anti-racist and anti-colonial options. Alternative egalitarian and revolutionary social organizations, political systems, cultural forms, and human relations have to be recreated or, in many instances, created. Indigenous traditions must be rescued and critically returned to, in a Caesarean sense, and new ones must be initiated, and, finally, special emphasis should be placed here. Decolonization, de-Europeanization, and revolutionary re-Africanization ought to be ongoing yet again. I return to Cabral's caveat, ongoing without underestimating the importance of positive contributions from the oppressor's culture and other cultures, which the wretched of the earth could, and, I honestly believe, should, appropriate and adapt as they return to the upwards paths of their own culture. Behold the dialectics of what Fanon referred to as true decolonization. In his own weighted words. Nowadays a theoretical problem of prime importance is being set, on the historical plane as well as on the level of political tactics. By the liberation of the colonies, when can one affirm that the situation is ripe for a movement of national liberation? In what form should it first be manifested? Because the various means whereby decolonization has been carried out have appeared in many different aspects, reason hesitates and refuses to say which is a true decolonization, and which is a false. We shall see that for a man who is in the thick of the fight it is an urgent matter to decide on the means and the tactics to employ, that is to say, how to conduct and organize the movement. If this coherence is not present, there is only a blind will toward freedom, with the terribly reactionary risks which it entails. Fanon cited in Kuykendall 1970, 202. 127. Clearly, decolonization is a complicated phenomenon, one in which Africa's perplexing class politics and, in specific, the peculiar politics of Africa's colonized classes, plays itself out, although not without the eager, ever watchful eyes and wicked intentions of various colonial capitalist bourgeoisies, European or otherwise. 24. The wretched of the earth's revolutionary intellectual activists, therefore, not only have to decolonize the world the colonizers made and, the colonizers' model of the world, as James Blount, 1993, perceptively put it, but also, the world the begrudging racially colonized bourgeoisie deeply wishes and desperately wants to make, or, rather, remake. False decolonization is, quite simply, the fancy dress parade and the blare of the trumpets that Fanon made mention of above. Absolutely nothing except for the color of the colonizers' skins, and, maybe, just maybe their masks, will have changed. There's nothing, fumed Fanon, save a minimum of readaptation, a few reforms at the top, a flag waving, and down there at the bottom an undivided mass, still living in the Middle Ages, endlessly marking time. Fanon's concept of revolutionary decolonization, therefore, makes a distinction between the class politics and class projects of the racially colonized bourgeoisie and those of the wretched of the earth. From this critical Fanonian frame of reference, it can be ascertained that decolonization is not neutral and, consequently, not always automatically in the anti-imperialist interests of the wretched of the earth. There are different directions that decolonization can take, just as there are different, extremely devious directions that colonialism, and capitalism and racism and sexism, can take, and the racially colonized bourgeoisie seeks to initiate and establish a neocolonial nation-state by means of a bourgeois decolonization, that is to say, decolonization in the interests of the racially colonized bourgeoisie who, to strike the iron while it is hot, want nothing other than to further underdevelop their countries in the imperialist interests of the upper and middle classes, i.e., the bourgeoisie and petite bourgeoisie, of the mother country and, especially, foreign capitalist corporations and conglomerates. Not to be fooled by African colonial elites' false decolonization, which is nothing but another name for Eurocentric imperialist recolonization, Fanon disparages the racially colonized bourgeoisie's concept of decolonization, its false decolonization, by emphasizing the interconnection and intersection of their imperialist interests with those of the bourgeoisie and petite bourgeoisie of the European mother country. The national bourgeoisie will be greatly helped on its way toward decadence by the Western bourgeoisie, who come to it as tourists avid for the exotic, for big game hunting, and for casinos. The national bourgeoisie organizes centers of rest and relaxation and pleasure resorts to meet the wishes of the Western bourgeoisie. Such activity is given the name tourism, and for the occasion will 128 be built up as a national industry. These are the stigma of this deprivation of the national middle class. Because it is bereft of ideas, because it lives to itself and cuts itself off from the people, undermined by its hereditary incapacity to think in terms of all the problems of the nation as seen from the point of view of the whole of that nation, the national middle class will have nothing better to do than to take on the role of manager for Western enterprise, and it will in practice set up its country as the brothel of Europe. Fanon cited in Rhodes 1971, 306. The dialectics of revolutionary decolonization is simultaneously aimed at the concreteness of the colonial past and the possibilities of the post-colonial future, and, for all its openness, it remains, like all dialectics, preoccupied with both internal and external contradictions, which means, as we have witnessed above, that it is as critical of the pseudo-bourgeoisie in neocolonial Africa as it is of the super-bourgeoisies in Europe and America. The dialectics of revolutionary decolonization, thus, is grounded in, and grows out of, the crossroads where the concreteness of the colonial past and the possibilities of the post-colonial future converge, the place where world historical facts meet racial colonial fictions, the place where the wretched of the earth, through their true decolonization, begin the process, of freeing themselves from the claws and confines of white supremacist colonialism, and capitalism. I observed above that true decolonization critically engages the proponents and opponents, as well as the agents and adversaries of revolutionary social, political, and cultural transformation. This is necessary because of the constraints of racial colonial history, the fact, namely, that the historical narratives of racially colonizing countries, dare I say racially colonizing continents, by default dehumanizes the racially colonized, the racial colonial, education system, which the racially colonized find very difficult to get around if they desire to be successful and survive in the racial colonial world, brainwashes them and their children into believing that Europe and Europeans, or, rather, as Du Bois, 1995b, declared, white folk are quite literally supermen and world-mastering demigods, 456, Rabaka 2010a. Is it any wonder, then, that racial colonialism and racist capitalism implants a deep and pervasive sense of inferiority into the consciousnesses of the racially colonized, who get caught in the tangled web of undeniable intraracial antagonisms and curious trans-ethnic kinships, bitter battles, and concealed complicity? Is it any wonder that these same racially colonized social agents, who seem to live their lives on the brink of the most excruciating schizophrenia, how could it be otherwise, are, true to their double-conscious racial colonial condition, simultaneously capable of the narrowest nationalism and most heartfelt radical humanism, unrepentant religious intolerance and openness to agnosticism, ethnic chauvinism, and deep commit 129. Meant to critical multiculturalism, and searing selfishness and jaw-dropping selflessness. 25. It is important for the wretched of the earth's revolutionary intellectual activists to redefine revolutionary decolonization for their specific struggle, a la Cabral, always keeping in mind that colonialism and capitalism, as with racism and sexism, are always and ever changing. Which is to say, each of the aforementioned are extremely malleable and motive, constantly shifting from one epoch or milieu to the next. Fanon's distinction between true and false decolonization provides an important paradigm and critical theoretical point of departure, one that enables the wretched of the earth to gauge whether true decolonization has taken, or is actually taking place. With this in mind, we are compelled to briefly albeit critically examine Fanon's concept of revolutionary decolonization. For Fanon, 1974, decolonization is a program, a historical process, and a period which follows neither laws, nor logic that can be comprehended by either the colonizer or the colonized a priori, that is, prior to its emergence, 54-55. It overturns everything, every living or inanimate thing, nothing survives unaltered. Decolonization is quite simply the replacing of a certain species of men by another species of men, 54. It is part of a historical process that can and will end only when the entire colonial world, that is to say, the whole social structure, is changed from the bottom up, 54. However, revolutionary decolonization goes a lot further, and cuts considerably deeper into the social setting. It, in a word, influences not merely the social setting but also those individuals who undertake it or, rather, experience it. Fanon tells us that just as revolutionary decolonization changes the whole social structure, it also alters and influences individuals, it modifies them fundamentally. The thing which has been colonized becomes man during the same process by which it frees itself. 4. Revolutionary decolonization, at minimum, is the veritable creation of new men, who speak a new language to express their new humanity. But, it should be underscored, the new men that Fanon envisioned were not merely racially colonized males. Quite the contrary, he included the colonizers or the settlers, as well as the females of both of these two forces, the colonized and the colonizers, opposed to each other by their very nature. 26. Fanon wrote, the need for this change, revolutionary decolonization, exists in its crude state, impetuous and compelling, in the consciousness and in the lives of the men and women who are colonized. But the possibility of this change is equally experienced in the form of a terrifying future in the consciousness of another species of men and women, the colonizers, 54-55, my emphasis. 27. In an anarchic moment, in many respects reminiscent of the Russian revolutionary, Mikhail Bakunin, Fanon sternly stated, decolonization. 130. Which sets out to change the order of the world, is, obviously, a program of complete disorder. It is in this period of complete disorder that Fanon claims racially colonized people finally have the opportunity to question the colonizers, the colonial world, and, perhaps most importantly, themselves. In decolonization, there is therefore the need of a complete calling in question of the colonial situation. This complete calling in question of the colonial situation opens the colonized and the colonizing peoples to the potential and possibilities that they by and for themselves have of creating and constructing selves and societies predicated on total liberation, 54-55. Total liberation entails freedom, and the freedom that Fanon dialectically envisioned had a double dimension. It is at once socio-political and personal. With regard to the former, Fanon has in mind the freedom of the nation-state and/or governmental apparatus. Concerning the later, he envisioned an existential freedom, which refers to an individual's consciousness of their freedom and free choice. The Fanonian concept of freedom bitterly understands that the starving peasant, outside the class system, is the first among the exploited to discover that only violence pays and that she or he has nothing to lose and everything to gain, and for this reason, in the past where the peasants were completely irresponsible, today they mean to understand everything and make all decisions. The freedom Fanon envisaged is one where the peasants and politicians are one and the same because all citizens know and critically understand that nobody, neither leader nor rank and filer, can hold back the truth. And, the truth, according to Fanon, is that which hurries on the breakup of the colonialist regime. He went far to put his faith in the people in full view when he wrote, everything can be explained to the people, on the single condition that you really want them to understand. However, here Fanon is quick to offer a caveat: you will not be able to do all this, i.e., decolonize and achieve national liberation unless you give the people some political education. 28. Freedom in the public and personal spheres requires the absence of external and coercive control over the state, as Gramsci, 1971, 1977, 1978, 1994, observed. It is in this sense that Fanon, especially in The Pitfalls of National Consciousness, criticizes anti-democratic, single-party, czarist, militarist, fascist, dictatorial, and puppet politics in post-independence underdeveloped countries. See Fanon 1968, 148-205. 29. Through the lens and lessons of history and betrayal, and perhaps following Fanon, Kwame Nkrumah, 1965, would later write about and term this phenomenon in so-called Third World politics, neocolonialism. Colonialism remained colonialism, but during the post-independence period it took on new forms and mutated into its final and perhaps most dangerous stage. 9. Colonialism, quite simply, went by another name, and Du Bois, Fanon, Nkrumah, Cabral, and a whole host of anti-colonial Africana, among other, thinkers have expressed. 131. And offered bits and pieces of the truth and reality of this matter. Nkrumah comprehended that neocolonialism is by no means exclusively an African question. 17. Quite the contrary, Nkrumah contended. Long before it was practiced on any large scale in Africa, it was an established system in other parts of the world. Nowhere has it proved successful, either in raising living standards or in ultimately benefiting the countries which have indulged in it. Marx predicted that the growing gap between the wealth of the possessing classes and the workers it employs would ultimately produce a conflict fatal to capitalism in each individual capitalist state. This conflict between the rich and the poor has now transferred onto the international scene, but for proof of what is acknowledged to be happening it is no longer necessary to consult the classical Marxist writers. 17. It is no longer necessary to consult the classical Marxist writers, because the classical Marxist writers, in all their prescience and ranting and raving about revolution and social transformation, never fully figured, nor felt they needed to critically figure into their analyses, the classical or contemporary situations and circumstances of the racialized and colonized world. That is precisely why, following Renata Zahar, 1974, Lewis Gordon, 1995b, correctly observes that although Fanon was more in line with Marxist-Leninism, his contribution, to Marxist, and particularly Western Marxist, discourse and theory was more as an innovator, not a disciple. 93. It was not long after Krumah, 1973b, wrote, "For proof of what is acknowledged to be happening it is no longer necessary to consult the classical Marxist writers," that he, ousted from his presidency in Ghana in 1966, turned to, and drew from Fanon, and in no uncertain terms, stated sternly, "There is no middle road between capitalism and socialism." 74, see also Krumah 1970b, 1973a, 1973c, 1990. For Krumah, as for Fanon, decolonization, and all that it entails, is a necessary means if the wretched of the earth, in Fanon's phraseology, or the oppressed and exploited of the earth, in Krumah's terminology, are to reach the end of both colonial and neocolonial exploitation, alienation, and oppression, and usher in the ugly beauty, the blasphemous divinity of total liberation. Krumah 1973b, 74. Gordon, following Zahar, 1974, asserts that Fanon was no mere card-carrying, party-preaching Marxist-Leninist, but more an innovator within the worlds of Marxist and liberation theory. One of Fanon's major innovations and contributions to the discourses of Marxism, liberation theory, and Africana critical theory was his articulation of revolutionary decolonization. Although many of the major Fanon scholars and critics hardly discuss his concept of revolutionary decolonization, and make little or no distinction between true and false decolonization, it has been and remains one of Fanon's most pervasive, profound, and provocative contributions to Psycho. 132. Analytic, social, political, post-colonial, and postmodern theory. With regard to Marxism, Fanon's articulation of revolutionary decolonization enabled him to do precisely what he advocated others engaging and enduring the colonial problem do: stretch it, slightly. The classic line from The Wretched of the Earth reads, "Marxist analysis should always be slightly stretched every time we have to do with the colonial problem." Fanon, specifically in Concerning Violence, literally augments and updates Marxist theory, and appropriates those aspects and elements from it which he believed would enable him to call into question the colonial situation, that is to say, begin the historical process of revolutionary decolonization. By stretching Marxist analysis, Fanon placed a new praxis promoting critical theory, radical politics, and revolutionary decolonization, not merely on Marxists, but Pan-Africanists, African socialists, African nationalists, black nationalists, existentialists, phenomenologists, and radical humanists' discursive and political agendas. Fanon first broached the subject of the inferiority complex that racial colonialism instills in the racially colonized in black skin, white masks. Racial colonialism and the racially colonized person's inferiority complex was something that he more or less psychologized in his early work, pointing to the profundity of the racial colonial problem and the racially colonized's double-conscious racial colonial condition as a result of the problem. 30. With The Wretched of the Earth, written a decade after Black Skin, White Masks, Fanon believed that he had found an extremely important part of the solution to the racial colonial problem and the racially colonized's acute inferiority complex: self-defensive, humanity-affirming, and human dignity-asserting anti-colonial violence. Although it has long rubbed many of Fanon's readers the wrong way, few can deny how intriguing his views on self-defensive anti-colonial violence are. Moreover, there is a sense in which Fanon's views on self-defensive anti-colonial violence can be said to provide a leitmotif for critically comprehending a dying colonialism, The Wretched of the Earth, and most of Essays in Toward the African Revolution, which is to say, the bulk of his body of work. Few have understood, or engaged critically, Fanon's concept of revolutionary decolonization, its advocacy of self-defensive anti-colonial violence or otherwise. When he is read, As mentioned above, he is often read as a philosopher of violence, but similar to Malcolm X, Robert F. Williams, the Black Armed Guard, the Revolutionary Action Movement, the Republic of New Africa, the Black Panther Party and the Black Liberation Army, Frantz Fanon cannot and should not be allowed to be reduced to a few misquoted statements concerning counter or self-defensive anti-colonial violence. 31. In point of fact, colonialism is frequently a code word for a complex kind of violence, of barbarity, of savagery, of sadism that plays itself out in the heads and hearts, in the lives and homelands of both the racially colonized and the racial colonizer. However, the racially colonized 133 and the racial colonizer approach violence in two completely different, yet deeply interconnected, ways. On the one hand, the racial colonizer introduces the colonized to colonial violence, and this is a point that should be strongly stressed. Even so, we must be clear here to highlight the historical fact that violence existed long before the colonizer came to conquer the colonized. What makes the white colonizer's violence different from the pre-existing pre-colonial violence is the fact that the white colonizer's violence is racial colonial violence, violence for the sake of racial colonialism and, more specifically, violence for the express imperialist purposes of racialization and colonization. The racially colonized, on the other hand, engage in self-defensive anti-racist and anti-colonialist violence in reaction to the white colonizer's racial colonial violence, that is to say, to counter the white colonizer's racial colonial violence. The racially colonized comes to realize that racial colonialism has its own code of ethics, or etiquette of anti-ethics, if you will. The racial colonizer cannot and does not under any circumstance acknowledge the humanity or right to self-determination of the racially colonized, because to do so would completely undermine the bad faith and full legitimacy of racial colonialism, which has been established on the imperialist assumption that the racially colonized, left to their pre-colonial political systems and social organizations, are utterly incapable of governing themselves. What is more, insofar as the racially colonized does not forfeit their rightful claim to self-determination and resist the imposition of racial colonial rule, the racial colonial nation-state, that is to say, the racial colonial government, the exportation of European imperial social and political models and Eurocentric modes of existence cannot be guaranteed to take root. 32. In order to plant the seeds of European imperialist social and political models and Eurocentric modes of existence, the racial colonizer employs various forms of violence, overt and covert kinds of violence, physical and psychological varieties of violence, to quarantine the racially colonized to the world, of white supremacist colonial capitalism. Fanon contended that no matter how benevolent the racial colonizer might appear, the reality of the racial colonial matter is that he or she will not recognize the human rights of the racially colonized or, in the event that some semblances of the humanity of the racially colonized are acknowledged, the racial colonizer will not permit it unless the acknowledgement simultaneously perpetuates the continued devaluation and humiliation of the humanity of the racially colonized. In other words, racial colonialism is willing to make certain concessions or exceptions to its racist rules, but these concessions with the racially colonized, usually with the racially colonized bourgeoisie, are few and far between. It is primarily because of colonialism's violent denial of the racially colonized's humanity and history that Fanon argued that the wretched of the earth 134 must rescue and reclaim their humanity and history from the dark, dank dungeon that the racial colonizer has confined it to, and completely topple the racial colonial world. The racially colonized, therefore, must be mentally and physically prepared to violate the dividing line's social, political, cultural, metaphysical, physical, epistemological, and ethical imposed by the racial colonizer if they are to return to the upwards paths of their own culture, as Cabral contended, and in like fashion, as Fanon importantly asserted, rehumanize the racial colonizer and return them to their long-lost humanity as well. In the Hermeneutics of African Philosophy, 1994, Serekwaberhan importantly emphasized. The fundamental concern of the colonized is to retake the initiative of history, to again become historical being. It is to negate the negation of its lived historicalness and overcome the violence of merely being an object in the historicity of European existence that the colonized fights. Thus, it is the interimplicative dialectic of this primordial violence, and the counter-violence it evokes, that we need to concretely grasp. 57. All emphasis in original. Heeding the words of Serekwa Burhan, and employing his caveat as my point of departure, what I seek to do here is to concretely grasp the role and relevance of self-defensive anti-racist and anti-colonial violence in the process, of revolutionary decolonization. It must be underscored at the outset that the first sentence of Fanon's last book, The Wretched of the Earth, 1968, reads, "National liberation, national consciousness, the restoration of nationhood to the people, commonwealth, whatever may be the headings used or the new formulas introduced, decolonization is always a violent phenomenon." 35, emphasis added. From Fanon's perspective, that the racially colonized turn to self-defensive anti-racist and anti-colonial violence should shock no one, least of all the brutish racial colonizers and their reprehensibly racializing and colonizing nation-states. Racial colonialism, the whole racial colonial system, which is to say, the entire white supremacist colonial capitalist world, is nothing other than naked violence, violence in its most vulgar and vicious forms. Violence is not simply physical, there are also psychological dimensions to violence. What is more, racial colonial violence is extremely predatory and pervasive and seeks to racialize and colonize as many aspects of the racially colonized's life worlds and lived experiences, as many elements of their history and culture, as it inhumanly and possibly can, from politics to economics, education to religion, psychology to social organization, aesthetics to ethics, and on ad infinitum. Recall, Fanon contended that it is the racial colonizer who is the bringer of violence into the home and into the mind of the native. All that we know as Europe and European has been, and remains, established on the negation of the lives, lands, languages, cultures, histories, and, therefore, the humanity of the non-European/non-white world. 33. The racially colonized. 135. Back. To the wall. Knife. At their throats, realize that there exists but one way out of the wicked, white supremacist colonial world the settlers have made, and that is gun in hand, ready for violence at all times. Fanon, 1968, went further. The native who decides to put the program of revolutionary decolonization into practice, and to become its moving force, is ready for violence at all times. From birth it is clear to him that this narrow world, strewn with prohibitions, can only be called in question by absolute violence. 58, 37. Under the auspices of the program of revolutionary decolonization, a struggle, one of absolute violence, a murderous and decisive struggle between the two protagonists, the racially colonized and the racial colonizers, thus ensues. 37. No thing remains as it was prior to the struggle, which, of course, is why the violence of this struggle is characterized as absolute. Absolute meaning total, complete, unconditional and infinite. The violence of this murderous and decisive struggle alters all that was, and opens the oppressed, and by default the oppressors, to the possibility and potential of that which should have been, and that which they, meaning, both the racially colonized and the racial colonizers, begin to critically understand ought to be. The racially colonized, again, back. To the wall. Knife. At their throats, knows that they have no other recourse but to fight for their liberty, and on behalf, and in the interests of their long denied, but, not by any means lost, humanity. The racially colonized knows that the world in which she or he has, literally, been flung into, a narrow world, strewn with prohibitions, is a world predicated on the primordial violence of white supremacist colonialism. Racial colonialism is, quite simply, violence in its natural state. 61. It was violence, absolute violence, which marked the beginning of racial colonial conquest, and it shall be nothing other than violence, absolute violence, which will symbolize and signify the death and the obituary of racial colonial conquest. The form, s, that the racially colonized self-defensive anti-racist and anti-colonial violence takes is not in any way predetermined by the racial colonial violence of the racial colonizer. Racial colonial violence, ironically, opens the racially colonized to new versions of violence, violence heretofore unimagined in the pre-colonial, and, dare I say, pre-racial, world. 34 Concerning the initial encounter between the racially colonized and the racial colonizers, Fanon wrote, their first encounter was marked by violence and their existence together, that is to say the exploitation of the native by the settler was carried on by dint of a great array of bayonets and cannons, Fanon cited in Lawrence and Kareem 2007, 79. The racially colonized's history, culture, social and political systems, language, religion, art, and customs of dress, are supplanted, literally deracinated, that is to say, plucked or torn up or out by the roots, eradicated or exterminated so as to 136. Make racial colonialism, violence in its natural state, complete, total, or absolute, as Fanon would have it. Commenting on the breakup, that is to say, the revolutionary decolonization of the white supremacist colonial capitalist world, Fanon critically commented. The violence which has ruled over the ordering of the colonial world, which has ceaselessly drummed the rhythm for the destruction of native social forms and broken up without reserve the systems of reference of the economy, the customs of dress and external life, that same violence will be claimed and taken over by the native at the moment when, deciding to embody history in his own person, he surges into forbidden quarters. To wreck the colonial world is henceforward a mental picture of action which is very clear, very easy to understand, and which may be assumed by each one of the individuals which constitute the colonized people. 82. Fanon, unlike many Marxist theorists, did not ascribe fixed and fast roles to specific social and political economic classes. Revolutionary decolonization, he declared, may be assumed by each one of the individuals which constitute the colonized people. Where Marx thought certain social, political, and economic classes, take, for example, the lumpenproletariat, were a dangerous class and social scum whose conditions of life prepare it for the part of a bribed tool of reactionary intrigue, Marx and Engels 1978, 482. 35 Fanon, on the other hand, argued that the lumpenproletariat, that horde of starving men and women, uprooted from their tribe and from their clan, constitutes one of the most spontaneous and most radically revolutionary forces of a colonized people. This is because the racially colonized lumpenproletariat constitute a class who constantly have to do without the most basic human needs, and whose members are systematically denied entree into the most minuscule so-called benevolences and benefits of racial colonialism and Eurocentric imperialist modernity. Their lives, their excruciating existences serve as a constant and cruel reminder that the racially colonized bourgeoisie is nothing other than a bunch of buck-dancing and boot-licking neo-colonial carpetbaggers whose pseudo-lavish Eurocentric lifestyles accentuate the gross political and economic injustices of the established racial colonial order. 36 The racially colonized lumpenproletariat's lives also painfully point to the fact that their relationships with their pre-colonial history and culture have been brutally ruptured, which is one of the reasons Fanon wrote that they have been uprooted from their tribe and from their clan. The tribe and the clan symbolize the racially colonized lumpenproletariat's pre-colonial history and culture, their pre-colonial political systems and social organizations, and, although Marx may have thought of them as a bunch of mindless mercenaries, Fanon believed that they could potentially represent one of the most spontaneous and most radically revolutionary forces of a colonized 137 people. Why? Because the racially colonized lumpenproletariat, long locked out of the racial colonial world that both the European bourgeoisie and the colonized African bourgeoisie greedily share, constitute the group farthest away from the crumbs that fall from racial colonialism's imperialist table. Their relationship with European modernity, which is to say, their relationship with the evil evolution of Europe's anti-black racist capitalism and white supremacist colonialism, has been and remains a violent one marked by the barbarity and savagery of the so-called Christian and civilized nations that conquered and racially colonized them. Fanon, ism, and Cabral, ism conceptual. Convergences and discursive divergences in the evolution of Africana critical theory. For Fanon, violence ruled over the racial colonial world, and it alone was absolute. It was the most pervasive characteristic of racial colonialism, and no one and no thing went unscathed. In fact, the government that the governing race and classes erected can be, and has been, described as a reign of violence. Because violence was the absolute, ordering and organizing principle of the racial colonial world, Fanon felt that only greater violence could and would bring disorder long enough to forge a new, anti-racist, anti-colonialist, and anti-capitalist world. Racial colonialism is not a thinking machine, nor a body with reasoning faculties. It is violence in its natural state, and it will only yield when confronted with greater violence, Fanon cited in Lawrence and Karim 2007, 84. Therefore, the anti-racist and anti-colonialist violence of the racially colonized is nothing other than the long overdue answer to the conundrum that the primordial violence of racial colonial conquest has, and continues to present to the wretched of the earth, who are, I should reiterate, the masses of the earth. The racially colonized, through anti-racist and anti-colonialist violence, intend to wreck or break up the established order of the white supremacist colonial capitalist world. 82-83. Once again Serekwa Burhan, 1994, offers important insights. The first act of freedom that the colonized engages in is the attempt to violently disrupt the normality which European colonial society presupposes. The tranquil existence of the colonizer is grounded on the chaotic, abnormal, and subhuman existence of the colonized. The new societies that replicate Europe in the non-European world are built on vacated space which hitherto was the uncontested terra firma of different and differing peoples and histories. The dawn and normalcy of colonial society, i.e., the birth and establishment of the modern European world, as Karl Marx approvingly points out in the first few pages of the Communist Manifesto, is grounded on the negation of the 138. Cultural difference and specificity that constitutes the historicity and thus humanity of the non-European world. European modernity establishes itself globally by violently negating indigenous cultures. This violence in replication, furthermore, accentuates the regressive and despotic/aristocratic aspects internal to the histories of the colonizing European societies. 58. Emphasis in original. The imposition of European normality onto non-European lives and lands signals and symbolizes the very terms, the very grounds upon which the murderous and decisive struggle between the oppressed and their oppressors is fought. As Fanon contended, the cause is the consequence. You are rich because you are white because you are rich, Fanon cited in Lawrence and Karim 2007, 82. To take this line of thinking a step further, it could be said that one is human because one is white, and that one is white insofar as one is human. By negating the history of the racially colonized, the racial colonizers also negate the identity, and therefore the humanity of the conquered peoples. Serekwa Burhan, 1994, maintains that he colonized is a member of a defeated history, 69. By this, I take him to mean two things. First, that the racially colonized is a member of a group that has suffered a monumental historical defeat. And, second, that the racially colonized's history, the process of his communal becoming, has been violently suspended or interrupted and, from the racial colonizer's point of view, definitively, 69. In defeating or conquering the racially colonized, the racial colonizer also defeated and conquered the historicity, that is to say, the lived and concrete actuality, the unique life worlds and life struggles of the racially colonized. The racially colonized no longer comes into being, or becomes a human being on her or his own terms, she or he only registers on the record of history, i.e., human history, when and where the racial colonizers allow her or him to do so, which, to be perfectly honest, is rarely, if ever. Further, when and where the racially colonized does rear her or his head in history, she or he is painted, at best, as a subhuman savage, a sort of quintessence of evil, or, at worst, the native, non-human thing discussed earlier, Jordan 1977, Pieters 1992. This in turn creates a situation, a world where there exists two species of men and women, those who are white, European, and human and, as a consequence, have human rights which are to be respected and protected, and, those who are racialized, colonized, non-European, non-white and, therefore, not human, and have no human rights which are to be respected and protected in a white supremacist colonial capitalist world. 37 In this world, and in this situation, it is not hard to discern why Fanon would write, on the logical plane, the Manichaeism of the settler produces a Manichaeism of the native. That is to say, the native, imbued with the 139 horror and hell of racial colonialism, sets out to decolonize, to, literally, disinter and destroy, the racial colonial world. The racially colonized has no other choice. As I have said, the oppressed have few options. Barred by the racial colonizers and sometimes their own self-negation and self-hatred from the annals of history, the racially colonized seek nothing less than to reclaim her or his place on the stage of the miraculous drama of human existence and experience. Hence, Serekwa Burhan, 1994, said, conflict and violence are not a choice, they are an existential need negatively arising out of the colonial situation which serves as a prelude to the rehumanization of the colonized. 73. Serekwa Burhan acknowledges that anti-racist and anti-colonialist violence is only a prelude, that is to say, it is literally a preface, an introduction, an opening through which the racially colonized might step back onto the stage of human history, and, reconstruct human beings, and a humane world where each person critically understands her or his identity and dignity and, therefore, their humanity, to rest on the respect and recognition of other persons' identity and dignity and, therefore, their humanity. This, of course, takes us right back to the discourse on revolutionary humanism, which is at the heart of the Africana tradition of critical theory. 38 As stated above, Fanon asserted, decolonization is always a violent phenomenon. This is so because the agents of the racial colonial government speak the language of pure force. It is this force, this according to Serekwa Burhan, 1994, virtual primordial violence that spawns the reactive, or, as I would prefer, counteractive violence contra. Not simply the racial colonizers, but the internalization of colonialism and racism on the part of the racially colonized and the entire white supremacist colonial capitalist world. 73. Recall, Fanon insisted that it was the racial colonizer who is the bringer of violence into the home and into the mind of the native. What Fanon meant here is that the racial colonizer brought the violence of white supremacy or racial colonialism to African and other racially colonized peoples' life worlds and lived experiences, thus drawing them, the racially colonized, into Europe's global imperialist orbit, which presently includes peoples and continents constitutive of approximately 75% of the Earth's population and surface. 39 With the racial colonizers came violence of such immensity and intensity, such global enormity, that the pre-existing pre-colonial violence on hindsight appears to be no more than mere local or, at most, national skirmishes, scant squabbles that historically have been documented to have been commonplace, and to have plagued human beings in almost every epoch of human history, culture, and civilization. Racial colonialism is, quite simply, violence in its natural state, and, this epoch-breaking and epoch-making violence, asserted Fanon, will only yield when confronted with greater violence. Under these circumstances the 140 racially colonized knows, especially after enduring centuries of exploitation and alienation at the hands of racial colonialists and the racial colonial system, that she or he has no other recourse, decolonization or, continued, dehumanization. It is at, and in, this momentous moment, the moment the racially colonized commits to, and takes up the banner of revolutionary decolonization, that Fanon contended. He of whom they have never stopped saying that the only language he understands is that of force, decides to give utterance by force. In fact, as always, the settler has shown him the way he should take if he is to become free. The argument the native chooses has been furnished by the settler, and by an ironic turning of the tables it is the native who now affirms that the colonialist understands nothing but force. The colonial regime owes its legitimacy to force and at no time tries to hide this aspect of things. Cited in Lawrence and Kareem 2007, 88, emphasis in original. What is important to emphasize here is that the argument the native chooses has been furnished, at least in part, by the settler's racial colonial actions, by their force, by their racial colonial violence, and, it also needs to be accentuated, by the European liberals and the white left's anti-racist and anti-colonialist inaction. That the white left, both in Europe and America, has long practiced a policy of benign and often naked neglect where the racial colonies and the racially colonized are concerned, to put it plainly, is nothing new. In fact, if truth be told, white liberals and the white left's policy of benign and naked neglect is perfectly normal in the abnormal and absurd white supremacist colonial capitalist world. However, the fact that the racially colonized have appropriated aspects of the white left's, mainly Marxist, arguments might come as a surprise, especially to those who remain unaware of the long tradition of black radicalism, which, in all political and intellectual honesty, can be said to reach back as far as the abolitionist movement, nationally, and the Pan-Africanist movement, internationally, and stretch across several centuries to our modern, as well as postmodern, movements for racial, gender, and economic justice. 40 as Zeokyo Ding, 2011, observed in On Resistance in Anti-Colonial Marxist Writings. If Cesar and Senghor elaborate on the strategy of resistance in terms of an ethnic identity called negritude, then Cabral and Fanon attempt to discuss national culture as a possible and necessary site for initiating resistance in the historical context of decolonization. 42. Echoing Ding, Charles Peterson, in Du Bois, Fanon, Cabral, The Margins of Elite Anti-Colonial Leadership, 2007, went so far to say, both Cabral and Fanon articulate the issues of social, cultural, and political consciousness in strikingly familiar ways to Du Bois, but formulate the problem and propose solutions in very different ways. 9. Moreover, Peterson insightfully stressed, Fanon 141. And Cabral wrote themselves into their theory or, rather, wrote their theory out of their lived experiences. 6. In the preceding paragraphs we have witnessed how Fanon wrote himself into his theory, especially in Black Skin, White Masks and The Wretched of the Earth, but what about Cabral? What role did his lived experiences play in the discursive development of his radical politics and revolutionary praxis, what I am calling here in shorthand, Cabral's critical theory? What role did the peculiar kind of colonialism and the particular history and culture of the people, in this instance, Cape Verdeans and Bissau Guineans fighting against Portuguese imperialism in Africa, play in the discursive development of Cabral's radical politics and revolutionary praxis? A number of studies of black radicalism acknowledge negritude and Fanon, but Cabral's contributions, and Cabralism more generally speaking, have been regularly left in the lurch or only alluded to, if not outright ignored. In other words, Cabral's critical theory has routinely suffered from discursive erasure, even within the intellectual universes of decoloniality, black radicalism, African socialism, African nationalism, and Pan-Africanism. By way of example, in Colonial Discourse and Post-Colonial Theory, 1993, Patrick Williams and Laura Chrisman identify Fanon as the founding father of Third World liberationist discourse, and make passing mention of the ways in which Cabral revised Fanon's philosophy in light of the revolution in Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau, 14–15. Although he, in many senses, continued Fanon's critical theory of culture and discourse on decolonization, Cabral was more than a mere Fanon disciple. This needs to be strongly stressed. In point of fact, part of Cabral's true discursive distinction lies in the fact that his radical politics and revolutionary praxis primarily grew out of his committed and uncompromising grounding in the dire life worlds and life struggles of the people of Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau and, in some senses secondarily, quite generously drew from the whole of the Africana tradition of critical theory, from W.E.B. Du Bois and C.L.R. James to Kwame Nkrumah and C. Kauture, from Agustin Honito and Eduardo Mondlane to Aimé Césaire and, of course, Frantz Fanon. All of this is to say, much like almost every other major Africana critical theorist, Cabral's critical theory has simultaneously particular and universal significance, both local and global or, rather, national and international importance, which may go some way to explain why his radical politics and revolutionary praxis has increasingly preoccupied generation after generation of theorists and activists, Africana and otherwise, since his merciless assassination more than 40 years ago. Similar to Du Bois, Césaire, and Senghor before them, both Fanon and Cabral developed very distinct conceptions of the role history and culture must play in authentic decolonization and national liberation. More than any 142. Of the aforementioned, however, Cabral's critical theory harbored a deep historical and cultural specificity that helps to highlight several of the limitations of overly internationalist or continentalist theories, which in the most post-structuralist, postmodernist, and post-colonialist manners imaginable, seem to free-float and hover above the diversity and specificity of the African peoples, histories, and cultures the theories were supposedly developed in the best interests of. In other words, where Césaire's discourse on colonialism and Fanon's The Wretched of the Earth are iconic contributions to the deep universalist/internationalist dimension that runs through the Africana tradition of critical theory, Cabral's critical theory contributes to the internationalist dimension while simultaneously emphasizing the importance of historical and cultural specificity within the said tradition. Corroborating this contention, Ding, 2011, asserted that Cabral's speeches and articles present us with a re-examination and elaboration of imperialism and the colonial relationship from a new perspective. Most of his works concentrate on describing an agricultural society transformed under the impact of the colonial domination and a guerrilla war fought against the Portuguese imperial power. Cabral understands the value of culture as an indispensable factor in resisting foreign domination, because the imperial domination can only be maintained by a perpetuated, organized repression of the cultural life of the colonized. Consequently, he elaborates on culture as both an important factor in colonial domination and a crucial means to resist the colonial domination. 42. Indeed, the question begs, what was the new perspective that Cabral brought to the discourse on decolonization? What distinguishes his thought from Fanon's thought? What is Cabralism and what, if anything, has it contributed to the Africana tradition of critical theory? Throughout this chapter I have hinted at the ways in which Amilcar Cabral's critical theory complements Fanon's discourse on radical disalienation and revolutionary decolonization. The subsequent chapters offer an intense exploration of Cabral's contributions to the Africana tradition of critical theory that demonstrates his deepening of, and dialectical deviations from Fanon and Fanonism. Where we have seen that Césaire and Fanon innovatively established and extended the discourse on decolonization and revolutionary decolonization, respectively, Cabral amplified the discourse on revolutionary decolonization and dialectically augmented it with, and emphasized the concepts of the weapon of theory, return to the source, and, most importantly in terms of Africana critical theory, revolutionary re-Africanization. Consequently, the 3 chapters that constitute the second part of this book will be devoted to Cabral's critical theory and the origins and evolution of Cabralism. Part 2. The Weapon of Theory. Cabral's Critical Theory and Revolutionary Praxis. Chapter 3. Cabral's Critical Theory of Colonialism, Neocolonialism, and Imperialism. Introduction to Cabralism. Although he did not present his critical theory in any discursive or systematic manner, Amilcar Cabral's corpus is shot through with critical comments on colonialism, capitalism, and other forms of imperialism. Where he is often lazily labeled a Marxist by Eurocentric critics who know little or nothing about the myriad continental and diasporan African intellectual and political traditions that he drew from, Cabral's critical theory innovatively combined elements of negritude, claridade, Fanonism, Pan-Africanism, and African nationalism with aspects of Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, Ho Chi Minh's thought, and Che Guevara's thought, among others. In fact, Karl Marx did not critically engage colonialism and imperialism to the discursive depth and detail which he did capitalism, socialism, and communism. Neither Marx nor Engels factored pre-colonial or colonial African, Asian, Caribbean, and Latin American civilizations and cultures into their theories of revolution, which for the most part focused on the economies, cultures, class struggles, bourgeoisies, petite bourgeoisies, and proletariats of Europe and the United States. Even in his writings on colonialism in India, Ireland, and China, Marx failed to adequately address the question of whether colonized countries could sidestep the capitalist stage of development. Even though there are a number of scattered references in Marx's corpus which concede that a coordinated and consciously struggling people may be able to skip specific historical, political, and economic phases, there quite simply is no convincing discussion in Marx's voluminous work of what repeatedly proved to be the 151. 152 Chapter 3. Two principal forces of historical, political, and economic change in the interests of the wretched of the earth in colonized countries, the role of the peasantry and the rise of revolutionary nationalism. Such silences and unadorned Eurocentrism in Marx's oeuvre enabled a number of Africana critical theorists to clearly see the inadequacy of Marxism when and where we turn to the vagaries and vicissitudes of racial colonialism and neocolonialism. 2. Whether we turn to the work of Aimé Césaire, Kwame Nkrumah, Frantz Fanon, Walter Rodney, or Thomas Sankara, flying in the face of much of what passes as Marxism, Africana critical theorists have consistently coupled Marxist critique of class struggle and capitalism with their own discursively distinct critiques of racism, colonialism, and imperialism, as well as their own homegrown theories of peasant revolution, African socialism, African nationalism, and Pan-Africanism. 3. Here I would like to explore Cabral's contributions to this discourse by, first, treating his critical theory of colonialism and neocolonialism and, second, engaging his critical theory of imperialism. There are several ways in which Cabral collapses the crude and artificial dichotomy and distinctions made between colonialism and capitalism, especially when European imperialism and racial colonialism are factored into both. In light of all of this, below I argue that Cabral's work can be viewed as the culmination of several waves of anti-colonialism, Pan-Africanism, and black radical politics that aimed at developing a critical theory of imperialism and revolution in colonial and neocolonial Africa. In Cabral's critical theory, colonialism and capitalism are world systems that recursively present greater, more and more massive forms of imperialism. At the heart of Cabral's critical theory is an implicit critique of domination and a theory of liberation, which is precisely what brings his thought in line with other forms of critical theory. Kellner 1989, 1. However, the foci of Cabral's critical theory and concrete philosophy are not so much the dilemmas and dialectics of domination and liberation in advanced industrial, Marcuse 1964, developed, Habermas 1984, 1987a, and or techno-capitalist, Kellner 1989, societies, but the downtrodden, deprived, and dominated, in a word, the wretched of the earth wherever they exist, whether in capitalist or colonialist societies. Cabral challenges conventional critical theory in the sense that his critical theory is not quarantined to the life worlds and life struggles of white workers in capitalist societies. Much more, his thought was simultaneously revolutionary nationalist and revolutionary humanist. For instance, as Cabral, 1972b, declared in his opening address at the plenary session at the Second Conference of the Nationalist Organizations of the Portuguese Colonies, CONP, held in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, on October 5, 1965, our national liberation struggle has a great significance both for Africa and for the world. 79. Hence, Cabral himself emphasized the simultaneously revolu. 153. Tionary nationalist and revolutionary internationalist nature of his theory and praxis. Cabral, 1964a, further stated, "We are in the process of proving that peoples such as ours economically backward, living sometimes almost naked in the bush, not knowing how to read or write, not having even the most elementary knowledge of modern technology are capable, by means of their sacrifices and efforts, of beating an enemy who is not only more advanced from a technological point of view but also supported by the powerful imperial forces of world imperialism." 3. Consequently, Cabral, 1967, queried, "Before the world and before Africa we ask, were the Portuguese right when they claimed that we were uncivilized peoples, peoples without culture? We ask, what is the most striking manifestation of civilization and culture if not that shown by a people which takes up arms to defend its right to life, to progress, to work, and to happiness?" Then, concluding with characteristic acuity, he sternly stated, "We, the national liberation movements joined in the CONP, should be conscious of the fact that our armed struggle is only one aspect of the general struggle of the oppressed against imperialism, of man's struggle for dignity, freedom, and progress. We should consider ourselves as soldiers, often anonymous, but soldiers of humanity in the vast front of the struggle in Africa today." 45-46. Based on the foregoing, it can be clearly seen that Cabral's critical theory is at its core a global theory. Where Eurocentric critical theory claims to be a global theory, but focuses almost exclusively on problems which pertain to advanced industrial, developed, and/or techno-capitalist societies, Africana critical theory faithfully following Amilcar Cabral's example transverses the colonialist/capitalist divide and engages the world as it actually exists. And, as the world actually exists, it is an imperialist world, a world where one human group doggedly attempts to dominate all other human groups, where one human culture and civilization is acknowledged and exalted as the only authentic human culture and civilization, where one people's history is considered the history of humanity in toto. For Cabral's critical theory contests and combats not only global imperialism, but also Eurocentric critical theory. It emphasizes and accentuates the ways in which African and other non-European colonized people who more often than not have never received training in political science or political philosophy or ever even heard of the Frankfurt School, return to the sources of their history and culture and simultaneously draw from and contribute to the rich resources of not only their own distinct political traditions and political cultures, but global political traditions and cultures. 154 Chapter 3. Cabral's concrete philosophy and critical theory of colonialism and neocolonialism. Cabral's critical theory encompasses and deftly considers both colonialism and capitalism, which is one of the reasons he consistently stressed the fact that the national liberation struggle is not merely against Portuguese colonialists, or white people, or any of their colonized African agents. Much more, the struggles and emancipatory efforts of racially colonized and alienated people, those folk who defiantly refuse reification, must ever be against global imperialism, which promotes the destruction and degradation of human beings, their histories and heritages, their cultures and civilizations, and their lives and lands. 5. To struggle against global imperialism is to understand and believe, as Cabral, 1979, asserted, in self-determination for all peoples, and that each people must choose their destiny, and take it into their own hands. 63. 6. Cabral clearly understood that the national liberation struggle of Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau was not a struggle against the Portuguese, repeatedly reminding his comrades, "We do not confuse exploitation or exploiters with the color of men's skins, we do not want any exploitation in our countries, not even by black people." 80. That is why he constantly reiterated that the ultimate question of the national liberation struggle was not only a question of revolutionary decolonization and authentic liberation, but also one of genuine progress for our people. 76. Cabral's critical theory is vigilant and strives to critique and, if need be, combat anyone and anything that might hinder human beings from democratically developing to their highest and fullest potential. His critical theory is also a historical, cultural, and social theory and, in that sense, understands that there are no boundaries or parameters that have been set once and for all space and time concerning what can or cannot be achieved by a human group, or human being, under or enduring any type of situation. History's pages are dotted with the dogged deeds of the dominated, rising and revolting, rescuing and reclaiming their place on the stage, and often at the center, of human history. History, as with culture, is an assertion of human agency and human dignity, and this Cabral knew well, as he strongly stressed the importance of historical knowledge, audaciously asserting, "Struggle is a normal condition of all living creatures in the world. All are in struggle, all struggle. Everyone must struggle. Our struggle is not and cannot be mere words but action, and we must really struggle. The struggle is not a debate nor verbiage, whether written or spoken. Struggle is daily action against ourselves and against the enemy, action which changes and grows each day so as to take all the necessary forms to chase the Portuguese colonialists out of our land." 31, 43, 64-65. 155. Observe that Cabral conceded that the racially colonized must daily or each day struggle against ourselves and against the enemy. This means, then, that within the world of Africana critical theory our overarching struggle, our assertion of our humanity, agency, identity, dignity, culture, and history cannot and must not be merely against European and/or European American imperialists, but must also be waged against our own internal enemies. 76. That is to say, those enemies in our own countries and governments, in our local communities and schools, in our churches and mosques, and even, if truth be told, in our own heads and hearts. We must be willing each and every day to confront and combat imperialism, and imperialists to not be willing to do so is to fool ourselves, and to attempt to pray or wish away a concrete, i.e., actually existing, problem that has plagued humanity for more than 500 years. Non-European people, and especially people of African descent, have attempted to pray or wish away imperialism for so long that Cabral unapologetically contended, it is not a question of wishing. 48. Quite the contrary, armed with a critical consciousness, a critical theory, and an extremely concrete philosophy, a philosophy of praxis, Cabral waged a war, not only against Portuguese colonialism, but against imperialism in all its forms. 7. The ultimate objective of Africana critical theory, employing and applying Cabral as a major point of departure, is to chase imperialism again, in all its forms, out of racially colonized lands, and perhaps more importantly, out of racially colonized lives. 8. In self-reflexively acknowledging our internal enemies, Cabral's critical theory discursively dovetails with critical race theory and refuses to be reduced to a biologically determined or racially essentialist position. It is not, and has never been, for Cabral or Africana critical theory, a question of biology, physiology, or phenotype. 9. Cabral openly acknowledged that there were whites or Portuguese people who were willing, and actually did contribute, positively and progressively, to the national liberation struggle of Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau. 34. Which is, of course, why he said, "We do not confuse exploitation or exploiters with the color of men's skins. We do not want any exploitation in our countries, not even by black people." Here he sidestepped what Cornel West, in Race Matters, 1993, was wont to term the pitfalls of racial reasoning, 21-32. Cabral was in line with West's assertion that racial reasoning should be replaced by moral reasoning. And, for all the issues that one could, and many do, have with West's essay, he makes a very good point when he writes that it is necessary to understand the black freedom struggle not as an affair of skin pigmentation and racial phenotype but rather as a matter of ethical principles and wise politics. 25. 10. Surely Cabral exemplifies ethical principles and wise politics when he admonished his comrades to be chronically and critically cognizant of the fact that they were participants, reluctant soul. 156 Chapter 3. Dears, if you will, in the general struggle of the oppressed against imperialism, when he stated that the significance of our struggle is not only in respect of colonialism, it is also in respect of ourselves, when he chided and charged, let us not put all the blame on the colonialists. There is also exploitation of our folk by our own folk, and lastly, when he prefigured Cornel West's coalition politics by addressing and stressing the importance of alliances and coalitions. 11. Cabral communicated the conundrum as follows: if we want to serve our land, our party, our people, we must accept everyone's help. No struggle can be waged without an alliance, without allies. If we demand solidarity with us from other peoples, we must show solidarity with them as well. Many have misread Cabral. His critical theory is certainly against colonial domination, but it is also, and at certain points perhaps more so, against racial oppression and capitalist exploitation. He was well aware that he and his comrades could spend the bulk of their lives fighting against one form of colonialism only to be reinscribed and caught in the quagmires of another, new form of colonialism. 12. Hence, this is precisely the reason within Cabral's critical theory that world imperialism is the ultimate enemy, not merely colonialism on the African continent, or capitalism in Europe or America. He solemnly said, "Let us go forward, weapons in hand. Let us prepare ourselves to, each day, and be vigilant, so as not to allow a new form of colonialism to be established in our countries, so as not to allow in our countries any form of imperialism, so as not to allow neocolonialism, already a cancerous growth in certain parts of Africa and of the world, to reach our own countries." Cabral 1967, 52. Cabral's critical theory is a global and historical theory insofar as it attempts to provide answers to the most pressing problems of the modern epoch, problems which continue to plague us in the 21st century. It seeks to offer an outline of cultural, social, and political development and the ways in which the vicissitudes of colonialism and capitalism historically have and continue currently to structure and influence world culture and civilization, and human thought and behavior. Cabral's critical theory is, ultimately, aimed at the complete destruction and revolutionary replacement of the imperialist world system, with new forms of government and social organizations that would perpetually promote democratic socialist global coexistence. For Cabral, the anti-colonial national liberation struggles of African people are part and parcel of global struggles against imperialism. He situated African anti-colonial struggles in a global and historical context and reminded his comrades, once again, why they were fighting. When speaking of our struggle, we should not isolate it from the totality of the phenomena which have characterized the life of humanity, in particular Africa since the Second World War. We must state openly that equally if 157. Not more so, it is the concrete conditions of the life of our people, misery, ignorance, suffering of every kind, the complete negation of our most elementary rights which have dictated our firm position against Portuguese colonialism and, consequently, against all injustice in the world. 43-44. Cabral's critical theory, in addition, can be considered concrete philosophy because it seeks to grasp and grapple with the concrete conditions of the life of our people. These concrete conditions of our people, according to Cabral, have not been brought about by God, neither by natural catastrophe, nor by the people themselves, but have come from other real, live people, men and women of flesh, blood, and bones who have sought and, often, succeeded in negating the cultures and civilizations, the histories and heritages of African and other racially colonized people. 13. Moreover, Cabral's critical theory is a form of concrete philosophy insofar as it seeks to deal with the urgent issues of the racially colonized individual and her or his current cultural, social, political, and material milieu. As concrete philosophy, Cabral's critical theory is revolutionary in the sense that it attempted to go the roots of the phenomena, place it under critical consideration for radical alteration, and then, if need be, transform it in the best interests of struggling local and global populations. Perhaps one of the greatest discursive distinctions of Cabral's thought was his heartfelt belief that colonialism and imperialism had hindered national consciousness, national culture, and authentic national liberation. All people, including racially colonized people, i.e., the wretched of the earth, have a right to their own unique history, but they must heuristically rescue and reclaim their interrupted and often ignored history on their own terms. National liberation, Cabral, 1970b, roared, is the inalienable right of every people to have its own history. 5. He emphasized that it is only when colonized people regain control of their mode of production through national liberation that they can truly transcend the sad position of being peoples without history. It is culture that is the most important element in the national liberation process. Consequently, in Cabral's critical theory, national liberation, which is preceded by revolutionary decolonization, is unambiguously an act of culture and an unrepentant anti-colonial expression of a people deeply committed to forms of freedom and justice that frequently transgress and transcend conceptions of freedom, justice, democracy, and peace emerging from Eurocentric capitalist cultures and societies. In this sense, culture acts as either a positive or negative influence on the wretched of the earth and their unforgiving conditions. We could go so far to say that where the wretched of the earth's cultural life is vibrant, new forms of social, political, economic, intellectual, and armed resistance may emerge to challenge colonialism and imperialism. 158 Chapter 3. Considering its simultaneously nebulous and nefarious position within the racially colonized world, Eurocentric colonialism has but two choices: either liquidate all the population of a dominated country in order to eliminate all remnants of resistance, or, as Cabral contended, it must harmonize economic and political domination of these people with their cultural personality. 2. Where the first option leaves a void and empties foreign domination of its content and its object, the second option has no practical viability and has never been confirmed by history. In their insidious efforts to resolve this dilemma, the Portuguese implemented an assimilation program aimed at integrating the civilized elements of the African population into the colonial superstructure, but this program was unsuccessful in preventing African independence efforts. 14. The racial colonial situation caused strong, dependent, and reciprocal relationships between the cultural situation and the economic, and political, situation in the behavior of societies. 3. Hence, culture is the conscious consequence of the economic and political activities of any given society. Invariably, colonizers build systems that repress the cultural life of the colonized people, and by doing so they induce intense cultural alienation in the population, either by creating a socio-politico-economic gulf between the assimilated petite bourgeois indigenous minority and the essentially unassimilated anti-colonial indigenous majority, or by other divide-and-conquer tactics that create all manner of divisions in the colonial society between the urban workers and the rural peasantry, between the urban petite bourgeoisie and the rural chiefs and clan leaders, and between different cultural and religious groups, etc. The colonizers seek to asphyxiate the anti-colonial cultural development of the unassimilated indigenous masses, and instead they promote the pro-colonial, Eurocentric views and values of the thoroughly assimilated petite bourgeois indigenous minority. On the one hand, the assimilated petite bourgeois indigenous rulers include colonial administrators, civil servants, and merchants who, more or less, mirror and mouth the pro-colonial views and values of their European colonizers. On the other hand, rural chiefs and religious leaders are also able to enter into the ranks of the assimilated petite bourgeois indigenous rulers when they mislead the unassimilated masses in order to receive monetary and material privileges for themselves and their families and friends. Clearly, then, culture is a key component of anti-colonialism. It is the vigorous manifestation on the ideological or idealist plane of the physical and historical reality of the society that is dominated or to be dominated. 3. Thus, cultural resistance is an important part of the formative phase of the dialectical decolonization and liberation process. Cultural resistance metamorphoses into theories and praxis preoccupied with decolonizing and freeing the colonized society from its colonial cultural legacy and developing an anti-colonial popular culture that embraces indigenous views and values. In 159 other words, cultural resistance frequently transforms itself into a national culture based on the history of anti-colonial struggle, a political, economic, and scientific struggle in line with the requirements necessary for historical, cultural, and technological progress, and, lastly, a radically humanist and universalist culture geared toward ending imperialism and authentically integrating into the contemporary world. See Cabral 1973, 50-55. Colonialism and capitalism, comprehended as interconnected imperialist world systems, are to be opposed because they create human alienation and reification, and unleash forces which stand against, above, and between persons, which, once present, subject all forms, feelings, views and values of self and society under their absolutely administered domination. 15. Cabral's critical theory registers as a concrete philosophy, also, insofar as it seeks to simultaneously provide critical knowledge of the existing society and become a force in its revolutionary transformation. A concrete philosophy requires a radical break with the abstractness of academic and/or traditional philosophy, and a dialectical deconstruction and reconstruction of philosophy towards its practical potentialities and possibilities. It seeks to eschew much of what the analytical philosophers term philosophy, in favor of real, actually existing, problems, of real, actually existing, people, in the real, actually existing, world. It searches for the causes of human suffering, and points to and provides ways in which human suffering and social misery may be ameliorated and abolished. Concrete philosophy, further, seeks to inspire and engage actually existing individuals in the emancipatory efforts of their time and circumstances, and create a critical consciousness that places the premium on the noblest desire of any philosophy or form of knowledge, the unity of ideas and action, theory and praxis, words and deeds. Armed with a critical theory and a concrete philosophy, Amilcar Cabral turned to the colonial world system and humbly vowed not to rest until the last vestige of colonial violence and domination had been eradicated from his native land and the world. In order to alter a specific reality, or series of social, political, economic, and cultural conditions, Cabral contended that it was necessary to obtain an intimate knowledge of those conditions. He stated, "Anyone who leads a struggle like ours, who bears responsibility in a struggle like ours, has to understand gradually what concrete reality is. We need to know the reality of our land, reality in all aspects, of all kinds, so that we shall be able to guide the struggle, in general and in particular." Cabral 1969a, 13, 15. Here, Cabral best explicated why his thought can be characterized as concrete philosophy, because its points of departure are consistently the concrete conditions, 1972b, 77, and the concrete reality, 1979, 58, of a particular people, the people of Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau, engaged in a specific struggle against global imperialism. Cabral, 1969a, further corroborated these contentions with his words, "So we form part of a 160 Chapter 3. Specific reality, namely Africa's struggling against imperialism, against racism, and against colonialism. If we do not bear this in mind, we could make many mistakes." 12. To avoid unnecessary efforts and sacrifices, the many mistakes mentioned above, Cabral was consistent in his position that the racially colonized always, first, know our reality and, second, start out from that reality to wage the struggle. It is with this understanding that Cabral confronted the specific form of imperialism that cancerously controlled his native land, colonialism. In a position paper variously titled The Weapon of Theory, in Revolution in Guinea 1972b, 90-111, and the presuppositions and objectives of national liberation in relation to social structure, in Unity and Struggle 1979, 119-137, Cabral, 1966a, identified two specific forms of colonialism. 1. Direct domination by means of a political power made up of agents foreign to the dominated people, armed forces, police, administrative agents, and settlers, which is conventionally called classical colonialism or colonialism. 2. Indirect domination by means of political power made up mainly or completely of native agents, which is conventionally called neocolonialism. 115. All emphasis in original. According to Cabral, when and where direct domination or classical colonialism is the issue, then, the social structure of the dominated people, at whatever stage in their historical and cultural development, is more than likely to suffer one of the following experiences. A. Total destruction, generally accompanied by immediate or gradual elimination of the aboriginal population and consequent replacement by an exotic population. B. Partial destruction, generally accompanied by more or less intensive settlement by an exotic population. C. Ostensible preservation, brought about by confining the aboriginal society to areas or special reserves generally offering no means of living and accompanied by massive implantation of an exotic population. 115. Situation, A, of course, roughly applies to the indigenous populations of the United States of America, Australia, and many islands of the Caribbean Sea and Pacific Ocean. Circumstances, B, and C, are applicable to the populations of Africa, India, Central and South America, and Canada, among other non-European peoples, cultures, and civilizations. Cabral's critical theory, in contradistinction to Eurocentric or Frankfurt School critical theory, seeks to 161. Describe, criticize, and offer alternatives to imperialism as a world system, and not merely engage in aspect of imperialism, such as capitalism, although his critical theory does acknowledge that capitalism is an indelible part of modern global imperialism. Colonialism and capitalism are two sides of the same coin, and Africana critical theorists, among other anti-imperialists, constantly struggle to radically alter the world, and their specific life worlds, based upon this crucial comprehension. Africana critical theory deconstructs and deviates from European and European American critical theory insofar as European and European American critical theory are, and have consistently shown themselves to be, concerned almost exclusively with the socio-historical transformation and the transition from one stage of capitalist development to another, Kellner 1989, 51. European and European American critical theory are purportedly motivated by an interest in relating theory to politics and an interest in the emancipation of those who are oppressed and dominated. 1. Yet these forms of critical theory do not offer a single concrete alternative and/or salvageable solution to what has been variously dubbed by Africana critical theorists and Dubois, 1985a, 235, and Fanon, 1968, 40, in particular the colonial problem. In summarizing Cabral's critical theory of colonialism and neocolonialism, it is important to emphasize that it essentially argues that colonialists utilized unprecedented violence to colonize the lives, labors, and lands of other peoples, that superior science, technology, and military enabled colonialism to succeed in its formative phase, and, finally, that technology transformed the means of production, intensified the socio-politico-economic organization of labor, and brutally brought the cultures and products of colonized peoples onto the world market. As Suleiman Niang, 1976, insightfully observed, the process of colonialism took the African out of his own historical realms and placed him in a Eurocentric historical drama. 5. Consequently, in Cabral's critical theory, the struggle against colonialism is one of the major motivating forces and factors of history and history-making in the modern world. Colonialism, indeed, interrupted the history and impeded the internal development of Africa, and especially in the case of Portuguese colonialism because of Portugal's political and economic backwardness, which translated into an inability to bring about any semblance of social, political, and economic development in its African colonies. As a politically and economically weak nation, Portugal simply could not afford to follow the European colonial trend in the 1950s and 1960s that, however worrisome and economically disastrous, recognized many of the colonies' right to independence and self-determination. Although, truth be told, the blow of the African independence boom to the European economy was not nearly as bad as feared because of the rise of neocolonialism, which, as Cabral put it above, essentially is indirect domination by means of political power made up mainly or 162 Chapter 3. Completely of native agents, which is to say, the racially colonized middle-class minority, i.e., colonial administrators, civil servants, and merchants, as well as turncoat rural chiefs and religious leaders, etc., discussed above. Cabral's critical theory is distinct in its dialectical emphasis on both classical colonialism and contemporary neocolonialism, as well as its strong stress on the need for ongoing authentic decolonization and re-Africanization after nominal independence. In many senses, the national liberation struggle is merely the first phase of the anti-colonial revolution, and it could be argued that it is not nearly as pitfall-filled as the post-independence phase, because the battle lines between the colonizer and the colonized have been historically drawn with guns, cannons, tanks, carnage, and incalculable innocent blood. If nothing else, then, neocolonialism blurs the lines between the colonizer and the colonized and deftly demonstrates that imperialist ideology has nothing to do with biology. Here we have come back to Cabral's contention above: we do not confuse exploitation or exploiters with the color of men's skins. We do not want any exploitation in our countries, not even by black people. Cabral's critical theory of colonialism and neocolonialism obviously owes a great discursive debt to Fanon's critical theory insofar as in The Wretched of the Earth Fanon insightfully observed that if the racially colonized middle class comes to power in the post-independence nation-state, then, only cosmetic changes to racial colonialism will have been made. In other words, as Fanon famously put it, there's nothing but a fancy dress parade and the blare of the trumpets. There's nothing save a minimum of readaptation, a few reforms at the top, a flag waving, and down there at the bottom an undivided mass, still living in the Middle Ages, endlessly marking time. The truth of the matter is that in its narcissism, Fanon fumed, the national middle class is easily convinced that it can advantageously replace the middle class of the mother country. National independence, in this sick and twisted sense, offers the racially colonized middle class alternative opportunities to create new relationships with both the colonizers and the colonized. In terms of the colonized, we have already seen that the racially colonized middle class wishes to exploit them more efficiently in the imperialist interests of the European and European American bourgeoisies. With regard to the middle class of the mother country, the racially colonized bourgeoisie discovers its historic mission, that of intermediary. To the racially colonized bourgeoisie, nationalization quite simply means the transfer into native hands of those unfair advantages which are a legacy of the colonial period. Faithfully following Fanon, then, Cabral's critical theory goes far to identify, explain, critique, and combat neocolonialism, and almost the identical could be said about Cabral's distinct critical theory of imperialism and neo-imperialism. 163. Cabral's critical theory of imperialism and neo-imperialism. Imperialism is the principal foci of Africana critical theory, and comprehended in our contemporary context it includes not merely capitalism and colonialism, but racism, sexism, and heterosexism as well. Cabral, 1966a, correctly contended that the impact of imperialism on the historical process of the dominated people is paralysis, stagnation, even in some cases, regression, in that process. 114. By denying the dominated people their distinct historical process, their right to constant human and humane, being and becoming which every human group must be free to decide and develop in their own best interests. Imperialist domination violently intervenes and interrupts the culture and civilization, the histories and heritages of the subject/subjugated people. 16. Imperialism retards colonized people's development and has deep ramifications in both the public and private spheres of the dominated people's lives and, seemingly unbeknownst to many, imperialism by its very nature intensifies and increases with every passing second, minute, hour, day, month, year, etc. The colonial problem, which is nothing other than a euphemism for the problem of global imperialism, asphyxiates the culture and civilization of the aboriginal population. It suspends, if not outright destroys, the mode of production indigenous to particular lands and particular peoples, and as a result forces the said people to accept, whether consciously or unconsciously, the cultural concepts and categories, the social and political models and modes of existence, of imperialist powers and their populations. Cabral, 1970 c. confirmed. The principal characteristic, common to every kind of imperialist domination, is the denial of the historical process of the dominated people by means of violent usurpation of the freedom of the process of development of the productive forces. Now, in a given society, the level of development of the productive forces and the system of social utilization of these forces, system of ownership, determine the mode of production. In our view, the mode of production, whose contradictions are manifested with more or less intensity through class struggle, is the principal factor in the history of any human whole, and the level of productive forces is the true and permanent motive force of history. 5. Emphasis in original. Within the world of Cabral's critical theory, colonialism is nothing more than a crude form of imperialism. In other words, classical colonialism is an imperialism of direct domination, where neocolonialism is an imperialism of indirect domination. According to Cabral, imperialism is capital in action fated to fulfill its historical role of developing the productive forces and transforming the means of production, differentiating classes with the 164 Chapter 3 development of a bourgeoisie, and overall intensifying the class struggle. To speak more specifically, neocolonialism was a prime strategy and tactic in a particular phase of post-World War II imperialism, i.e., postmodern imperialism. Imperialism after World War II was essentially characterized by monopoly capitalism and the rise of an international system of multinational corporations. 17. In an effort to maintain and expand its global reach, the international system of multinational corporations put neocolonialism into play and, rather ironically, promoted neo-imperial policies of aid to formerly colonized, newly and nominally independent countries, all the while emphasizing the benevolence and religiosity of classical colonialism and increasing post-colonial investment with European countries. Cabral was quick to acknowledge it as a counter-revolutionary strategy, a new form of colonialism that sought simultaneously to dominate the working class in all the advanced countries and smother the national liberation movements in all the underdeveloped countries. Nwafor 1975, 22-23. At one point calling neocolonialism a form of rationalized imperialism, Cabral argued that neo-imperialism again, what he termed rationalized imperialism, sought to simultaneously defeat the racially colonized and the international working class, especially in Europe and the United States. Cabral, 1964a, claimed, "Neocolonialism is at work on two fronts in Europe as well as in the underdeveloped countries. Its current framework in the underdeveloped countries is the policy of aid, and one of the essential aims of this policy is to create a false bourgeoisie to put a brake on the revolution and to enlarge the possibilities of the petite bourgeoisie as a neutralizer of the revolution. At the same time it invests capital in France, Italy, Belgium, England, and so on. In our opinion the aim of this is to stimulate the growth of a workers' aristocracy, to enlarge the field of action of the petite bourgeoisie so as to block the revolution." 16. When compared with Cabral's conception of classical colonialism, a situation where changes in the colonial world are invariably in the insidious interests of the colonizers, their financiers, and not readily recognized by the wretched of the earth. Within the neocolonial world, aid and infrastructural changes, although, again, mostly in the interests of the imperialists, give the appearance of independence, progress, and a rupture in the relationship between the colonizer and the colonized. For Cabral, imperialism stemmed from the economic and political relations between the colonies and the metropoles consequent to the monstrousness of monopoly capitalism in the overdeveloped, as a consequence of classical colonialism, capitalist countries. However, as Cabral was wont to emphasize, despite its pretenses at maintaining an empire of colonies in Africa and elsewhere, Portugal was in no position to colonize because it was not an imperialist state and could not even provide its own citizens with adequate health care, education, subsistence. 165. Etc. In fact, Portugal did not bring about a single significant material transformation in any of its African colonies, which is something that England and France could at least give lame lip service to on the world stage in the post-war period. Cabral's critical theory of imperialism begins with an emphasis on pre-colonial African history, culture, and society. And, no mistake should be made about it, even though his strong stress on pre-colonial history and culture may now seem quite trivial and obvious, in the 1950s and 1960s it was utterly radical and inextricable from his distinct vision of decolonization and national liberation. Prior to Cabral's important essays that periodized colonial history, example The Death Pangs of Imperialism, The Weapon of Theory, and Is Portugal Imperialist?, the incessant romanticization of pre-colonial Africa in most anti-colonial literature had made indigenous African history and culture irrelevant with regard to political analysis. In Cabral's critical theory, the racial colonial or otherwise imperialist period of African history and culture was unmistakably the history of racial colonial conquest, the history of European imperialism's intervention into and interruption of African history and culture. In many ways the pre-colonial period had been erased, ignored, or otherwise rendered insignificant because pre-colonial African societies did not remotely resemble pre-colonial European societies. In light of this, Cabral deliberately and contradictorily chose to analyze pre-colonial African societies utilizing the vocabulary and concepts emerging from Marxist discourse on class formation and class contradictions. His writings demonstrate that he firmly believed that class antagonisms existed within several African societies long before the onslaught of European racial colonial conquest, but that this historical fact had been hidden by the edifice and subterfuge of the racial colonial state. The existence of classes and class contradictions in pre-colonial African societies, however irregular when compared with European classes and class contradictions, alerts us to two things. First, it enables us to see that African societies must be treated in much the same general manner and given the same status as European societies and social formations. This brings to an end in one fell swoop the long-standing and very tired tendency to ghettoize political theory emerging from African societies and struggles in light of the racial colonization of Africa and Africans' lack of political liberties and social freedoms. Secondly, Cabral's emphasis on pre-colonial and colonial classes within African societies ultimately, and rather ironically, turns the previous point back in on itself insofar as colonial and neocolonial African societies must not be treated as equivalents of European societies because, truth be told, each lies at the exact opposite end of the racial colonial imperialist spectrum. Hence, the underdevelopment of colonial and neocolonial. 166 Chapter 3. African societies and the overdevelopment of European colonial and post-colonial societies. Cabral's critical theory of imperialism went well beyond a thesis of imperialist intervention into the racial colonial world. For instance, in The Weapon of Theory, Cabral argued that for imperialism to achieve its mission as a historical, cultural, social, political, and economic force, it must faithfully follow its own acquisitive self-interests, and it must also reflect and ultimately enact the power and punch of capitalism in its early stages. However, to do this, capitalism must, above all else, have time to grow and develop. In the absence of this combination of factors, imperialism, especially as it played itself out in Africa, frequently served to block the forward flow of African history and culture, i.e., the block development thesis. 18. Even though imperialism in Africa may have coercively created relatively new relationships and foisted them onto the social conventions, encouraged the invention of internal and external markets, introduced a money economy and given birth to new nations among culturally diverse groups of people living at greatly varied stages of historical and cultural development, none of this in itself constituted authentic revolutionary change, and certainly not in the interests of the wretched of the earth. Consequently, the national liberation movements fighting against colonialism were struggling against imperialism, which in actuality is the real basis of every racial colonial empire. All of this, of course, goes far to illustrate why Cabral consistently used terms such as imperialism, colonialism, and capitalism synonymously when writing of Africa in relationship to Europe, and Europe in relationship to Africa. However, in doing this, Cabral moved away from the tendency among theorists at the time to draw hard and fast discursive lines between First World, i.e., developed, societies and Third World, i.e., underdeveloped or so-called backward, societies. In Cabral's critical theory, colonialism is inextricable from capitalism, even though he viewed capitalism as essentially revolutionary and yet paradoxically degenerative. This also explains the reason Cabral was able to incorporate aspects of ideas associated with the pathological development school and yet still manage to steer clear of the legion of underdevelopment theorists whose work invariably begins with the maxim that capitalism is in itself a historical dead end and cultural cul-de-sac. In other words, capitalism, as insidious and often outright evil as it is, offers more pockets of historical progress, cultural development, and technological innovation than colonialism, and Cabral's work went far to emphasize this fact. 19. Repeatedly throughout his corpus, Cabral made reference to what he termed block development, by which he meant two distinctly different things. On the one hand, block development means curtailing the historical process of endogenous change as a consequence of colonialism. Cabral thoroughly detailed his usage of the term in this way. On the other hand, his 167 conception of block development was quite vague when he used the term to refer to the relative failure of imperialism to bring about the growth of productive forces and the birth of a proletariat. In Cabral's critical theory, the major problematic and critique of colonialism is that in Africa imperialism did not do enough to create conditions conducive to an anti-colonial and decolonial democratic socialist revolution. Hence, in a Marxist sense, it might be said that imperialism in Africa, especially in light of neocolonialism, was not sufficiently exploitative enough. Even as we come to terms with all of this, we should bear in mind that Cabral, indeed, did make distinctions between classical imperialism and neo-imperialism, both of which help to highlight the differences between the origins and evolution of block development. However, none of this in any way explains the failure of imperialism as a transformative force that contributes to conditions conducive to revolutionary change in the racial colonial world. Hence, here we have what appears to be a glaring weakness in Cabral's work. Where Cabral's work is weak with respect to explaining the relative failure of imperialism to bring about the growth of productive forces and the birth of a proletariat, it is especially innovative in its analysis of the racially colonized petite bourgeoisie in Africa. In contrast to Fanon, who basically believed the emergence of the racially colonized petite bourgeoisie was an outgrowth of a pathological historical process, Cabral argued that the emergence of the reactionary classes of post-independence Africa are a logical consequence of the neocolonial policies of the European and, especially after 1945, American imperialist powers. Hence, the foreign aid programs targeting underdeveloped countries were created and administered with the specific purpose of deforming the socio-politico-economic structures of the recipient nation-states by encouraging the growth of a racially colonized petite bourgeoisie and a neocolonial dependency complex. In the racial colonial world, this strategy was put into play with the sole purpose of freeing the reactionary forces previously constrained by colonialism, consequently creating a pseudo-bourgeoisie with which an alliance of interests with European and American imperialism could be formed. This rise of the bourgeoisie in the new countries, far from being at all surprising, should be considered absolutely normal. It is something that has to be faced by all those struggling against imperialism, Cabral, 1964a, 14, claimed. Therefore, by employing this neocolonial policy, the imperialist powers could continue to exert control over both the working class movements in overdeveloped countries and repress the national liberation movements in the underdeveloped countries. According to Cabral, neocolonialism, as a form of rationalized imperialism, represents a death blow to both the workers in Europe and America and the wretched of the earth in the racial colonial world. 168 Chapter 3. Theoretically, the struggles of the European and American working classes and the national liberation movements of the racially colonized are unified in that they are aimed at the same imperialist enemy, especially under the guises of neocolonialism and neo-imperialism. But, practically, this does not mean that there can be any actual operational unity between the European and American working classes and the national liberation movements of the racially colonized. Cabral openly admitted that it is not realistic to hope for any effective alliance between these disparate arms of the world historic revolutionary struggle. Neocolonialism and the often ignored, long-term effects of centuries of bloc development and underdevelopment all but ensures that both the racially colonized and the European and American working classes will encounter great difficulty in identifying post-independence colonialism and the ways in which it remains deeply connected to post-World War II capitalism in Europe and America, as well as the wider world. Under conditions of classical colonialism, Cabral argued, the historical process appears to be dormant, if not regressive, while under conditions of neocolonialism racially colonized petite bourgeois leadership gives the illusion of progress adorned with trappings of political autonomy. In reality, however, the actual degree of change and independence is not as great as it appears, since the racially colonized petite bourgeoisie is quite incapable of rupturing their wrong-headed relationship of subordination and exploitation with European and American imperialism. Cabral made it clear that in the concrete conditions of the world economy such a situation of dependence is disastrous because ultimately it means that the racially colonized petite bourgeoisie is blocked from directing the development of the indigenous productive forces. Cabral utilized Marx's argument that for the process of development to be effective there must be complete freedom for the growth of the forces of production. In Marxist discourse, of course, this invariably carries with it the conclusion that in those circumstances in which the productive forces are prevented from gaining free expression, then a revolutionary transformation of society is inevitable. Cabral had developed a fairly sophisticated comprehension of the key differences between colonialism and neocolonialism as early as 1964. He also described in great detail the variations in the areas of social structure, economic formation, and popular culture that starkly separated these distinct historical eras. Nevertheless, in distinguishing between the two historical periods, he completely neglected the influence of the new character of forces within international capitalism or neo-imperialism. In what is surely an unusual omission on his part, Cabral gives no adequate explanation with regard to the connections between post-independence colonialism and post-World War II international capitalism. The sole response he provides revolves 169 around an assumed abstract quest for political and material privileges on the part of the bourgeoisies of overdeveloped imperialist countries. Cabral's omission places him in opposition to most Marxists, who in their analyses of post-independence nation-states, quickly discovered a complete subordination of the racially colonized's political process to capitalist economic influence. In contrast to the Marxists, Cabral asserted that political factors are determinant in the creation and perpetuation of neocolonial nation-states. Not surprisingly, this lack of clarity led Cabral to a conceptual cul-de-sac when his critical theory came to the question of how imperialism influences and operates in neocolonial environments. This weakness in his work presents us with a paradox. On the one hand, Cabral argued that in light of the contradictions at the heart of imperialism, the evolution of capitalism directly corresponds with the emergence of African nationalism. Nonetheless, Counterbalanced against this, he also surmises that neocolonialism is a necessary and completely logical offshoot of classical colonialism. On this account, imperialism is simultaneously extremely malleable and motive, always and ever adaptive to change, all the while ironically remaining simultaneously narcissistic, hedonistic, nihilistic, and totally self-destructive. All of this ultimately leaves unanswered the preeminent question of how and under what specific conditions can national liberation movements within the racial colonial world avoid the pitfalls and poisons of neocolonialism. As early as his classic 1961 essay Guinea and Cabo Verde against Portuguese colonialism, which was reprinted as the first chapter of Revolution in Guinea, Cabral was convinced that the final stage of imperialist as opposed to colonialist domination had been reached. Whether the transformation of racial colonial states and societies took long or short periods of time, the end result was invariably and irrevocably the same: imperialist domination. In line with Césaire and Fanon's critical theories, Cabral came to the realization that the anti-colonial national liberation movements were the major political forces in contemporary history and culture, thereby challenging the conventional Marxist and Frankfurt School critical theoretical contention that class struggle in the capitalist states, as well as the conflict between the capitalist and socialist countries, was the most important operative history-making force in the modern epoch. In other words, according to Africana critical theorists such as Cabral, Fanon, and Césaire, the class struggle between European workers and European capital has been superseded as the foremost historical force by the struggles of simultaneously anti-racist, anti-colonialist, anti-capitalist, and, therefore, anti-imperialist agents against, well, imperialism, and neo-imperialism. According to Césaire in Discourse on Colonialism, the shift of historical weight from class struggle to nationalist struggle actually has its genesis in factors that predate racial colonialism. This contradiction is traced back to fundamental differences between European and non-European civilizations. 170 Chapter 3. Rather than a historical development, such as presented in Mao's Proletarian and Bourgeois Nations thesis, it is actually these kinds of differences that are extremely important in most Africana critical theories of imperialism. 20 Consequently, faithfully following this line of logic, Cabral first asserted the world historical and political importance of nationalist movements in 1961 in Guinea and Cabo Verde against Portuguese colonialism, and then again in 1963 in The Death Pangs of Imperialism. In The Death Pangs of Imperialism he went so far as to argue that the class struggles within imperialist countries, such as those between the European proletariat and the European bourgeoisie, had actually become subordinate to African and other non-European anti-imperialist struggles. Hence, in Cabral's critical theory, racial colonized people consciously struggling against imperialism constitute the modern world's greatest history-making force and, in point of fact, the class struggles of Europe and America are of secondary significance. Cabral was not alone in his belief that the struggles of the racially colonized against imperialism were actually the vanguard of the international anti-imperialist movement, as Yves Bonnat, 1984, observed, going so far to say there existed and still exists a current of political thought in the central capitalist countries that believes the revolutionary movement today can develop itself only by beginning in the Third World. The working class movement of the center is able to come only afterward and, so to speak, as the fall of a ripe fruit. 86. Admittedly, Cabral's claims that imperialism can be toppled and that neocolonialism is the consequence of the bourgeoisification of African nationalism are not easily reconciled. At first issue is the incongruity of his contention that imperialism does not necessarily create the conditions conducive to revolutionary change. The question begs, does imperialism create conditions conducive to revolution? Cabral's writings emphatically answer in the negative by contrasting the pretensions of imperialism with the successes and failures of the nationalist movements that it birthed. Undoubtedly for Cabral, imperialism is not conducive to revolutionary transformation because, historically speaking, it has not inspired an out-and-out revolutionary response from racially colonized people. It is possible to gather from his early writings, circa 1961 to 1966, that ultimately Cabral concluded that the degeneration of nationalism into neocolonialism was simultaneously de rigueur and predestined. The failure of imperialism to create adequate conditions conducive to revolution is indicative of the conceptual cul-de-sac that the dual sides of imperialism, which is to say, capitalism and colonialism in the post-World War II period, has descended. However, when Cabral's later writings, circa 1967 to 1972, are taken into consideration, the contradictions between imperialism and revolution become less pronounced, and it would appear that his critical theory of class suicide was in many ways offered as an alternative to more or less 171 orthodox Marxist conceptions of imperialism being completely conducive to revolution. In his address to the Organization of Solidarity with the People of Asia, Africa, and Latin America, Organización de Solidaridad con los Pueblos de Asia, Africa y America Latina/Occidental, famously known as the weapon of theory, Cabral, 1966b, revealed an alternative point of departure away from neocolonialism via the class suicide of the racially colonized petite bourgeoisie, which in his critical theory of class suicide voluntarily relinquishes its social, political, and economic advantages in order to back the peasantry and build an authentic anti-imperialist revolution. To retain the power which national liberation puts in its hands, the petite bourgeoisie has only one path: to give free rein to its natural tendencies to become more bourgeois, to permit the development of a bureaucratic and intermediary bourgeoisie in the commercial cycle, in order to transform itself into a national pseudo-bourgeoisie, that is to say, in order to negate the revolution and necessarily ally. In order not to betray these objectives, the petite bourgeoisie has only one choice: to strengthen its revolutionary consciousness, to reject the temptations of becoming more bourgeois and the natural concerns of its class mentality, to identify itself with the working classes and not to oppose the normal development of the process of revolution. This means that in order to truly fulfill the role in the national liberation struggle, the revolutionary petite bourgeoisie must be capable of committing suicide as a class in order to be reborn as revolutionary workers, completely identified with the deepest aspirations of the people to which they belong. This alternative, to betray the revolution or to commit suicide as a class, constitutes the dilemma of the petite bourgeoisie in the general framework of the national liberation struggle. 10. But, we are all wondering, why would the inchoate African petite bourgeoisie commit class suicide? Why would it do anything different than the long-standing and even more privileged European and American bourgeoisies, which it apishly idolizes and materialistically mirrors? In Cabral's critical theory of class suicide, he identified two characteristics of the racially colonized bourgeoisie that he believed provided it with a unique disposition in relationship to imperialism and revolution. First, the position of the racially colonized bourgeoisie under colonialism and neocolonialism in many ways made it a prime competitor for state power, based on the simple fact that no other class possessed the adequate skills and knowledge to wield the colossal colonial or neocolonial state. Secondly, the racially colonized bourgeoisie, for the most part, shared myriad familial and cultural connections with the masses, i.e., the peasantry, of their respective countries, which meant that they remained within earshot of the frustrations and aspirations of the peasantry. 172 Chapter 3. Maulana Karenga, 1985, emphasized the distinctiveness of Cabral's critical theory of class suicide in The African Intellectual and the Problem of Class Suicide, contending that Cabral does not repeat cant about the unqualified majesty and might of the working class. 92. In point of fact, he recognizes their limitations and need for allies and leadership. Karenga continued, Cabral does not rant and rave about the irredeemability of the petite bourgeoisie. As a matter of fact, and flying in the face of most other Africana critical theorists, Cabral argues that the level of consciousness of the working class and the objective and subjective position of the petite bourgeoisie offer them the historical opportunity of leading the struggle against foreign domination. According to Karenga, Cabral defines the dilemma of the petite bourgeoisie as one of allying with the oppressor or the people, retaining power through alliance with and service to the oppressor, or identifying with the interests and aspirations of the masses and seizing revolutionary power. However, Carenga stressed, Cabral does not think the whole petite bourgeois class is prone to or capable of revolutionary action. Consequently, Cabral indeed made an important, albeit often overlooked, distinction between the potentially revolutionary faction of the petite bourgeoisie and the other more or less typical elements of the petite bourgeoisie who, as Cabral, 1966b, put it, retain the doubts characteristic of these classes or ally themselves to colonialism so as to defend, albeit illusory, their social situation. 10. It is interesting to observe that in The Wretched of the Earth, published a mere 5 years prior to The Weapon of Theory, Fanon revealed the reason why the racially colonized bourgeoisie in Africa was extremely reactionary and self-serving. Consequently, in many ways Cabral's critical theory of class suicide offers an alternative to both Marxist and Fanonist critical theory with its extremely unusual designation of a revolutionary role for the petite bourgeoisie in general, and the racially colonized bourgeoisie in Africa in particular. In Cabral's critical theory, the racially colonized bourgeoisie was potentially altruistic and revolutionary in much the same manner that Fanon condemned them to be atavistic and reactionary. One of the core concerns at the heart of Cabral's critical theory of class suicide revolves around the relative absence of an indigenous bourgeoisie in Africa. To reiterate, in both the classical colonial and neo-colonial contexts, the only class that possesses the adequate skills and knowledge to guide the state is the racially colonized bourgeoisie. As witnessed above, Cabral argued that for the racially colonized bourgeoisie to keep possession of the state, as well as the advantages and privileges that the national revolution unfailingly provided it with, it must unerringly pursue one path, to give free rein to its natural tendencies to become more bourgeois, to permit the development of a bureaucratic and intermediary bourgeoisie in the commercial 173 cycle, in order to transform itself into a national pseudo-bourgeoisie, that is to say, in order to negate the revolution and necessarily ally with neocolonialism and other forms of post-independence imperialism. Fanon wrote at length about the racially colonized bourgeoisie aligning itself with neocolonialism and other forms of post-independence imperialism in The Wretched of the Earth. He pessimistically believed that this path would be the one most often taken by the racially colonized bourgeoisie in the neocolonial context, while Cabral, on the contrary, almost optimistically believed another path was possible. But, the question begs, why did Cabral believe another path was possible? What led him to such a startling conclusion? In fact, another question looms large in the background: why wouldn't the incipient racially colonized petite bourgeoisie follow the path and pretensions of all of the other petite bourgeoisies and obsessively seek to turn itself into a bona fide bourgeoisie without a care in the world for the proletariat or the peasantry? There is no clear indication in Cabral's corpus of a belief in a structural barrier that would block the creation of a bona fide racially colonized bourgeoisie. Indeed, even his portrayal of the metamorphosis of the racially colonized petite bourgeoisie into a pseudo-bourgeoisie is not presented as an inescapable destiny awaiting post-independence African nation-states, at least not as a result of structural barriers in the areas of production and exchange. To put it plainly, Cabral quite simply fails to adequately explain the absence of the emergence of a bona fide racially colonized bourgeoisie in post-independence Africa. Oddly, Cabral's critical theory allows for the emergence of a small racially colonized working class, but not a full-blown racially colonized bourgeoisie in post-independence Africa. All of this is all the more puzzling when Cabral's critical theory presupposes the emergence of a racially colonized bourgeoisie through the successful promotion of a sector of the much theorized and much bemoaned racially colonized pseudo-bourgeoisie. In spite of its limitations, Cabral's explanation of the colonial and neo-colonial phases is much closer to the historical reality of the past 4 decades, and it is also far more astute in its account of the changes that subsequently and quite obviously have taken place in the social structure, political culture, and economic arrangements in post-independence Africa than anything put forward in the writings of his contemporaries, including Fanon. However, in other ways Cabral's critical theory seems to be regressive compared with Fanon's critical theory, and in many ways both of their respective bodies of work harbor ideas and concepts that are outright antiquated and inadequate. In the weapon of theory, for instance, there is no clear conception of the dialectic of European overdevelopment and African underdevelopment, despite Cabral's contention that an authentic indigenous bourgeoisie will not emerge in post-independence Africa, which is positive proof of the presence. 174 Chapter 3. Of a severe deformation in the development of the African forces of production. The fact that this, indeed, has been the case during both the colonial and neo-colonial eras seems to reveal that capitalism operates in a rather unorthodox fashion when and where we come to the racial colonial world. The unorthodox character of capitalism in the classical colonial and neo-colonial world speaks volumes about the ways in which what is typically called capitalism in the colonial and neo-colonial world might more correctly be called colonial capitalism or, rather, racial colonial capitalism. Colonial capitalism, in fact, is not the same kind of capitalism that the proletariat and lumpenproletariat of the metropoles experience and endure, but a deeper, darker combination of racism, colonialism, and capitalism that, as Cabral contended, is best conceptually captured by conceiving of it as outright imperialism. 21. Spilling over into and muddying the conclusions he came to on the question of imperialism and revolution, Cabral's convoluted thoughts surrounding the doubtful emergence of an indigenous bourgeoisie haunts his critical theory of class suicide. In concluding the weapon of theory, Cabral essentially argued that if the struggle for independence is fundamentally a political problem, then the emancipation of the national forces of production is basically an issue of morality. Even though the class suicide of the racially colonized bourgeoisie runs counter to their class interests, Cabral believed that they would privilege the moral over the political. This conclusion obviously flies in the face of Cabral's otherwise prudent description and analysis of the development of contradictions during the post-independence period. A logical rationale for Cabral's erratic conclusions may be located in the fact that The Weapon of Theory was published 5 years after Fanon's enormously influential The Wretched of the Earth. Therefore, it might be safe to surmise that it is highly probable that Cabral's work inherited aspects of Fanon's political pessimism concerning the racially colonized bourgeoisie during the first phase of post-independence. Yet and still, this would mean that Cabral accepted certain aspects of Fanon's critical theory and rejected other aspects of his critical theory, which would go far to explain the conceptual convergence and discursive divergences between their respective critical theories. Similar to other Africana critical theorists, Fanon defined imperialism primarily based on its external characteristics and, even more specifically, based on those aspects of imperialism that most directly impacted the lives of the Evalu class, which is to say, the indigenous Africans who had, in the racial colonizers' eyes, evolved, whether through religion or education or another form of assimilation, and come to accept European culture, views, and values. Evalus spoke a European language, followed colonial laws to the letter, usually held administrative jobs, although rarely higher than clerks and low-level functionaries, and lived primarily in posh urban areas in close 175 proximity to European colonials. Such individuals were seen as the desired end product of Europe's racial colonial assimilation policies. As Fanon explained, Evalus were treated as an elite and privileged group by the racial colonial administrators. By contrast, Cabral defined imperialism strictly in terms of the relationship between the metropole and the colony, and even more specifically based on the impact that the metropole/colony relationship had on the modes, methods, and purposes of production. This goes far to explain why, up until his classic 1970 essay National Liberation and Culture, there is very little engagement of that lingering cluster of questions surrounding changes to the superstructure in Cabral's critical theory. See Cabral 1979, 138-156. Obviously Cabral's line of logic here, as well as his emphasis on the impact that the metropole/colony relationship had on the modes, methods, and purposes of production, is a significant breakthrough in the Africana tradition of critical theory. For the most part, Africana critical theorists prior to Cabral, including luminaries like Césaire and Fanon, were preoccupied with the most outrageous injustices of the metropole-colony relationship and, as a result, turned the bulk of their attention and vituperation to violence, oppression, exploitation, and anti-black racism. While these issues register in Cabral's critical theory, they are not as pronounced as his emphasis on the impact that the metropole-colony relationship had on the modes, methods, and purposes of production in the colonial and neocolonial contexts. In sum, Cabral's critical theory of imperialism is ultimately concerned with the miserable failure of imperialism in Africa, whether within the classical colonial or neocolonial contexts, to attain the historical mission that wave after wave of Marxists have assigned it. Additionally, his critical theory of imperialism is also concerned with the emergence of neocolonialism as a rationalized and, therefore, more socially and politically acceptable form of imperialism. There are a good number of references in Cabral's work that clearly point to his bold belief that the imperialist powers themselves suffered a loss of impetus as a consequence of their obsessive prevention of the expansion of productive forces in colonial and neocolonial countries. Unfortunately, however, Cabral did not give any clear indication that this loss of impetus on the part of the imperialist powers was due to the structural characteristics of imperialism in Africa, such as the methods through which the economic surplus was extracted, or the manner of exchange between metropolitan and colonial economies. In defining imperialism as a worldwide expression of the search for profits and the ever-increasing accumulation of surplus value by monopoly financial capital, centered in two parts of the world, first in Europe, and then in North America, Cabral, 1966a, deftly demonstrates that his critical theory of imperialism is essentially concerned with the unorthodox ways in which colonialism, neocolonialism, and capitalism coalesce and play them. 176 Chapter 3. Selves out in African and other underdeveloped countries, 115, emphasis in original. Historicizing and further critically theorizing imperialism, he candidly continued, if we wish to place the fact of imperialism within the general trajectory of the evolution of the transcendental factor which has changed the face of the world, namely capital, and the process of its accumulation, we can say that imperialism is piracy transplanted from the seas to dry land, piracy reorganized, consolidated and adapted to the aim of exploiting the natural and human resources of our peoples. 115. 116. Cabral and the incontrovertible issue of imperialism. In this sense, then, imperialism, the violent combination of colonialism, neocolonialism, and capitalism in an ever-oppressing, and on an ever-increasing global scale, is a complex series with several slants: physical and material domination, cultural and linguistic domination, political and economic domination, and the asphyxiation and or absolute decimation of the dominated people's capacity for agency, as well as their possibilities and potentialities for making history. In other words, as Cabral bluntly put it above, imperialism is piracy, and piracy, as the dictionary defines it, is not only the practice of attacking and robbing ships at sea or a similar practice in other contexts, but also, and most importantly with respect to the present discussion, the unauthorized use or reproduction of another's work. Cabral and his comrades suggested three courses of action to combat imperialism. The first course of action involved the Portuguese radically altering their racial colonial relationship with Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau, as well as acknowledging Cape Verdeans and Bissau Guineans' right to self-determination. The second course of action entailed lobbying the United Nations. Lastly, the third course of action revolved around the people of Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau reluctantly, and as a last resort, initiating a war of national liberation and taking up arms to defend its right to life, to progress, to work, and to happiness, as Cabral asserted above. As the history of Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau reveals, each course of action was solemnly attempted. Ultimately, however, it was the racially colonized people's unambiguous struggle against racial colonial capitalism that weakened, wounded, and eventually brought Portuguese imperialism in Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau to its knees. The first course of action, the Portuguese radically altering their racial colonial relationship with Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau, and Africa more broadly speaking, sadly did not come to fruition, although Cabral and the PAIC did develop small pockets of support in Portugal as the War of National Liberation wore on. The second course of action, lobbying the United 177 nations, had some efficacy and undoubtedly created a groundswell of international awareness and support for the people of Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau. The third course of action was obviously the most successful, and many of Cabral's critics believe that part of his success in waging a war against imperialism was due, at least in part, to his unique relationship with Marxism, if not Marxist-Leninism. In arguing that the mode of production, instead of the orthodox Marxist contention of class struggle, is the true and permanent motive force of history, Cabral distinguished his critical theory from that of Marx and his disciples, including the Frankfurt School. To his credit, Cabral did not simply integrate Marxist theory into his critical theory of imperialism and revolution, much more, he radically extended and expanded it and, in incredibly innovative ways, deconstructed and reconstructed it to speak to the special needs and struggles of Africa and its diaspora, all the while keeping in mind something that he was fond of reiterating to his European, and often extremely Eurocentric, Marxist comrades: Marx did not write about Africa. Moreover, it is extremely important to observe, as we will witness in the subsequent chapter, Cabral did all of this without in any way disqualifying the myriad positive and progressive ways in which Marxism and Marxist-Leninism had been used in other countries and contexts, and on other continents. Is the subjection and rulership of the world for the benefit of the Nordics again, read, Europeans. They have overrun the earth and brought not simply modern civilization and technique, but with it exploitation, slavery, and degradation to the majority of men. They have broken down native family life, desecrated homes of weaker peoples and spread their bastards over every corner of the land and sea. They have been responsible for more intermixture of races than any other people, ancient or modern, and they have inflicted this miscegenation on helpless, unwilling slaves by force, fraud, and insult, and this is the folk that today has the impudence to turn on the darker races when they demand a share of civilization, and cry, "You shall not marry our daughters." The blunt, crude reply is, who in the hell asked to marry your daughters? If this race problem must be reduced to a matter of sex, what we demand is the right to protect the decency of our own daughters. But the insistent demand of the darker world is far wider and deeper than this. The black and brown and yellow and red men demand the right to be men. They demand the right to have the artificial barriers placed in their path torn down and destroyed. They demand a voice in their own government, the organization of industry for the benefit of colored workers and not merely for white owners and masters. They demand education on the broadest and highest lines, and they demand as human beings social contact with other human beings on a basis of perfect equality. 397. In his firm insistence on the right to self-determination by all peoples, Du Bois considered by many, including Cabral, 1973, 91, the father of Pan-Africanism, concludes that if indeed the darker races, and the colored workers especially, are to be held in their place by white owners and masters, then this will be done only by brute force. Du Bois 1996a, 400. However, Du Bois forwarded a caveat to the ruling race/gender/class. The temptation to hold these colored people back is tremendous, because it is not merely a matter of academic wish or of wanton prejudice, but it is the kernel of the organization of modern life. You have got the colored people working for you all throughout the world. You have got your investments so made that they depend upon colored labor in Asia, Africa, in the southern states of the United States, and in the islands of the sea. Your income and your power depends upon that organization being kept intact. If it is overthrown, if these black laborers get higher wages, if they begin to understand what life may be, if they increase in knowledge, self-assertion, and power, it means the overthrow of the whole system of exploitation which is at the bottom of modern white civilization. You can sweep us off the face of the earth. You can starve us to death or make us wish we had starved in the face of your insults. But, remember, you are standing before the whole world, with hundreds of darker millions watching. No matter what happens to us, these colored people of the world are not going to take forever the kind of treatment they have been taking. They got beyond that. They have come to the place where they know what civilization is, and if you are going to keep them in their place, you are going to do it by brute force. 399 to 400. Chapter 4. Cabral's Critical Theory of Marxism, Nationalism, and Humanism. Introduction, Cabral, Marx, and Critical Theory. Much has been misunderstood with regard to Cabral's radical theory and revolutionary praxis. He has often been read as a Marxist, but that interpretation betrays the fact that he consistently counseled colonized and other people struggling against racial oppression and capitalist exploitation to start from their own reality and be realists. See Cabral 1979, 44. Above all else, Cabral consistently emphasized the importance of ideological independence and warned the wretched of the earth about the pitfalls of conceptual incarceration. He knew well that what Marx, Lenin, Mao, Min, Guevara, and Castro may have attempted or actually accomplished in their respective times and circumstances, he was a different kind of revolutionary leader, leading a different type of revolutionary party and struggle, and enduring extremely different conditions which most of the aforementioned had never even dared to consider for more than a mere passing moment. Patrick Cabral, 1983, relates, Cabral consistently rejected the view that other models of development could be followed in Guinea, 181. Cabral comprehended, as Cornel West, 1991, would almost 2 decades later, the necessity of rethinking and reinterpreting the insights of the Marxist tradition in the light of new circumstances and situations, XXVI. Although Cabral was never as wedded to Marxist theory as West was wont to be early in his career, I believe that he and a whole host of anti-imperialist intellectual activists would agree with West when he wrote, certain crucial phenomena of the modern world, nationalism, racism, gender oppression, homophobia, and ecological devastation, have not been adequately understood by Marxist theorists, XXIII. 183. 184. Cabral may be read more as a materialist than a Marxist for the exact reasons, homophobia withstanding, that West lists above. 1. Consequently, it is for these reasons that I view Cabral as a critical theorist as opposed to a Marxist, at least in any orthodox sense, because his thought and actions explicitly and emphatically transcend the discursive domains of Marxist theory and praxis. To argue that Cabral was a Marxist, in many respects, conceptually incarcerates him and his critical theory and revolutionary praxis within the Eurocentric world of Marxism. He collapsed and contributed concepts and categories to Marxist and other purportedly radical discourses that have yet to be fully analyzed and appreciated, let alone applied. Moreover, radicalism, it should be strongly stressed, is not synonymous neither in the modern nor in the supposedly postmodern moment with Marxism and or Marxist-derived discourses. Cabral consistently challenged this and, in so doing, drew from those elements of Marxism, among other radical and revolutionary theory, example negritude, Fananism, African socialism, African nationalism, Pan-Africanism, and revolutionary humanism, that he understood to be most useful in the national liberation struggle of the people of Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau. Similar to Fanon, Cabral did not have any direct connections to the Communist or Socialist Party. But, to a significantly greater extent than Fanon, Cabral was in a deeper critical dialogue with the Marxist tradition and openly espoused his belief in the superiority of materialist analysis, the problematics of applying the class struggle model to Africa, Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau in specific, and his contention that the mode of production, not class struggle, was the major determinant and the true motive force of history in Africa. Primarily employing Cabral's classic essays, The Weapon of Theory and Brief Analysis of the Social Structure in Guinea, this chapter will accentuate his almost utterly instrumental relationship with Marxism, and Marxist-Leninism, as well as the ways in which he innovatively deconstructed and reconstructed Marxism and synthesized it with several other theoretical traditions to make several seminal contributions, not merely to Marxism, or, Marxist-Leninism, but equally, if not more importantly here, to Africana critical theory. Along with racism and colonialism, i.e., racial colonialism, Cabral was equally critical of capitalism. As has been the unfortunate fate of many non-white intellectual activists, Cabral's work is usually approached one-dimensionally with an intense emphasis on either his critique of racial colonialism in Revolution in Guinea, or his critique of rationalized imperialism in Return to the Source. Some of Cabral's more sophisticated interpreters and critics have gone so far as to combine his critiques of racism and colonialism, but rarely has his critiques of racism and colonialism been coupled with his critiques of capitalism and Marxism, especially the ways in which racism, colonialism, and capitalism are inextricable and, because of its Eurocentrism. 185. And obsession with critiquing capitalism, Marxism negates the concrete realities of the interconnections and intersections of racism and colonialism with capitalism in the life worlds and life struggles of the wretched of the earth. Consequently, this chapter offers a reconsideration of Cabral's critiques of capitalism and Marxism with an eye toward the ways in which his work in this area contributes to Africana studies, radical politics, and critical social theory in general, and the Africana tradition of critical theory in specific. According to Marxists, capitalism blocks the masses from developing to their fullest potential. It condemns the majority to endure a life of exploitation and alienation, while the minority who own and control the means and modes of production enjoy a life of luxury and leisure at the hard-working majority's expense. Capital is connected to and, literally, creates value in capitalist society, and it is the minority who own and control the means and modes of production who decide and determine what is valuable and how much value is placed on the products, their products, from the minority's point of view, that the majority, the workers, or the proletariat in the Marxian lexicon, produce, Marx 1952b, 1967, 1968b, 1970, 1973. 2. We may already be able to detect here why an intellectual activist with Cabral's anti-imperialist temperament and commitments was attracted to Marxism. He saw Marxism as a theory that not only critiqued the ways in which a merciless minority exploited and alienated a majority, but also a theory of revolution that promoted immediate action against exploitation and alienation. It is the minority who own and control the means and modes of production, or, in the Marxian lexicon, it is the bourgeoisie, who decide and determine what is valuable and how much value is placed on what is produced, and it is their diabolical decisions and determinations that ultimately define and deform the proletariat's life worlds and lived experiences. Marx, 1971, famously mused. On examination, we notice that capital regulates, according to its need to exploit, this production of the labor force itself, the production of human masses to be exploited. Thus, capital does not only produce capital, it also produces a growing mass of workers, the substance thanks to which it can function alone as additional capital. Consequently, not only does labor produce, on an ever-widening scale, the productive wage laborers that it needs. Labor produces its conditions of production as capital, and capital produces labor as a means of realizing capital, as wage labor. Capitalist production is not simply a reproduction of this relationship, it is its reproduction on an ever-increasing scale, and precisely to the extent that, with the capitalist mode of production, the social productivity of labor increases, the wealth over against the worker grows and dominates him as capital. Opposite him is deployed the world of wealth, this world which is alien to him and oppresses him, and his poverty, shame, and personal subjection increase in the same proportion. His nakedness is the correlative of this plenitude. At the same time there increases. 186. The mass of capital's living means of production, the laboring proletariat. 119 to 120. Where Marx wrote of the laboring proletariat and Fanon wrote of the wretched of the earth, Cabral wrote of a revolutionary petite bourgeoisie, revolutionary workers, and a revolutionary peasantry bound together in a common struggle aimed at eradicating all forms of imperialism in Africa and the wider world. the laboring proletariat and wretched of the earth that Cabral wrote and revolutionized on behalf of was not only exploited and alienated by capitalism, but they also endured the violence and vampirism of white supremacist colonialism. Cabral, therefore, could and, indeed, did employ Marxism in his quest to critique capitalism. However, as was observed in the previous chapter, when and where he came to the critique of racism and colonialism, which was almost everywhere in his life world and lived experiences, Marxism proved to provide very little. It is here that Cabral and his critical theory most distinguishes itself and makes its major contributions of innovative anti-racist, anti-colonialist, and anti-capitalist concepts and categories to Marxism. Marx's work is generally very vague concerning colonialism, and when and where he did comment on colonialism it was usually peripheral to his primary preoccupation, the critique of capitalism. To their credit, Marx and Engels, 1972, did criticize colonialism, but not to the extent, nor with the enthusiastic astuteness, they did capitalism, see also Marx 1968a. For instance, Marx did acknowledge the interrelation between capitalism, colonialism, and African enslavement, stating, direct slavery is just as much the pivot of bourgeois industry as machinery, credits, etc. Without slavery you have no cotton, without cotton you have no modern industry. It is slavery that gave the colonies their value, it is the colonies that created world trade, and it is world trade that is the precondition of large-scale industry. Thus, slavery is an economic category of the greatest importance, Marx and Engels 1976, 167, see also Marx 1961. Marx went further to make important connections between slavery, Europe's racial colonies, and the poverty of the proletariat in Europe, asserting, while the cotton industry introduced child slavery into England, in the United States it gave the impulse for the transformation of the earlier, more or less patriarchal slavery into a system of commercial exploitation. In fact, the veiled slavery of the wage laborers in Europe needed the unqualified slavery of the New World as its pedestal, Marx 1967, Volume I, 925, see also Marx 1961, Tomage 2004. The unqualified slavery of the New World, however, was never given the serious treatment that capitalism, class struggle, and white working class males' life worlds and life struggles received. Racism and colonialism, always and everywhere, seem secondary in Marx's, and most Marxists, including Frankfurt School critical theorists, work. 187. While it is important to acknowledge that Marx made connections between the proletariat of Europe and the racially enslaved and racially colonized proletariat of Europe's colonies, it is also important to point to the inadequacies and underdeveloped nature of his and his disciples' work when and where we come to racism and colonialism, and, more importantly, the interconnections and intersections of racism and colonialism with capitalism. Marx knew that one nation can grow rich at the expense of another, just as surely as he knew that one class can enrich itself at the expense of another, Marx and Engels 1976, 464-465, see also Marx 2008. However, he did not take his watershed work one step further to compare and contrast what it would mean for one race to grow rich at the expense of another, or, even more, one race class to grow rich at the expense of another, especially if that race class proved to be a minority when compared with the human population of the non-European, non-white world. This is where Africana critical theorist activists, such as Frantz Fanon, W.E.B. Du Bois, C.L.R. James, Aimé Césaire, Amilcar Cabral, Angela Davis, and Walter Rodney, among others, collapse traditional Marxist trends and create their own unique Africana critical theoretical concepts and categories to critique and crush racism, colonialism, and capitalism. Cabral's critical theory is distinct in the sense that it dialectically demonstrates both Marxism's strengths and weaknesses in combating racism, colonialism, and capitalism while keeping a keen eye on overarching imperialism in Africa in the colonial and neo-colonial contexts. Cabral, Eurocentric Marxism and Revolutionary Materialism. A thorough understanding of the relationship between Cabral's critical theory and Marxism requires an engagement of his unique utilization of historical and dialectical materialism. Cabral's method can be said to be materialist, as opposed to idealist, in the sense that it seeks to engage and alter, through the act of revolution, the concrete conditions and the concrete reality of his social, political, historical, and cultural coordinate. As an anti-colonialist and anti-racist materialist, Cabral was not concerned with adherence to, and did not feel compelled to consider, any orthodox principles or tenets Marxist or otherwise. In fact, it is when and where he adds an anti-colonialist and anti-racist dimension to his materialist analysis that Cabral's conception of critical theory betrays, perhaps more so than any other aspect, the plausibility of his theory being read as revolutionary materialism rather than mere Eurocentric Marxism. Materialists are usually hostile to metaphysical systems, absolutism, and all foundationalist theories that attempt to discover the basis for knowledge. 188. As the Frankfurt School critical theorist, Max Horkheimer, 1972, correctly observed in Materialism and Metaphysics, the views that a materialist holds at a given moment are not dictated by any unchanging metaphysical theses, but rather by the tasks which at any given period are to be mastered with the help of the theory. Thus, for example, criticism of a dogma of religious faith may, at a particular time and place, play a decisive role within the complex of materialist views, while under other circumstances such criticism may be unimportant. Today the knowledge of the movements and tendencies affecting society as a whole is immensely important for materialist theory, but in the 18th century the need for knowledge of the social totality was overshadowed by questions of epistemology, of natural science, and of politics. 20-21, 3. Idealist views aim at justification, and are usually advanced by ruling race, gender, or class elites and ideologues to affirm ruling race, gender, or class interests. Whilst materialist theories aim at explanation with reference to, actually existing, material conditions and social constructions, which should, currently, include race, gender, class, sexuality, and other specific historical and cultural coordinates and conditions. Africana critical theory connects with Frankfurt School critical theory in the sense that both understand that materialism is not interested in a worldview or in the souls of men and women. It is concerned with changing the concrete conditions under which humans suffer and in which, of course, their souls must be stunted. This concern may be comprehended historically and psychologically, it cannot be grounded in general principles. 32. Cabral's critical theory can be considered revolutionary materialist as opposed to simply Marxist theory because it is concerned with human suffering and with transforming the material conditions and social constructions, such as racism and colonialism along with capitalism, that prompt and promote unprecedented human suffering and social misery. 4. The main point of revolutionary materialist analysis is to produce more humane forms of co-existence among human beings, as well as human beings with nature, and a rational, democratic socialist society. It is, moreover, an analysis that assumes that the wretchedness of our own time is connected with the structure of society. Social theory, therefore, forms the main content of contemporary materialism. 24. Unlike much of European and European-American critical theory, which maintains that the fundamental historical role of economic relations is characteristic of the materialist position, Africana critical theory, and Cabral's critical theory in particular, rejects simplistic forms of economic determinism. Horkheimer 1972, 25, Cabral 1983, 182. 5. For Cabral, as with Antonio Gramsci in the European tradition of critical theory, ideology and culture are of prime importance alongside economic issues and, as with George 189. Lukács of the European tradition, Cabral, 1969a, admonished and asserted that none of the parts are to be privileged over the whole, we must at all times see the part and the whole. 19, my emphasis. 6. Africana critical theory employing Cabral's critical theory as a point of departure moreover, refocuses, historicizes, politicizes and, dare I say, materializes Africana philosophy. It transcends the narrow confines of abstract, academic philosophy, in blackface, or otherwise, and concedes with Lucius Outlaw, 1983a, when he asserts that anything that is wont to be termed black, African, African American, or Africana philosophy, needs to be grounded in the historical struggles of African peoples, in particular, and in the wider struggles of peoples for more reasonable forms of existence, in general. 65, see also Outlaw 1983b, 1983c, 1983d. As a materialist social theory, Africana critical theory focuses on actually existing human needs and suffering, the ways in which hegemonic historical and cultural conditions produce suffering, and impede the radical changes necessary to eliminate human suffering and enable human liberation and social transformation. An emancipatory effort and project such as Africana critical theory requires, and is rooted in, classical and contemporary, critical social theory to the extent that the aforementioned theory enables Africana critical theorists to engage and alter the cultural, economic, social, and political problems of their present age. With this understanding, Africana critical theory agrees with Horkheimer, 1972, when he asserted, if materialist theory is an aspect of efforts to improve the human situation, it inevitably opposes every attempt to reduce social problems to second place. 26. Diverging, however, from European and European American critical theory, Africana critical theory comprehends that it is not merely social problems that must be addressed, but also social constructions, such as race. Africana critical theory begs to differ with Marx and Engels, 1978, when they write in the opening lines of the Communist Manifesto, the history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles, 473. Africana critical theory, deeply historicized, knows, first, that as far back as the 15th century race struggles have also played a significant and determining part in world history as well. 1. Perhaps, need look no further than W.E.B. Du Bois' The Negro, 1915, Black Reconstruction, 1935, and The World and Africa, 1947, C.L.R. James's The Black Jacobins, 1938, and A History of Pan-African Revolt, 1938, Aimé César's Discourse on Colonialism, 1955, Frantz Fanon's Black Skin, White Masks, 1952, and The Wretched of the Earth, 1961, Cedric Robinson's Black Marxism, 2000, and An Anthropology of Marxism, 2001, Angela Davis's Women, Race, and Class, 1981, and, Bell Hooks' Ain't I a Woman, 1981. Secondly, Africana critical theory, unlike most Marxist discourse and contemporary European and European American critical theory, comprehends that it is not only race and class struggles that obstruct and impede the 190. Improvement of human life worlds and lived experiences. Surely gender and sexuality must be considered, amongst other areas and issues. If, indeed, Africana critical theory is to be a viable instrument in the arsenal of the emancipatory efforts of Africa and its diaspora to improve human relations and situations, it inevitably must oppose any and every attempt to subvert race, gender, and sexuality, among other areas and issues, to a secondary position with respect to class struggles and economic exploitation. Moreover, Africana critical theory, at bottom a materialist social theory, must ever be marked by its staunch stance of solidarity with suffering human beings, past and present, without regard to their race, gender, class, sexual orientation, or religious affiliation. Africana critical theory comprehends again, in contradistinction to Marx, Engels, and most Marxists and Eurocentric critical theorists, that neither in the modern nor in the postmodern moment did, or do, human beings enter into class struggles, and suffer from economic exploitation, in a raceless, genderless, and or sexual orientation neutral vacuum. Quite the contrary, human beings as they actually exist may, indeed, have identity crises in connection with the fluctuations and mutations of capitalism and colonialism, but it is simultaneously unfathomable and untenable that upon the eradication of economic exploitation, if solved by some sort of socio-political panacea, say, socialism, racism, sexism, homophobia, and or heterosexism will come to an immediate and ultimate end. 7. Africana critical theory attempts to think through, and promote action that will eradicate, current cultural, social, and political problems, and particularly, at present, racism, sexism, capitalism, colonialism, and homophobia and or heterosexism. Africana critical theory, therefore, is not only interested in social problems, but also, and often more so, in specific ideologies and social constructions of issues that, as exacerbated over the last 500 years, have led to, or caused, many of our past and present social problems. 8 social problems are, in many instances, the outcomes and effects of ideologies and social constructions. As they are understood in this way, Africana critical theory seeks to wrestle with the causes and the effects, as opposed to merely the effects, as it appears to be the case with much of European and European American critical theory, see Horkheimer 1972, 26, of our past and present social problems. Africana critical theory, further, aims at deracinating social problems, going to their roots or, returning to the source, as Cabral, 1973b, would have it of the phenomena in order to critically assess and alter it. 9. As a distinct coupling of history and radical politics with philosophy and social theory, Africana critical theory spares no expense in discovering and describing past social constructions and present social problems in terms of how they were developed, how they are developing, and how they ought to be deconstructed and destroyed, and radically replaced with more multiracial. 191. Multicultural, transethnic, transgender, sexuality-sensitive and democratic socialist modes of human experience and human organization. It is in this sense, then, that Africana critical theory appropriates and applies the insights of Amilcar Cabral as definitive contributions to the construction of a new multiracial, multicultural, transethnic, transgender, and sexuality-sensitive critical theory of contemporary society. Cabral, again, was no mere Marxist thinker, and Patrick Cabral, 1983, among others, has reminded us that he was loath to commit himself to any ideology or theory. 167. Therefore, it should be observed at the outset that Cabral, seemingly unbeknownst to many if not most of his critics, always refused to define himself in this way, i.e., as a Marxist, and on most occasions he avoided writing in such terms. 167. Taking this line of logic a little further, Cabral wrote, Cabral was primarily a man of action. His political leadership is best understood by looking at what he did rather than what he said. His writings were essentially analyses of the events in which he was involved. They were not theories about, or into, abstract social or political questions. He did not view himself as a political theorist, although his writings obviously have theoretical relevance. He was loath to commit himself to any ideology or theory. The majority of his writings are party documents, and they reflect the very specific purpose and audience for which they were intended. 167. One of Cabral's most famous essays, The Weapon of Theory, lucidly reflects the very specific purpose and audience for which it was intended, but it also poignantly articulates his unapologetic and extremely innovative deconstruction and reconstruction of Marxist-Leninism to suit the needs of the war of national liberation he was leading in Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau, if not African national liberation struggles more generally speaking. Delivered before the Tricontinental Conference in Havana, Cuba in 1966, The Weapon of Theory quickly became one of Cabral's most widely cited texts, partly because in it he critically discussed the impact of imperialism on modern culture and civilization, demonstrated that in Africa colonialism is not only racial but also inextricable from European and American capitalism, distinguished between colonialism and neocolonialism, noted the unique role of social classes in colonial and neocolonial societies, and, most importantly, debunked the widely held notion among European and European American Marxists that class struggle was the single and greatest determinant of worldwide historical development. With regard to this last and most pivotal point, Cabral's, 2009, Marxist heresy began on a rhetorical note and quickly gave way to an audacious and intellectual history-making assertion. DOE's history begin only from the moment of the launching of the phenomenon of class and, consequently, of class struggle? To reply in the affirmative. 192. Would be to place outside of history the whole period of life of human groups from the discovery of hunting, and later of nomadic and sedentary agriculture, to cattle raising and to the private appropriation of land. It would also be to consider, and this we refuse to accept, that various human groups in Africa, Asia, and Latin America were living without history or outside history at the moment when they were subjected to the yoke of imperialism. Our refusal, based as it is on detailed knowledge of the socio-economic reality of our countries and on analysis of the process of development of the phenomenon of class as we saw earlier, leads us to conclude that if class struggle is the motive force of history, it is so in a specific historical period. This means that before the class struggle, and, necessarily, after the class struggle, since in this world there is no before without an after, some factor, or several factors, was and will be the motive force of history. We have no hesitation in saying that this factor in the history of each group is the mode of production, the level of productive forces and the system of ownership, characteristic of that group. But, as we have seen, the definition of class and class struggle are themselves the result of the development of productive forces in conjunction with the system of ownership of the means of production. It therefore seems permissible to conclude that the level of productive forces, the essential determinant of the content and form of class struggle, is the true and permanent motive force of history. 5. Emphasis in original, see also Cabral 1966c. In this passage, when Cabral writes of the productive forces and argues that they are the true and permanent motive force of history, he puts one of the most distinctive characteristics of his critical theory on display, namely, his dialectical deconstruction and reconstruction of central Marxist-Leninist concepts and categories. He obviously borrowed the term productive forces from the Marxist-Leninist lexicon, but by it he meant much more than the relations and forces of production in a strictly economic sense, the very sense, or way in which most Marxist-Leninists have, of course, grossly misinterpreted him. Rather, when Cabral uses productive forces above, he is referring to all of the cultural, political, and economic resources through which the wretched of the earth, enter the open-ended process of their distinct historical development. Consequently, productive forces, as it is used here, encompasses much more than economic issues. It, in a word, represents the sum total of the ways in which, and the means through which, the wretched of the earth return to the sources of their history and culture, which was rudely interrupted by European colonialism and capitalism, not to mention the introduction of race and racism. Above, Cabral also lucidly lambastes the Eurocentrism of Marxist-Leninist conceptions of history, class formation, and class struggle, audaciously asking, does history begin only from the moment of the launching of the phenomenon of class and, consequently, of class struggle? From his optic, to answer this crucial question in the affirmative would be tantamount to believing one of the vilest lies of colonialism. It would be comparable to 193. Committing one of the gravest crimes against humanity. It would be the equivalent of saying that the various human groups in Africa, Asia, and Latin America were living without history or outside history at the moment when they were subjected to the yoke of imperialism, and, as he sternly stated, this we refuse to accept. Cabral resolutely refused to give quarter to colonialism or capitalism and, even more, to the Eurocentrism of Marxism, or Marxist-Leninism. Instead of alleviating human suffering and social misery, it seemed to Cabral, as it does to contemporary Africana critical theorists, that much of Marxist-Leninism, conceptually incarcerated in its Eurocentrism, glosses over the many millions of ways in which its purportedly revolutionary and democratic socialist or communist concepts and categories historically have justified, and continues currently to give grounds for, the necessary evils, Marx's term, of European imperialism, and specifically the tentacles of racism, colonialism, and capitalism in Africa, Asia, the Americas, and the Caribbean. Marx's, and Marxist, critical theory. Prior to the horrid history of class and class struggle, and that which provides both class and class struggle with, not simply its economic basis but, in addition, its ontological basis, or bases, according to Cabral, are the productive forces of a human group, the historical and material, cultural and economic, axiological and cosmological situation, of their inherited life worlds and life struggles. It is, indeed, this crucial, although long quietly kept, historical and cultural fact of reality that substantiates and reveals itself through the formation of classes and the diabolical dynamics and, dare I say, dialectics of class struggle in the unique history and culture of a specific people. The history of class struggle, envisaged by Marx, and therefore most Marxists, to be the definitive world historical, history-making and history-shaping process is actually an extremely particular, if not peculiar, ontic axiom unique to European capitalist modernity, and now European capitalist postmodernity, which has been violently and ubiquitously universalized and ontologized, nauseatingly naturalized and normalized as the history of all humanity. 10 Marx and Engels, 1948, famously declared in the opening of their Communist Manifesto. The history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles. Freeman and slave, patrician and plebeian, lord and serf, guildmaster and journeyman, in a word, oppressor and oppressed, stood in constant opposition to one another, carried on an uninterrupted, now hidden, now open fight, a fight that each time ended either in a revolutionary reconstitution of society at large, or in the common ruin of the contending classes. 194. In the earlier epochs of history, we find almost everywhere a complicated arrangement of society into various orders, a manifold gradation of social rank. In ancient Rome we have patricians, knights, plebeians, slaves, in the Middle Ages, feudal lords, vassals, guildmasters, journeymen, apprentices, serfs, in almost all of these classes, again, subordinate gradations. The modern bourgeois society that has sprouted from the ruins of feudal society has not done away with class antagonisms. It has but established new classes, new conditions of oppression, new forms of struggle in place of the old ones. Our epoch, the epoch of the bourgeoisie, possesses, however, this distinctive feature: it has simplified the class antagonisms. Society as a whole is more and more splitting up into two great hostile camps, into two great classes directly facing each other, bourgeoisie and proletariat. 14-15. In essence, Marx and Engels superimposed and, ultimately, universalized the history of European class formations, class definitions, and class struggles onto humanity as a whole and, in so doing, rendered the histories and cultures and, perhaps unwittingly I should add, the particular class formations and unique class struggles of non-Europeans, the very various human groups in Africa, Asia, and Latin America that Cabral mentioned above, either without history or outside history until that much bemoaned and, even more, that howlingly hated historical moment when they were subjected to the yoke of European imperialism. To be fair to Marx and Engels, they did, to their credit, discuss what they termed the Asiatic mode of production, under which they subsumed the productive forces of Africa, Asia, and Latin America. 11. But, besides the superabundance of problems involved in lumping together the disparately unique productive forces which each of the aforementioned human groups created in the contexts of their own distinct histories and cultures, Marx and Engels made a serious mistake in emphasizing the supposedly static character, when compared, of course, to European modern bourgeois society, of non-European and non-capitalist modes of production. Many of their disciples have interpreted Marx and Engels' various analyses of non-European societies as ultimately pointing to a dialectic of constantly changing political empires but utterly unchanging pre-capitalist modes of production, which were only belatedly altered, as the Marxist narrative goes, in light of European capitalist colonization or, rather, European imperialist expansion. 12. There are, indeed, fundamental tensions when and where Marxists attempt to apply Marx's materialist concepts and categories to non-European societies and non-capitalist modes of production. The problem lies not in the concepts and categories themselves, and this is a point I should emphasize, but with Marxists' inability to comprehend that although Marx employed a 195 multiplicity of historical models and methods, many of which indeed did acknowledge continuity and discontinuity in both European and non-European modes of production, his work was particularly aimed at altering capitalist conditions in Europe and is extremely limited when applied to pre-colonial, colonial, neo-colonial, non-capitalist, and non-European societies. It is ironic to note that Marx himself went through great pains to qualify the concepts and categories he created, seeming to insist that his work was simultaneously trans-historical and historically specific. For instance, a prime passage from the Grundrisse reads, "Bourgeois society is the most developed and the most complex historic organization of production. The categories which express its relations, the comprehension of its structure, thereby also allows insight into the structure and the relations of production of all the vanished social formations out of whose ruins and elements it built itself up, whose partly still unconquered remnants are carried along within it, whose mere nuances have developed explicit significance within it, etc. Human anatomy contains a key to the anatomy of the ape. The intimations of higher development among subordinate animal species, however, can be understood only after the higher development is already known. The bourgeois economy thus supplies the key to the ancient, etc. But not at all in the manner of those economists who smudge over all historical differences and see bourgeois relations in all forms of society. One can understand tribute, tithe, etc., if one is acquainted with ground rent. But one must not identify them. Further, since bourgeois society is itself only a contradictory form of development, relations derived from earlier forms will often be found within it only in an entirely stunted form, or even travestied. For example, communal property. Although it is true, therefore, that the categories of bourgeois economics possess a truth for all other forms of society, this is to be taken only with a grain of salt. They can contain them in a developed, or stunted, or caricatured form, etc., but always with an essential difference. The so-called historical presentation of development is founded, as a rule, on the fact that the latest form regards the previous ones as steps leading up to itself, and since it is only rarely and only under quite specific conditions able to criticize itself, leaving aside, of course, the historical periods which appear to themselves as times of decadence, it always conceives them one-sidedly. Marx 1973, 105-106. On the one hand, Marx felt that history was continuous enough to validate projecting an analysis that grew out of a critical interrogation of European modern capitalist societies onto all historical societies. His main contentions can be summarized as follows: 1. In all societies, human beings must be creative and productive in order to survive. 2. Production is the greatest determinant of any given society, and, consequently, 3. The materialist theory of the modes of production is relevant to an analysis of any and all societies. Marx 1935, 1952a, 1952b, 1968b, Marx and Engels 1972. On the other hand, however, Marx seemed to be keenly conscious of the historical 196. Although perhaps not the cultural differences between various forms of productive forces, and, what is more, was convinced that there were significant qualifications to be considered when applying materialist theory to the history of pre-capitalist and non-European social, political, and economic forms. The tensions mentioned above, therefore, are between diachronic and synchronic perspectives in Marx's theory, tough tensions between, first, the view that pre-capitalist and non-European societies are drastically different from capitalist and European societies in general and, second, tensions between efforts aimed at turning some much-needed light on the inherent flux of human history in general. This conundrum begs several questions. If capitalist and European societies are as unique historically, politically, and economically as Marx and his disciples have never wearied of saying that they are, then, how can the models and analyses developed to explain and alter these unique and historically specific societies be legitimately applied to non-capitalist and non-European societies? Can a diachronic, continuous, historical model, in good, social scientific, conscience, be applied to synchronic, discontinuous, and very varied historical formations, especially when one considers that what Marx is referring to with the term the Asiatic mode of production has long constituted the productive forces of more than 75% of the human species, example pre-colonial Africa, Asia, the Americas, and the Caribbean, etc. Can all human history be adequately understood from the point of view of capitalist historical development, or the history of class struggle? Can, furthermore, all human history be adequately understood by utilizing a theory that its adherents, in one breath, openly assert is valid for any and all societies but, in the very next breath, claim is only completely applicable to European capitalist modernity? The Marxists seem to be caught in a quandary, one which reveals that they want it both ways. They want to claim the uniqueness of capitalist and European societies and the superiority of their theory for the critique of those societies and, at the same time, they want us to believe that their theory is also the best theory for understanding the historical development of not only pre-capitalist but also non-capitalist and non-European societies, the majority of which were racially colonized by the very modern capitalist and European societies that the Marxists promise to provide the most comprehensive and revolutionary critique of. Marx and many of his disciples, in point of fact, have erroneously universalized concepts and categories particular to European modernity, and Eurocentric bourgeois capitalism in particular. 13. In spite of their supposedly judicious and cautious employment of their concepts and categories, Marx and the Marxists seem to have internalized the very bourgeois, reductive, and, let me painfully add, racist elements that they so doggedly claim to be working to replace with revolutionary, democratic socialist, and humanist ideals. 197. Although Marx did analyze the specificity of various types of production and labor, he consistently reduced all forms of human interaction and human practice to the capitalist production model. This production model, in a word, ultimately served as Marx's measure for all other production models. While he was correct in arguing that all human societies produce the means by which, and through which, they sustain and develop themselves, he was completely incorrect in overemphasizing and projecting economic issues onto non-capitalist and non-European social, political, and cultural forms by analytically absorbing them into a melange theory preoccupied with the mode of production which a priori allotted and strongly stressed economic relations and values. The ways in which he privileged production over and against other forms of social, political, and cultural action and interaction was, in a word, arbitrary, if not irrational from the point of view of various non-European cultures and civilizations. In many non-capitalist and non-European societies, for instance, economic issues are inextricably interrelated with a wide range of social, political, cultural, and an area many Marxists appear woefully uninformed in religious or spiritual factors. In fact, often the overlap between economic, social, political, and cultural issues, again, including religious issues, is so substantively interwoven in non-European societies that they are, in many regards, inseparable. What if global human history is much more localized and fragmented than Marx's historical materialism has led so many Marxists, among others, to believe? What if non-European cultures and civilizations were much more complex and complicated than Marx and his followers ever possibly imagined? What if his very valiant efforts to produce a historical materialist retrospective reading of human history from the standpoint of his epoch, that is to say, from the point of view of the dynamics and dialectics of European bourgeois capitalist modernity and European capitalist colonization of Africa, Asia, the Americas, and the Caribbean, have helped to not simply produce but perpetuate an imaginary or fictitious line of continuity that somehow panoramically stretches from the beginning of human history to the present, all the while purportedly demonstrating the primacy of production and class struggle, even though Marx is admittedly aware of historical discontinuities which simultaneously predate capitalism and were also exacerbated by the onslaught of capitalism. Marx and the admirers of his historical materialism seem to be in a serious double bind, if historical materialism is dogmatically applied in the totalizing fashion in which so many postmodernists and post-Marxists have criticized its application to all human history, then, Marx and Marxism is transformed into an ahistorical and reductive ideology, as opposed to a theory, especially a critical theory, that is, in fact, not only irrational from the point of view of non-European histories and cultures but, to put it very plainly, racist or, at the least, extremely Eurocentric. If, on the contrary, 198. Marx and the Marxists go through great pains to openly admit and present qualification after qualification concerning the limited range and reach of their theory with regard to non-European and non-capitalist societies, they will logically weaken the explanatory power of what is supposed to be one of the greatest critical, global theories of human history ever produced. 14. In light of all of this, Cabral concluded that Marxism had only a limited applicability, if certain aspects of it were applicable at all, when and where Africa, Asia, the Americas, and the Caribbean was concerned. Africa, Asia, the Americas, and the Caribbean's pre-colonial histories were not simply the history of class struggle, or the pre-capitalist past leading up to European capitalist modernity and European racist capitalist colonization. Much more, they represent these human groups' hard-won right to self-determination and self-definition, and this can be said while earnestly and simultaneously solemnly acknowledging the internal conflicts, ethnic feuds, infighting, political pitfalls, cultural crises, religious rivalries and, it must be admitted, forms of non-racial colonization and exploitation that existed in each and, in many instances, between each of the aforementioned human groups and their histories and societies prior to the introduction of European imperialism. According to Cabral, Marxist historical materialism is merely one of many methods that can, and in certain instances he argued should, be employed in efforts to critically comprehend the past, alter the present, and provide the foundation for a liberated future. Cabral's critique of Marxism and contributions to critical theory. Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau, indeed, did have classes and class struggle, Cabral readily admitted, but he quickly qualified this assertion by pointing out that in the face of European racial colonialism, Cape Verdean and Bissau-Guinean class struggle, which had been paralyzed as a result of Portuguese colonialism, was not the motive force of history. When Marx and Engels declared, "Our epoch, the epoch of the bourgeoisie, possesses, however, this distinctive feature, it has simplified the class antagonisms. Society as a whole is more and more splitting up into two great hostile camps, into two great classes directly facing each other, bourgeoisie and proletariat." Cabral observed that although Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau had non-capitalist pre-colonial classes and class struggles, as a consequence of European racial colonialism these long-warring classes had to, in fact, unite and fight against the European racist capitalist colonization of their homelands, a form of colonization which, if truth be told, benefited both the European bourgeoisie and the European proletariat. As Sartre, 1968, succinctly put it in his preface to Fanon's The Wretched of the Earth, with us i.e., Europeans, to be a 199. Man is to be an accomplice of colonialism, since all of us without exception have profited by colonial exploitation. 25. Directly discussing the contradictions spawned by European imperialism in a seminar he taught at the Frantz Fanon Center in Treviglio, Milan in 1964, Cabral, 1976b, importantly explain the ways in which Portuguese colonialism impacted the ethnic, cultural, and class composition of Guinea-Bissau. There are contradictions which we consider secondary. You may be surprised to know that we consider the contradictions between the tribes a secondary one. We could discuss this at length, but we consider that there are many more contradictions between what you might call the economic tribes in the capitalist countries than there are between the ethnic tribes in Guinea. Our struggle for national liberation and the work done by our party have shown that this contradiction is really not so important. The Portuguese counted on it a lot, but as soon as we organized the liberation struggle properly, the contradiction between the tribes proved to be a feeble, secondary contradiction. This does not mean that we do not need to pay attention to this contradiction. We reject both the positions which are to be found in Africa, one which says, there are no tribes, we are all the same, we are all one people in one terrible unity, our party comprises everybody, the other saying, tribes exist, we must base parties on tribes. Our position lies between the two, but at the same time we are fully conscious that this is a problem which must constantly be kept in mind. Structural, organizational, and other measures must be taken to ensure that this contradiction does not explode and become a more important contradiction. 106 to 107, see also Cabral 1964b. The contradictions which Marx and Engels identified in European bourgeois society simply did not speak to the economic, cultural, social, and political realities of African, in this instance, Cape Verdean and Bissau-Guinean, colonial society. The struggle against the capitalist colonization, and racialization, of Africa, which is to say the revolutionary decolonization struggle, lead to a process of conscious re-Africanization, which in turn gave way to a distinct revolutionary nationalism, a form of re-Africanization and revolutionary nationalism that, amazingly, seemed to rush forth from the blood-stained pages of Fanon's The Wretch of the Earth, especially the well-known passage where he stated, decolonization is the veritable creation of new men. But this creation owes nothing of its legitimacy to any supernatural power. The thing which has been colonized becomes man during the same process by which it frees itself. Cabral went one step further and, as a revolutionary nationalist, contended that not only do the racially colonized who actively participate in revolutionary decolonization reclaim their long-denied humanity, but, and this is one of the many points that distinguishes Cabral's contributions from Fanon's, he argued that they also reclaim their Africanity, i.e., their unique African humanity, identity, and personality. Furthermore, in the process of 200 revolutionary decolonization, the formerly racially colonized forge a new national identity, consciously breaching and going far beyond pre-colonial or traditional ethnic tribes, culture, politics, and social organization. Eloquently further explaining this issue to an African-American audience in New York in 1972, only months before his assassination, Cabral, 1973a, candidly stated, 10 years ago, prior to the national liberation struggle, we were Fula, Manjac, Mand Inca, Balant, Pepel, and others. Now we are a nation of Guineans. Tribal divisions were one reason the Portuguese thought it would not be possible for us to fight. During these 10 years we were making more and more changes, so that today we can see that there is a new man and a new woman, born with our new nation and because of our fight. This is because of our ability to fight as a nation. 6 to 7. This means, then, that European capitalism in its racial colonial guise had the exact opposite effect in many parts of Africa, and we could also include Asia, the Americas, and the Caribbean, than Marx related that it had on European societies. It, indeed, did simplify class antagonisms, but instead of it splitting up pre-colonial African classes into two great hostile camps fighting against each other, in many instances, it caused them to combine into one anti-colonial race class and nation-state to combat European racist capitalist colonization. European colonialism forced Africans out of their history and into European racist capitalist and racial colonial history. It arrested the development not only of Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau's class formations and class struggles but, even more, it halted their productive forces and violently forced them to produce what Europe wanted them to produce, using the modes and methods of production that Europe brutally demanded that they use. Cabral, 1964b, spoke in the most unequivocal terms on this issue. There is a preconception held by many people, even on the left, that imperialism made us enter history at the moment when it began its adventure in our countries. This preconception must be denounced, for somebody on the left, and for Marxists in particular. History obviously means the class struggle. Our opinion is exactly the contrary. We consider that when imperialism arrived in Guinea it made us leave history our history. We agree that history in our country is the result of class struggle, but we have our own class struggles in our own country. The moment imperialism arrived and colonialism arrived, it made us leave our history and enter someone else's history. Obviously we agree that the class struggle has continued, but it has continued in a very different way. Our whole people is struggling against the ruling class of the imperialist countries, and this gives a completely different aspect to the historical evolution of our country. 438. 201. Shifting from a discourse on the historical and cultural specificity of class struggle, Cabral then answered the question that seemed to be on the tip of most Eurocentric Marxists' tongues: which class is the agent of history? Contradicting Marx and Marxists' emphasis on the proletariat as the most viable agents of revolutionary social change, Cabral's critical theory outright dismisses the racially colonized working class of Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau as the principal revolutionary force. He argued that it could not play the part of the dominant class neither in terms of a physical force nor with regard to it being the predominant source of leadership for the national liberation struggle. Therefore, national liberation leadership would have to come from another class or, rather, a combination of Cape Verdean and Bissau-Guinean classes. From Cabral's point of view, the working class of Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau was simply too small and did not represent a significant enough fraction of Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau's labor force. In other words, the paucity of its size in and of itself disqualified the working class in Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau, as elsewhere in Africa, from being considered the locus of the national liberation struggle. In fact, Cabral observed, Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau's working class was actually ancillary to the peasantry as the major producers of wealth. Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau was simply not a commercial colony and there was no major industry to create a viable working class or even, as with Fanon and the Algeria Revolution, a large urban sub-proletariat. In Cabral's critical theory, revolutionary leadership and national liberation can only come from a combination of Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau's various classes, ethnicities, cultural groups, language groups, religious groups, etc. Hence, he daringly declared, our whole people is struggling against the ruling class of the imperialist countries, and this gives a completely different aspect to the historical evolution of our country. This, indeed, is a subtle but extremely important point, and one which discursively demonstrates, yet again, that Cabral did not share the core Marxist belief in the working class as the primary agents of revolutionary change. Such might be the case in Marx's Europe, but certainly not in Cabral's Africa. Cabral, 1969b, answered the Marxists' question which class is the agent of history, as he did most of their questions, by emphasizing that the wretched of the earth in Africa were not white workers in blackface simply struggling against capitalism, which would be more than enough in and of itself, but struggling against a diabolical combination of racism, colonialism, and capitalism which in many ways demanded a combination of Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau's various classes, ethnicities, cultural groups, language groups, religious groups, etc., to combat it. 202. Somebody has asked which class is the agent of history. Here a distinction must be drawn between colonial history and our history as human societies. As a dominated people we only present an ensemble vis-a-vis the oppressor. Each of our peoples or groups of peoples has been subjected to different influences by the colonizers. When there is a developed national consciousness one may ask which social stratum is the agent of history. of colonial history, which is the stratum which will be able to take power into its hands when it emerges from colonial history? Our answer is that it is all the social strata, if the people who have carried out the national revolution, i.e., the struggle against colonialism, have worked well, since unity of all the social strata is a prerequisite for the success of the national liberation struggle. As we see it, in colonial conditions no one stratum can succeed in the struggle for national liberation on its own and, therefore, it is all the strata of society which are the agents of history. This brings us to what should be avoided but in fact it is not. What commands history in colonial conditions is not the class struggle. I do not mean that the class struggle in Guinea stopped completely during the colonial period, it continued, but in a muted way. In the colonial period it is the colonial state which commands history. 56. Emphasis in original. Here Cabral's reluctance to base his critical theory squarely on the revolutionary capacity of the racially colonized working class had nothing to do with a desire to be different or to avoid being labeled orthodox in the Marxist sense, but had more to do with the historical, cultural, social, political, and economic differences between the concrete realities of the workers and the bourgeoisie in colonizing countries and workers, peasants, and the petite bourgeoisie in colonized countries. 15. The unfortunate and often quite tragic history of nationalist struggles in Africa throughout the 1950s and 1960s had demonstrated the wealth of weaknesses surrounding movements based exclusively on either working class or petite bourgeois leadership. It would not be an overstatement to say that most of these movements ended in frustration, deep disillusionment and, often ultimately, disunity. Cabral offered up an innovative alternative to the either working class or petite bourgeois leadership model based on the history, culture, and struggles of the people of Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau by suggesting a revolutionary leadership model that was predicated on a combination of working class, peasant, and petite bourgeois elements. As he emphasized above, it is all the strata of society which are the agents of history. This brings us to what should be avoided but in fact it is not. Each, however inchoate, class within Cape Verdean and Bissau-Guinean society had a revolutionary part to play in the national liberation struggle. The harsh reality of Europe's capitalist-inspired racial colonization of Africa, when all is said and done, is nothing other than the violent superimposition of European history, culture, and political economy on, over, and against African history, culture, and political economy. It represents, in another sense, the debilitation and, ultimately, the destruction of indigenous. 203. Productive forces, which, after the initial onslaught of racial colonialism, are colonized and altered to suit the wishes and whims of the colonizers and their kith and kin in Europe and America. The national liberation struggle, when viewed from the perspective of the wretched of the earth, is a struggle which has as one of its major goals the freeing of the productive forces, which, as Cabral asserted above, would enable the racially colonized to rescue, reclaim, and rehabilitate their culture, thus, not only stepping back onto the stage of human history but, also, continue their own unique contributions to human culture and civilization. In the process of decolonization, the colonized become new men and new women, as Cabral put it. This is so, partly, because they relax ethnic, local, and regional distinctions in favor of a new trans-ethnic and multicultural national identity, forged through their fighting, their struggling as a race class and an emerging nation-state against European capitalist colonization, and racialization. Where class, and clan, struggle may have previously been the motive force of Cape Verdean and Bissau-Guinean history, now, in light of European racist capitalist colonization and African revolutionary decolonization and re-Africanization, it is race-class struggle, colonizer against colonized, that is the central history-making and history-shaping force. Cabral correctly denounced the superimposition of Eurocentric Marxist concepts and categories such as class struggle as the motive force of history and the proletariat as the authentic agents of historical change and the true ushers of socialism, or communism, onto the national liberation struggle in Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde. He contended that there was no substitute for conceptual and categorical generation which grew out of the specific historical and cultural grounds of African and, more particularly, the Cape Verdean and Bissau-Guinean revolutionary decolonization and national liberation struggles. In brief analysis of the social structure of Guinea, Cabral developed a systematic analysis of the various ethnic groups and cultures that collectively constitute Guinea-Bissau. Early in the essay it can be easily detected that its objective is not to impose Marxist or any other, imported or indigenous, so-called radical or revolutionary concepts and categories onto the national liberation struggle and conjecture, or attempt to theoretically justify, a preconception of how their historically and culturally specific revolution should or should not develop. Instead, Cabral dug deep into Bissau-Guinean pre-colonial history and culture and developed a detailed descriptive analysis that critically outlined the class systems of the various ethnic communities, their distinct traditional social, political, economic, and religious structures, their relationship with the land, ancestral and otherwise, their relations with each other, noting traditional good and bad relations, their relations with the colonizers, i.e., the Portuguese, the traditional and pre-colonial position of women in each of the societies, and how this impacted each ethnic group's way